Qin Hao, a programmer at an IT company, collapsed at work after a month of relentless overtime. By a stroke of luck, he acquired a super recycling profit system, allowing him to earn money through recycling. Thus began his departure from the grueling 996 work culture and the commencement of an entirely new life trajectory. In Southeast City, at 9 p.m., a brightly lit IT company on the 16th floor of a skyscraper was still bustling with activity, despite the end of the workday. Qin Hao was diligently typing away at his workstation. He had been working overtime for an entire month, leaving the office past 11 each night. Fortunately, the project was set to launch today. If he could endure this night, he would finally be able to rest. As he mulled over this thought, his fingers danced faster across the keyboard. "Qin Hao," called a colleague from behind, rousing him from his concentration. While continuing to type, Qin Hao replied, "What's up, Fatty? Another bug?" The colleague, nicknamed Fatty, rolled his eyes and said, "No, it's just past 9, and I'm a bit hungry. Let's grab something to eat downstairs." Noticing that it was already 9:30, Qin Hao realized he hadn't had dinner yet. He saved his work and said, "All right, let's go downstairs for a bite and come back." As he stood up, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision blurred. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he collapsed backward onto the floor, his chair tipping over. Fatty, who had just stood up, heard the thud and quickly turned around to find Qin Hao sprawled on the ground, his chair askew. Fatty rushed over, exclaiming, "Qin Hao, what happened?" Hearing the commotion, several colleagues hurriedly gathered around, chattering, and some even pulled out their phones to record the incident. Amidst the chaos, Fatty dialed for emergency assistance. Just then, a balding man strode over, shouting at the crowd, "What on earth are you all doing? Have you finished your work?" A timid colleague replied, "Mr. Wong, it's Qin Hao. He just collapsed." The crowd dispersed as Mr. Wong approached, observing Qin Hao lying unconscious on the floor, while Fatty anxiously called out to him. Mr. Wong inquired, "Fatty, what's going on?" Fatty looked up, worry etched on his face. "Mr. Wong, I don't know. We were about to go eat when he suddenly collapsed. Maybe he's been overworking himself." Mr. Wong's brow furrowed at Fatty's words if what he said was true, and if anything happened to Qin Hao, not only would the project be delayed, but the company would also face repercussions. He leaned down to check Qin Hao's pulse, feeling a slight sense of relief, then asked, "Has the ambulance arrived?" As if on cue, a few medical personnel in uniforms rushed in with a stretcher. The crowd parted to make way. After assessing the situation and listening to Qin Hao's heartbeat, they lifted him onto the stretcher. One of the medics addressed the group. "Who's in charge here?" Mr. Wong stepped forward, declaring, "In the manager here. Hello, we need you to accompany us to the hospital to complete some paperwork and handle the fees. Alternatively, you can send someone else," the leading doctor instructed. Mr. Wong glanced at the unconscious Qin Hao, nodded, and told Fatty, "You go with him. Handle any fees, and he'll reimburse you when you return." The group felt a small sense of gratitude towards Mr. Wong for his concern. Fatty nodded and hurried to follow. Once at the hospital, he busied himself with the paperwork while Qin Hao was whisked away for treatment. "Doctor, how is he? Is he going to be all right?" Fatty asked anxiously. "Oh, he's just exhausted. You young folks really need to take care of yourselves," the doctor replied, shaking his head. "Thank goodness." "Thank you so much, doctor," Fatty said, shaking the doctor's hand in gratitude. The doctor, slightly pained by Fatty's grip, withdrew his hand and waved it off. "He's still unconscious and will likely take another hour or two to wake up. You should go settle the hospitalization fees." After expressing his thanks repeatedly, Fatty went downstairs to pay. When he returned, he brought some food. He was famished after a night of work without a meal. Now that Qin Hao was stable, he felt relieved. Watching Qin Hao on the hospital bed, Fatty munched on a burger, mumbling, "I never would have guessed." Mr. Wong is usually so stingy, yet he was quite magnanimous when it mattered. Just as he praised Mr. Wong, his phone rang. It was a call from him. Fatty thought to himself, "Speak of the devil. Hello? Mr. Wong? You're still awake?" Fatty hurriedly swallowed his food. "Fatty, how's Qin Hao? Is he awake?" Mr. Wong inquired from the other end, his tone unreadable. The doctor said he's just exhausted and hasn't woken up yet. It might take another hour or two," Fatty replied. "That's good. As soon as Qin Hao wakes up, let me know. We need to launch this project tomorrow. We can't afford to let the client down," Mr. Wong said sternly. Mr. Wong, the doctor mentioned that Qin Hao needs to be hospitalized for observation." Fatty felt a surge of frustration, recalling how he had just praised Mr. Wong's generosity, now realizing he was still the same miser. "Overworked, right? Does he really need to stay in the hospital? Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Once Qin Hao wakes up, you both need to return right away. After the project launches, they'll give you paid leave to rest properly," Mr. Wong said impatiently over the phone. Ah, all right, Mr. Wong. I'll update you once Qin Hao wakes up, Fatty said, feeling 1,000 frustrations well up inside him as he hung up. At that moment, Qin Hao's consciousness gradually cleared, and he felt his eyelids fluttering. Ding! Recycling profit system, binding in progress. A cold electronic voice resonated in Qin Hao's mind. Confused, he wondered where the sound was coming from. Was Fatty playing a game? Ding! Binding successful. Congratulations, host. The recycling profit system has been successfully bound. The initial binding will now commence a full-body scan for fundamental enhancement. During the enhancement period, the host's body will be under the system's control, the chilling voice continued. Realizing the voice was indeed in his head, Qin Hao attempted to move, but found himself unable to do so. His eyelids twitched, but wouldn't fully open. He could only silently exclaim, "What on earth?" Ding! Scanning in progress. Noticing Qin Hao's eyelids moving, Fatty put down his food and said, "Qin Hao, hey, are you all right? Wake up." When Qin Hao didn't respond, Fatty panicked and hurried to get a nurse. Ding! Host's body is currently in a sub-health state due to prolonged late nights and irregular diet, leading to various health issues: hair loss, hormonal imbalance, gastric ulcers, kidney deficiency, and insufficient vitality. The system's voice echoed incessantly in Qin Hao's mind, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Ding! Body scan complete. Fundamental enhancement of the host's body will commence shortly. The system ignored Qin Hao's exasperation and continued with its notifications. At that moment, Fatty returned with a nurse and the on-duty doctor. The doctor checked Qin Hao's eyelids with a flashlight and examined the nearby equipment, then turned to Fatty and said, "He's fine. Are you exhausted too? Seeing things?" Fatty stood there, momentarily bewildered, shook his head, and thought to himself, "Could it be that I really am seeing things? No, once this busy period is over, I must get some proper rest." Ding! Fundamental enhancement of the host's body complete. Congratulations, host. All physical indicators are now above the human average. Qin Hao was left in a state of confusion. What's going on? Was my physical condition that inadequate? Am I really that weak? As the system's notifications ceased, Qin Hao regained control over his body. He tentatively moved his fingers, confirming his mobility, then began conversing with the system in his mind. System, you claim to be a recycling profit system. What exactly do you recycle? How does it work? Ding! The recycling profit system allows the host to obtain money through the recycling of items. All things in the world can be recycled. Different items yield different monetary values, with a chance to trigger special rewards. The host simply needs to hold the item to be recycled and mentally declare recycle to initiate the process. Listening to the system's response, Qin Hao could hardly contain his excitement. With the advent of the money recycling system, he would no longer endure the drudgery of coding or the grueling 996 work schedule. To hell with the 996 rat race. He now possessed a system effortlessly. He could amass hundreds of millions with a mere click. Achieving the financial status of a tycoon was no longer a distant dream. With this thought, Qin Hao could no longer restrain himself, swiftly opening his eyes and sitting upright. Startled, the rotund friend beside him leaped from his chair, exclaiming, "Dude, you nearly gave me a heart attack. You've finally awakened. How do you feel?" Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Qin Hao replied, "I'm fine now. Thank you, my friend." As the friend propped up Qin Hao with pillows, he remarked, "No need for thanks between us. However, Wang Tuzu is eagerly awaiting your recovery. He wants you back at the company to launch the system." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao envisioned Wang Tuzu's infuriatingly smug face and silently thought, "That scoundrel Wang Tuzu is truly a leech. Even after landing me in a hospital, he continues to exploit me." Yet, the necessity of launching the project today weighed heavily on him. As the one responsible for the project, Qin Hao's absence would delay its release. He resolved that once the project was live, he would promptly resign. After all, he now had a system and would never again work for someone else. Rubbing his face to shake off the remnants of fatigue, Qin Hao swung his legs over the side of the hospital bed and, grasping his friend's arm, declared, "Let's head back to the company." He moved swiftly, gripping his friend's wrist tightly enough to cause discomfort. As they passed the nurse's station, his friend called out to the young nurse, "We'll be handling the discharge for bed 23 tomorrow." "Hey, slow down, Qin Hao." Chapter 2, Lousy Quit Soon. Qin Hao and the chubby man hailed a taxi back to the company. Qin Hao returned to his workstation, preparing for the system launch. The chubby man knocked on the door of General Manager Wang's office. At that moment, Wang was inside, smoking and staring at his computer screen, seemingly lost in thought. Irritated, he exclaimed, "Who is it?" The chubby man timidly replied, "It's me, Wang Peng. Howsy and I are back." Wang, somewhat impatient, retorted, "You've returned?" So hurry up and get to work. Are you waiting for me to treat you to a late-night snack? Upon hearing Wang's tone, the chubby man shrank his neck in disappointment, swallowing his grievances about the medical expenses. He thought to himself, great, another month wasted. He turned and walked back to his workstation. By the time he arrived, Qin Hao had already integrated the code for various modules and was deploying it on the server. Noticing the chubby man's helpless expression, he asked, "What's wrong, buddy? Did Wang give you a hard time again?" The chubby man shook his head, sitting down at his workstation and murmuring, "Do you not know Wang's ways? He talks one way and acts another. He promised to reimburse the medical expenses, but now that he sees you're fine, he treats his promises like mere wind." Qin Hao slid his chair closer to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry, that's just Wang's nature. How much do you need for the medical bills? I can transfer it to you later. I'm not short on cash." The chubby man chuckled bitterly. "Howsy, don't console me, and my salary is already a month overdue. And you mentioned your landlord is pressuring you for rent yesterday." Qin Hao awkwardly scratched his nose, realizing he indeed had no money. He thought, "I haven't even tested the system yet. I'm unaware of how much I can earn from recycling items." He glanced around, spotting some printed charts on his desk. Placing his hand on the charts, he looked around to ensure no one was watching and silently invoked, "System, recycle. Ding. One piece of waste paper recycled, earning a monetary reward of 10 yuan. As the system notification chimed, Qin Hao's phone buzzed with a text message. He picked it up to find a notification from China Merchants Bank. Account XXX received a transfer of 10 yuan, balance 13.5 yuan. The remitter was a foundation called SCP. Qin Hao didn't pay attention to the SCP Foundation. The monetary reward was genuine, and the paper had vanished. He was elated, thinking, "One piece of paper is merely 1 dime. Recycling it earned me 10 yuan, a 100-fold return." To verify his hypothesis, Qin Hao placed his hand on his USB fan, silently invoking, "System, recycle. Ding. One USB fan recycled, earning a monetary reward of 0.02 yuan. As the system notification concluded, his phone buzzed again. Account XXX received a transfer of 0.02 yuan, balance 13.52 yuan. Qin Hao was bewildered, wondering what had happened. How did it shrink by 100-fold? "System, can you explain this to me?" Qin Hao promptly inquired. Ding. "Host, this system is a recycling profit system, not a money laundering system. Prevent the host from exploiting personal items for profit. The system only returns a monetary reward lower than the value of the recycled items. Please understand." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Hao felt a surge of frustration. "Understand? I can't believe this." He had hoped to profit from the recycling system, thinking he could easily achieve a small goal within a day. While Qin Hao was lost in thought, Wang stormed out of his office. Having received a call from the client, inquiring why the system had not yet launched, he strode over to Qin Hao's workstation, finding him in a daze, seemingly lost in contemplation. Wang rapped on Qin Hao's desk and angrily demanded, "Qin Hao, what are you daydreaming about? How's the project coming along? Why hasn't he launched yet?" Startled from his reverie, Qin Hao quickly glanced at the screen, just as the deployment script finished running. Without lifting his head, he replied, "It's coming soon. Running the script doesn't take long." Wang was taken aback by Qin Hao's tone, his expression darkening. However, seeing Qin Hao still typing away, he decided to hold back his anger for the moment, calculating how he would deal with Qin Hao once the system launched. After about 10 minutes, once Qin Hao confirmed everything was functioning perfectly, he opened the external network port and stood up. Addressing his team, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Our system has finally launched after months of development." Colleagues around him stood up and applauded. Hearing the commotion outside his office, Wang understood that the system had successfully launched. He grabbed his phone and dialed the client, ingratiatingly saying, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Yes, our system is online. You can check it out now." Yes, all right, no problem, rest assured." After hanging up, Wang flung open his office door and sternly called out to Qin Hao. "Qin Hao, come to my office immediately." The colleagues in the hall, sensing Wang's harsh tone, ceased their applause and turned to Qin Hao. Confused, Qin Hao stood up and walked toward Wang's office. Behind him, colleagues began to speculate. What's going on? Is the client dissatisfied? Why was Wang so stern just now? Little did they know, the client was actually very pleased during the call and had even praised Qin Hao's diligent work ethic, which only fueled Wang's resentment toward Qin Hao further. "Wang, the client just called and asked why it took so long to launch. The client is very dissatisfied now. They want to hold us accountable. What do you propose we do about it?" As soon as Qin Hao stepped inside, Wang unleashed his frustration. Qin Hao rolled his eyes and retorted, "Why the delay in launching? Are you unaware? You've been communicating with the client, changing requirements constantly, and our entire team has been cleaning up after you, working overtime to make adjustments. Now that it's finally launched, you come to blame me. Wang was taken aback by Qin Hao's boldness. He expected Qin Hao to speak so defiantly today, and he angrily shouted, "Qin Hao, watch your attitude. Don't think the company can't function without you. I'll remind you, this company is under my authority." "Humph." Qin Hao scoffed disdainfully before declaring, "Fine, I'm resigning right now. Pay me the wages and project bonuses you owe me, and I'll leave immediately." "Bonuses? You still have the audacity to ask for bonuses? I'll tell you, Qin Hao, given your attitude today, you can forget about it. Get out of here right now." Wang was now furious. Hearing the argument between the two, colleagues outside gathered at the door. And the chubby man was filled with anxiety. He knew Qin Hao couldn't even afford his rent now. If he quit his job, he would truly be left in dire straits. Furious, Qin Hao pointed at Wang, saying, "Wang, you've gone too far. Remember what you said today. I'm done here. I will make sure you pay me what you owe." With that, Qin Hao stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind him. He quickly returned to his workstation, and the chubby man hurriedly followed. Seeing Qin Hao packing his things, he grasped Qin Hao's arm and urged, "Haozi, don't be rash. If you leave now, Wang will definitely withhold your salary and bonuses. Don't act impulsively. The project has launched. You can wait until we get the payment before leaving. Just endure a little longer." Qin Hao shook his head, replying, "Chubby, don't try to persuade me. Wang has never liked me. He is only coming after me now because the project is online. You focus on your work, don't worry about me. I won't let Wang get away with this for long." Qin Hao thought to himself, "I have a system now. It won't be long before I'm worth billions. When that time comes, I'll buy out your company and kick you out." At that moment, Qin Hao felt a surge of youthful defiance, reminiscent of the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't underestimate the youth in their poverty. The chubby man, seeing he couldn't change Qin Hao's mind, helped him gather his belongings. After packing up, the chubby man accompanied Qin Hao downstairs. Qin Hao glanced back at the place he had worked for 3 years, feeling a twinge of melancholy, though it was but a fleeting moment. More than that, he felt exhilarated. He would no longer have to struggle with coding, designing, or endure the torturous 996 work schedule. With the system at his disposal, he believed that soon, he would be a millionaire, perhaps even make it onto the Forbes list. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through him as Qin Hao clutched his belongings, humming a tune. He walked toward his rented apartment. Upon turning a corner and noticing no one around, he silently invoked, "System, recycle." The items in his arms vanished instantly. Ding. 5 notebooks, 2 gel pens, 30 sheets of printing paper, and 1 water cup have been collected. A monetary reward of 3,000 yuan has been granted. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Qin Hao found the sound of the system remarkably pleasant, devoid of any chill. The primary reason for his delight was the notification from the bank, revealing that his account balance had risen to 3,013.52 yuan. This month's rent was no longer a concern. Chapter 3. Happiness arrived swiftly. Qin Hao hummed a cheerful tune on his way home. It was already past midnight, and having not eaten all night, despite his body being fundamentally enhanced, he still felt a pang of hunger. He decided to purchase some instant noodles, snacks, and bottled water from the 7-Eleven convenience store. As he was checking out, the cashier remarked, "Just got off work? Huh. You programmers really have it tough." Qin Hao was taken aback and asked, "How did you know I'm a programmer?" The cashier chuckled and replied, "Well, anyone working this late is either a programmer or a thief. I saw you with that backpack and those dark circles under your eyes. I guessed you must be a programmer, am I right?" Qin Hao, slightly embarrassed by her playful tone, admitted, "You guessed it right. But I'm not a programmer anymore. I just resigned." Upon hearing this, the cashier appeared a tad awkward and apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry, I hope you don't mind." She lowered her head and quickly scanned Qin Hao's items. After completing the transaction, as he was about to leave, she handed him a lollipop, saying, "When you're feeling down, have some candy. It's sweet. I also hope you find a job you enjoy soon." Qin Hao accepted the lollipop, noticing the cashier's cheeks flush with embarrassment. He smiled and replied, "Thank you, but I'm not unhappy. I'm quite content." He waved the lollipop as he exited the store, heading straight home. The apartment complex where Qin Hao resided was the infamous Jiqing Center in Southeast City. Its notoriety wasn't due to luxury, but because the developer was apprehended shortly after its completion, leaving a mess that prevented homeowners from obtaining their property certificates. The property management was even worse, withholding utility payments from homeowners, leading to frequent water and electricity outages. When residents sought their rights, they were met with violence from the security staff. Consequently, Jiqing Center became a topic of gossip among the locals. This situation also meant that rents in this complex were significantly lower than in surrounding areas. Qin Hao lived in the last building at the northeast corner of the complex. As he pressed the button for the 6th floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal a burly, drunken man clutching a young woman, colliding with Qin Hao as he exited. The impact caused the man to stagger, and he squinted at Qin Hao, angrily exclaiming, "Hey, watch where you're going. How dare you bump into me?" Qin Hao felt a surge of annoyance. It was clearly the man's fault. He raised his head to confront the man, but at that moment, the woman supporting him also looked up. To Qin Hao's surprise, she was his landlord. Puzzled, Qin Hao glanced between his landlord and the drunken man. Quickly piecing it together, the woman, noticing Qin Hao's expression, felt awkward and playfully scolded the man before ushering him into the elevator, preventing any further confrontation. As the doors closed, Qin Hao scratched his head, thinking that his landlord had rather peculiar taste, and felt a twinge of sympathy for her husband for 3 seconds. Upon entering his apartment, a 2-story loft on the 2nd floor with a private bathroom and a small kitchen for a rent of 1,800 yuan. Qin Hao recalled that the 1st floor had just been rented out. He hadn't returned home recently due to overtime at work, and his landlord hadn't mentioned whether the new tenant was male or female. Noticing the 1st floor was dark, he assumed the new tenant must have gone to sleep. He quietly closed the door and tiptoed upstairs. Once home, Qin Hao prepared his instant noodles and settled on the sofa, relishing the tranquil moments while waiting for them to cook. This routine had become a cherished part of his life, though he couldn't pinpoint when it began. However, today felt different. Instead of focusing on the noodles, he turned his gaze to the old television across from him. It was an antiquated model that his landlord had acquired from a second-hand market, and since moving in, he had never turned it on. Not because he didn't want to watch television, but because it lacked even a power cord. When his landlord had described the apartment as fully furnished and ready to move in, he had been left speechless when he saw the condition of the television. He had previously approached his landlord about the useless television, suggesting a reduction in rent, but she had laughed it off, saying, "Who watches TV nowadays? It's just for decoration. Otherwise, the place would look so empty." Now, with the recycling system at his disposal, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could recycle the television and simply claim it was junk if questioned. With this thought, he placed his hand on the television and commanded the system, "Recycle." Ding. One Panda television has been recycled, earning a monetary reward of 50,000 yuan. Stunned, Qin Hao stared at his phone, astonished to see a transfer of 50,000 yuan. This amount represented more than half a year's salary for him. Overjoyed, he began humming a tune, thinking today was indeed fortuitous, and headed to the bathroom. After finishing in the bathroom, he returned to find his noodles ready. After eating, he casually recycled the noodle cup along with other trash, receiving only a few cents in return. However, it was convenient not having to take the garbage downstairs. Lying on his 1.5-meter bed, he daydreamed about a brighter future and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, he was jolted awake by a series of loud knocks at the door. The noise originated from his own front door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Qin Hao called out, "Who is it? Can't a person sleep in peace?" As he rose to open the door, he was met with a piercing female scream. "Ah, pervert!" Realizing he was clad only in his underwear, Qin Hao quickly shut the door and hurried to dress. After 2 or 3 minutes, he opened the door again, this time clearly seeing his landlord standing outside, her face slightly flushed. "Zhang Jie, why are you here so early?" he asked awkwardly. Zhang Jie pouted, her tone laced with annoyance. "Early? It's already 9 in the morning. I called you multiple times, and since you didn't answer, I had to come find you. Are you going to leave me standing at the door?" Qin Hao stepped aside, apologetically smiling. "Of course not, Zhang Jie. Please come in." As she entered, a distinct scent typical of a single, reclusive man wafted toward her. Zhang Jie waved her hand in front of her nose, slightly wrinkling her brow. After surveying the relatively tidy room, her expression eased as she said, "Xiao Hao, it's time to pay next quarter's rent. You're over 2 weeks late. If it weren't for your previous punctuality, I would have asked you to vacate by now." Concerned that she might notice the missing television, Qin Hao discreetly shifted to block her view of the spot where the television had stood, saying, "I'm really sorry, Zhang Jie. My salary was delayed recently, which is why it's taken me so long. But don't worry, I'll transfer the rent right away." As he pulled out his phone to initiate the transfer, the hem of his shirt inadvertently revealed the well-defined abs he had gained through the system's enhancement. His bronzed skin appeared quite athletic, leading Zhang Jie to think, "Well, this kid has a decent physique. Much better than that lecture from last night. I should find an opportunity to test him. I hope he has not all looks without substance." With that thought, Zhang Jie reached out and gently grasped Qin Hao's hand as he operated his phone, softly saying, "There's no rush. Come, sit down and chat with me for a bit." Qin Hao was bewildered, mentally questioning, "What is going on? No rush. You've called me dozens of times, and now you're knocking like you're going to break down the door? Yet you tell me there's no rush, and what s with the soft tone?" As Zhang Jie pulled him to the sofa, she placed a hand on his thigh, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. He timidly stammered, "Zhang Jie, are you all right? I didn't see anything last night." Believing her unusual behavior stemmed from the prior encounter with the drunken man, he spoke up. Zhang Jie paused, then chuckled lightly. "Last night? You mean that hefty guy? You misunderstood. He is my distant cousin visiting Southeast City on business. It's been ages since we last met, and he had a bit too much to drink. So I was just seeing him off." Zhang Jie maintained a composed demeanor, showing no signs of embarrassment. Upon hearing Sister Zhang's explanation, Qin Hao nodded awkwardly and remarked, "Oh, so that's your cousin." "Yes, indeed, he's my cousin. What else could it be?" Sister Zhang replied, her fingers playfully tracing circles on Qin Hao's thigh. He instinctively tightened his legs, unable to deny the effectiveness of Sister Zhang's flirtatious tactics. Struggling to maintain his composure, Qin Hao swiftly shifted the conversation, asking, "Sister Zhang, isn't your husband at home?" "Oh, that good-for-nothing. He hasn't returned in over half a month, probably lost in some siren's embrace," Sister Zhang retorted, playfully pinching Qin Hao's thigh. Chapter 4. Special System Reward. Noticing Qin Hao's reaction, Sister Zhang intensified her teasing, adding, "It's so hot today. Why don't you turn on the air conditioning?" As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her collar, revealing glimpses of her black strapless top, causing Qin Hao's blood to surge. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself, vowing to preserve his chastity of 25 years and not succumb to this married woman. Thus, he hastily stood up, turning his back to Sister Zhang as he bent down to gather his backpack, saying, "Sister Zhang, I have some matters to attend to at work. Let's catch up another time." Seeing Qin Hao's flustered demeanor, Sister Zhang found it amusing, thinking, "How charming. He seems to be quite the innocent." Rising from the sofa, she straightened her outfit and said, "All right then, we can talk another day. Rent isn't urgent. Pay me when you have some extra cash." With that, she playfully patted Qin Hao on the rear and exited toward the door. Stunned, Qin Hao couldn't believe Sister Zhang's boldness. As he turned to watch her sway down the stairs, he shivered. Sister Zhang was quite attractive, scoring at least an 85 in looks, with a well-proportioned figure, ample where it should be, slender where it ought to be. Yet her personality was undeniably fierce, nearly overwhelming Qin Hao, who was still a virgin. Had she not been married, he might have succumbed today. Once Sister Zhang left, he quickly shut his door and transferred the rent for the next 2 quarters to her. He certainly did not want her using the rent as an excuse to visit again. He might not be so fortunate next time. After washing up, Qin Hao prepared to venture out for some shopping. Having worked overtime for so long, his pantry was nearly bare, and with a few thousand in savings, he felt it was time to indulge a little. After changing into casual athletic wear, he stepped outside and luxuriously hailed a taxi toward the Yintai Mall, one of the larger shopping centers in southeastern city, offering everything from affordable goods to extravagant luxuries. Upon arriving at Yintai Mall, Qin Hao ascended from the first floor, treating himself to several outfits and shoes. Acquiring a high-performance laptop, replacing his 3-year-old Xiaomi phone with a trendy smartphone, and stocking up on various food and drinks, by the time he exited the mall, it was already noon, burdened with shopping bags. He waited for a taxi by the roadside, observing an elderly man rummaging through a nearby trash bin, collecting bottles into a woven bag. Last night, Qin Hao had considered scavenging for recyclables himself, but having previously held a respectable position as a white-collar worker, he found it difficult to stoop so low. Now, witnessing the elderly man, he felt even less inclined to do so. The old man could hardly manage heavy work, collecting bottles to make a living. It seemed quite unseemly for Qin Hao to encroach upon his territory. Lost in thought, Qin Hao pondered how he could engage in recycling without competing with the elderly man. Just then, a couple strolled by, the woman saying, "Honey, the items I ordered online have arrived. Can you pick them up at the station later?" The man affectionately responded, "Sweetheart, what did you buy this time?" As they walked away, an idea struck Qin Hao. Why not open a small parcel collection point? Many people discarded packaging immediately after receiving deliveries, and his apartment complex lacked such a service, relying instead on a few small supermarkets for collection. He could rent a basement, discreetly stowing away cardboard boxes and packaging after hours, circumventing any exposure issues. Resolute, Qin Hao hailed a taxi back to his apartment. Once home, he unpacked and checked his bank balance. After deducting rent and shopping expenses, he found himself with around 20,000 yuan, insufficient for renting a storefront, basement, and covering other miscellaneous costs. Recalling that Sister Zhang hadn't noticed the old television during her visit, a mischievous smile crept across Qin Hao's face. Why not recycle other appliances too? Once he made some money, he could buy new ones to replace them. Surely, Sister Zhang wouldn't mind an exchange of old for new? Would she? He concluded that she likely wouldn't object and decided to proceed. Gritting his teeth, he set his sights on the washing machine, refrigerator, water dispenser, microwave, television stand, and coffee table. With the speed of a film on fast forward, Qin Hao swiftly gathered all recyclable items, repeatedly commanding the system, recycle, recycle, ding. Recycled 1 washing machine. Received monetary reward of 50,000 yuan, ding. Recycled 1 refrigerator. Received monetary reward of 30,000 yuan, ding. Recycled 1 water dispenser. Received monetary reward of 15,000 yuan, ding. Recycled 1 microwave. Received monetary reward of 20,000 yuan. The system's notifications chimed incessantly as Qin Hao continued recycling all the appliances in his room. Eventually, he paused, surveying the now empty space, with only a solitary bed remaining. If Sister Zhang were present, she would surely think his home had been ransacked. Ignoring the system's alerts, he retrieved his newly purchased smartphone, unlocking it to find a flurry of message notifications. He opened the latest message. Account XXX received a transfer of 18,000 yuan, balance 325,800 yuan. Qin Hao's heart raced with excitement, his hands trembling at the sight of such wealth for the first time. Even more thrilling was the system's voice chiming in, ding. Recycling triggered a special reward, a property ownership card for a commercial space not exceeding 80 square meters. Wow, system, you are truly considerate. It's as if the universe is granting my every wish. Qin Hao exclaimed internally, brimming with excitement, ding. Host, no need to be so ecstatic. This system is designed to help you profit from recycling items. It is my duty to assist you. I hope you will continue to strive for more recycling opportunities and achieve financial freedom soon. Listening to the system's somewhat aloof response, Qin Hao mused, now this is what I call a good boss. The system is the true embodiment of a good employer. No empty promises, just delivering what I need. After calming his fervor, Qin Hao suddenly recalled a pressing question and inquired, system, where exactly is that property card? How do I use it? Since it's my first special reward, I understand the monetary rewards are directly transferred to my bank account, but I'm uncertain about this special reward, ding. The special reward has been deposited into your personal system space. Simply think open system space to access it.to use any item in the system space, just mentally state the item's name. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao quickly thought, open system space. Instantly, a user interface resembling a game inventory appeared before him, with a series of small compartments, the first of which contained the special reward from the system. An intriguing thought struck him, and he asked, system, can the system space accommodate items from the outside world? Ding. Host, absolutely. If you simply wish to store an external item in the system space without recycling it, just touch the item with your hand and mentally say, store in system space. Wow, this system is remarkably powerful, like Doraemon's pocket, capable of holding anything. One day, I could start a moving company or a logistics firm. Delivering items by plane would astonish the competition. With his excitement subdued, Qin Hao stepped out of his apartment and wandered around the neighborhood, eager to find a suitable storefront for sale. As Qin Hao strolled towards the commercial street on the eastern side of the community, he chanced upon an unrenovated shop, its glass adorned with a notice of sale. He observed that the shop spanned just under 80 square meters, precisely 75 square meters. Resolutely, he silently intoned, open the system space. Utilize the property card, ding. The property card was successfully activated, and he acquired a 75 square meter storefront on the bustling street of the Jicheng Center. Soon after, Qin Hao's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. He answered, and a woman's voice greeted him. Hello, Mr. Qin. This is Lianjia Real Estate. The contract for the shop you entrusted us to purchase has been signed, and the ownership has been transferred to your name. When would you be available to come by the office to collect the contract and keys? Qin Hao paused for 3 seconds, astonished by the system's efficiency in handling such matters. He replied, all right, I'll head over shortly. He was familiar with Lianjia's address, as it was the same agency through which he rented his current residence. Chapter 5. Establishing a station. A few minutes later, Qin Hao arrived at Lianjia Real Estate. Upon entering, a receptionist greeted him with a smile. Sir, how may I assist you today? Qin Hao returned the smile. Hello, I'm here to collect the contract and keys for the shop I purchased. No sooner had he spoken than a graceful young woman approached him, extending her hand with a smile. Hello? You must be Mr. Qin, I'm Mu Xiaoya, the consultant responsible for your shop purchase. I didn't expect someone so young to make a full cash purchase of a street shop. Mr. Qin, you truly are remarkable. Flattered by Mu Xiaoya's compliments, Qin Hao felt a surge of pride and shook her hand lightly, replying, You flatter me, Manager Mu. Hearing herself referred to as a manager stirred a sense of excitement within Mu Xiaoya. As she was merely a consultant. Realizing Qin Hao was approachable and amiable, Mu Xiaoya felt relieved. It was often the case that wealthy individuals were difficult to please, and those with substantial wealth tended to be particularly demanding. She had initially assumed Qin Hao to be a nouveau riche individual, entrusting such a significant transaction to an agency without ever meeting in person, which typically indicated an abundance of funds. Such individuals often proved challenging to deal with, but Qin Hao's demeanor defied her expectations. Mu Xiaoya led Qin Hao to a reception area and served him a cup of tea, inquiring, Mr. Qin, have we met before? You seem familiar. Qin Hao pondered briefly before responding, It's possible. I currently reside in a property rented through your agency, but you weren't the one who assisted me, Mu Xiaoya recalled. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder you seem so familiar. After sipping his tea, Qin Hao smiled, Manager Mu, there's no need for such formalities. Given our similar ages, you may call me Qin Hao or Hao Gu. Referring to me so formally makes me feel old. Mu Xiaoya giggled, covering her mouth. All right, Hao Gu. This is your dado. I'm sorry, I misspoke again. Here are the contract and keys for your shop. As Qin Hao received the contract and keys, he glanced over the figures and gasped inwardly upon seeing the total amount to 225,000. Good heavens, the system's special reward was indeed extravagant. Mu Xiaoya, noticing his examination of the contract, ventured to ask, Hao Gu, do you plan to rent out this shop, or will you be operating your own business? Qin Hao closed the contract and replied, Neither. I intend to run my own. Mu Xiaoya was taken aback, as most clients preferred renting out their properties. After all, affluent individuals often owned multiple properties, and operating a business consumed time without guaranteed returns, making renting a more appealing option. If you don't mind me asking, what type of business do you plan to open? A restaurant or a convenience store? Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Neither. I plan to establish a small bird station. Ah? Mu Xiaoya was somewhat astonished. While Jiqing Center did not house such a station, it seemed peculiar to utilize a street shop solely for a package collection point. Could it yield sufficient returns? The world of the affluent was indeed perplexing. Though she could not comprehend it, Mu Xiaoya refrained from probing further, recognizing that the shop belonged to him, and thus he could pursue whatever venture he desired. Hao Gu, we have several partnered renovation teams. If you require assistance, we can coordinate the shop's renovations for you. At that moment, Qin Hao was contemplating renovation as well. Contacting a renovation team seemed cumbersome, especially since he also needed to discuss franchise matters with the bird station and hire 2 or 3 employees. He certainly did not wish to spend all day in the shop. Nodding, he said, Then I'll leave the renovations to you. Manager Mu. Elated, Mu Xiaoya felt her monthly performance targets were met. Hao Gu, please don't refer to me as manager anymore. Just call me Xiaoya. I'll contact the renovation team right away to expedite the process. Observing Mu Xiaoya's excitement, Qin Hao smiled. All right, Xiaoya. Please calculate the renovation costs, and I'll transfer the funds to you. Seeing Qin Hao's willingness to proceed so readily, Mu Xiaoya retrieved a calculator and began calculating. Qin Hao quietly observed her earnest expression, silently rating her. She had striking features, reminiscent of a certain ethnic beauty, akin to a celebrity known as Reba Dilly, albeit with a slightly shorter stature, estimated at around 165 cm, possessing a splendid S-shaped figure. Definitely a beauty scoring above 90. After a moment, Mu Xiaoya looked up, meeting Qin Hao's gaze, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Qin Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment and turned away. Clearing her throat, Mu Xiaoya announced, Hao Gu, I've estimated the renovation costs to be around 50,000 to 60,000, as a bird station doesn't require extensive soft furnishings. Qin Hao nodded. I'll initially transfer 100,000 to you. We may need to purchase some shelving and equipment as well. Also, please help me post a few recruitment ads to hire 2 to 3 individuals responsible for managing stock, receiving and dispatching packages, with salaries based on market rates, of course. Hao Gu will ensure the shop is renovated promptly. Mu Xiaoya replied enthusiastically, considering Qin Hao to be extraordinarily generous. Well then, I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Qin Hao mused that he had no further business to address and stood to depart. Mu Xiaoya also rose, suggesting, Hao Gu, let us add each other on WeChat. It will be convenient for communication regarding the renovations. Qin Hao retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and accepted Mu Xiaoya's friend request. Exiting the agency, Qin Hao returned to his rental unit, searched for the official website of the bird station online, and proceeded to fill out the necessary information step by step, awaiting approval. Rising, he surveyed the emptiness of his reclaimed rental space and opened a shopping app, reclining on his bed as he began to place orders. Television, washing machine, refrigerator. After purchasing approximately a dozen items, he had spent over 50,000. Glancing at his phone balance notification, he noted he had less than 200,000 remaining. Qin Hao sighed, lamenting the slow pace at which he was earning money. The next day arrived swiftly, and as his phone rang, Qin Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes and answered, "Hello. Hello, this is a delivery from a certain online retailer. May I speak with Mr. Qin?" A middle-aged man's voice resonated. "Yes, this is Qin Hao," he replied lazily. "Mr. Qin, are you home? The furniture and appliances you ordered have arrived." Now fully awake, Qin Hao rose from his bed and spoke into the phone. "All right, please bring them up." "Certainly, Mr. Qin. Please hold on. We'll be at your door shortly." After ending the call, Qin Hao donned a jacket and prepared to head downstairs to receive the delivery. As he opened his door, he encountered a girl in Hello Kitty pajamas emerging from a room on the first floor. It appeared she had just woken up and was heading to the bathroom. The first floor's bathroom was separate from the bedrooms. Seeing a half-dressed man in shorts and a jacket descending from upstairs, she gasped and swiftly retreated into the bathroom, locking the door with a click. Qin Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He adjusted his clothing, knocking lightly on the bathroom door. I'm the tenant on the second floor, just coming down to receive a package. Please don't misunderstand." After waiting a moment without a response, he chose not to say anything further. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he found two delivery personnel standing at the threshold, pushing carts laden with packages. "Hello, you must be M.Qin. Is this what you purchased from our store? Do you need assistance moving it inside?" inquired the older delivery man. Qin Hao, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "I truly apologize. I didn't anticipate acquiring so many items. Could you please help me carry them upstairs?" "No trouble at all. It is our duty," the older delivery man waved dismissively. After signaling to a nearby colleague, they began transporting the packages. Qin Hao busied himself as well, methodically organizing his belongings. After several trips back and forth, they finally completed the task. As he bid farewell to the delivery men and closed the door, a faint sound emerged from the adjacent bathroom. A girl's voice, timid yet sweet, with a hint of a childlike lilt, piqued his curiosity. "Are you really the tenant upstairs? How did you buy so many things?" she inquired, intrigued by the commotion she heard earlier. "Yes, I am indeed the tenant upstairs. Hello, I'm Qin Hao. It's a pleasure to meet you." He smiled warmly. The girl peeked through the crack of the door, assessing him. He was decent-looking, not exceptionally handsome but tall, around 6 feet 1 inch, and she perceived him as harmless. She opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Chapter 6, Portia 918. Qin Hao finally beheld the girl's features. A round face, fair complexion, and large eyes adorned with oversized glasses. Her nose was modestly defined, her lips petite, and her long ponytails complemented her adorable pajamas, rendering her a quintessential anime girl, albeit a bit short, standing around 5 feet 2 inches. Qin Hao gazed at her unabashedly, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She extended her hand and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Lin Yutong. I just moved in yesterday, and I hope to get along well with you." Qin Hao quickly reciprocated the handshake. Her hand felt delightfully soft and smooth, a sensation he hadn't experienced since graduating. After a brief moment, they released their hands. Lin Yutong glanced into Qin Hao's room, where the door was still ajar, revealing a stack of delivery boxes at the entrance. Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What did you buy? There's so much." "Oh, the appliances in my room were rather outdated, so I took advantage of a sale online to purchase some new ones," he explained with a smile. "Why not? You're quite extravagant. May I help you unpack?" "I adore opening packages," she asked, her eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. Qin Hao, charmed by her adorable demeanor, chuckled. "Sure, go ahead." With excitement, she dashed upstairs, and Qin Hao followed closely behind. He shifted some boxes in his room to create space, allowing Lin Yutong to crouch down and begin unpacking. He shook his head in amusement at her enthusiasm, reflecting on the common trait among women. There's a saying that women opening packages is akin to men tearing stockings. Despite knowing what lies inside, they can't resist the allure. Time passed pleasantly as Lin Yutong eagerly opened one package after another while Qin Hao organized his belongings. Soon, the floor was littered with empty boxes. Satisfied, she stood up, dusted her hands, and declared, "All done. I want to help you clean up these boxes. You can handle that yourself. I'll head downstairs now. Bye." She flashed him a cute smile before leaving. Qin Hao shook his head, amused by her charm. After she descended, he finally rose to address the mountain of boxes, mentally commanding, "System, recycle, ding." Recycled one delivery box, earned a monetary reward of 0.01 yuan, ding. Recycled one delivery box, earned a monetary reward of 0.01 yuan, ding. Recycled one plastic foam piece, earned a monetary reward of 0.01 yuan. As the system notifications chimed, the boxes swiftly vanished. Once all were recycled, another notification rang out, ding. Congratulations, host. You have recycled a total of 100 items and earned a special reward. Would you like to claim it? Qin Hao, initially believing his purchases wouldn't trigger a special reward, felt a surge of excitement. System, claim the special reward, he proclaimed eagerly, ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a Porsche 918 Spider supercar. What at a Porsche 918? Qin Hao was taken aback by the system's generous gift. He had only ever driven one in video games and had never seen it in reality. He recalled hearing that the son of a billionaire, Wang Tsongtsong, owned one. Just as he was absorbing the thrill of his newfound fortune, his phone rang. Upon answering, a sweet voice chimed in, "Hello, Mr. Qin. Your ordered Porsche 918 Spider has arrived. When would you like to come pick it up?" Eagerly, Qin Hao replied, "I can come today. I'll head over shortly. Please send me your store's address." He hung up before the salesperson could respond. The saleswoman, taken aback, glanced at her phone with annoyance, but her irritation faded as she anticipated meeting the mysterious affluent buyer from Southeast City. After sending the address, she touched up her makeup and adjusted her professional attire before heading to the dealership entrance. About 30 minutes later, while the saleswoman grew increasingly impatient, a Beijing Hyundai taxi pulled up outside the Porsche dealership. To her surprise, Qin Hao stepped out, dressed in casual athletic wear that likely cost a mere few thousand yuan. She didn't recognize him as the affluent customer. Approaching him, she inquired, "Excuse me, sir, how may I assist you?" Qin Hao, slightly irritated by her inquiry, thought, "What else would I be doing at a dealership?" Ignoring her, he strode directly into the showroom. The saleswoman, now somewhat offended, followed him inside. Upon entering, Qin Hao's eyes fell upon a gleaming silver-gray sports car positioned prominently in the center, cordoned off by red barriers. It was undoubtedly the Porsche 918 Spider he had ordered. As he approached, the saleswoman hastily intervened, speaking with impatience, "I'm sorry, sir, but this car is priced at 14 million yuan. If you're not planning to purchase it, please refrain from getting too close." Annoyed by her repeated interruptions, Qin Hao retorted, "What? Is it forbidden to look if I'm not buying? Is this how you treat customers at Porsche?" The saleswoman paused, taken aback by his response, and then scoffed, "Customers? That depends on whether you can afford one of our cars. The cheapest in our showroom is over 1 million yuan, and judging by your attire, I doubt you even have that much." Her loud remarks attracted the attention of a few customers in the showroom who were merely there for maintenance point. One heavily made-up young woman, linked to a plump middle-aged man, chimed in sarcastically, "Look at his appearance. It's hard to believe he could afford a Porsche." The man laughed, adding, "Young man, you might be in the wrong dealership. This isn't a place for those who can't afford a luxury car." Hearing their mockery, Qin Hao glanced at his outfit and thought, "So what if I'm in casual wear? I'm comfortable." He looked at the saleswoman and pulled out his phone, dialing the number he had just contacted. At that moment, her phone began to ring. Seeing the contact name Wealthy Qin, her expression shifted to one of surprise. She looked around for the person, but seeing no one, her gaze returned to Qin Hao. Her eyes filled with trepidation. Could this young man really be Mr. Qin? Noticing the saleswoman's stunned expression, Qin Hao subtly gestured toward her phone, indicating it was ringing. The female salesperson came to her senses, answered the call, and as she placed the phone to her ear, Qin Hao's voice came through, "Hello, I've arrived at your showroom." The young woman was immediately taken aback. The person before her was indeed Mr. Qin. Her expression contorted, resembling someone who had just eaten a dead fly. Those around her noticed the change in her demeanor, realizing that this young man had indeed come to collect his car. After all, most of them had overheard her contacting Qin Hao regarding the pickup earlier. After hanging up, Qin Hao put his phone away, spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, and glanced around at the onlookers, his expression seemingly conveying, "See, this car is mine. Are you still going to mock me?" At that moment, the woman who had previously mocked Qin Hao clung to a middle-aged man and hurriedly lowered her head as they left. She dared not linger near Qin Hao. A sports car worth over 14 million was not something people like them could provoke, and it was wiser to keep their distance to avoid collateral damage. The female salesperson, now realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to Qin Hao, bowed and apologetically said, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Qin. I truly did not know you were Mr. Qin. Please do not take my earlier remarks to heart. Qin Hao let out a cold snicker and slowly replied, What? Are you worried now that I might damage the car? When did your Porsche dealership stipulate that one must wear a suit and tie to purchase a vehicle? The salesperson was rendered speechless by Qin Hao's retort. At that moment, a middle-aged man, resembling a manager, noticed the commotion in the showroom and saw the salesperson continuously bowing. He thought to himself, has Xiao Hong gotten herself into trouble again? And quickly approached. Chapter 7. Staying low-key, the middle-aged man hurried over, and upon seeing the manager's arrival, the female salesperson quickly began explaining the situation. The manager, astute in nature, could tell from Qin Hao's attire that Xiao Hong had once again judged a book by its cover and offended this gentleman. Without waiting for the salesperson to finish, the manager slightly bowed to Qin Hao and said apologetically, I sincerely apologize for the offense. It is my failure in managing my staff. I am the manager here. How about this, Mr. Qin? Instead of standing here, let us retire to our VIP lounge for some tea and to ease the tension. Seeing the middle-aged man so courteous, Qin Hao nodded gently. As the manager led Qin Hao to the VIP lounge. He instructed the female salesperson, Xiao Hong, hurry and pour Mr. Qin a cup of tea. Coming back to her senses, she quickly followed suit. Upon entering the VIP lounge, Qin Hao leisurely settled onto the sofa, while the middle-aged manager took a seat opposite him, leaning slightly forward. The salesperson, Xiao Hong, prepared a cup of tea for Qin Hao and then retreated to stand beside the manager. The middle-aged manager initiated the conversation. Mr. Qin, first and foremost, I must extend our sincerest apologies on behalf of the Porsche dealership for the earlier incident. It is my lack of oversight that has caused this affront. As he spoke, he attempted to bow again to Qin Hao. Qin Hao quickly waved his hand to stop the manager, thinking, is this going to be a series of bows? Are you trying to send me off? He then remarked, enough of that, I see your nameplate, Manager Wang, right? Let us not dwell on the trivial. I can overlook what happened earlier, but the professionalism of your sales staff requires improvement. Just because someone cannot afford your car does not mean they should be treated with disdain. Every customer is valuable, even those who cannot afford a Porsche. After taking a sip of tea, the manager quickly signaled to Xiao Hong, who understood and hurriedly approached to refill Qin Hao's cup. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Hao noticed the white fabric peeking from Xiao Hong's collar. Realizing she had discreetly unbuttoned 2 buttons of her professional attire, one glance nearly caused him to lose his composure. He quickly diverted his gaze, feigning nonchalance. The middle-aged manager, being quite perceptive, noticed Qin Hao's reaction and glanced at Xiao Hong, understanding the situation. He then said, Mr. Qin, you truly are magnanimous. Xiao Hong, do thank Mr. Qin. Xiao Hong promptly bowed again. Her gesture perfectly measured, granting Qin Hao another delightful view. Manager Wang then instructed, Xiao Hong, please organize Mr. Qin's vehicle and purchase documentation. Xiao Hong complied and exited. Manager Wang turned back to Qin Hao, saying, Mr. Qin, it's impressive that at such a young age, you can drive a Porsche 918 supercar. May I inquire what business you are in? Qin Hao thought to himself, this old fox is trying to probe my background. He decided to be candid. Replying nonchalantly, I haven't been in any business. I used to work in IT, just a programmer, and I was recently laid off. I suppose I am now an unemployed wanderer. The manager's expression turned complex upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, Mr. Qin, you certainly have a knack for humor. With your status, do you really need to work for someone else? Qin Hao merely smiled, choosing not to delve further into the topic, as he truly had no formal employment at the moment and was there primarily to collect his car. Discussing it further would be redundant. Thus, he shifted the conversation back to the vehicle, saying, Manager Wang, let us talk about the car. Wang, understanding that Qin Hao preferred to keep his identity private, swiftly replied, of course, Mr. Qin. The Porsche 918 Spider you ordered has a base price of 14 million. Including taxes, insurance, and transportation, the total comes to 15.1 million. It is not yet registered. Do you have any specific preferences for the license plate? Qin Hao nodded and said, I have no particular requirements for the license plate. Can your dealership handle the registration? I dislike hassle and do not wish to waste time. With a smile, Manager Wang replied, certainly, Mr. Qin. We happen to have 2 excellent plates available. One is East A58888, and the other is East A51111, valued at 4.9 million and 2.4 million, respectively. Since you already paid 20 million upon ordering, you can choose either. Qin Hao thought, goodness, .1 plate costs this much? Surely, he isn't trying to swindle me. However, he was astounded by how the system had prepared everything, including the registration fees. Little did he realize that manager Wang's pricing was influenced by the assumption that Qin Hao would choose the 58888 plate, allowing them to retain the surplus. Seeing the manager's intentions, Qin Hao casually remarked, the 58888 plate. Well, it feels a bit ostentatious, too flashy for my taste. I prefer the 51111 plate. It's more understated. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Manager Wang thought to himself, seriously? You just bought a 14 million sports car and you want to be low-key. If you want to be discreet, why not just buy a Mercedes or BMW? However, he kept these thoughts to himself, not daring to voice them before Qin Hao. With a smile, Manager Wang said, very well, Mr. Qin, I will arrange for the registration immediately. Please hold on. Qin Hao nodded, and Manager Wang exited the VIP lounge. Approximately half an hour later, Manager Wang returned with Xiao Hong. Mr. Qin, the license plate has been registered. I'll have Xiao Hong accompany you for a test drive. Qin Hao nodded and stood up. Wang turned to Xiao Hong, instructing, Xiao Hong, please ensure Mr. Qin has a good experience during the test drive. If it gets late, don't worry about returning to the dealership. You can leave for the day. Xiao Hong, understanding the implication, eagerly replied, of course, Manager, I will take excellent care of Mr. Qin during the test drive. The way she said test drive was particularly enticing, as she opened the door to the VIP lounge and respectfully gestured for Qin Hao to proceed towards the parking lot. Listening to Xiao Hong's alluring tone, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, thinking, goodness, is she inviting me to test drive the car or to test her? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as he genuinely had never driven a sports car and needed someone to guide him. Qin Hao and Xiao Hong made their way to the Porsche 918, and instead of immediately getting in, Qin Hao walked around the car, admiring it. There was no denying that a supercar is a supercar. The silver gray paint exuded a futuristic aura, the front design embodied luxurious athleticism, and the lower grille radiated a sporty flair, creating an imposing presence. Xiao Hong handed the car key to Qin Hao, who appreciated the silver gray key's exquisite feel. He gently pressed the unlock button, opened the door, and settled into the vehicle. Xiao Hong promptly took her place in the passenger seat. As Qin Hao settled into the car, he immediately perceived a distinctly luxurious ambience, markedly different from that of an ordinary vehicle. The high-quality materials, coupled with exquisite handcrafted stitching, enveloped him in an aura of sophistication. Carbon fiber accents adorned the interior, enhancing the overall sense of opulence. Simultaneously, the vibrant contrast in stitching added a sporty flair to the vehicle. The car was equipped with an array of advanced driving assistance features. Noticing Qin Hao gently caressing the steering wheel, Xiao Hong spoke up, Mr. Qin, allow me to explain the functions of this vehicle. Qin Hao nodded in acknowledgement, yet his gaze remained fixated on the car, leaving Xiao Hong feeling somewhat awkward. Internally, she mused, such a typical man. With such a beautiful woman beside him, he can think of nothing but the car. However, she quickly resumed her explanation. Gradually, Qin Hao became familiar with the vehicle and soon drove out of the parking lot. Heading towards the city, Xiao Hong, seated in the passenger seat, intermittently shared insights and tips about the car's features. As Qin Hao concentrated on driving, Xiao Hong turned her head to observe his profile, contemplating how wonderful it would be if something were to develop between us. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, as they approached the city, he inquired, Miss Hong, where are you headed? Ah? Xiao Hong was surprised by his question, then quickly realized her mistake and playfully retorted, my surname isn't Hong, I can't believe you don't even know my last name. She continued, my surname is Li Yin Hong, Lin Hong. Qin Hao repeated the name to himself, suddenly recalling it belonged to the chairperson of Chengdu's search. He chuckled, remarking, Miss Li, your name is truly delightful. Xiao Hong laughed in response, saying, indeed, many people immediately associate my name with the chairperson of Chengdu. Following this brief exchange, the atmosphere in the car became considerably more lively. As they gradually entered the city, the streets grew busier. However, the area surrounding Qin Hao's car remained surprisingly clear, as if it were enveloped in an energy shield that kept other vehicles at bay. Passers-by turned their heads to admire the strikingly futuristic design of the car. Behind them, a Honda Civic trailed at a distance of over 50 meters. A man and a woman occupied the vehicle, with the woman questioning the man, why are you keeping such a distance from the car in front? You told me this car is exceptional, capable of surpassing anything, she urged. The man, gazing at her incredulously, thought to himself, how did I end up with such a clueless partner? Yet he patiently explained, darling, that car ahead is a Porsche 918, worth over 10 million. If we were to scrape it, you wouldn't be able to cover the damages. Upon learning the car's value, the woman fell silent, patting her chest and exclaiming, really? It's a Porsche 918? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? The man, bemused by her naivety, replied, "What would I gain from lying? Can't you see the emblem on the back? It's the 918 Spider." Such conversations echoed among the various vehicles trailing behind Qin Hao. Observing that they were heading deeper into the city, Xiaohong inquired, "Mr. Qin, do you have time for dinner tonight?" Qin Hao shook his head, replying, "Let us pass on that today. I have other commitments this evening." Xiaohong quickly adjusted, saying, "Since you're busy, we can reschedule for another day." Qin Hao nodded and then asked, "Xiaohong, you still haven't mentioned your destination. I can drop you off." After a moment's thought, she said, "It's still early. Would you mind taking me to the Yintai shopping mall? I'd like to stroll around since I have some free time." Qin Hao agreed, steering the car toward the mall. They arrived at Yintai shopping mall shortly, and Qin Hao parked by the roadside. Unlocking the doors, Xiaohong turned to him, saying, "Mr. Qin, let us connect on WeChat. If there are any issues with the vehicle, feel free to reach out to me." Qin Hao nodded and opened WeChat, accepting her friend request. However, instead of exiting the car immediately, Xiaohong lightly traced circles on Qin Hao's right thigh with her finger and softly whispered, "Mr. Qin, if you encounter any problems beyond the car, you can reach out to me anytime." With that, she exited the vehicle. Qin Hao felt a shiver run down his spine from her teasing gesture. After Xiaohong closed the door and drove away, she attempted to wave goodbye, only to awkwardly retract her hand. Frustratedly stomping her heel and muttering, "Humph, what a dense man, utterly devoid of romance." Qin Hao soon returned to his rented apartment. Having previously not rented a parking space, he parked in the underground garage of an adjacent office building. Upon seeing Qin Hao's license plate, the security guard immediately announced over the intercom, "Attention, a luxury vehicle with 5 ones in its license plate has entered. Please guide it to the VIP parking spot." Unaware of the car's specific model, the guard instinctively assumed it was a high-end vehicle due to the unique plate. Before long, Qin Hao experienced the enthusiastic reception of the community's security personnel, who guided him effortlessly to the VIP parking space. After parking, he nodded in gratitude to the guard, who responded with a somewhat awkward salute. This unexpected display of attention left Qin Hao feeling bemused, wondering if he had mistakenly entered a different neighborhood. Emerging from the underground garage, Qin Hao intended to check on his commercial property, curious about the renovation progress overseen by Mu Xiaoya. After a brief walk, he arrived at the storefront, feeling relieved to see several workers measuring dimensions inside, presumably the renovation crew. Mu Xiaoya was engaged in discussion with the foreman when Qin Hao approached and cleared his throat. Upon noticing him, Mu Xiaoya smiled, "Brother Hao, you've come." "Yes, I just returned from outside and thought I'd stop by. I didn't expect you to move so quickly. You found a renovation team in just a day?" Qin Hao replied, smiling. "Of course, I prioritize the tasks you assign," Mu Xiaoya said. "By the way, let me introduce you to our longtime collaborator, the foreman, Master Kong." She gestured towards the foreman, who promptly removed his gloves to shake Qin Hao's hand. "Master Kong, when do you think the renovations for this shop can be completed?" Qin Hao inquired. With a hearty smile, Master Kong produced the recently measured blueprints and replied, "Mr. Qin, the shop has an interior area of 69 square meters. I understand from Miss Mu that you're planning to set up a bird's nest CAF. With some work on the flooring, walls, and ceiling, I estimate it will take about 3 to 4 days to finish." Qin Hao was pleased with this timeline and patted Master Kong on the shoulder, saying, "Great, I appreciate your efforts." "Not at all, Mr. Qin, you're too kind," Master Kong replied, waving his hands modestly. "All right then, I won't disturb you further," Qin Hao said, stepping outside. Mu Xiaoya, sensing that Qin Hao was leaving after only a brief conversation, followed him outside, puzzled. "Brother Hao, why are you leaving so soon? Are you dissatisfied with the renovation team?" Turning to her with a smile, Qin Hao reassured her, "Not at all. I just thought the workers were working hard in this heat, so I wanted to grab some drinks and cigarettes from the supermarket to reward them." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoya's worried expression relaxed, and she patted her chest in relief, exclaiming, I thought you were upset. You scared me." Qin Hao shook his head. After leaving the supermarket with a bag of drinks, he carried a pack of cigarettes in hand and delivered them to the renovation crew. Master Kong expressed his gratitude profusely, rallying the workers to thank Qin Hao as well, assuring him they would ensure the work was done beautifully. After bidding farewell to Mu Xiaoya and the crew, Qin Hao returned to his rented apartment. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sound of a girl's playful laughter and the rhythmic tapping of a keyboard from the first-floor room. The laughter sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Dismissing the thought, he proceeded to his room, plopping down onto the sofa and muttering to himself, "What a tiring day! Driving a 20 million Porsche 918 for the first time is exhausting. I'd have been more comfortable just taking a taxi, where I wouldn't have to lift a finger." Although he outwardly expressed indifference, Qin Hao felt an undeniable thrill in his heart. After all, the Porsche 918 was a rarity in the entire southeastern city, lending an air of superiority to its owner. The mere thought of driving past his former workplace and witnessing the dismay on Wang Tuzi's face was exhilarating. The more he entertained these thoughts, the more pleasure he derived from them. Resolutely, he vowed to toil earnestly and amass wealth, envisioning a day when he could reclaim his former company and dismiss Wang Tuzi from his position. With these exhilarating thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Hao reclined on the sofa, resting his head on his hands and crossing his legs, his feet swaying leisurely. Anyone observing him in that moment would surely be unable to resist the temptation to intervene. Feeling somewhat bored, he retrieved his phone and opened Douyin, intending to indulge in a few short videos. To his astonishment, the first video that popped up was accompanied by the same playful laughter he had heard upon entering. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the girl in the video as his downstairs roommate. Although she wore a mask, her adorable voice and whimsical laughter were unmistakable. Qin Hao had never actively followed her, but he occasionally stumbled upon her videos, always finding himself amused by her quirky laughter and charming tone. Curiously, he clicked on her profile and discovered that she was a gaming streamer, primarily focused on games like PUBG, League of Legends, and Honor of Kings. He was taken aback to find that she boasted over 20 million followers, exclaiming in disbelief, who would have thought she was a major influencer? At that moment, he noticed she was live streaming, so he entered the stream eagerly. Just as he joined, he heard her exuberant voice exclaim, "Yay! We won in PUBG. I told you. Brothers, you've all seen it, right?" Qin Hao couldn't contain himself and ended up spitting out the water he had just sipped. Thinking how bold she was to make such a comment, the barrage of comments on the screen quickly escalated. "Streamer, you're amazing. Let us play PUBG together next time. I suspect you're driving and I have evidence. You re too suggestive. I need to get off this ride. It's not for kindergarten. Let us keep it civil, shall we?" Chapter 9. Special Reward. Gynecology expert. As the comments continued to flood the screen, Qin Hao found himself laughing to the point of tears, while the girl appeared baffled by the onslaught of remarks. Blushing slightly, she adopted an indignant tone, saying, "You naughty people, stop teasing me, humph." The sight of the lively comments alongside her playful demeanor filled Qin Hao with joy, prompting him to reward her with a virtual rocket. Upon seeing the rocket fly by, she formed a heart shape with her hands and cheerfully thanked him over the microphone. "Thank you, Qin Wang Yao Ri Tian, for the rocket." The viewers in the live chat erupted in excitement over Qin Hao's generous gesture. "Dude, that's an impressive name. Qin Wang Yao Ri Tian, so cool. Day Tian brother, send another rocket." The lively chatter continued, with viewers echoing praises and encouragements. Qin Hao was thoroughly entertained, leading him to send 10 more rockets in quick succession, which brought an influx of viewers to her stream. The girl expressed her gratitude once more, her voice reaching Qin Hao even from the second floor. After exploring a few more streams and finding them uninteresting, he decided to turn off his phone and retire for the night. However, just as he was about to sleep, a notification pinged on his phone, revealing that his application for the bird station had been approved. Eagerly, he logged into his laptop, where the approval message included a list of necessary equipment. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the payment, as the few thousand yuan were no longer a significant concern for him. His focus was on launching the station, which would provide a steady stream of items for recycling. Once he wrapped up matters with the bird station, Qin Hao shut his phone and lay down to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and the following morning, he arose early. Since graduating and becoming a programmer, he had not enjoyed such restful sleep in a long time. Stretching by the window, he mused to himself, early to bed and early to rise truly benefits the body. Life away from coding is delightful. After washing up and changing clothes, he descended to the first floor for breakfast. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed 2 bags of trash at the entrance, presumably left by Lin Yutong the previous night. With a sudden idea, he decided to recycle the trash instead of simply discarding it, thinking it might earn him a bit of money. He silently chanted, "System, recycle." Ding recycled half a leftover watermelon. Received a monetary reward of 100 yuan. Ding recycled a pile of sunflower seed shells. Received a monetary reward of 50 yuan. Ding recycled a heap of used tissues. Received a monetary reward of 50 yuan. Ding recycled 5 takeout boxes. Received a monetary reward of 50 yuan. Ding recycled 2 mineral water bottles. Received a monetary reward of 20 yuan. Ding recycled 1 sanitary pad. Received a monetary reward of 500 yuan. Qin Hao's expression darkened at the mention of the sanitary pad. This girl must be on her period. He regretted his decision to recycle her trash, pondering why he had chosen to engage in such a task. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's voice chimed again. Ding special reward triggered, skill acquired. Gynecology expert Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this system? Explain this special reward. Gynecology expert. Ding. Host. Special rewards are randomly triggered. And this system cannot intervene. As the gynecology expert, you will possess the ability to treat female ailments. Qin Hao inhaled sharply and asked, System, how does one utilize this gynecology expert skill? Ding. Host. This skill exclusively targets human females. When using it, simply focus on the target female and silently chant gynecology expert. The target's physical data, medical condition, and corresponding treatment plans will appear in your mind. After hearing the system's explanation, Qin Hao's initial dissatisfaction subsided. Realizing this could be a beneficial skill that might even allow him to earn more money. As he exited his apartment, he spotted a woman jogging towards him. He focused on her and silently recited, Gynecology expert. Suddenly, it was as if a screen appeared before him, displaying the woman's information, name, age, height, weight, health status, and more. He noticed her medical condition indicated habitual miscarriage, cause, genetic mutation. Several treatment options were listed, both traditional and modern medicine, all with a 100% success rate. Qin Hao studied the information intently, completely oblivious to the woman's annoyance at being stared at. Just as she jogged past him, she muttered under her breath, Ugh, disgusting pervert. Realizing how he must have appeared, Qin Hao felt a surge of embarrassment, grateful that no one else was around to witness his awkwardness. Nevertheless, the gynecology expert's skill was indeed remarkable. He had just gleaned crucial information about a genetic condition that current medical technology struggled to treat. Just knowing a person's name and age at a glance felt almost supernatural, igniting a desire within him to set up a fortune-telling stall. Before long, he purchased breakfast, soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, and tea eggs, and made his way home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Yutong, who leaned against the doorframe, one hand clutching her abdomen. Her face contorted in pain. Concerned, Qin Hao hurriedly asked, Are you all right? Are you sick? As he spoke, he recalled the 2 bags of trash he had collected earlier. He placed his breakfast down, helped Lin Yutong into the room, and seated her on the sofa. Turning, he offered her the warm soy milk, saying, I just bought breakfast. Drink some soy milk while it's warm. Seeing the steaming cup of soy milk he extended, Lin Yutong's thoughts drifted to the trash bag she had disposed of that morning, causing her cheeks to flush. He couldn't have seen the rubbish I threw away, could he? Feeling slightly out of place in her room, Qin Hao said, You should rest up. If you need anything, just call me. As he turned to leave, Lin Yutong, with flushed cheeks, spoke up, Qin Hao, thank you for helping me with the trash. Upon hearing the mention of throwing away trash, Qin Hao felt a slight flush in his ears. Although he had not inspected the contents, he had indeed disposed of a sanitary napkin. Lin Yutong's comment, combined with Qin Hao's earlier gesture of offering hot soy milk, made his action seem somewhat deliberate. He felt an urge to chastise himself. Why had he bought hot soy milk? Wouldn't iced soy milk have sufficed? It's nothing, just a casual act. Please rest well, I'll head upstairs now, Qin Hao said, somewhat flustered, before hastily ascending the stairs. Lin Yutong found his flustered demeanor amusing and, once he was out of sight, couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, the laughter triggered a familiar discomfort in her abdomen, leading her to emit soft groans of pain. Meanwhile, Qin Hao plopped onto the sofa, switched on the television, and munched on some youtiao with leftover mineral water from the previous night. Soon after finishing breakfast, he checked his phone and noticed a notification. Tong Xin has sent you a voice message. Please click to view. He casually tapped on the message, which was a TikTok notification, leading him to the private message interface. At the top was a message from the streamer Tong Xin. Upon playing the voice message, Lin Yutong's adorable voice reached his ears. Thank you, brother Daetion, for sending me so many rockets. Come join my live stream when you have time. It was a brief message, and Qin Hao responded with an OK emoji before exiting the private message interface. He then noticed several friend requests and assumed they were from Tong Xin's fans. Thus, he paid them no mind. Just as he was about to close TikTok, another message from Tong Xin came through. Curious, he opened it to find another voice message. Lin Yutong's playful, childlike voice chimed in, Brother Daetion, I'm not feeling well today, so I might not be able to stream. Don't miss me too much. Qin Hao felt a mix of amusement and irritation. This girl was on her period yet still remembered to message him. Her exaggerated, playful tone was hardly indicative of someone in discomfort. Had she used a more sultry voice, he might have suspected she was the type of streamer who could be won over with gifts from fans. Deciding not to tease her further, he sent a voice message. I say, Yutong, if you're on your period, you should rest well and not think about streaming. After sending the message, he waited for a response. But when none came, he assumed Lin Yutong had fallen asleep and exited TikTok. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yutong had indeed heard his message. Initially puzzled, she wondered how Brother Daetion knew her name was Yutong, as she didn't recall mentioning it during her streams. Did he truly recognize her? Upon hearing him advise her to rest during her period, an unsettling premonition washed over her. Imagining Qin Hao's face, she looked up at the ceiling, contemplating the unlikely coincidence that her fan might actually be Qin Hao. Flushing with embarrassment, she covered her face, realizing how mortifying it was to be recognized despite wearing a mask during her streams. Chapter 10. The boss is truly wealthy. While Lin Yutong felt embarrassed, Qin Hao descended the stairs carrying a trash bag. He knocked on Lin Yutong's door, asking, "Are you asleep? I'm heading out and thought I could help you with the trash." His intentions were genuinely kind, but as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. After all, he'd just been through an embarrassing moment. Assuming Lin Yutong was asleep due to her silence, he opened the door to exit. "Wait!" came Lin Yutong's voice from behind him. Qin Hao turned around to see her timidly opening the door, but she wasn't holding any trash. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "Qin Hao, are you Brother Daetion?" Taken aback, Qin Hao realized she had recognized him and admitted openly, "Yes, that's me. I was browsing TikTok yesterday and stumbled upon your stream. At first, I didn't dare to confirm it was you since you were wearing a mask. But your voice gave it away. Is it really you? You were Brother Daetion? You sent me over 10 rockets last night." Lin Yutong spoke, still incredulous. Seeing her disbelief, Qin Hao pulled out his phone, opened TikTok, navigated to his private messages, and handed it to her, saying, "Here, see for yourself." Lin Yutong took the phone, and the top message clearly displayed their conversation. Qin Hao smiled. "Now, do you believe me? I really am Brother Daetion. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Dazed, Lin Yutong returned the phone, her face flushed as she said, "Thank you for the rockets. I gained quite a few followers yesterday." Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Do you have anything to throw away? I can take it with me." As they spoke, Lin Yutong handed him a bag of garbage, and he turned to leave. After he departed, she went to the bathroom and gazed at her slightly flushed reflection in the mirror. Recalling how she had playfully sent heart signs to Qin Hao during her stream, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, she thought, "How shameful. But perhaps does Qin Hao have feelings for me? He even bought me breakfast." Sitting on the toilet, she pondered, is it wrong to accept his gifts so easily? I remember the landlord, Sister Zhang, saying Qin Hao works in IT, and he spent quite a bit on me yesterday. Should I repay him? Meanwhile, Qin Hao arrived at the elevator corner, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and mentally commanded, "System, recycle." The trash bag in his hand vanished, and the system's notification chimed, ding. Recycled 3 tissues, earned a reward of 10 yuan, ding. Recycled 1 packaging box, earned a reward of 10 yuan, ding. Recycled 2 plastic bags, earned a reward of 0.02 yuan. As the system's notifications rang in his mind, he noted that there were no special rewards this time. Exiting the apartment building, he made his way toward the store. Earlier, he had received a call about a delivery. The equipment he had purchased for the bird station had arrived, directed to the verified shop under his name. Upon arrival, he found several large boxes at the shop entrance, with a young man in a bird station uniform standing nearby, engrossed in his phone. Qin Hao approached, extending his hand. "Hello, I'm Qin Hao." The young man quickly put down his phone and shook hands with Qin Hao. "Hello, Mr. Qin. The equipment for bird station has been delivered. I noticed your shop is still under renovation, so I didn't unpack the equipment. Once everything is ready, I'll come back to explain how to use it." "All right, thank you for your efforts. You'll need to make another trip. Here, have a cigarette." Qin Hao casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered it to the young man. The young man's face lit up at the sight of the cigarettes, and he waved his hands, smiling, "No need, Mr. Qin. This is all part of the job." He then helped Qin Hao move the equipment inside. After bidding farewell to the young man, Qin Hao inspected the shop's renovation progress. The flooring was being worked on, and the walls and ceiling were already completed. He marveled at the reliability of the contractor. It seemed the work would be finished soon, and just as he was about to leave, he spotted Mu Xiaoya approaching with 3 youthful individuals who bore a student-like demeanor. Qin Hao waved at Mu Xiaoya, who reciprocated with a wave while quickening her pace. "Brother Hao, why are you here so early today?" she asked curiously. "Some equipment for bird station arrived, so I came to collect it." "Who are these 3? Qin Hao inquired, looking at the young people beside Mu Xiaoya. "Oh, these 3 are the employees I recruited for you. Brother Hao, I brought them here to familiarize them with the shop." Mu Xiaoya explained, addressing the trio. "Now, introduce yourselves to Brother Hao. He is the owner of this bird station." "Hello, boss," the 3 chimed in unison. Qin Hao smiled at them. "Hello. No need to call me boss. It feels awkward. Just call me brother Hao like Xiaoya. They nodded enthusiastically, surprised by how young and approachable their boss was, which delighted them. Since it's still early, let us not stand around. Let us go to KFC to sit and chat. Qin Hao suggested. Come on, Xiaoya, let us go together. Assuming Qin Hao had something to discuss, Mu Xiaoya followed him. Upon reaching KFC, Qin Hao instructed the four to take a seat while he went to order some food and drinks. After a brief wait, he returned with a tray of food. The four stood to help him, and one quick-witted young man, noticing Qin Hao was about to head back to the counter, rushed forward. Saying, Brother Hao, you sit down. I'll get it. Qin Hao chuckled and took a seat. When the young man returned with the tray, the two tables were already piled high with food. Everyone awkwardly expressed their gratitude. Thanking Qin Hao for his generosity, Qin Hao waved his hand and said, From now on, I'll be relying on you to take this seriously. I simply do not have the time to oversee everything in the shop. He looked at the young individuals before him and inquired, Are you all still students? The young man who had just served a meal spoke first. Yes, brother Hao, my name is Qi Ming, and I am a student at the nearby Normal University. Majoring in physical education, currently in my third year, he continued. I have previously worked at the package collection point at school, so I am quite familiar with the operations of a delivery station. Qin Hao nodded and turned to the other 2.1 of the girls, somewhat shyly, introduced herself. Brother Hao, I'm Lu Xiaoxue, a student at the University of Architecture, majoring in finance, and I have just entered my second year. The final young man added, Brother Hao, I'm Wang Peng, also from the University of Architecture, majoring in computer science, and I'm in my fourth year. How amusing, Qin Hao thought. Wang Peng shares a name with my chubby friend and also studies computer science. He felt somewhat satisfied and then addressed Mu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, have you briefed them on their responsibilities and compensation? Mu Xiaoya nodded. Yes, brother, how did I have informed them that the working hours are from 9 in the morning until 9 in the evening? I checked the compensation at a few nearby delivery stations and mentioned a salary of 3,500. However, the final decision rests with you. Qin Hao nodded again and asked, Since you are all still attending school, will the working hours pose any issues? It wouldn't interfere with your classes, would it? Qi Ming responded, No, Brother Hao, you need not worry. Our courses in physical education are sparse, especially now in the latter half of the third year. We hardly have any classes left. Wang Ping added, I have no concerns either. In the latter half of my fourth year, I only need to return for my thesis defense. Qin Hao nodded and turned to Lu Xiaoxue, who, upon noticing his gaze, set down her milk tea and said, Brother Hao, as I'm still in my second year, I might not be able to come if I have classes. However, I can be here after 5 in the afternoon and work until 9 or even later. Additionally, I am available to work on weekends. After pondering for a moment, Qin Hao felt this arrangement was acceptable. After all, he was only responsible for deliveries in this one community, which would not be overly demanding. As long as the three of them could rotate shifts, it would be sufficient. In that case, he began. I will offer each of you a monthly salary of 4,000. Since you haven't graduated yet, I am unable to provide social insurance for the time being. Qi Ming, since you have prior experience, you will take on the role of manager, overseeing attendance and the daily operations of the station. I will cover your meal expenses during work hours, allocating 4,500 per month for the three of you to decide what you wish to eat. Hearing Qin Hao's words, the three of them were elated. A monthly salary of 4,000 was unprecedented for them, as they had worked various jobs while studying but had never earned such a high wage. Moreover, the coverage of meal expenses made Qin Hao seem exceptionally generous. Mu Xiaoya, upon hearing Qin Hao's remarks, silently contemplated her own salary, inwardly cursing her own boss. Without Qin Hao's business, she would likely struggle to meet her performance targets this month, barely managing with a basic salary of less than 3,500, which hardly sufficed for rent. The thought of resigning to work for Qin Hao crossed her mind. Qi Ming composed himself, picked up his drink, stood up, and assured Qin Hao, Brother Hao, you can count on me. I will work diligently and not let you down. After finishing his drink, Qin Hao smiled, placing a hand on Qi Ming's arm, signaling him to sit down. He added, There's one more thing. Qi Ming, I hope that when people come to collect their packages, they leave the packaging boxes and bags at the station. At the end of each day, please organize the collected boxes and bags. Before he could finish, Qin Hao recalled his earlier intention to rent a basement, which had slipped his mind due to the rewards from the system. He then addressed Mu Xiaoya, by the way. Xiaoya, you need to help me rent a basement to serve as a storage area for some items. Upon receiving this directive, Mu Xiaoya promptly opened her phone and searched through the listings of a rental agency. Discovering several available basements, she then inquired, Brother Hao, do you have any specific requirements for the basement? Qin Hao contemplated briefly and replied, Ideally, It should be close to the store for easier transportation. Mu Xiaoya nodded and resumed her search. Before long, she found a suitable option, which Qin Hao approved, noting its size of over 10 square meters and proximity of about 200 meters from the store. Qin Hao instructed Mu Xiaoya to proceed with the rental arrangements. Once Mu Xiaoya departed, Qin Hao continued, "Let us get back to the topic at hand. After work, the collected boxes and bags should be taken to that basement. How does that sound? Is that feasible?" The three looked puzzled, wondering what purpose the boxes and bags served. Did the boss intend to sell scrap? It was rather perplexing. Qi Ming was the first to respond, quickly assuring, "No problem, Brother Hao." Qin Hao understood their confusion but chose not to elaborate further. He couldn't very well tell them, "I have a system that will allow me to earn money through the recycling of materials." To quell their doubts, he added, "Qi Ming, please keep track of the waste materials collected each month. The more you collect, the higher your bonus at the end of the month." Upon hearing this, the three were instantly delighted, lifting their drinks in a toast to Qin Hao. Their jubilant cheers attracted the attention of those nearby, prompting Qin Hao to gesture for them to temper their enthusiasm. After exchanging contact information with the trio and handing the shop keys to Qi Ming, he bid them farewell and exited the KFC. Chapter 11. Returning to campus as Qin Hao stepped out of KFC, he made his way towards the underground parking garage of the office building. He intended to take his Porsche 918 for a spin. With the delivery station now entrusted to Qi Ming and Mu Xiaoya managing the basement rental, Qin Hao found himself with little to do and looked forward to enjoying a leisurely drive. Upon arriving at the underground garage, he noticed a tall beauty clad in a form-fitting dress standing in front of his Porsche 918, taking selfies. Qin Hao stood to the side, observing as she posed in various ways, snapping picture after picture. Initially hesitant to interrupt, he assumed she would finish soon, but upon seeing her engrossed in her activity, he decided to approach and inform her that he needed to use the car. At that moment, the beauty noticed Qin Hao watching her and snapped, "Hey, what are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Irritated by her tone, Qin Hao retorted, "I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at my car." The woman, now even more incensed, shot back, "What do you mean? You think I can't compare to your car?" She glared at him, taking in his jeans paired with a plaid shirt and canvas shoes. "You look young and inexperienced," she scoffed. "Do you even know what car this is? This is a Porsche 918, a sports car worth millions. If you scratch it, can you afford to pay?" She dismissed him. Turning back to resume her photo session, Qin Hao let out a laugh, feeling impatient as he wanted to hit the road before traffic built up. He decided to clarify, "You're mistaken. This car is the 918 Spider, with a price tag of 17.5 million. The woman paused, surprised, and responded, "So expensive." She then pulled out her phone, muttering to herself, "I need to change my social media post. I miscalculated by a zero. Watching her, Qin Hao felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, thinking, "Lady, you seem to have missed the point completely." He then asked, "Miss, are you done taking photos?" She glanced at him, impatience evident in her demeanor. "Even if you know this car, what does it matter? Is it yours? I can take photos for as long as I want. It's none of your business." She leaned against the passenger door, ready to snap more pictures. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Hao took out his car key, pressed the unlock button, and the Porsche 918 emitted a beep, its lights flashing and mirrors unfolding. The woman quickly stepped away from the passenger door, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at the key in Qin Hao's hand. Without acknowledging her, he opened the driver's door and sat inside. Realizing what was happening, the woman hurried over, knocking on the driver's window, signaling Qin Hao to roll it down. He complied, asking, "Is there something else?" Her demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting a sweet tone, "Handsome, your car is so cool. Can I hop in for a few photos?" She even flashed him a flirtatious glance. Qin Hao was taken aback by her sudden change in attitude, thinking, "Wow, that was a quick switch." He chuckled and replied, "Sure, just wait while I pull the car out of the spot." Delighted, she stepped aside as Qin Hao started the engine and slowly maneuvered out of the parking space. Just as she circled to the back to approach the passenger side, he suddenly pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche 918 roared to life, speeding towards the garage exit. A woman was startled by the roar of a Porsche 918. By the time she regained her composure, the car had long vanished. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, breaking her high heel upon contact with the ground, and angrily tossed her bag aside, cursing under her breath about the audacity of the wealthy. However, Qin Hao was oblivious to her outburst as he drove along, contemplating his destination. Perhaps a visit to his alma mater would be in order. He imagined the attention he would garner from the younger students, and the envy he would incite among his peers, recalling how, back in his own school days, He had often criticized those who flaunted their wealth at the school gates. Now, he found himself in a similar position. Feeling a twinge of excitement, thus, Qin Hao steered his silver Porsche 918 towards Southeast University, a prestigious institution in Dongshan Province, consistently ranked among the top 10 universities in all of Huaguat. He reminisced about the moment he received his acceptance letter after the college entrance examination. Remembering his parents' elation as they called relatives to announce, "Our Hao has been accepted into Southeast University." At that time, Huagua's internet industry was thriving, and Qin Hao had enrolled in the highly sought-after software engineering program. He had anticipated a lucrative career in IT upon graduation, but little did he know that the bubble would burst in the very year he completed his studies. The influx of software engineering graduates during the boom years led to a dire job market by the time Qin Hao graduated. With his diploma from Southeast University, he managed to secure a position, but his salary had plummeted by more than half, compounded by the grueling 996 work schedule. Thus, when he spoke with his father that year, there was no pride in his son's achievement. Instead, his father expressed regret for not steering him towards a different major. Qin Hao bore no resentment towards his parents, as the choice of major had ultimately been his own. Nonetheless, he quietly resolved to carve out a name for himself in the IT field. Over the past 3 years, he diligently learned new technologies and engaged in various projects, gradually transforming from a novice into a seasoned professional, ultimately becoming a project manager. Yet, just as his projects began to flourish, he encountered opposition from a colleague named Wang Tiuoda. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Hao soon arrived at Southeast University. He intended to drive onto campus, but the stern security guard refused him entry, insisting on verifying his student status. Despite offering a cigarette and some cash, the guard remained unmoved, unable to fulfill his desire to flaunt his sports car on campus. Qin Hao resigned himself to parking across the street and walking into the university. Nevertheless, the sight of his Porsche 918 attracted quite a bit of attention from the younger students, who whispered among themselves, marveling at the rarity of such a vehicle in Southeast City. As Qin Hao strolled through the familiar campus, he noticed little had changed in the 3 years since his graduation. Eventually, he found himself at the Student Activity Center, the commercial hub of the university, reminiscent of a small shopping mall. He often frequented the Internet CAF on the 5th floor, a place he knew well, though countless shops had changed hands since his time there. While reminiscing, a commotion drew his attention. Approaching the crowd, he discovered a female student had fainted. As more students gathered, Qin Hao focused intently on her, his mind racing with thoughts of his medical knowledge. He quickly assessed her condition and noted the cause of her distress: dysmenorrhea due to excessive prostaglandin levels. Realizing she had fainted from the pain, he sprang into action, positioning her carefully and applying pressure to specific acupoints. In a moment of urgency, he called over a nearby female student, instructing her to warm her hands and apply pressure to the affected areas. She complied, and with Qin Hao's guidance, they worked together for several minutes until the girl slowly regained consciousness. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause, and the revived student expressed her heartfelt gratitude. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Hao was left with the 2 young women, who introduced themselves. The one he had helped, Wang Muyao, was a junior in the foreign languages department, and her friend, Su Feier, was her roommate. Qin Hao introduced himself as a recent graduate from the computer science department. Wang Muyao, impressed by his adeptness, inquired about his medical knowledge, to which Qin Hao humbly replied that he had merely studied traditional Chinese medicine out of personal interest. He then turned to Su Feier, advising her to be mindful of her diet and avoid cold environments. As her menstrual pain was a recurring issue, Su Feier blushed at his directness, admitting that despite previous treatments, she had yet to find relief. Wang Muyao chimed in, confirming that Su Feier had suffered greatly, even fainting from the pain. Qin Hao considered the situation carefully and suggested a remedy, asking for paper and pen to write a prescription. Wang Muyao quickly provided the materials, and Qin Hao diligently crafted the prescription, assuring Su Feier that it would alleviate her symptoms if followed properly. She hesitated, but Wang Muyao assured her of Qin Hao's credibility, as her grandfather was a professor at the medical school. After exchanging contact information, the 2 young women departed, leaving Qin Hao pleasantly surprised by the day's events. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, announcing a hefty monetary reward for his assistance. Filled with exhilaration, Qin Hao marveled at his newfound ability to earn money through his skills. Meanwhile, Wang Muyao and Su Feier returned to their dormitory. Su Feier inquired, "Yao Yao, what do you think of Senior Qin from earlier?" "Huh? Feier, what did you say?" "What do you mean?" Wang Muyao was engrossed in a variety show and did not catch Su Feier's question. "I meant the Senior Qin who saved me just now." "What are your thoughts on him?" Su Feier repeated, slightly exasperated. "Oh, Senior Qin. He is quite tall, has a decent physique, And his face is rather average, not very handsome, not as good-looking as my Qin Shaoxian, Wang Muyao replied while watching the show featuring Qin Shaoxian. Hearing this, Su Feier felt a wave of frustration wash over her. I didn't ask about his looks. I meant to ask if you think the prescription he gave me is actually effective. Oh, the prescription. It's hard to say, but I believe Senior Qin is trustworthy. The way he saved you reminded me so much of my grandfather when he treats patients. Actually, he seemed even more focused than my grandfather. Wang Muyao said. Su Feier felt a bit reassured by Wang Muyao's words and pondered. Perhaps she should give his prescription a try. After all, every month when her period arrived, the pain felt as if it were taking her life away. She often wondered if she had been a man in her past life, causing pain to many women, and now, as a woman, was destined to endure such punishment each month. Su Feier pulled Wang Muyao towards the door. And Wang Muyao, clutching her phone, stumbled after her, asking Feier, "What is going on? Where are we headed?" Without looking back, Su Feier replied, "We're going to the Chinese medicine shop to get the medicine." "A Feier, aren't we waiting for my grandfather to take a look at the prescription first?" Wang Muyao questioned with some doubt. "We can't wait. Senior Qin saved me today, and I trust him. Even if his prescription doesn't cure my issues, it probably won't do any harm," Su Feier insisted resolutely. "All right then." Wang Muyao nodded, ceasing further inquiries, and together they exited the campus, hailing a taxi to the larger Chinese medicine shop in Southeast City. At that moment, Qin Hao was idly playing games in the university's activity center Internet CAF, where the owner was unfamiliar to him. The CAF had undergone a significant upgrade in decor compared to 3 years ago, now branded as an Internet CAF, with prices considerably higher than before. Nonetheless, many younger students were still found browsing the internet there. As Qin Hao played League of Legends, his phone rang, revealing a call from his friend, Fatty. He quickly answered, "Hello, Fatty. What prompted you to call me?" "Hey, I realized we hadn't been in touch for several days. I've missed you. How have you been? Why don't we meet up this weekend?" Fatty suggested enthusiastically. "Sure. I'm currently at Southeast University. How about we go to the big food stall behind our school?" Qin Hao replied with a smile. "You're back at school. Great. I haven't been there in ages. Wait for me. I'll head over now." Fatty exclaimed, clearly excited. Qin Hao and Fatty were classmates who graduated together, and after graduation, they both found jobs at the same company. After Qin Hao left his job, he had exited the company group chat, retaining only Fatty's contact information while deleting the rest. He suspected that Fatty was reaching out due to some project issue needing his assistance. Thus, Qin Hao logged off, exited the activity center, and headed towards the pedestrian street behind the school. This street was lined with various food vendors, among which was a large food stall known to be their dormitory's regular dining spot, owned by a friendly man named Li. Curious if Old Li's stall still operated, Qin Hao decided to check it out. From a distance, he spotted the large red sign of Old Li's food stall and felt a wave of nostalgia. He quickly walked over, taking a seat at their usual table. Upon noticing a customer, Old Li emerged from inside, cheerfully calling out, "Hey, what would you like today, my friend?" When he reached Qin Hao, his face lit up with joy. "Oh, look who it is. It's been 2 or 3 years since you last visited me." Qin Hao shook Old Li's hand and invited him to sit down, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yes, Li go. Ever since graduation, I've been so busy with work that I haven't found the time to visit." Old Li laughed heartily. "Busy is good. Being busy means there's money to be made. So, how have you been? Any girlfriend yet?" "Back in school, you and Fatty were the only ones without partners. I can understand Fatty, but you, good-looking and tall, still no girlfriend?" Qin Hao rubbed his nose awkwardly and replied, "Not yet, Li Gu. Work has consumed all my time. Where would I find the opportunity to date?" His words rang true. It wasn't that he was uninterested in finding a partner. During school, his limited budget went to daily meals and gaming sessions at the Internet CAF, leaving no funds for dating. At that time, he believed that saving money to play games was far more enjoyable than pursuing a relationship, which would likely end after graduation anyway, just a way to spend money on someone else. Post-graduation, Qin Hao became a weary workaholic, further diminishing any chances to seek romance. Old Li patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, saying, "What's this software engineering you're doing? I don't quite understand it. Just order whatever you'd like. It's on the house." Qin Hao quickly waved his hands. "Li Gu, that's not right. I'm earning money now. You often gave us discounts when we were students. I can't keep taking advantage of you now that I'm working." Old Li, familiar with Qin Hao's stubborn nature, chuckled. "All right, then it's the usual, 20% off. Sounds good. Fatty will be joining us soon. So let us start with some skewers while we wait." Qin Hao said cheerfully. "Fatty's coming too. Has he gained even more weight?" Old Li joked, bringing out a large plate of skewers. Just then, Fatty's voice rang out. "Old Li, What are you saying about me and Qin Hao? Chapter 13. Fatty's Dilemma. Oldly turned to see Fatty standing behind him, playfully patting his belly as he remarked, "Your belly seems to have grown even bigger. Have you gained more weight since school?" Fatty chuckled sheepishly. "Oldly, don't tease me. Hurry up and get some food. I haven't eaten since last night." "Oh, really? Yet you still don't seem to have lost any weight." Oldly continued to jest. Fatty waved his hand dismissively, pulled out a chair, and grabbed some peanuts from the plate, saying, "You wouldn't understand. We spend all day coding, sitting in front of computers, with irregular meals and sleep schedules. It's a miracle if we lose weight. Just stop teasing me and bring on the skewers and 2 bottles of beer. We need to have a good catch-up with Qin Hao." "All right, I'll get that for you right away," Oldly said, returning to the kitchen. After Oldly left, Qin Hao munched on peanuts and asked, "Fatty, how has the company been lately? Has Wang Tubsy given you any trouble since I left?" "Don't even mention it. The day after you resigned, the client called, saying they needed to report to their higher-ups and had some suggestions that required additional feature modules. Otherwise, they wouldn't approve it. You were pushed out by Wang Tubsy, and now the remaining team can't handle the workload. The project has been dragging on ever since," Fatty lamented while eating. Qin Hao nodded, aware of the project's complexity, having spent over 10 days understanding the framework and a month perfecting it. "So, who's in charge of the project now?" Fatty pointed to his own nose, sheepishly admitting, "Wang Tubsy knows we're close, so he handed the project over to me. It's been stressing me out these past few days. I can't match your level. Just understanding the framework is a struggle for me." "Wang Tubsy is too cunning," Qin Hao chuckled, realizing that Wang Tubsy didn't want to seek his help but rather wanted Fatty to shoulder the burden. "It seems Wang Tubsy has ulterior motives. He knows he has offended me, so he won't come asking for help, but he thinks he can offload this project onto you. If I don't help you, the project delay will fall on you. If I do help, the credit will still go to Wang Tubsy." While they spoke, Oldly returned with a tray of skewers. Observing they were discussing work, he refrained from interrupting and went back to grilling. Fatty picked up a lamb skewer, took a bite and exclaimed, "Oldly, your skewers are still the best. So delicious." Oldly laughed. "Just eat. No one can silence your chatter." Fatty chuckled and returned to the earlier topic. "Indeed, Wang Tubsy is too cunning. But enough about me. How have you been? Have you found a new job yet?" The corpulent man did not mention needing Qin Hao's assistance, as Qin Hao had been driven away by Wang Tuzu, who was still withholding his salary and bonuses. The corpulent man felt it would be inappropriate to burden Qin Hao today. He merely sought to check in on Qin Hao and see how he was faring. Upon realizing that the corpulent man had no ulterior motives, Qin Hao responded, "Not yet. I'm planning to start my own business." Although he had not yet decided what his venture would be, he felt that his primary objective was to accumulate wealth through the system he had acquired. Yet he could not disclose this to the corpulent man. Mistaking Qin Hao's entrepreneurial aspirations for a software company, the corpulent man inquired, "Do you have enough funds to start a company?" "I have some savings. I could lend them to you if you need." Qin Hao felt a warm surge of gratitude at his friend's offer. Clinking their glasses together, he replied, "No need. I still have some funds. If I genuinely require assistance, I will certainly let you know." Understanding Qin Hao's character, the corpulent man ceased further discussion on the matter, raising his glass for a toast. "When you do start your company, count me in. I'll gladly support you." 2 hours later, they had consumed 5 or 6 bottles of beer, reminiscing about their school days and reliving fond memories of youth. Lao Li, too, found a moment to join them for a couple of drinks. After their meal, as Qin Hao prepared to settle the bill, the corpulent man vehemently insisted on paying it himself. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Qin Hao acquiesced. The two left the eatery with arms draped over each other's shoulders. Qin Hao had hoped to invite the corpulent man for a stroll around the campus, but the latter, unable to handle more drinks, opted to return home for a much-needed rest. Respecting his friend's wishes, Qin Hao called a cab for him, and they parted ways. Feeling somewhat bored, Qin Hao figured that wandering the campus alone would lack excitement. Thus, he opened a ride-sharing app and summoned a driver. Taking a seat in the passenger side of a Porsche 918, awaiting the driver's arrival, he closed his eyes to rest, but soon a knock on the window startled him awake. Blinking, he saw a figure clad in a driver's vest and cap. Prompting him to unlock the door and invite her in. The door swung open. A sweet voice greeted him. "Hello, I am your designated driver, employee number 7612, and I'm delighted to assist you." Startled, Qin Hao turned to observe her as she fastened her seatbelt. Noticing his gaze, she shyly asked, "Sir, is there something on my face?" Realizing his oversight, Qin Hao awkwardly replied, "Oh, no, it's nothing. I just didn't expect my driver to be a woman." She chuckled, familiar with such reactions. Though she was no novice behind the wheel, Producing her driver's license, she assured him, "Sir, I have 8 years of driving experience, so you can rest easy." Qin Hao glanced at her license, confirming her name was Zhang Ming, and indeed, she had 8 years of experience. "All right then, let us proceed to Jiqing Center," he said. Zhang Ming nodded but hesitated, awkwardly asking, Mr. Qin, which button starts the car?" Qin Hao blinked in disbelief, having just closed his eyes again. Zhang Ming, embarrassed, admitted, "I'm sorry. This is my first time driving a sports car. I lack experience." She stuck out her tongue playfully. Qin Hao patiently explained the vehicle's operations, and fortunately, they managed to start the car and merge onto the main road. However, he remained tense, gripping the door handle tightly. Fortunately, Zhang Ming drove smoothly, and the atmosphere gradually lightened as they engaged in conversation. "Mr. Qin, are you a student at Southeast University?" she inquired. "Yes," Qin Hao replied. "I graduated many years ago." Zhang Ming remarked, "You are quite accomplished, being so young and already driving a sports car." Chuckling at her compliment, Qin Hao replied, "Accomplished? I was just laid off from my job, and I am currently unemployed." Zhang Ming laughed. "You're joking, right? If you're not considered accomplished, then what does that make us ordinary workers?" Not wishing to delve deeper into his situation, Qin Hao diverted the conversation, asking, "Miss Zhang, what do you do for a living?" Zhang Ming explained, "I work in administration at a small company. On weekends, I drive for extra income and to hone my driving skills." As they chatted, the atmosphere became more relaxed. They soon arrived at the underground parking lot of Jiqing Center, where the car was parked in the same spot as before. After paying for the ride, Qin Hao generously tipped Zhang Ming an additional 200 yuan for her return trip, as his Porsche 918 could not accommodate her electric vehicle. Just as Qin Hao prepared to return to his rental for a brief rest, he received a call from Mu Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, what's up?" he answered. "Brother Hao, the lease for the basement has been signed. Do you have time to come by the office?" she asked. "Sure, I'm in the underground parking lot right now. I'll head up," he replied. "Great, Brother Hao," Mu Xiaoya said, heading outside to await his arrival. Moments later, Qin Hao entered the real estate office, where Mu Xiaoya detected the scent of alcohol on him. "Brother Hao, have you just returned from a social gathering? I'm sorry to disturb your rest," she said as she poured him a cup of tea. Taking a sip, Qin Hao explained, "I was catching up with some college friends. I didn't tea drink much." Curious, Mu Xiaoya asked, "Did you attend university in Southeast City as well?" "Yes, I graduated from Southeast University. What about you? Where did you study?" Feeling somewhat shy, Mu Xiaoya confessed, "I didn't go to university. I wasn't cut out for academics and started working early." She hesitated to mention the name of her vocational college, especially in light of Qin Hao's esteemed background. Sensing her discomfort, Qin Hao shifted the subject. "Could you please show me the basement lease?" Chapter 14. The opening of the station. Mu Xiaoya exhaled, relieved that Qin Hao did not press further. She retrieved the contract and handed it to him, explaining, "Brother Hao, the actual area of the basement is 20 square meters, with a monthly rent of 800 yuan. If paid annually, it totals 9,500 yuan." Qin Hao nodded, finding the price reasonable. Mu Xiaoya then presented him with a detailed list of expenditures. "This is the current financial outline. I've prepared a list for your review." As Qin Hao scanned the document, he noted the meticulousness of her accounting. However, wry's smile crept upon his face when he saw the total. The 100,000 yuan he had transferred to Mu Xiaoya had already been exceeded. "Xiaoya, why didn't you inform me when funds were running low? It seems you've had to cover quite a bit yourself." "Not to worry, it's manageable," she replied with a smile. The more Qin Hao observed Mu Xiaoya, the more he appreciated her. Not only was she beautiful, but she also demonstrated remarkable competence in her work. He decided to transfer an additional 50,000 yuan to her, stating, "Xiaoya, I appreciate your hard work during this time. Consider the extra as a token of my gratitude." Mu Xiaoya, taken aback by the generous sum, expressed her gratitude. "Brother Hao, this is really too much." Before she could finish, Qin Hao interrupted, "Please don't be so polite. I will likely need your assistance in the future, so just accept it." Reluctant to decline further, especially in the bustling office where eavesdroppers lurked, she accepted the gesture. "Has the shop been set up yet?" Qin Hao inquired. "Yes, Brother Hao. The store is ready. Qi Ming and Wang Peng should be overseeing the installation of the shelves right now. They should finish today, and we can open tomorrow," Mu Xiaoya informed him. "All right, I'll check on it shortly. You continue with your tasks. I'll take my leave," Qin Hao said. Rising to depart, Mu Xiaoya followed suit, retrieving the basement keys and handing them to him. "Brother Hao, here are the keys to the basement. I've made 3 copies. You can keep one, and the others can go to Qi Ming and the rest." Qin Hao accepted the keys, mentally commending Mu Xiaoya's impeccable work ethic and her potential as a secretary. Exiting the real estate office, he made his way to the Little Bird station. where Qi Ming and Wang Peng were busy installing shelves alongside the workers. The scanning and monitoring equipment had already been set up, and Qi Ming, being familiar with the tasks, handled everything with ease. Qin Hao called out to Qi Ming, who wiped his hands and replied, "Brother Hao, you're here. The shop is nearly ready. Once the shelves are installed and we clean up, we can open for business." Qin Hao nodded, handing Qi Ming 2 keys to the basement, stating, "These are the keys to the basement. Later, come with me to check it out and familiarize yourself with the layout." "All right, Brother Hao, I'll go inform Wang Peng," Qi Ming said, turning to run back into the shop. Waiting outside, Qin Hao gazed at his shop, a smile gracing his lips as he thought, "At last, I have my own small business in the southeast. I can now collect profits without hesitation." After a couple of minutes, Qi Ming returned, and the two made their way to the basement. After about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at the basement door, surprisingly close to the shop. Qin Hao unlocked the door and turned on the light, revealing a collection of dusty items left by the landlord, likely unwanted goods. Seeing this, Qi Ming quickly suggested, "Brother Hao, should I find someone to haul these away?" Qin Hao, secretly pleased at the prospect of further recycling, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. You carry on with your work, I can handle this myself." "All right, Brother Hao. I'll head back then," Qi Ming replied, just as he was about to leave. Qin Hao called him back, saying, "I'll transfer you 4,500 for this month's meal expenses. Your salary starts from today, and you'll be paid on this day every month. Please let Wang Peng and Lu Xiaoxuan know as well." "Okay, thank you, Brother Hao," Qi Ming responded joyfully. "You may leave now," Qin Hao said, stepping into the basement. As Qi Ming departed, Qin Hao placed his hand on the pile of clutter, inwardly murmuring, "System, recycle, ding. Recycled an old toy car, earning a monetary reward of 20,000 yuan, ding. Recycled a pair of roller skates, earning a monetary reward of 12,000 yuan, ding. Recycled a storage box, earning a monetary reward of 5,000 yuan, ding. Recycled a book on Huangdi Neijing, earning a monetary reward of 3,000 yuan, ding. Recycled a book on Shenong Binchao Jing, earning a monetary reward of 5,000 yuan. The system's notifications continued, causing Qin Hao's smile to widen. He felt immensely grateful to the landlord for leaving behind such treasures. His yearly rent was practically covered in a single sweep. Just as Qin Hao reveled in his good fortune, the system's voice sparked his excitement once more. "Ding! Special reward triggered. The gynecological master skill has been upgraded to divine medical arts. ASA first-time skill upgrade. You are awarded 10 divine longevity pills." Hearing of the special reward, Qin Hao was astonished to find that his medical skills had advanced. Along with the delightful gift of 10 longevity pills, "System, please elaborate on this divine medical art," Qin Hao urged, suppressing his excitement. "Ding! Divine medical arts. The host can diagnose any ailment in living beings. No longer limited to women or gynecological issues. The method of use remains unchanged. Focus on the target and silently recite divine medical arts." Upon absorbing the system's explanation, an array of thoughts flooded Qin Hao's mind. "Wow! This is extraordinary. Any living being can now be treated by me. With such abilities, I am bound to achieve greatness." Turning to the system's inventory, he retrieved 1 divine longevity pill and inquired, "System, what are the effects of this longevity pill?" "Ding! Host, the divine longevity pill repairs all organ damage upon consumption and extends life by 10 years. Qin Hao was taken aback. Extending life by 10 years, if I consume all 10, wouldn't that mean I could add 100 years to my lifespan? Just as he contemplated this, the system chimed in again. "Ding! Host, please note that the divine longevity pill only works once for the user. Repeated consumption may harm the user's body, potentially leading to fatal consequences." Qin Hao patted his chest in relief, grateful he didn't consume them all at once, which could have led to dire consequences. He examined the pill in his hand, deciding to test it himself. The pill was blue, odorless, and upon licking it, he found it slightly sweet before swallowing it whole. The moment it entered his mouth, Qin Hao felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, as the medicinal properties mingled with his blood. They began to repair his organs. Regrettably, he wished he had waited to take it at home, lying comfortably on his bed. The sensation was truly exquisite, warm and soothing. After about 10 minutes, the warmth gradually diminished until it vanished completely. Qin Hao assessed his body and spoke to the system. "Can you check my body data? It should be improved now." "Ding! Beginning body assessment. Assessment complete." As Qin Hao reviewed the system's evaluation of his physical condition, he found all metrics had reached an excellent standard. Clearly, the system's enhancements and the longevity pill had significantly improved his health, leaving him quite satisfied. Having recycled everything in the basement, Qin Hao locked the door and prepared to head back to his rented apartment. Upon opening the door, he heard familiar, playful laughter. Realizing Lin Yutong had begun her live stream again, he gently closed the door and ascended the stairs. Once in his room, Qin Hao first attended to his personal needs, then stumbled upon a surprising realization. His physique seemed to have developed further. Elated, he thought, which man wouldn't he desire to be robust? As he hummed the famous tune of Crayon Shinchan, Elephant, Elephant, he resolved his physiological matters. Lying in bed, he opened his phone to see a message from the bank that brought him immense joy. His earnings from recycling in the basement had amounted to over 100,000 yuan. Pushing his bank balance close to 4 million. Calculating, he realized 4 million could secure him a spacious apartment in Southeast City. Yet, Qin Hao remained unhurried. His establishment had just commenced operations, and he had already paid a year's rent. So he decided to settle in for now. Delighted, he thought to send some money to his parents. They had spent their lives being frugal and had never truly enjoyed themselves. Having just graduated and begun working, Qin Hao had never gifted them any money. Opening his mobile banking app, he initiated a transfer, contemplating how much to send. Too much might raise their suspicions. Perhaps 20,000 would suffice, explaining it as a bonus for a project he had completed. Entering the amount of 200,000 yuan, he inputted his password and confirmed the transaction. Chapter 15. Sidewalk advertisements. Approximately 5 minutes later, Qin Hao's phone rang. It was his father calling, confirming the transfer had gone through. Without allowing Qin Hao to speak, his father exclaimed, "Hey, Xiao Hao, why did you suddenly send so much money? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? I must emphasize, we cannot engage in illegal activities." Qin Hao chuckled bitterly and quickly reassured him. "Dad, don't worry. This money is a bonus from the company. The project I led has concluded, and this is my reward. You know your son wouldn't engage in anything illegal, on the other end?" Qin Hao's father sighed in relief, while his mother chimed in, "See? I told you our son would never do anything illegal. You just didn't believe me." His father retorted, all right, you're right that I won't argue with you. Just speak to our son." Qin Hao's mother took over the phone, asking, "Son, how have you been lately?" "Busy. Mom, I'm doing well that I'm not busy anymore. The project has wrapped up. How about you and Dad?" Qin Hao replied. "We're both fine, so don't worry. The National Day holiday is in half a month. Will you be coming back?" His mother inquired. "Yes, I will. Mom, the 200,000 I sent you, spend it freely. There's no need to save it. Your son is earning now," Qin Hao reassured, eager that his parents wouldn't hesitate to use the money. "I'm now a manager, earning 1 million a year. This amount is nothing," he added. "What? You're a manager now? Earning 1 million? You're not pulling my leg, right?" His mother's astonished voice prompted a sputter from his father, who was drinking tea, causing him to cough several times. Qin Hao could hear the commotion through the phone and chuckled helplessly. "Mom, I'm not joking, it's true. Your son graduated from Southeast University. 1 million a year is significant. You and Dad should enjoy it. Buy whatever you want," Qin Hao said with a smile. All right, son, take care of your health out there. As a manager, you'll surely be busier than before. We won't disturb you any longer. When you come back for National Day, I'll make you something delicious." Qin Hao's mother chuckled. "All right, dear. You and your father should take good care of yourselves. Maintaining your health is essential for enjoying life later on." Qin Hao replied, "Yes, Mom, I'll do that." "Well then, I shall hang up now. Son, remember to rest well," she said before ending the call. Qin Hao's father, displeased, remarked, "Why did you hang up?" "I still had more to say," his mother retorted. "What more do you want to say? Don't think I'm unaware. Are you contemplating that 200,000? Qin Hao's father sheepishly scratched his nose and chuckled. "It's just that my phone is quite old and lagging. I was merely considering getting a new one." His mother rolled her eyes and insisted, "Let me make this clear. That money is off limits. We need to save it for our son. He hasn't bought a house yet in this day and age. Who wants to date someone without a home? Although our son has achieved great success with $1 million annual salary, he still falls short for buying a house in Southeast City. You must be mindful of this." All right, I haven't touched it," Qin Hao's father muttered, returning to his tea. Drink. All you do is drink. Tomorrow morning, head to the bank and deposit that money," his mother instructed. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was unaware of his parents' thoughts, believing that now that he had mentioned his impressive salary, they would be content enjoying the fruits of his labor. Lying back on the sofa, he pondered whether to call his friend Fatty. Although Fatty hadn't asked for his assistance today, Qin Hao was aware of the complexities involved in the project and feared that Fatty would end up taking the blame from Wang. With his current resources, he felt inadequate to confront Wang. Thus, he called Fatty and said, "Hello, Fatty, how are you? Have you sobered up yet?" "Ah, Howsy, it's only been a short while, and you already miss me?" Fatty clearly hadn't fully woken up. Cut it out, I meant to say. If you encounter any issues with the project, feel free to send me the requirements, and I can offer some advice. IT will save you from taking the blame for Wang. Qin Hao suggested. Fatty, touched by Qin Hao's offer, replied, thank you, Haozi, I'll send you the requirements tomorrow at the office. There's no rush since I've already prepared things on my end. If I need to make changes, it will take at least a month to familiarize myself with the code before I can start. Haha, you've become quite savvy, Qin Hao chuckled. All right, go back to sleep. He silently admired Fatty's growth. It seemed he had matured significantly since Qin Hao's departure from the company. In the past, Fatty would never have spoken so wisely. After hanging up, Qin Hao opened Douyin and entered Lin Yutong's live stream. Due to his previous generous gifts, he had attained a high fan level, and Lin Yutong immediately recognized his account when he entered. She flashed a heart sign at the camera and, with her quirky and endearing voice, welcomed him. Welcome, Dai Tiangu, to the live stream. Upon hearing Lin Yutong's warm greeting, Qin Hao was filled with excitement, sending a shivering emoji. Many fans followed suit, sending similar emojis. Dai Tiangu, you're being naughty, leading the rhythm. It makes me sad. Lin Yutong playfully changed her tone to a cute, whiny voice. Qin Hao realized she was teasing him and responded with a vomiting emoji. The fans erupted in laughter, sending a wave of vomiting emojis in response. Dai Tiangu, if you keep this up, I'll smash your windows, Lin Yutong said, slightly exasperated, while picking up an apple. Qin Hao shook his head in resignation, fearing she might actually act on her words, especially since she was currently on her period and emotionally unstable. Therefore, he decided to send 10 large rockets as gifts. Upon receiving them, Lin Yutong was taken aback, wondering what had just happened. This wealthy patron was showering her with rockets without hesitation. As the 10 rockets were sent, the popularity of the livestream began to rise. Lin Yutong flashed another heart sign at the camera and expressed, thank you, Dai Tiangu, for the 10 large rockets. Do you enjoy gaming? Shall we play ranked matches together? Qin Hao typed back, I'm not playing anymore. Besides gaming, do you have other talents to showcase to the fans? Lin Yutong responded, you underestimate me. I am a versatile little sorceress. Oh, Dai Tiangu wants to see talents? What kind of talents would you like to see? She asked with a sultry tone. Qin Hao was astounded by her rapid change in voice and thought to himself, this girl is truly a treasure. He then sent another 10 rockets. Lin Yutong beamed with joy, sending hearts back to Qin Hao, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly opened a game of PUBG to distract herself and calm her heart. Qin Hao watched her livestream for a while, sending intermittent gifts before browsing other streams. His ID Qin Wang Yao Ri Tian had gained significant popularity, and many streamers recognized the name. Whenever Qin Hao entered a livestream, the hosts would welcome him warmly. Welcome, Dai Tiangu, to the livestream. Qin Hao generously sent rockets in almost every room, and when he found an interesting host, he would send even more. As night fell, Qin Hao rubbed his stomach, preparing to grab a bite outside the community. Exiting the Douyin app, he headed downstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong's room was filled with the incessant clicking of her keyboard. Upon stepping out of his apartment, Qin Hao opened WeChat to see if Lin Yutong wanted him to bring her dinner. When he received no reply, he made his way to the elevator. Shortly after, as he reached the shops in front of the community, while contemplating what to eat, a flyer was thrust into his hand by a young man distributing them. The flyer distributor said nothing and continued to hand out flyers to other pedestrians. Qin Hao was bemused, thinking, is it really this blunt to distribute flyers nowadays? No introduction, no consideration, just shoving them into hands. Curious, he glanced at the flyer, which was not the typical advertisement but rather a plea for medical assistance. Intrigued, he read the contents carefully. A man's daughter had suddenly fallen ill a year ago, and despite visiting numerous hospitals both domestically and abroad, no diagnosis had been found. Recently, her condition had worsened, and he promised a substantial reward for anyone who could cure her. Qin Hao scoffed, wondering if this was a scam, but upon seeing the earnestness of the flyer distributor, he thought, if this were a scam, they wouldn't be investing so much in printing all these flyers. As he prepared to contact the number listed on the flyer, he walked toward a Lan's Hao beef noodle shop. After dialing the number for the first time, no one answered. Entering the noodle shop, he ordered a bowl of beef noodles with extra beef. After checking the phone number and confirming it matched the flyer, he dialed again. This time, after 4 or 5 rings, it was finally answered. Hello, who am I speaking to? A slightly impatient male voice replied. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Zhao? Qin Hao inquired. Yes, that's me. What can I do for you? The middle-aged man, Zhao Dizhuz, was a well-known entrepreneur in Dongshan province. Mr. Zhao, I saw your flyer seeking medical help, and I believe I can save your daughter. May I come to see her condition? Qin Hao asked. There was a pause on the other end for several seconds. Not receiving a response, Qin Hao prompted, "Hello, Mr. Zhao, are you still there? I apologize. May I ask your surname?" The middle-aged man finally replied to my surname is Qin. I am Qin Hao, he stated. Mr. Qin, I apologize. Recently, I have received many calls from individuals claiming they could save my daughter. But none have been able to truly help her. I don't want my daughter to suffer any longer, Zhao expressed, a mix of anger and despair in his voice. Mr. Zhao, I completely understand your feelings and sympathize with your daughter. However, I must tell you, if you have given up on treating her, then she is truly the one to pity. She is still so young, and you would heartlessly abandon her before she has had a chance to experience life fully. Qin Hao spoke earnestly, as though fearing that if he missed this opportunity, Zhao's daughter would truly have to say goodbye. Mr. Qin, can you really cure my daughter? The middle-aged man asked. Trust me, Mr. Zhao, I absolutely have the means to save her. Qin Hao replied confidently, slurping a noodle. I'm just joking. I possess extraordinary medical skills and can certainly help your daughter. As long as there is breath in her body, I can pull her back from the brink of death. All right, Mr. Qin, I believe you. Where are you? I will arrange for someone to come pick you up, Zhao said after a brief pause. I am currently at the Jiqing Central Commercial Street in Southeast City. Qin Hao informed him. All right, Mr. Qin, I will arrange for a driver to come get you, Zhao concluded before hanging up. Qin Hao continued eating his noodles, and after about 20 minutes, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at Jiqing Central Commercial Street. The driver took out his phone to call Qin Hao, inquiring about his location. Just then, Qin Hao emerged from the noodle shop and spotted the Rolls-Royce waiting at the intersection. He walked over and waved his phone at the driver, signaling that he was Qin Hao. The driver promptly opened the rear door of the car. It was Qin Hao's first time riding in a Rolls-Royce, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this Rolls-Royce is so comfortable. Far more so than my Porsche 918. The driver, overhearing Qin Hao's mutterings, thought to himself, "You, driving a Porsche 918? Do you even know how to spell Porsche?" However, maintaining his professional demeanor, he said politely, "Mr. Qin, I will take you to the boss's residence now." Qin Hao nodded in silence, still savoring the comfort of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, contemplating that he would also like to own one when he became wealthy. While sports cars are indeed impressive, they cannot compare to the comfort of this vehicle. The car continued westward, and after about 20 minutes, they arrived at a villa district. Qin Hao glanced around, internally astonished. What at the Platinum Palace Villas? I know this community. It's the most luxurious villa district in Southeast City, with each villa costing at least tens of millions. This place is indeed a gathering spot for the wealthy of Southeast City and even Dongshan Province. It seems Mr. Zhao is quite affluent. After entering the villa area, the car drove along a winding mountain road and came to a halt in front of a standalone villa. The driver exited and opened the door for Qin Hao. As Qin Hao stepped out, the driver led him towards the villa's entrance and pressed the intercom, saying, "Boss, Mr. Qin has arrived." The gate slowly opened, and instead of entering, two burly men dressed in black suits emerged. Striding toward Qin Hao, the driver smiled at Qin Hao and gestured for him to enter. With a composed expression, Qin Hao walked confidently inside, flanked by the two imposing figures. Internally, however, he felt a surge of anxiety, wondering if he was about to be entangled with some underworld organization. Soon, they reached a door, and one of the black-clad men knocked. The door swung open, revealing two men in suits inside, though their physiques were less imposing than those outside. Nonetheless, it was apparent that they were also formidable. Qin Hao followed them inside. At that moment, a middle-aged man and a young woman approached him. The middle-aged man extended his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Qin." The two suited men stepped back, and seeing this, Qin Hao also extended his hand to shake the middle-aged man's, saying, "Hello, you must be Mr. Zhao." "Yes, I am Zhao Dizhus. This is my wife," the middle-aged man replied. Zhao Dizhus? Qin Hao thought, recognizing the name from somewhere but unable to place it. He then asked, "Mr. Zhao, where is your daughter? May I see the patient now?" "Mr. Qin, please don't rush." Zhao Dizhus gestured for Qin Hao to sit in the living room. Reluctantly, Qin Hao followed him to the sitting area. As soon as he sat down, a servant poured him a cup of tea. Zhao Dizhus inquired, "Mr. Qin, are you a doctor? Which hospital do you work at?" In truth, upon Qin Hao's arrival, Zhao Dizhus felt a twinge of apprehension. Qin Hao appeared quite young. "I'm afraid I am not a doctor," Qin Hao replied calmly. "Not a doctor, Mr. Qin? Are you jesting with me?" Zhao Dizhus exclaimed, slamming his teacup onto the table and fixing a serious gaze on Qin Hao. The two black-clad men also glared at Qin Hao, their expressions suggesting that a single misstep could lead to violence. "Mr. Zhao, please do not misunderstand. Although I am not a doctor, I do possess the means to help your daughter. If you trust me, Allow me to examine her. If you do not, you may escort me out immediately, Qin Hao stated with an unwavering demeanor. Zhao Dizhu's, observing Qin Hao's unflinching confidence as he calmly sipped his tea, began to reconsider that moment. The young woman beside him whispered to Zhao Dizhu's, "Darling, why not let him take a look? He might truly be able to help our daughter." After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Dizhu said, "Very well, Mr. Qin. Please follow me." He stood and led Qin Hao upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhao Dizhu stopped at a room at the corner and opened the door, pointing to a little girl lying on the bed. "This is my daughter. Her 5th birthday is the day after tomorrow." But as he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, his voice choking with emotion. Qin Hao placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Dizhu's shoulder and said, "Do not worry. I will do my utmost. Let me first examine the child." He gently guided Zhao Dizhu's aside and approached the little girl's bedside. Taking her frail hand from beneath the covers, he noted how her skin felt like parchment, a result of prolonged illness. Qin Hao's heart ached for her, yet he placed his right hand on her wrist and silently invoked, "System, activate supreme medical skills." Instantaneously, the girl's vital signs and health data materialized before Qin Hao's eyes. He scrutinized the information, realizing that the child suffered from a rare genetic mutation affecting her lymphatic system, a condition with no known cure. Moreover, he observed that her bodily indicators were alarmingly low, putting her at risk of sudden collapse. Turning to Zhao Dizhu's, he asked, "Has your daughter been experiencing frequent fainting spells?" Zhao Dizhu's nodded vigorously, stating, "Yes, Mr. Qin. My daughter has fainted 3 times in the past week. If not for timely rescue, she might have been lost to us." Qin Hao nodded, saying, "Your daughter's condition is grave. Immediate treatment is essential. Please bring me paper and pen. I will list the medications and equipment needed, and you must procure them quickly. Also, prepare a set of silver needles for acupuncture." Zhao Dizhu quickly agreed and instructed a servant to follow Qin Hao's directives. Moments later, a servant rushed in with paper and pen. Qin Hao hastily wrote down the necessary herbs and equipment for the treatment, handing the list to Zhao Dizhu and urging him to procure these items without delay. Zhao Dizhu hurried downstairs to instruct one of the black-clad men to expedite the procurement. Meanwhile, another black-clad man returned with a box of acupuncture needles. Zhao Dizhu ascended again, presenting the box to Qin Hao. "Mr. Qin, here you go," Zhao Dizhu said as he handed over the box. Qin Hao accepted it, extracting a silver needle and, following the system's guidance, precisely inserted it into the appropriate acupuncture points. Soon, needles adorned the girl's head, abdomen, and limbs. Zhao Dizhu watched in astonishment and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Qin, is this really safe? I've consulted many doctors and traditional practitioners, yet never have I seen anyone treat a patient like this." Qin Hao glanced at Zhao Dizhu and calmly reassured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, this is the authentic method of BNK's divine needles. I have opened your daughter's meridians and stabilized her organ functions. During this process, either you or your wife must remain by her side, ensuring that neither anyone nor anything disturbs her, and refrain from giving her food or water. Do you understand?" Zhao Dizhu, momentarily taken aback by Qin Hao's words, came to his senses as Qin Hao patted him on the shoulder. "Understood, Mr. Qin. I will have my wife come to watch over our daughter." "Very well. How are the medicinal preparations coming along?" Qin Hao inquired, prompting Zhao Dizhu to promptly call his bodyguard for an update on the procurement. After hanging up, he informed Qin Hao, "Everything has been purchased and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Chapter 17. The divine Dr. Qin Hao nodded and used his supreme medical skills to assess the little girl again. Thanks to the acupuncture, her vital signs had stabilized, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He could now take a moment to rest. After the intense needlework, Qin Hao felt an ache in his muscles, a result of the tension he had held throughout the procedure. After about 10 minutes, a group of black-clad bodyguards entered, carrying a host of medicinal herbs, 6 large pots for decocting medicine, and 6 portable gas stoves. Qin Hao meticulously examined the herbs and instructed the bodyguards, "You 7 stay here to assist me with the decoction. The rest may leave." The bodyguards glanced at Zhao Dizhu, who nodded, saying, "You 7 remain here and follow Mr. Qin's instructions carefully." With that, Zhao Dizhu returned to his daughter's room. Qin Hao directed the 7 bodyguards to set up the pots and connect the gas stoves. He measured the herbs according to the system's prescribed ratios and instructed them to add water just above the herbs. Then he turned on the gas and began the decoction process. The procedure was lengthy, starting with high heat, switching to medium, and requiring additional herbs before finally lowering the heat to simmer. 7 bodyguards were also feeling quite exhausted. while Qin Hao continuously moved between the 6 cauldrons, observing the process of decocting the medicine. His system's abilities allowed him to monitor the current progress, necessitating his presence to adjust the heat accordingly. The night passed in this manner, and during this time, Zhao Dizhus had glanced down from the 2nd floor. Seeing Qin Hao occupied, he refrained from disturbing him. Finally, at 5 in the morning, the medicine was ready. Though from 6 large pots, it yielded only a small bowl. Qin Hao carried the bowl to the room of the girl on the 2nd floor. Zhao Dizhus and his wife were asleep on the sofa. And Qin Hao placed the bowl on the nightstand. He approached the sofa and gently tapped Zhao Dizhus. Mr. Zhao, wake up. Qin Hao spoke softly, noticing that both had not rested well recently. Zhao Dizhus slowly opened his eyes. And upon seeing Qin Hao, he sprang up, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Qin, is the medicine ready?" Qin Hao nodded and gestured towards the nightstand, saying, "Yes, the medicine is ready. Once it's cool, we can give it to your daughter. I will retrieve the silver needles first." "All right, Mr. Qin," Zhao Dizhus replied, waking his wife. "Dear, wake up. Mr. Qin has prepared the medicine. We will give it to our daughter soon." Qin Hao carefully removed the silver needles from the little girl, who stirred slightly. He smiled gently at her, reassuring, "Don't worry, you will recover soon." At that moment, Zhao Dizhus and his wife stood behind Qin Hao, their hearts filled with immense excitement upon hearing his words. Although their daughter had not fully recovered yet, Qin Hao's diligence throughout the night instilled hope in them that he could indeed heal her. After gauging that the bowl was no longer too hot, Qin Hao turned to Zhao Dizhus, stating, "It's time to administer the medicine." Zhao Dizhus' wife quickly stepped forward to take the bowl, while Zhao Dizhus propped their still sleeping daughter up. They painstakingly fed the medicine to their daughter. Spoonful by spoonful, the small bowl of medicine took a full 10 minutes to administer. During this time, Qin Hao utilized his extraordinary medical expertise to monitor the girl's vital signs, ensuring that no unforeseen complications arose. Fortunately, the treatment plan provided by the system proved reliable, as he observed the girl's indicators visibly improving. The organs within her began to heal gradually, the blood flowed more freely, and her heartbeat became stronger. Supporting his daughter, Zhao Dizhus sensed the changes in her condition and looked at Qin Hao with overwhelming emotion. Qin Hao nodded reassuringly. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhao Dizhus exclaimed to his wife, "Dear, our daughter is truly recovering. Look at her hands. The once shriveled skin is regaining its elasticity, becoming plump." His wife was equally thrilled, wanting to embrace her husband, but seeing him support their daughter, she impulsively hugged Qin Hao instead. Qin Hao felt a bit awkward, raising his hands high, unsure where to place them, and offered a wry smile to Zhao Dizhus, who was too focused on his daughter to notice. "Dear, our girl is awake. Come look," Zhao Dizhus joyfully called out. His wife released Qin Hao and turned to their daughter, who slowly opened her eyes, gazing somewhat dazedly at her parents. She gradually spoke, "Mommy, why are you crying? Did Daddy bully you again?" "Qian will help Mommy beat Daddy." Zhao Dizhus' wife quickly wiped her tears and placed her daughter's hand on her face, her voice tinged with emotion. "Mommy is fine. Daddy did not bully Mommy. Mommy is happy. Mommy, I'm really hungry. I want to eat something," the little girl said, rubbing her tummy. "All right, Mommy will have Annie prepare something for you." "What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat meat. Steak and ribs," the girl replied. Qin Hao watched the Zhao family in their moment of happiness, feeling a deep sense of joy himself. He had once again saved a life through his medical skills, which felt like a righteous deed, even though Zhao Dizhus had promised to reward him at that moment. Zhao Dizhus noticed Qin Hao standing aside and hurriedly asked his wife to support their daughter while he approached Qin Hao. He deeply bowed and took Qin Hao's hand, saying, "Mr. Qin, you are truly a miraculous healer. I cannot thank you enough for saving my daughter. You are our family's savior. Without you, our family would be lost." Qin Hao quickly reassured Zhao Dizhus, "Mr. Zhao, please do not be overly emotional. Your daughter has just begun to recover and needs to rest. Shall we discuss this downstairs?" Yes, let us go downstairs," Zhao Dizhus replied, still gripping Qin Hao's hand tightly as he led him downstairs. The area where the medicine was prepared had been cleaned, yet the scent of herbs lingered throughout the first floor. "Mr. Qin, I wonder how my daughter should be cared for moving forward?" Zhao Dizhus initially intended to inquire if his daughter's illness was completely cured but refrained, fearing it might imply doubt towards Qin Hao's abilities. Understanding Zhao Dizhus' intentions, Qin Hao said, "Your daughter's condition is now fundamentally restored. She will only need to rest for another 2 weeks, and I will prescribe her additional tonifying medicine, after which she will recover completely." In truth, Qin Hao's statement was largely fabricated. Following his extraordinary medical intervention, the little girl could already get out of bed and run without issue. He stated this to maintain discretion, ensuring he did not appear overly extraordinary, while also harboring concerns about Zhao Dizhu's potentially reneging on his promise. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Zhao Dizhu's grasped Qin Hao's hand again, saying, "Mr. Qin, no, Qin the divine healer. I genuinely do not know how to express my gratitude. Just tell me how much it costs to save my daughter. I will pay whatever you ask without negotiation." Having navigated the business world for many years, Zhao Dizhu understood Qin Hao's intentions. After some contemplation, Qin Hao decided it was best to allow Zhao Dizhu to propose an amount. Thus, he replied, "Mr. Zhao, your daughter's encounter with me is fate, indicating that her life is meant to continue. You may determine the fee as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu internally admired Qin Hao's composure. Observing how young Qin Hao appeared, he thought him quite shrewd. After some consideration, he said, "Then, divine healer Qin, I propose this sum. What do you think?" He extended his right hand. Qin Hao initially thought he was offering 5 million and inwardly scoffed. "You offer me 5 million for saving your daughter's life? Is her life worth less than a Porsche 918? Seeing no reaction from Qin Hao, Zhao Dizhu quickly added, "I will give you 50 million, along with a villa in the newly opened Ocean Garden in Southeast City." Valued at 13 million, Zhao Dizhu offered such a substantial amount for two reasons. First, he was genuinely grateful for Qin Hao saving his daughter. Second, he recognized Qin Hao's extraordinary medical skills, having revived his daughter in just one night. He believed that if he established a connection with Qin Hao, he would no longer need to worry about his family's health. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Dizhu's generosity. He had expected only 5 million, but Zhao Dizhu was offering 50 million and a 13 million villa. "Mr. Qin, divine healer Qin?" Zhao Dizhu called out. Noticing Qin Hao seemed lost in thought, he assumed Qin Hao was displeased with the offer and added, "If divine healer Qin has any additional requests, I can certainly accommodate them." At that moment, Qin Hao snapped back to reality, shaking his head repeatedly. "No need, Mr. Zhao, your offer is more than sufficient." Divine healer Qin? Please do not continue to call me Mr. Zhao. You are my daughter's savior. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Zhao from now on." Zhao Dizhu felt greatly satisfied by Qin Hao's words. Recognizing his exceptional skills and humility, he firmly grasped Qin Hao's hand once more. Qin Hao smiled, replying, "All right, Brother Zhao, and please, just call me Xiao Qin or Haozi." Zhao Dizhu chuckled, "I will call you Brother Qin. From now on, you are my brother Zhao Dizhu. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. I have some influence in Dongshan province. I will certainly assist you." Chapter 18. Genetic Enhancement Serum. Qin Hao spent some more time exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Dizhu, during which Zhao Dizhu's wife also came to express her gratitude. She even inquired if Qin Hao had a girlfriend, offering to introduce him to someone, which made Qin Hao feel quite bashful. After inviting Qin Hao to enjoy breakfast with the family, Zhao Dizhu requested Qin Hao's bank card number and called his secretary to transfer 50 million to the account. He also instructed the sales manager of Ocean Garden to transfer the deed of the most expensive villa to Qin Hao's name. Once these arrangements were completed, Qin Hao asked for paper and a pen to write a prescription for tonifying medicine for Zhao Dizhu's daughter, advising that it be taken twice daily for half a month for a complete recovery. Realizing it was time to take his leave, Qin Hao stood up and said, "Brother Zhao, I won't intrude any longer. Spend more time with your daughter. I must return to rest." Zhao Dizhu hurriedly grasped Qin Hao's hand and said, "All right, Brother Qin, you have worked hard this night. I shall arrange for someone to escort you home." With that, he summoned the black-clad bodyguards to organize a driver for Qin Hao. Zhao Dizhu escorted Qin Hao to the door, and only after watching him enter the vehicle and vanish from view did he turn back to the villa. The car that took Qin Hao home was still the Rolls-Royce Cullinan from the previous night, with the same driver as before. However, today the driver's demeanor was even more respectful than yesterday, and he no longer harbored any disdain for Qin Hao. After all, he had distinctly heard his boss refer to Qin Hao as Brother Qin and personally see him off. A level of respect he had not witnessed from his employer in many years. This Mr. Qin was certainly no ordinary individual. Unaware of the driver's thoughts, Qin Hao sat in the back seat with his eyes closed, preparing to rest when the system's prompt sounded once more. Ding. "Congratulations, host. By utilizing divine medical skills to save a patient for the first time, you have earned a monetary reward of 20 million, triggering a special reward, 1 vial of divine gene enhancement serum." Upon hearing this unexpected stroke of fortune, Qin Hao felt a surge of excitement and hastily inquired, "System, what is the function of this divine gene enhancement serum? Will drinking it allow me to possess abilities akin to those of the illustrious captain of the beautiful nation?" Ding. The divine gene enhancement serum can comprehensively enhance the host's physical attributes, but it does not reach the levels depicted in science fiction. Special reminder: please consume the gene enhancement serum in a relatively concealed environment. After contemplating the system's explanation, Qin Hao realized that while the serum would not grant him powers comparable to the famous captain, he still eagerly anticipated the effects of its consumption. It was Monday, and the roads were congested, coinciding with the morning rush hour. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was ensnared in traffic for nearly an hour before arriving at the Beijing Central Commercial Street. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the driver exited and opened the door for Qin Hao, who stepped out. The driver respectfully bowed before turning to drive away. This scene was witnessed by Qi Ming, who was leisurely walking toward the bird's nest with a cup of soy milk in one hand and a pancake in the other. Seeing his boss emerge from the Rolls-Royce Cullinan left him momentarily stunned. Qin Hao noticed him as well and waved, but when he received no response, he approached and waved a hand in front of Qi Ming's eyes, still receiving no reaction. Qin Hao ultimately gave his shoulder a gentle pat, prompting Qi Ming to finally regain his senses. "Brother Hao, was that Rolls-Royce Cullinan yours? It's stunning. I was completely mesmerized," Qi Ming exclaimed with curiosity. "No, it belongs to a friend. I was just given a ride home." Qin Hao replied nonchalantly, "Your friend must be incredibly wealthy. How wonderful it would be to have a Rolls-Royce of my own," Qi Ming said, taking a sip of his soy milk with envy. "Enough with the envy. Focus on your work. I need to catch up on some sleep. I was up all night and am utterly exhausted." Qin Hao clapped Qi Ming on the shoulder and walked toward his rental apartment. Upon returning, Qin Hao noticed that the light in Lin Yutong's room was still on and 2 bags of garbage lay outside her door. He couldn't help but grimace, thinking, "This girl is quite reclusive." Both bags are filled with takeout packaging. He decided to recycle them. Ding. Recycled 5 takeout boxes, earning a monetary reward of 1,000 yuan. Ding. Recycled 2 plastic bags, earning a monetary reward of 10 yuan. Qin Hao quietly ascended the stairs, opened his door, and after a brief freshening up, he sat on the sofa and retrieved the divine gene enhancement serum awarded by the system. The small blue transparent vial contained a liquid whose color was indiscernible, approximately 200 milliliters in volume. Upon unscrewing the cap and bringing it to his nose, he detected a faint scent reminiscent of liquor. He took a small sip and mused to himself, "The taste of this divine gene enhancement serum. What does it remind me of? It's similar to the notoriously bitter liquor, Li Xiaobai." Resolutely, he decided to down the entire vial in one go. As the serum coursed through his body, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, leading him to lean back against the sofa and succumb to slumber. That moment, the divine gene enhancement serum began to take effect, causing Qin Hao's body to radiate heat. His skin's pores opened as impurities were expelled through sweat. His muscles visibly bulged with remarkable speed. His arms and legs grew firmer, his abdominal muscles became more defined, and his complexion turned fairer, with his facial features becoming more pronounced. However, the surrounding air grew increasingly foul. The unpleasant odor seeping through the door into Lin Yutong's room, rousing her from sleep. Initially believing the stench originated from her own trash, she donned her sleepwear and searched her room, but found no source. Upon exiting her door, the odor intensified, leading her to realize it was emanating from Qin Hao's room. She hastily covered her nose and ascended the stairs, knocking frantically on the door, calling, "Qin Hao, Qin Hao, are you in there?" Meanwhile, Qin Hao remained slumped on the sofa, the divine gene enhancement serum having just completed its transformation of his body. When Lin Yutong received no response, she pondered whether Qin Hao's toilet had clogged. As she turned the doorknob, she was surprised to find it unlocked. Stepping inside, she discovered Qin Hao motionless against the sofa, a mysterious empty vial lying on the floor. Immediately, her mind conjured images of a wealthy individual driven to despair, resorting to self-harm. She rushed to Qin Hao's side, and as the noxious odor intensified, she confirmed he was the source. Reaching her hand beneath his nose, she was relieved to find he was still breathing. Sighing with relief, she gently patted his face and called, "Qin Hao, Qin Hao, wake up. Can you hear me?" When Qin Hao remained unresponsive, Lin Yutong prepared to call for emergency assistance. Just then, he slowly opened his eyes and saw Lin Yutong in her adorable sleepwear standing before him. "Yutong, what are you doing in my room?" he asked, bewildered. Startled by his sudden voice, Lin Yutong gasped and dropped her phone, while Qin Hao looked on in confusion. After regaining her composure, she placed a hand on her chest and said, "You scare me half to death. I called you several times, but you didn't respond. I thought you had taken drastic measures." "Taken drastic measures? Why would I do that?" Qin Hao asked, perplexed. "I don't know. I was drawn upstairs by the awful smell and found you slumped on the sofa with an empty bottle at your feet. I thought you might have," Lin Yutong replied, her irritation rising. "And why do you smell so terrible? Did you fall into a cesspit?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Hao caught a whiff of himself and was immediately overwhelmed by the stench. He couldn't suppress a gagging sound, prompting Lin Yutong to hurriedly pick up her phone and dash downstairs, exclaiming, "You need to take a shower immediately. You reek." Without even bothering to close the door, Qin Hao rushed to the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, and began to rinse off. After a solid 10 minutes, he finally washed away all the grime. That moment, he noticed the changes in his body. Compared to his previous self, he felt as if he had transformed entirely, his muscular physique feeling distinctly different. Thus, he addressed the system in his mind. System, conduct a physical data assessment. Ding. System scan initiated. Scan complete. Gazing at the data displayed before him, he noted that all his physical metrics were nearly flawless. Qin Hao felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. After drying off, he stood before the mirror and realized his face had also transformed. His features were more pronounced, and he appeared significantly more handsome, with fairer skin. Now, Qin Hao's looks could rival those of the most sought-after young stars, perhaps even surpassing them. Pleased with his reflection, he thought to himself, "Indeed, the Divine Gene Enhancement Serum delivers extraordinary results." Chapter 19. What defines a high-class handsome man? Qin Hao selected a new casual outfit from his wardrobe. Due to the enhancement, his previous clothes had become somewhat snug. Yet they accentuated his physique beautifully. Glancing at the soiled garments strewn on the floor, he casually recycled them. Ding. Recycled 1 jacket, earning a monetary reward of 0.01 yuan. Ding. Recycled 1 pair of pants, earning a monetary reward of 0.01 yuan. Ding. Recycled 1 pair of underwear, earning a monetary reward of 0.01 yuan. Qin Hao approached the window and opened it, allowing the lingering odor in the room to dissipate swiftly. As Qin Hao descended the stairs, he resolved to visit the mall to acquire a few new garments, for the outfit he currently wore felt rather constricting. Accustomed to looser, more casual attire, the sensation of fabric clinging tightly to his body was decidedly unpleasant. Upon reaching the ground floor, the door to Lin Yutong's room swung open, revealing her in a casual strapless top paired with denim shorts. Upon seeing Qin Hao's handsome visage, she was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze. Yet, upon noticing the distinct 8-pack abs adorning Qin Hao's abdomen, she couldn't resist the temptation to reach out with her mischievous little hand. Quick to react, Qin Hao deftly sidestepped her advance. "Yutong, what are you up to?" he inquired, maintaining a distance of 2 meters from her. Lin Yutong, now aware of her actions, felt her face grow even warmer but bravely lifted her gaze to Qin Hao. "Qin Hao, have you had plastic surgery? You seem different from before." "Plastic surgery? How could that be? Do I really need such alterations?" Qin Hao boasted with a hint of arrogance. "Not no surgery? Then why do I perceive you as transformed?" Lin Yutong pondered, recalling their initial encounter. It might be due to my recent routine of rising early and exercising regularly." Qin Hao fabricated an excuse. "Exercise? To look this handsome? That's quite the rapid transformation." Lin Yutong murmured. "What did you say?" Qin Hao, unable to hear her soft mutterings, asked. "Nothing. By the way, take a look at my phone." Lin Yutong exclaimed, raising her phone almost to Qin Hao's face, her voice tinged with irritation. "It's all your fault. My phone screen is shattered, and you owe me a new one." Qin Hao's expression darkened, yet he recalled that Lin Yutong had indeed broken her phone out of concern for him. With a reluctant nod, he replied, "Fine, I'll compensate you. Is that satisfactory?" "That's more like it. And my pajamas too. You must replace those as well. They're tainted with your odor." "Utterly unbearable," Lin Yutong added, hands on her hips. "Seriously? You want me to pay for your pajamas as well?" Qin Hao responded with a wry smile. "If it weren't for you, would I have entered your room? Without that, would I have been so close to you? If I hadn't been that close, would my pajamas have become this foul?" Lin Yutong retorted, her voice reminiscent of a classic line from a beloved drama. Qin Hao swiftly interrupted her incessant questioning, declaring, "All right, you're right. I'll pay. Fine. I'm just about to head to the mall for some shopping. Why not join me?" "Absolutely." Lin Yutong's spirits lifted at the prospect of shopping, her shyness forgotten as she grabbed Qin Hao's arm and headed for the door. "The door. It's not locked yet." Qin Hao protested from behind. Unperturbed, Lin Yutong continued forward, prompting Qin Hao to reluctantly kick the door shut with a thud, startling a nearby dog into barking. They exchanged glances and hurried towards the elevator. Once outside the community, Lin Yutong asked, "Qin Hao, which mall are we heading to?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Hao replied, "Let's go to Yintai. It has a comprehensive selection and traffic should be light at this hour." "And how shall we get there? By taxi?" Lin Yutong inquired, unaware that Qin Hao owned a car. "No need. I have a car." Wait for me at the office building, and I'll fetch it, Qin Hao explained. All right then, Lin Yutong said as she strolled toward the exit of the building's garage. Entering the office building, Qin Hao took the elevator down to the underground parking area. Approaching his Porsche 918, he was fortunate not to encounter the same woman from before who had taken photos. Soon, the sleek silver Porsche emerged from the garage, and upon spotting Lin Yutong waiting by the roadside, he honked the horn and called out, "Hey, Yutong, get in. What are you waiting for?" Lin Yutong, taken aback, had not expected such a fantastical vehicle to belong to Qin Hao. She knew instantly that it was a luxury car. How could someone who can afford such a car still be renting an apartment? She thought, momentarily speechless. Qin Hao, this car must be quite expensive, right? What brand is it? She asked curiously, not very knowledgeable about cars. Porsche 918, it's not too bad. Just a little over 10 million, Qin Hao replied nonchalantly, considering that his net worth had surpassed 70 million, alongside a villa valued at over 10 million, making him feel that the price was rather reasonable. How much? Over 10 million. Lin Yutong's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, why are you renting? Are you really not a rich second generation? Perhaps a hidden heir raised among commoners? Stop right there. What are you conjuring in that mind of yours? Do you think I'm a protagonist from a web novel? Qin Hao chuckled, dismissing her wild speculations. Honestly, I just stumbled upon a fortunate investment in Bitcoin and made some money. I only bought the car recently. Qin Hao, you're amazing. If the opportunity arises, take me along to earn some too, Lin Yutong said with hopeful eyes. Investing carries risks. One must be cautious. Don't just see the thief feasting while ignoring the thief being punished. Qin Hao stated, his expression serious as he focused on the road. Cheapskate. Lin Yutong playfully teased, then resumed examining the car's interior, lamenting, I wonder when I'll be able to buy a car of my own. Qin Hao smiled and asked, with so many fans and a profitable live stream, why can't you afford a car? Lin Yutong sighed, alas, we in the live streaming industry are merely trading on our youth. After the platform takes its cut and the agency takes its share, there is hardly anything left for us. Nodding in understanding, Qin Hao replied, indeed, the live streaming industry is quite treacherous. Yes, but it's a necessity. Other jobs pay too little, and I have to send money back home to support my younger siblings. Relying solely on a salary won't sustain me, so I've gone full-time with live streaming. Lin Yutong explained with resignation. You have younger siblings? How many people are in your family? Qin Hao asked, intrigued. Sighing, Lin Yutong replied, I grew up in an orphanage. My siblings are the children there. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were an orphan, Qin Hao said, feeling awkward. It's fine. I'm used to it, Lin Yutong reassured him, swiftly regaining her cheerful demeanor. Qin Hao, what does your family do? I'm curious to see what kind of family produces such an outstanding son. Please, no flattery. I come from an ordinary working-class family. Both my parents are retired employees from a corporation, Qin Hao responded sincerely. Well, look at Jack Ma from a humble background and the likes of 10 cents Mahuadang. Lin Yutong mused. Qin Hao chose not to elaborate further. The vehicle soon arrived at Yintai Mall, and he parked in an available spot against the wall. Exiting the car, he walked around to the passenger side. Opening the door for Lin Yutong, it wasn't merely a display of chivalry. Considering her height, it might have been challenging for her to alight from the Porsche 918 without assistance. Nearby couples, having just parked their own vehicles, observed the scene, their hearts swelling with admiration. The women thought, wow, this man is so gentlemanly, and look at his physique, those muscle lines. Others whispered, look at that guy. He is so handsome. Even more so than Peng Yiyan. I'm in love, and his car. A Porsche 918. This is the epitome of a wealthy and handsome man. Some critical women muttered, look at the girl next to him. Is she his girlfriend? She seems so short. What could a handsome guy see in her? Meanwhile, the men thought differently. Wow, that girl is adorable. With her long twin tails, strapless top, and denim shorts, she looks like a character straight out of an anime. They glanced back at Qin Hao, dismissing him with, what is so special about him? He just drives an expensive car and happens to be tall and handsome. In this moment, many men felt a pang of inadequacy. Chapter 20. Shopping spree. Thus, under the gaze of onlookers, the two entered the elevator. As the doors closed, the crowd snapped back to reality, dispersing in various directions. The elevator swiftly ascended to the third floor, designated as the sports and leisure zone, where Qin Hao intended to change into more comfortable attire, as the current outfit felt excessively tight. Qin Hao could only wear the largest size of clothes now. Leaving little room for choice, he directly entered an outdoor brand clothing store, where he changed into a top and pants that fit quite loosely. Without even inquiring about the price, he handed his bank card to the cashier and said, Just these 2 items, please charge them. The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself how extravagant he was. She could only accept the card and process the transaction. Shortly after, the cashier returned with the shopping receipt and the card. Qin Hao glanced at it and sighed inwardly, realizing that the outfit cost over 10,000 yuan. He was still adjusting to the lifestyle of the affluent, feeling a slight pinch in his wallet. However, it was only a fleeting discomfort, as he then asked the cashier to remove the tags from the clothes. "Sir, would you like me to wrap up your old clothes?" the sales assistant inquired. "No need, just throw them away," Qin Hao replied nonchalantly. The assistant was left speechless, while Lin Yutong was equally stunned by Qin Hao's words, thinking to herself, what a wasteful person. The 2 wandered around the 3rd floor, where Qin Hao casually purchased more clothes, pants, and shoes before leading Lin Yutong to the women's section on the 2nd floor. "Yutong, try this one on," he said as he entered a Chanel store and selected a delicate white dress. The sales representative, noticing Qin Hao's outdoor attire, recognized it was not luxurious but still quite expensive, approached him with a smile, saying, "Sir, your taste is impeccable. This is our new summer collection from Chanel, and it's selling exceptionally well. The dress is made from special fabric that fits a woman's figure perfectly and resists wrinkling." Lin Yutong took the dress, held it up to herself, and found it to fall just above her knees, quite suitable for her. However, Chanel's prices were notoriously high, and she hesitated to ask, "How much is this dress?" The sales assistant smiled and replied, "Madam, this dress is priced at 28,000 yuan. Though it is somewhat pricey, it truly compliments you. Would you like to try it on?" Upon hearing the price, Lin Yutong regretted asking, thinking to herself how foolish it was to inquire when she already knew Chanel items were expensive. Just as she was lost in thought, Qin Hao turned to the sales assistant and said, "Please take her to the fitting room. I'll pick out some shoes for her." "Of course, sir," the sales assistant replied, leading Lin Yutong to the fitting room. Observing Lin Yutong's expression, the assistant realized that the dress was beyond her budget, causing her some embarrassment. However, knowing Qin Hao's wealth, she complimented Lin Yutong, saying, "Madam, your boyfriend is truly wonderful to you. Look at how he is selecting shoes for you. You are very lucky." Hearing the sales assistant refer to them as a couple made Lin Yutong's cheeks flush slightly, yet she felt quite pleased. Moments later, Lin Yutong emerged from the fitting room wearing the dress, and Qin Hao stood before her with a pair of shoes he had chosen. He was so captivated by her appearance that he completely missed her question about how it looked. The sales assistant chuckled, believing the sale was assured. It was only after Lin Yutong called Qin Hao's name 4 times that he snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "It looks great." His gaze flickered as he handed her the shoes, adding, "Yutong, try these on. I believe they will pair wonderfully with the dress." Blushing slightly, Lin Yutong nodded and accepted the shoes, bending down to try them on. As she did so, Qin Hao caught a glimpse of a flash of white from her chest and quickly diverted his gaze, thinking to himself that he hadn't noticed how well-proportioned she was. When Lin Yutong finished trying on the shoes, she had gained a few centimeters in height, almost reaching Qin Hao's chin. He looked at her and smiled, saying, "It looks great. Let's buy it. Charge it." He handed his bank card to the sales assistant. Before Lin Yutong could say anything, the assistant hurried to the counter to process the payment, eager not to miss the sale. She packaged Lin Yutong's old clothes and handed the bag, receipt, and card back to Qin Hao. Thus, Qin Hao and Lin Yutong left the Chanel store clad in their new attire. The sales assistant watched them depart, enviously murmuring to herself how fortunate it would be to be his girlfriend. Once they were a distance away, Lin Yutong asked, "Qin Hao, how much were the shoes?" Qin Hao glanced at the receipt and casually replied, "The dress was 28,000, the shoes 12,000. Altogether, 40,000. Not that much?" Lin Yutong exclaimed, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Thank you, Qin Hao, for spending so much on me. It's nothing, just a small matter. Come on, let us continue shopping. I need to buy you some sleepwear," Qin Hao said, holding various shopping bags in one hand while gently taking Lin Yutong's hand with the other as they headed toward the sleepwear store. "No, it's all right, Qin Hao. I can buy sleepwear online," Lin Yutong quickly protested. "Since we're here, let us get everything in one go. Besides, if you buy online, you'll have to wait for delivery," Qin Hao insisted. "Now, let us go. Don't be shy. After sleepwear, we still need to buy a phone. We have a busy day ahead," he continued, leading Lin Yutong into the sleepwear store. The sales assistant at the sleepwear store noticed the multitude of bags Qin Hao was carrying and quickly approached, saying, "Sir, we have a resting area where you can put your things down and take a break." Pleased by the assistant's words, Qin Hao thought to himself how this was the mark of a competent sales representative, as opposed to those who immediately bombard you with unnecessary questions. He nodded and made his way to the resting area while Lin Yutong browsed sleepwear with the assistant's help. Typically, Lin Yutong favored cute, cartoonish styles, which did not quite align with this store's aesthetic. However, wearing the Chanel dress today, she exuded a more sophisticated charm. The sales assistant recommended several more alluring sleepwear options, but Lin Yutong felt a bit shy. "Do you have anything more conservative or cute?" she inquired. The sales assistant paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Madam, with your figure, any of these sleepwear options would surely dazzle your boyfriend." She glanced at Qin Hao, who was seated in the resting area. Seeing Lin Yutong still hesitating, the assistant added, "Trust me, your boyfriend is quite handsome, and many women would be drawn to him. You need to seize this opportunity. Wearing these sleepwear sets will certainly catch his eye. A good figure deserves to be showcased, not hidden away. Just like when you encounter a good man, you must hold onto him tightly." She emphasized her point by clenching her little fist. Lin Yutong felt compelled by the sales assistant's words. She realized the truth in them. Qin Hao lived just above her, and such a quality man. Why hadn't she considered becoming his girlfriend? Resolutely, she bit her lip and said, "You're right. I'll take all these sets." The sales assistant happily acknowledged her request and went to ring up the items. Seeing her return, Qin Hao pulled out his bank card and said, "Here, please charge it to my card." The sales assistant accepted the card with a smile, saying, "Certainly, sir. You are truly wonderful to your girlfriend." As she spoke, she quickly processed the transaction without delay. Thus, another 10,000 yuan was spent. Exiting the store, Qin Hao found himself with even more bags. Fortunately, as a result of genetic enhancement, the weight was negligible for him. The two made their way to the first floor to purchase a phone. Without bothering to peruse the styles, Qin Hao instructed the sales assistant to bring him the latest model of the fruit phone with the highest specifications. By the time they returned to the car, the afternoon sun was high in the sky. Qin Hao patted his stomach and asked, "Yutong, are you hungry? Shall we find a place to eat?" Lin Yutong nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yes, let us go for a buffet. I haven't eaten anything since this morning, and I feel like I could devour a whole cow." "All right, let me check which buffet is good," Qin Hao said, pulling out his phone to search. Moments later, he set his phone down and said, "Buckle up, we're off." "Where are we going?" Lin Yutong asked. "You will find out soon enough," Qin Hao teased mysteriously. The Porsche 918 glided out of the underground parking lot of the Intai Mall, heading towards the International Exhibition Center. Since it was Monday, the office workers were still at their desks, resulting in light traffic. After a brief drive, Qin Hao arrived at the International Exhibition Center, parked the car, and once again gallantly opened the door for Lin Yutong, ready to assist her out. However, Lin Yutong, wearing a dress, had to hold down the hem with one hand while grasping Qin Hao's arm with the other, inadvertently revealing more than she intended. Qin Hao quickly suppressed his inner excitement. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a beautiful woman? Yet, he merely stole a glance before promptly averting his gaze. Once Lin Yutong stepped out and surveyed her surroundings, she questioned, "The International Exhibition Center? Is there a buffet here?" Unbeknownst to her, the most expensive buffet in Southeast City was indeed located at the Shangri-La Hotel behind the exhibition center. Chapter 21. Tong Tong's boyfriend indeed. She has one, but it is not at the exhibition center. Rather, it is behind it. Qin Hao smiled and pointed to the towering structure behind the exhibition center. Lin Yutong followed Qin Hao's gesture and thought, "Isn't that the Shangri-La? Is Qin Hao taking me to a hotel?" Confused, she looked at Qin Hao and said, Aren't we moving a bit too fast? I'm not quite ready." Qin Hao wore a puzzled expression as he looked at Lin Yutong and replied, "Too fast? Perhaps it's because it's Monday, and there's not much traffic at this hour. Besides, do we really need to prepare for something like this? We can just go ahead and do it." Lin Yutong was completely bewildered by Qin Hao's string of comments, thinking to herself, "What is going on? Didn't we just agree to have a meal? How did it escalate to this?" Just as Lin Yutong was about to refuse, Qin Hao took her hand and began walking briskly towards Shangri-La. After a 5-minute stroll, they arrived at Shangri-La. Qin Hao led Lin Yutong directly to the elevator, taking them to the 5th floor, where the buffet was located. Throughout the journey, Lin Yutong was in turmoil. Although she believed Qin Hao to be an exceptionally fine man, the thought of engaging in such activities with him so soon was somewhat overwhelming. Yet, seeing the excitement on Qin Hao's face made her reluctant to decline. As she pondered whether to clarify things with Qin Hao, the elevator doors opened, and 2 hostesses greeted them with a bow, saying, "Welcome to Shangri-La. Please, follow us." Qin Hao provided his phone number to the attendant, who then guided them to a window-side table, a reservation he had made in advance. Given that the buffet at Shangri-La was quite expensive, it was not often frequented, and securing a table was relatively easy, albeit at a higher cost, a trivial amount for Qin Hao. Once seated, Lin Yutong stared at Qin Hao in confusion, thinking, "Weren't we supposed to be heading to the hotel? What is happening?" Did I misunderstand? Qin Hao, noticing her stillness, inquired, Yutong, what are you thinking about? Aren't you going to get your favorite dishes? Are we not eating? At that moment, Lin Yutong finally grasped what Qin Hao meant by doing. Her ears flushed with warmth, and her face turned crimson as she quickly stood up, lowering her head and stammering. I thought I'm going to eat. Qin Hao chuckled and moved towards the delectable array of food. Lin Yutong, however, felt a twinge of disappointment, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. Fortunately, the multitude of dishes before her soon distracted her from the earlier awkwardness point. One could not deny the impressive variety at Shangri-La's buffet: lobsters, king crabs, sea cucumbers, abalone, steak, roasted duck. Anything one could imagine was available. The two of them busily transported their chosen delicacies to the table until it was overflowing, drawing curious glances from the surrounding diners, who wondered, can they possibly finish all that? After their culinary expedition, they finally sat down at the table, gazing at the abundance of food before them, and shared a laugh. Qin Hao said, shall we begin our feast? Lin Yutong quickly pulled out her phone, saying, wait a moment, let me take a few pictures first. Qin Hao set down his chopsticks, eagerly helping Lin Yutong capture several photos. She then took pictures from various angles, including a snapshot of herself with the food, which also featured Qin Hao. Satisfied with her phone's gallery, Lin Yutong beamed and said, all right, Qin Hao, let us dig in. An hour passed, and Lin Yutong found herself stuffed. Leaning back in her chair, gently rubbing her slightly distended belly, I can't eat anymore. Qin Hao glanced at her, taking note of her full belly and the remaining food on the table. Teasingly remarked, you're not holding up too well, are you? You claimed you could eat a whole cow, and yet it seems you've barely managed a small cow leg. With that, he picked up a king crab leg and began eating. Onlookers, including diners and servers, couldn't help but stare at the pair, wondering, these two can really put it away, can't they? Especially that guide of how long has it been since he last ate. Another hour slipped by, and Qin Hao had decimated most of the food on the table. He felt he could continue, but upon seeing the astonished expressions around him and Lin Yutong's wide-eyed gaze, he decided to call it a day. Otherwise, he might be viewed as some sort of monster. He took a sip of juice, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and asked Lin Yutong, are you full now? Lin Yutong nodded. I'm full. What about you? Qin Hao surveyed the remnants on the table, contentedly replying, I'm all right, but let us leave it at this. Eating too much isn't good for the stomach. Shall we head out? The server nearby, clearing another table, couldn't help but scoff internally at Qin Hao's comment about overeating being unhealthy, thinking, you can't possibly still be hungry, can you? Lin Yutong agreed, yes, let us go. They both stood, with Lin Yutong's stomach still slightly protruding while Qin Hao appeared unfazed. The restaurant manager observed their retreating figures and instructed the hostess, remember this man. Next time he comes, tell him we're fully booked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered to himself, that's an impressive appetite. As Qin Hao and Lin Yutong exited Shangri-La, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Qin Hao remarked, time is slipping away. We should head back. The evening rush hour will be starting soon. Yes, let us return. I need to prepare for my live stream, Lin Yutong said, patting her belly. Once in the car, she raised her phone, playfully posing with a peace sign for a selfie and said, Qin Hao, turn your head. I'm taking a picture. Qin Hao obliged, turning to face the phone, and with a click, the photo was taken. Lin Yutong began editing her pictures, preparing to share them on her social media. Meanwhile, Qin Hao started the car and drove toward the Jiqing Center. Throughout the journey, Lin Yutong was engrossed in her phone, which buzzed incessantly with notifications from her classmates and friends liking and commenting on her post. WOW.is that the Shangri-La buffet? Tong Tong. You've made it big, commented one of Lin Yutong's university friends. You're so mean, Tong Tong. How could you enjoy such delicacies without inviting me? Chimed in her close friend. Soon, another friend replied to that comment. Are you blind? Can't you see there's a handsome guy in the pictures? Our Tong Tong has found a boyfriend. Will she still remember us? Thus, Lin Yutong's social media exploded with notifications, and her friend group was buzzing with messages inquiring about her new boyfriend. Little girl selling nuclear bombs wrote, Tong Tong, share a picture of your boyfriend with us. Let the sisters have a look. I am the nuclear bomb added. Yes, Tong Tong. Hurry and send a picture to the group. I promise to keep it confidential. Lin Yutong replied, no, he is not my boyfriend yet. Please don't say that. With a shy emoji, still denying it. Is it because he is too ugly to show off? Tong Tong, you didn't end up with a middle-aged balding uncle, did you? With a laughing emoji, stop joking. Our Tong Tong would never settle for that. Talk is cheap. Hurry and show us a photo. or I'll flood your live stream tonight with comments saying Tong Xiner has a boyfriend. Lin Yutong quickly responded, Yinjia, don't scare me like that. When have I ever scared you? I've always been very upright. I cannot let countless fans be deceived by unscrupulous streamers. Lin Yutong glanced at Qin Hao, who was focused on driving, and replied, all right, I'll send one picture, but you must promise not to spread it around. He really isn't my boyfriend yet. Okay. Enough chatter, quickly, they urged. Let us see what kind of man has captured our Tong's heart. Consequently, Lin Yutong uploaded a selfie taken in Qin Hao's car to the group chat. The picture perfectly captured Lin Yutong, Qin Hao, and the steering wheel. Instantly, the group erupted in excitement. Expressions of drooling and awe filled the chat. Oh my, this young man is incredibly handsome. Just look at those chiseled features, and those muscular arms, I'm smitten. Indeed, this young man is far too attractive. Could he be a celebrity? Girls, have you not noticed the car he is driving? That's a Porsche. Based on the steering wheel, it must be a Porsche Sport car. Is that true? Wow. Tong, you are so fortunate, I envy you so much. The messages in the WeChat group kept flooding in, and Lin Yutong hardly had time to respond. Just then, the car came to a halt, and Qin Hao leaned over to see what Lin Yutong was up to, having been engrossed in her phone the entire journey. Feeling Qin Hao's gaze, Lin Yutong quickly shielded her phone against her chest and looked around, asking, are we home? Qin Hao shrugged and replied, yes, we are home. What have you been doing on your phone all this time? You didn't even react when we stopped. May I take a look? Lin Yutong tightened her grip on her phone, pouting, no, it's a secret. Qin Hao shrugged in response, all right then, secrets. We should get out of the car. Thus, Qin Hao retrieved the day's spoils from the car, while Lin Yutong held onto his arm as she stepped out of the passenger seat. Having worn high heels all day, she was a bit unsteady, prompting Qin Hao to let her lean on him. The handsome couple, laden with bags, made their way toward the apartment building, drawing glances of envy from the residents of the community as they returned to their rented home. Chapter 22. Starting a business. Upon returning to the apartment, Lin Yutong expressed her gratitude, saying, Qin Hao, thank you for buying me clothes, shoes, and a phone today, and for treating me to a lavish meal. Qin Hao smiled and replied, no need to be polite. It was my fault for stinking your clothes. Are we having dinner later? Should I bring something back for you? Are you going out again? Lin Yutong inquired. Yes, I need to drop off these things and head out again, Qin Hao explained, thinking of visiting the bird post station, which was opening today. He wanted to see how Qi Ming was faring and, importantly, how many delivery boxes and packaging materials could be recycled. All right, I won't eat dinner then. I'm still quite full, Lin Yutong said with a laugh, patting her stomach. Well, I'll head upstairs first. You should rest a bit. You have a live stream tonight. Goodbye. Qin Hao waved goodbye with a smile as Lin Yutong ascended the stairs. She opened her door, tossed the bags onto the sofa, and kicked off her shoes. Stretching her arms, she flopped onto her bed, reminiscing about her day with Qin Hao, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Hugging a plush toy from her bedside, she pointed at its nose and murmured, Qin Hao, you are really so handsome. I really like you. Meanwhile, Qin Hao organized the clothes and pants he had purchased for the day into the wardrobe, casually recycling the packaging. He couldn't help but exclaim, the recycling system is truly efficient. My mom no longer needs to worry about garbage being carelessly discarded. At that moment, Qi Ming, Wang Peng, and Lu Xiaoxue were busily attending to customers at the bird post station. It was the first day of operations, and many delivery personnel were dropping off packages. The 5-tier shelves were filled to the brim, with a couple of sacks scattered on the ground, also containing unregistered parcels. From a distance, Qin Hao noticed several people queuing at the entrance of the post station. It seemed business was thriving today. Upon entering the store, Qi Ming spotted Qin Hao and promptly greeted him. Brother Hao, you're here? Yes, carry on with your work. I'm just browsing, Qin Hao waved, standing aside to observe. He noticed a notice posted at the entrance. In response to the national call for environmental protection, customers who leave behind small parcel boxes or packaging when picking up their deliveries will receive a large biodegradable plastic bag. Additionally, those who pick up large packages and voluntarily recycle their boxes will be offered a free shipping service. After reading the notice, Qin Hao chuckled to himself, appreciating Qi Ming's creativity. Nowadays, many young people shop online and often receive multiple packages at once, making it inconvenient to carry them all. Thus, many opted to place their delivery boxes and packaging materials into the recycling bins and use the biodegradable bags provided by the post station to carry their items home. After observing for a while, he noticed that many people were proactively leaving their parcel boxes at the station. Young people today are not as frugal as the older generation who tended to hoard used cardboard. Satisfied with the trio's efforts, Qin Hao decided to leave the post station after giving Qi Ming a few words of encouragement. Wandering aimlessly, Qin Hao pondered what he should do next. With a substantial amount of money in his bank account and having cultivated a relationship with the prominent entrepreneur Zhao Dazhu, perhaps it was time to invest in starting his own business. As he walked, lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning towards the sound, he realized it was two former classmates from the foreign language department, Su Feier and Wang Muyao. Waving, he approached them, noticing they were waiting for a bus. "What brings you here? Don't you have class today?" "Yes, we don't have classes today. Feier and I came to visit some friends near the normal university." Wang Muyao replied cheerfully as always. "Oh, I see," Qin Hao said, glancing at Su Feier, who seemed to have a rosy complexion. "Did you take the medicine I prescribed? You look much better." "Yes, I've taken it. Although it still hurts sometimes, it's much better than before." "Thank you so much," Su Feier, not as exuberant as Wang Muyao, said shyly. Qin Hao nodded, continuing, "You need to keep taking it for at least 7 days for the best results." As he spoke, Wang Muyao scrutinized Qin Hao. Once he finished, she released her hold on Su Feier and stepped closer to Qin Hao, curiously saying, "Qin Hao, I feel like you've changed a bit." Qin Hao was aware of what she meant but pretended to be nonchalant. "What's different? Is there something on my face?" "Not at all. You've just become more handsome." "Feier, don't you think Qin Hao looks more handsome?" Wang Muyao insisted, shaking Su Feier's hand. Intrigued by Wang Muyao's comment, Su Feier looked up at Qin Hao and nodded. "There is indeed some change. Your features seem more defined, and you look much more spirited than before." "I told you, be honest." "Qin Hao, have you had cosmetic surgery?" Wang Muyao inquired curiously. "Of course not. How could I have undergone surgery? Even if I did, it wouldn't be this quick to show results. It's probably just from exercising regularly." "Yes, it must be the exercise," Qin Hao fabricated earnestly. "Exercise? Can it really make such a difference? I need to start exercising too," Wang Muyao mumbled. "By the way, Qin Hao, what brings you here?" Su Feier redirected the conversation. "Oh, I live around here. I was working nearby and rented this place," Qin Hao explained. "Really? What do you do?" Su Feier asked further. "I used to work in software as a programmer, but now I'm preparing to start my own company," Qin Hao replied with a smile. "Wow. Qin Hao, that's impressive. You're starting a company just 3 years after graduation. Can we come work for you after we graduate? The job market is so tough. Graduating feels like an invitation to unemployment," Wang Muyao said, looking at Qin Hao with admiration. "Haha, I'm not that impressive. If you two stunning ladies come to work for me, you'd definitely be the most popular employees," Qin Hao laughed, complimenting the two younger girls. After a lighthearted exchange, the bus arrived shortly. Su Feier and Wang Muyao boarded the bus, and Qin Hao waved goodbye before heading back to his apartment. Having chatted with the two lovely girls for a while, the sun was already setting. Qin Hao grabbed a takeout meal and returned to his rented space, quickly resolving his dinner before dialing Fatty's number. Fatty had promised to send Qin Hao the project requirements today, but with the workday over, he hadn't received anything yet. Qin Hao decided it was best to follow up. After ringing 4 or 5 times, Fatty finally answered. "Howsy, what's up? Fatty, are you done for the day? What are you up to? Didn't you say you'd send me the requirements today?" Qin Hao asked. Fatty, rubbing his neck with one hand while holding the phone with the other, replied wearily, "Don't even mention it. I had an argument with Wang Tzu today. I didn't even have time to organize anything." "What happened? Did Wang Tzu give you a hard time again?" Qin Hao asked, his tone serious. "Yes, I told the company that these changes would take at least a month, but Wang Tzu insisted I finish it within a week, before the National Day holiday. How could I not argue with him? This Wang Tzu is impossible." The general manager pressured him to follow up on the project payments, and he deflected by blaming our development progress. "I really don't know how he became the department manager." Fatty vented angrily. Qin Hao felt equally frustrated, knowing Wang Tzu's character. If it weren't for Wang Tzu's brother-in-law being a leader among the company's clients, he would never have become a department manager. Qin Hao consoled him, saying, "Fatty, don't be too upset. Now that you've had the argument, just take your time with the work. I'm planning to focus on starting my own business these days. So you can come over directly then, without worrying about Wang Tzu and his mess. Let him figure it out himself." "Is that true, Howsy? That's wonderful. I am utterly fed up with Wang Tzu's insufferable demeanor," exclaimed the plump man excitedly. "Well, just await my news. In the meantime, discreetly inquire if anyone in our team is considering a job change. Bring them along. We shall strike at the root of Wang Pengzi's influence." Qin Hao replied with a smile. "All right, I'll ask around in the coming days," the plump man responded. "Good. Then you can get back to your tasks. Await my updates," Qin Hao concluded. Hanging up the phone, he contemplated. It seems the establishment of the company needs to be expedited. This presents the perfect opportunity to deal with Wang Tzu. Qin Hao opened his laptop and began searching for information regarding office buildings in Southeast City. He aimed to find an upscale office space. Although he was starting a new venture, it should not appear shabby. Renting a prestigious office space would better attract talent. As he perused, he stumbled upon a property, the Weihai International Plaza. He recalled that the villa gifted to him by Zhao Dizhu's was named Weihai Garden. Could it be that the Weihai International Plaza is also part of Zhao Dizhu's empire? Thus, Qin Hao quickly clicked on the link to examine it closely. Weihai International Plaza was developed in collaboration with the Southeast City government and was located in the TBD area, the technological and business hub, a focal point for provincial and municipal government initiatives aimed at establishing a regional technology and finance center. This aligned perfectly with the positioning of Qin Hao's company. He searched the map for the precise location and discovered that Weihai Garden was situated just behind the Weihai International Plaza on Panlong Mountain. Qin Hao resolved to visit Weihai Garden tomorrow and finalize the office space arrangements. Chapter 23. Weihai Garden Villa. The night passed without incident, and soon it was the following day. Qin Hao rose early, washed up, and stepped out. He first indulged in breakfast at a nearby CAF before heading to the rented basement. Upon opening the door, he noticed neatly stacked delivery boxes and packaging bags in the corner. Feeling satisfied, he approached the pile and addressed the system, recycle, ding. Recycled 1 delivery box, reward, 200 yuan, ding. Recycled 1 delivery box, reward, 200 yuan, ding. Recycled 1 delivery box, reward, 500 yuan. The system's notifications continued to chime, and Qin Hao was overjoyed. Nearly grinning from ear to ear, finally, the notifications ceased, and the items in the basement vanished. He sighed with relief and checked his phone, which was inundated with messages. In a short span, 50,000 yuan was credited to his bank account. It seemed his method of profiting through the delivery station was indeed viable. With a contented heart, Qin Hao left the basement and made his way to his car. 10 minutes later, a silver-gray Porsche 918 emerged from the underground garage. Following the navigation's instructions, he drove towards Tourism Road. The Tuesday morning traffic was quite congested, and it took nearly an hour for him to reach Weihai International Plaza. As he slowed his speed to observe, he noted that the office buildings along Tourism Road were already constructed, with numerous office workers heading to their workplaces. There must have been over a dozen buildings. The tallest among them was the Weihai Hilton Hotel. Qin Hao marveled. I never imagined Zhao Dizhu's enterprises were so extensive. For him, the 50 million to save his daughter's life is truly insignificant. After passing Weihai International Plaza and continuing along Weihai Road for 5 or 6 minutes, he spotted the sales office for Weihai Garden, indicating that the properties had yet to be sold out. Qin Hao drove into Weihai Garden at that moment. A security guard in crisp uniform guided him to park and opened the car door for him. After exiting the vehicle, Qin Hao nodded to the guard and proceeded directly to the sales center. Upon entering, the sales manager of Weihai Garden hurried over, extending his hand from a distance. Hello, Mr. Qin. Welcome to our Weihai Garden community. I am the sales manager here, Shi Zhenxiang, but you may call me Xiao Shi. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback but instinctively shook the manager's hand, asking, You know me? Manager Shi smiled. Mr. Qin is a friend of our Weihai Group's chairman. I processed your property transfer paperwork. I also registered your information. In truth, Manager Shi hesitated to mention that the sales office's cameras were connected to the Weihai Group's headquarters, allowing for automatic recognition of guests as soon as they entered. Special clients like Qin Hao were afforded particular privileges. Upon Qin Hao's arrival, Manager Shi had received an immediate alert and rushed over. Being an IT professional, Qin Hao quickly grasped the situation and chose not to pursue further inquiries. With much on his agenda for the day, he stated, Manager Shi, since you handled my transfer paperwork, please take me to see the villa. Of course, Mr. Qin, I will take you right away. Please hold on while I retrieve the keys and property documents. Manager Shi replied, hastening to the office. As Qin Hao surveyed the environment of the Weihai Garden Sales Center, he approached the model display. The entire Weihai Garden comprises 10 16-story low-rise residential buildings, 7 34-story high-rises, and 30 standalone villas. These 17 high-rise buildings are connected to the Weihai International Plaza Business District, with large shopping centers, schools, hospitals, and various living amenities planned nearby. Additionally, the 30 standalone villas are constructed along Panlong Mountain, with layouts ranging from 280 to 500 square meters. After a while, Manager Shi emerged from the office with the keys and property documents. Spotting Qin Hao by the model display, he quickly approached, saying, Mr. Qin, your villa is the largest in Weihai Garden. It is our crown jewel. He gestured to indicate the location of the villa. Qin Hao nodded. Let us go and take a look. How shall we get there? We have a shuttle service, or Mr. Qin may drive, Manager Shi explained. The shuttle is too slow. I will drive, Qin Hao replied, heading towards the exit with Manager Shi following closely behind. The security guard stationed at the door respectfully saluted as they exited the sales center. Qin Hao reached his car, opened the door, and gestured for Manager Shi to sit in the passenger seat. Manager Shi glanced at Qin Hao's car and license plate, internally astonished. Who is this Mr. Qin? A Porsche 918. I've only heard of it. Never been in one. And the license plate, with 5 ones, must be worth a fortune. Wealth is truly enviable. A single license plate equates to a house. Following Manager Shi's directions, Qin Hao drove up Panlong Mountain. During the journey, Manager Shi introduced the remaining villas, so Qin Hao drove at a leisurely pace of about 20 miles per hour. After approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at a 3-story villa. This was Qin Hao's residence. Manager Shi pressed the key fob, and the European-style door swung open as Qin Hao drove into the yard. Exiting the vehicle, he surveyed the villa, which resembled a diminutive European castle seen in films, complete with a spacious garden. Manager Shi also disembarked from the passenger seat, slightly out of breath from the experience, but Qin Hao remained focused on the property and did not notice. Mr. Qin, this villa was designed by the renowned German architect Stephen Roberts, who has created estates for many internationally acclaimed personalities. Manager Shi eagerly introduced. Noticing Qin Hao nodding, he continued, this villa has a residential area of 500 square meters, with an additional 300 square meter garden. The basement features a garage capable of accommodating approximately 5 vehicles. As Qin Hao admired the surroundings, Manager Shi elaborated on the layout. The first floor comprises a dining room, a reception area, a kitchen, and a maid's room. The second floor has 3 guest rooms, a study, and 2 bathrooms, while the third floor boasts 2 expansive bedrooms, each with an ensuite bathroom, along with a grand balcony that Mr. Qin may wish to explore. Qin Hao nodded, ascending to the 3rd floor. The balconies of the 2 bedrooms were interconnected and spacious, offering a clear view of the entire Panlong Mountain landscape. Combined with the villa's European style, it exuded the ambience of a European castle from the movies. Qin Hao mused, it appears this architect is indeed talented. Qin Hao and Manager Shi took the elevator down to the basement garage, where the space was ample enough to accommodate 5 vehicles comfortably. After returning to the living room, Manager Shi presented the property documents to Qin Hao, stating, Mr. Qin, here are the transfer paperwork and property certificate for the villa. Thanks to our chairman's special approval, your property certificate can be processed swiftly. Other villas will take a year to obtain their certificates. Oh, it seems I must express my gratitude to Brother Zhao later, Qin Hao remarked while reviewing the property deed. Upon hearing Qin Hao refer to the chairman of the Ocean Group as Brother Zhao, Manager Shi felt a heightened sense of respect. After all, this was someone on such familiar terms with the chairman. Mr. Qin, I had someone come to tidy up the place yesterday. You can move in at your convenience. If you have any additional requests regarding the villa, please let me know, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you, Manager Shi stated respectfully. Manager Shi, I am quite satisfied with this villa and have no further requests. However, there is a small matter that may require your assistance, Qin Hao replied with a smile. Oh, not at all, it's no trouble. Please, go ahead, Mr. Qin, Manager Shi responded politely. I am planning to start a company and would like to rent an office floor in your Ocean International Plaza. Would it be possible for you to assist me with that? Qin Hao inquired. Manager Shi pondered for a moment. Although he was primarily responsible for the Ocean Garden residential project, he was well versed in the leasing of office spaces at Ocean International Plaza. Of course, Mr. Qin. However, may I ask what industry your new company will primarily focus on? He asked. Qin Hao was taken aback by the question, not expecting such an inquiry from Manager Shi. Nevertheless, he had nothing to hide and replied, it will be in the field of internet and IT services. Does that matter? Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Qin. Ocean International Plaza is developed in partnership with the municipal government, and its main focus is as a technology and finance center. Therefore, there are specific designations for office spaces in each area. My inquiry about your main business is solely to assist you in finding the most suitable office for your needs, Manager Shi explained. Realizing the rationale behind the question, Qin Hao nodded and said, in that case, would you be able to arrange a visit for me to see the space? Certainly, Mr. Qin, I will contact them right away. Manager Shi replied, stepping outside the villa to make a phone call. Chapter 24. Zhao Di's whose request Manager Shi first contacted the supervisor in charge of Ocean International Plaza to discuss the situation. Upon learning that this involved someone on such friendly terms with the chairman, the supervisor immediately took action, instructing his team to compile information on several available office spaces for Manager Shi to forward. Subsequently, Manager Shi consulted with his own superior to determine whether it was necessary to update the chairman, given that Qin Hao was someone of significant interest to him. After some consideration, the supervisor said, Little Shi, you handled this well. Take Mr. Qin to Ocean International Plaza, and I will contact the chairman now. Wait for my call. Remember, Do not offend Mr. Qin. Understood, leader, Manager Shi replied before hurrying back. Mr. Qin, I apologize for the wait. I have the information on the office spaces on my phone. Shall we head over? Manager Shi asked respectfully. Thank you, Manager Shi, I appreciate your assistance, Qin Hao said, shaking Manager Shi's hand with a smile. Not at all, it is my honor to serve you, Mr. Qin, Manager Shi replied as they left the villa, chatting amiably during the drive. On the way, Manager Shi briefly introduced Qin Hao to the available office spaces, highlighting one building located on a main thoroughfare, known as the Internet Finance Building, and another behind it, the Artificial Intelligence Building, both of which were still available for lease. After some consideration, Qin Hao decided to first visit the Internet Finance Building due to its convenient location and the appealing number 11, which he found understated yet significant. Upon arriving at the parking lot of the Internet Finance Building, Manager Shi had already informed the property manager via WeChat. Recognizing the license plate number, the property manager hurried over. As Qin Hao exited the car, he shook hands with the property manager, who greeted him warmly. Mr. Qin, it is an honor to have you choose our Ocean International Plaza as the location for your company. Qin Hao found the property manager's flattery somewhat excessive, yet he appreciated the sentiment. After all, people enjoy hearing kind words. As they conversed, Manager Shi exited the Porsche and rushed over, saying, Old Wang, please take Mr. Qin to see the 11th floor of the Internet Finance Building. Certainly, Mr. Qin, let us proceed. The property manager replied with a smile, accompanying Qin Hao as they entered the building, flanked by Manager Shi on either side. The receptionist, taken aback by the distinguished group, stood up and bowed deeply in greeting, wondering if they were leaders from the group. The group took the elevator to the 11th floor, where the property manager explained. The Internet Finance Building has a total of 33 floors, with the 2nd to 5th floors housing the headquarters of the Southeast Branch of China Merchants Bank, and the 6th to 8th floors occupied by the Langzhou International Financial Division. The upper floors are home to various IT and internet companies. Currently, the 11th floor is unoccupied, as it features a large office hall that cannot be leased separately. Thus, it must be rented in its entirety. The annual cost is several million, which might be prohibitive for an ordinary company. Qin Hao was quite satisfied and approached the large windows to take in the view. I am quite pleased with this space. What is the rental price? He inquired. Noticing Qin Hao's straightforwardness, the property manager quickly looked to Manager Shi, who hesitated before saying, Mr. Qin, our chairman has instructed us to waive 3 years of rent. We only wish for you to be satisfied. Qin Hao furrowed his brow and responded, waive 3 years of rent. Is this what Brother Zhao said? Seeing Qin Hao's expression, Manager Shi quickly clarified. Yes, it was our chairman who instructed my supervisor to inform me. Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Manager Shi, please do not misunderstand me. I have no dissatisfaction with your offer. However, I must insist that rental fees be settled appropriately. Personal connections aside, business is business. Hearing these words from Qin Hao, both Manager Shi and the property manager felt at a loss about how to proceed, unsure of how to report this back to the chairman. Noticing their expressions, Qin Hao waved his hand again. Never mind, I will discuss it directly with Brother Zhao. He took out his phone, walked to a conference room, and dialed Zhao Dizhu's number. Hello, Brother Qin. Are you satisfied with Ocean International Plaza? Zhao Dizhu asked with a smile. Brother Zhao, I heard from Manager Shi that you intend to waive 3 years of rent. I cannot accept such generosity. Qin Hao replied that I appreciate your kindness, but the rent must be paid. Brother Qin, you are being too formal. You are my daughter's savior. I would not hesitate to give you part of the Ocean Group. Zhao Dizhu insisted. Brother Zhao, while I appreciate your sentiment, business must be conducted as business. If you waive 3 years of rent, I could simply sublet the space and not bother to start a company at all. I need some endeavor to keep me motivated. Qin Hao joked. Ha ha ha, you have a strong character. I like that. How about this? I will give you a 20% discount on the rent, and you will be exempt from property and utility fees. That should suffice, right? You must not refuse my heartfelt offer. Very well, I thank you, Brother Zhao, Qin Hao said, feeling unable to decline further. Pleased with Qin Hao's acceptance, Zhao Dizhu continued, do not mention it. Just remember to keep our friendship in mind. I will call the manager on my end to inform them. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. Upon hearing that Zhao Dizhu needed assistance, Qin Hao, acknowledging the goodwill Zhao had shown him, readily replied, Brother Zhao, please feel free to ask for anything. I will not decline if I am able to help. Zhao Dizhu sighed with relief, saying, a close friend of mine has recently been diagnosed with late-stage lymphoma and has been told by numerous doctors that there is no hope for treatment. Upon hearing that my daughter's illness was cured, he sought me out, pleading for your help. He is a long-time friend, and I cannot refuse his request. Thus, I am shamelessly asking you for assistance. Qin Hao considered for a moment and replied, I can certainly treat his illness, But regarding the consultation fees, he left the sentence hanging, knowing Zhao Dizhus would understand. Rest assured, my friend is financially sound. If you can save him, he will not treat you poorly. If he does, I will make up the difference, Zhao Dizhus assured him. Brother Zhao, you flatter me. Please contact your friend and let me know once you have arranged a time. Qin Hao replied with a smile. Thank you, Brother Qin. I will express my gratitude on behalf of my friend. Now, I will let you return to your business. Goodbye, Zhao Dizhus said before hanging up. Qin Hao exited the conference room and informed Manager Shi and the property manager. The terms have been agreed upon. We will proceed with the 20 discount. Both the property manager and Manager Shi nodded vigorously, quickly arranging for the contract to be printed. The original annual rent was 5 million. And with the discount, it would be 4 million. Qin Hao signed a 3-year lease, and after finalizing the contract, he said, thank you both for your assistance today. Once my company is established in the next few days, I will transfer the rent. Manager Shi and the property manager quickly gestured to decline assistance. The property manager remarked, it is no trouble at all. It is my honor to serve Mr. Qin. Please feel free to contact me anytime your esteemed company requires assistance. Qin Hao nodded, shook hands with both individuals, and said, you two can go ahead with your tasks. I shall remain here for a while longer. Thus, the two bid farewell to Qin Hao and descended the elevator. Seated in the conference room, Qin Hao retrieved his phone and called Fatty. The call was promptly answered. Fatty, the company address has been selected. How about you? How many team members can you bring over? Qin Hao inquired with a smile. 10 individuals have explicitly expressed their willingness to follow me. All from our team. A few others from different teams are currently engaged in projects and cannot join me immediately. Fatty excitedly responded. Great job. I will arrange for the company registration this afternoon, and they should be able to move in as early as tomorrow, Qin Hao said. All right, Haozi, I will inform them this afternoon to prepare as well. Fatty replied cheerfully. After ending the call, Qin Hao dialed Mu Xiaoya. The call connected swiftly. Mu Xiaoya answered, Hao Gu, what can I do for you? Well, Xiaoya, there are indeed some matters that require your assistance. Do you have time today? Qin Hao asked. Yes, I am free today as there are no clients scheduled to view properties. Mu Xiaoya replied, I am planning to register a company, but I lack experience in this area and would like your help. Qin Hao explained. Registering a company? No problem, Hao Gu. However, I will need some documentation, which may be difficult to convey over the phone. Where are you? Shall I come to find you? Mu Xiaoya suggested. Qin Hao contemplated briefly and replied. Yes, please come over. I am at the 11th floor of the Internet Finance Building at Outer Sea International Plaza. All right, Hao Gu, I will be there in half an hour, Mu Xiaoya confirmed before hanging up and grabbing the keys to her electric scooter as she left the agency. This month, Mu Xiaoya had successfully closed several deals, with the most lucrative being Qin Hao shop and renovation projects. As a result, she had risen from the bottom of the quarterly rankings to become the sales champion. So she did not request leave from the company and simply told them she was taking clients to view properties. Chapter 25. Private Secretary. Approximately 20 minutes later, Mu Xiaoya arrived at the Internet Finance Building. Gazing up at the structure, she pondered, could Hao Gu be planning to establish a company here? The rent must be quite steep. Entering the elevator, she pressed the button for the 11th floor. When the doors opened, she stepped out and scanned the area but did not spot Qin Hao. She then called him. The phone rang, and Qin Hao emerged from the conference room. Spotting Mu Xiaoya looking around, he called out, Xiaoya, I'm over here. Turning at the sound of his voice, Mu Xiaoya saw Qin Hao waving at her with his phone in hand. She terminated the call and approached him. Hao Gu, are you planning to open a company here? Mu Xiaoya inquired with curiosity. Yes, I have rented the entire 11th floor, Qin Hao replied calmly. What? The whole floor? Mu Xiaoya exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise as she surveyed the surroundings. Indeed. What do you think? The space is quite ample. Isn't it? Qin Hao remarked with a smile. Mu Xiaoya nodded vigorously, saying, it's fantastic, Hao Gu. This must be over 1,000 square meters, and the rent must be exorbitant. It's 1,600 square meters, with an annual rent of 5 million. However, I have a connection who gave me a discount of 20%, Qin Hao mentioned, omitting the fact that his acquaintance was the chairman of the Outer Sea Group to avoid startling Mu Xiaoya. How much? Mu Xiaoya gasped. Her mouth agape. 0.5 million. She continued, Hao Gu, you are truly a tycoon among tycoons. Qin Hao chuckled, rubbing his nose. All right, let's focus on the company matters. What documentation do we require? Mu Xiaoya nodded and, once seated in the conference room, began. First, we need the company name, which must be approved by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Once approved, we will need to prepare the rental contract, company bylaws, identification for the shareholders, and legal representative. the business scope, and we also need to register for taxation, which requires information about the financial personnel or the financial company we intend to entrust. Mu Xiaoya spoke rapidly, and Qin Hao felt overwhelmed by the information. After she finished, he rubbed his forehead and said, I had no idea starting a company would be so complex. Can we complete all these procedures in a day? In a day that's unlikely if all goes well. It will take around 3 to 4 days, Mu Xiaoya reflected. Is that so? Qin Hao paused, contemplating that if registering a company was so intricate, many operational challenges lay ahead. Perhaps he should bring Mu Xiaoya on board to assist him. With this thought, he gazed at her, his eyes shining with excitement. Mu Xiaoya felt a bit flustered under his gaze, her ears turning warm and her cheeks flushing. That moment, Qin Hao smiled and asked, Xiaoya, how much do you earn in a month? Mu Xiaoya was taken aback, not understanding why Qin Hao suddenly asked that. Feeling a mix of irritation and excitement, she replied, How gu, you might be misunderstanding. I am not that kind of girl. What? Qin Hao was momentarily stunned, realizing his question had been misinterpreted. He quickly waved his hands, saying, Xiaoya, you misunderstood. I meant to ask how much you make as a real estate agent each month. Feeling embarrassed, Mu Xiaoya hadn't anticipated that Qin Hao meant this and wished to find a hole to hide in. Nevertheless, she answered truthfully, if things go well, I can earn around 15 to 16,000. Otherwise, it's just the basic salary of 3,005. Qin Hao pondered for a moment before suggesting, Xiaoya, how about you come work for me? I can offer you 20,000 a month, plus a year-end bonus. What do you think? 20,000? How gu, are you joking? Mu Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully. Of course, I am not joking. You know I dislike complications. There will be many tedious matters like company registration in the future. And I need someone to assist me. I believe you would be perfect for the job, as you are diligent and capable. If the compensation does not meet your expectations, we can negotiate, Qin Hao sincerely stated. Mu Xiaoya looked at Qin Hao and sensed that he was serious. After contemplating, she replied, All right, Hao gu, I accept. But what type of company are you planning to establish? What will it be called? Qin Hao scratched his head and replied, I haven't finalized the name yet, but I have decided on the business focus, an internet and software service company. Mu Xiaoya thought for a moment and then asked, So, Hao gu, what do you intend for me to do? Qin Hao replied, For now, you will serve as my personal secretary, assisting me with various tasks. Once the company is established, you can oversee its daily operations. How does that sound? Mu Xiaoya considered it and thought that being Qin Hao's personal secretary was quite appealing. However, she felt that the term secretary carried a negative connotation, as the saying goes. A secretary is busy when there are tasks, but idle when there are none. With this thought, her cheeks reddened further. Yes, I have no objections, Hao gu, she finally said. Qin Hao felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders and responded, That's wonderful, Xiaoya. Let us brainstorm some names for the company together. Yu Xiaoya nodded and suggested. Since it's an internet company, the name should typically include technology. What do you think would be fitting? Both were deep in thought, Qin Hao reflecting on the names of prominent companies. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Alibaba, Tencent, and Xiaomi, all possessing unique characteristics. What should he name his company? After 5 or 6 minutes of contemplation, Mu Xiaoya found herself at a loss for a catchy name and turned to Qin Hao. That moment, Qin Hao's brow relaxed. And he said, How about we call it Haoyan Technology? Hao represents my name, Qin Hao, and Tian signifies the heavens. Haoyan Technology. Haoyan Technology. Mu Xiaoya repeated, nodding. Hao gu, that name is excellent and easy to pronounce. You are truly remarkable. Qin Hao was pleased with the name and declared, All right, the company will be named Haoyan Technology. I will rely on you to handle the subsequent matters. Rest assured, Hao gu that I will expedite the company registration process, Mu Xiaoya affirmed confidently. Qin Hao nodded and handed her the rental contract and his identification, saying, Here is the contract for the office space, along with my ID. Tomorrow, several technical personnel will be joining us. They are all former colleagues from my previous company. Mu Xiaoya acknowledged, Understood. Hao gu. I will head to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau this afternoon to finalize the company name. By the way, Xiaoya, can you drive? Qin Hao thought that if Xiaoya could drive, it would be more convenient for business outings. Mu Xiaoya nodded. Yes, I have had my driver's license for 2 years. But I haven't purchased a car yet. Qin Hao replied, As long as you have a license, that is sufficient. This afternoon, I will buy a car, and you can register it under the company's name for now. It can serve as your transportation for business, Mu Xiaoya exclaimed with delight. Brother Hao, thank you. You are truly wonderful. She could hardly restrain herself from rushing over to embrace Qin Hao and plant a kiss on his cheek. Feeling fortunate that she had agreed to join his company. With their plans set, the two departed from the Internet Finance Building. Qin Hao climbed into his Porsche 918 and drove towards the southeastern outskirts of the city, the hub for automobile sales, where both domestic and imported vehicles were plentiful. As Mu Xiaoya rode her electric scooter, she caught sight of Qin Hao stepping into his silver-gray Porsche 918, causing her to gasp in astonishment. A flicker of ambition ignited within her. After all, who wouldn't be drawn to a tall, rich, and handsome man? Meanwhile, a group of 10 from the Fatty Union project team submitted their resignation letters to the HR department. Prompting the general manager to take notice, he personally inquired about their reasons for leaving, and Fatty candidly recounted the misdeeds of Wang Tuzu and how he had pushed Qin Hao out, shifting blame onto the technical team. The general manager, aware of Wang Tuzu's true nature but constrained by client relationships, realized that the situation was irreparable. Upon reviewing the resignation letters, he reluctantly signed off on their departures. This left Wang Tuzu in shock, his technical staff having abandoned him, leaving him isolated. Furious, he hurled documents around his office, still at a loss for how Fatty and the others had the audacity to resign collectively. Just as he pondered his next steps, the general manager entered his office. Wang Tuzu quickly rose, stammering, "Director Huang, you're here. These technicians are like untrainable wolves. I usually..." Before he could finish, Director Huang interrupted sharply, "Manager Wang, there's no need for explanations. They've already informed me of your treatment towards them. You can pack your things. You won't be coming back tomorrow." Wang Tuzu was taken aback, stuttering, "What did you say? I must have misheard." Director Huang dismissed him with a glance. "You heard me correctly. You are fired." With that, he ordered Wang Tuzu to leave. Chapter 26. Purchasing a vehicle. Wang Tuzu was infuriated, pointing at Director Huang and declaring, "You think you can intimidate me? I was appointed by the chairman himself. Even if I'm to be dismissed, it requires the chairman's mandate, and you are insignificant." Director Huang remained unfazed, deflecting Wang Tuzu's finger, calmly stating, "True, I lack the authority to fire you. That decision rests with the chairman." Wang Tuzu was bewildered, thinking, "Impossible. The chairman wouldn't dismiss me. I am the brother-in-law of an important client," he muttered in disbelief. "No way, absolutely not." Director Huang, smirking at Wang Tuzu's shock, turned to leave, casually advising, "Manager Wang, remember to leave room for others in your dealings. As the saying goes, leaving a line allows for future encounters." Wang Tuzu glared at Director Huang's departing figure. Ignoring the counsel, he pulled out his phone to call his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Qin Hao arrived at an authorized Rolls-Royce dealership in the southeastern outskirts. He parked his Porsche 918 in front of the showroom. A sharply dressed young man promptly approached, respectfully opening the car door for him. Upon exiting, Qin Hao was escorted into the showroom, where the young man enthusiastically inquired, "Good day, sir. It is an honor to serve you. Do you have a particular model in mind that I can introduce you to?" Scanning the showroom, Qin Hao's gaze landed on a black Rolls-Royce secured behind protective barriers. He approached the vehicle, and the young salesman hurriedly followed, explaining, "Sir, this is the new Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Compared to the previous model, it features a 6.7L V12 engine with twin turbocharging, delivering a maximum of 600 horsepower. Qin Hao, uninterested in the sales pitch, inspected the vehicle, confirming it was the same model as Zhao Dizhu's. He retrieved his bank card, stating, "I'll take this one." Processed the payment. The salesman was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Qin Hao shot him a puzzled look. "What do you mean, I said I'm buying this car." Processed the payment. Handing over the card again, the young man was momentarily speechless. However, he quickly regained composure, realizing that such straightforwardness in a wealthy client was rare. He accepted the card respectfully, saying, "Certainly, sir, I will handle that for you." Qin Hao waved him off, indicating urgency. He pulled the protective barrier aside and climbed into the car. Other sales staff watched in astonishment, unsure of what was transpiring as Qin Hao settled into the luxurious interior of the Cullinan, affectionately dubbed the land yacht. He admired the expansive leather upholstery and the opulent starlit ceiling, which he found utterly enchanting. Just then, the young salesman returned, accompanied by a manager. The manager approached the driver's side, squatting slightly to present a business card, saying, "Good day, sir. I am the manager of this authorized Rolls-Royce dealership. Here is my card." Qin Hao accepted the card and stepped out of the vehicle, shaking the manager's hand. "Hello, Manager Liu. I am Qin Hao." Manager Liu smiled warmly. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Qin. We are thrilled that you appreciate our Rolls-Royce vehicles." Not waiting for him to finish, Qin Hao interjected, "Let's skip the pleasantries, Manager Liu. I have much to attend to this afternoon. Let us get straight to the point." Manager Liu paused, feeling slight irritation, but quickly regained his composure. Replying respectfully, "Mr. Qin, your straightforwardness is refreshing. The Cullinan is priced at 7.8 million, but we can offer a discount of 200,000 for a full cash payment. Additionally, we have several attractive license plates available if you're interested. Qin Hao nodded. Oh, what license plates do you have? Manager Liu, thrilled by the inquiry, responded enthusiastically. We currently have the following options: East AQH111, East AK8888, East AS6688, and East AV9999. Which one might you prefer? Qin Hao considered the options, finding them quite appealing. After a moment of thought, he said, the 4.8s and 4.9s are a bit too ostentatious for my taste. I prefer something more understated. Manager Liu felt a twinge of disappointment. Those two plates had lingered in their inventory for over a year. Qin Hao continued, I'll choose Q811.it resonates well with my name, Qin Hao, and the QH prefix feels serendipitous. Excellent choice, Mr. Qin. The QH111 plate is priced at 1.4 million, bringing the total to 0.9 million, Manager Liu stated, watching Qin Hao's expression anxiously, fearing he might reconsider due to the price. However, Qin Hao's demeanor remained unchanged. Alleviating Manager Liu's concerns, Qin Hao thought to himself that his own plate, 5 ones, cost 2.4 million, making the 1.4 million for QH111 seem reasonable. He replied, sounds good, Manager Liu. Let us process the payment. I have other matters to attend to. Manager Liu smiled broadly. Of course, Mr. Qin. He turned to the young salesman. What are you waiting for? Hurry and assist Mr. Qin with the paperwork. The young man dashed to the finance office and soon returned, respectfully presenting Qin Hao with his bank card. Qin Hao accepted it and said, Manager Liu, please take care of the remaining paperwork. Once the vehicle is ready, deliver it to Villa 9 at Weihai Garden. Manager Liu nodded vigorously. Certainly, Mr. Qin, I assure you it will be delivered by tomorrow morning at the latest. Qin Hao shook hands with Manager Liu before driving away. He still needed to purchase a vehicle for Mu Xiaoya, but he intended to keep it modestly priced for everyday use. Thus, he headed to the Porsche dealership once more. Upon parking, Xiao Hong, who had assisted him before, recognized his car immediately and hurried outside as Qin Hao exited his vehicle. Mr. Qin, you're back. Is there an issue with the car? She inquired, puzzled. Qin Hao smiled. No, the car is fine and I'm here to buy another one. As he walked toward the dealership, Xiao Hong's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly followed, asking, are you looking for another sports car or a sedan? Qin Hao pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps I should purchase a car suitable for a woman. Could you provide me with some recommendations? Upon hearing that Qin Hao was looking for a car for a woman, Xiao Hong felt a pang of jealousy and wondered if it was meant for a girlfriend. She then inquired, Mr. Qin, is this for your girlfriend? You were truly kind to her. Qin Hao smiled but offered no explanation. Recognizing his silence, Xiao Hong tactfully said, if it's for a lady, I recommend you take a look at this one. She led Qin Hao to a red car and continued. This is the Panamera 2.9T Platinum Edition, equipped with a V6 engine and boasting a maximum of 330 horsepower. Moreover, its aesthetic appeal is remarkable. With its sleek silhouette and alluring crimson-colored, I'm certain your girlfriend will adore it. Qin Hao chuckled and replied, indeed, it looks impressive. How much does it cost? The Panamera 2.9T Platinum Edition is priced at 1.18 million, and we also have a black extended version available for 1.2 million, Xiao Hong informed him. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Hao decided, I will take this one. Please proceed with the payment. He took out his bank card and handed it to Xiao Hong. She eagerly received the card, exclaiming, very well, Mr. Qin, please wait while I complete the paperwork. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Hong returned with a smile, handing back the card and stating, Mr. Qin, the formalities have been completed. Would you like us to deliver the vehicle to your home? Xiao Hong was astute enough to understand that Qin Hao would not drive the new car back himself, having arrived in his own vehicle. If she could assist him in delivering the car, it would provide her with an opportunity to know him better. However, after some thought, Qin Hao decided to have Mu Xiaoya come and drive it back, while also registering the car under the company's name. He replied, no need. I will have my secretary come by tomorrow to drive it. Xiao Hong felt a slight disappointment but quickly responded, understood, Mr. Qin. The two shook hands, and Xiao Hong watched as Qin Hao drove away. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had struck 4 in the afternoon. While driving, Qin Hao received a call from Mu Xiaoya. His phone automatically connected to the car's Bluetooth system, and he pressed the answer button. Hello, Brother Hao. The company name has been approved, and I have submitted the remaining documents. I forgot to ask. Are you planning on contributing the registered capital as subscribed or paid in? Mu Xiaoya inquired. Is there a difference? Qin Hao asked that if it's subscribed, the administration will not require a capital verification report, nor will it need to be paid in full at once. Conversely, if it's paid in, the registered capital must be fully deposited. Considering his current bank balance, having spent 12 million on renting office space and 10.18 million on the car, Qin Hao estimated he still had around 30 million remaining. He replied, "Let's go with paid in. Starting with 30 million paid in. Brother Hao, are you sure about this amount? This money will belong to the company, and if you need to use it personally later, it will have to go through the company's accounts." Mu Xiaoya cautioned kindly, aware that 30 million was no trifling sum, as many large companies preferred the subscribed method. Qin Hao chuckled, "Xiaoya, just follow my instructions. 30 million is inconsequential to me. Besides, having a paid-in capital of 30 million will enhance our credibility with clients. Won't it?" Mu Xiaoya nodded in agreement. "Understood, brother Hao. By the way, there's something else. Your vehicle has been purchased. Tomorrow, please visit the Porsche dealership to collect it and transfer the ownership to the company," Qin Hao stated. Mu Xiaoya was elated, not expecting Qin Hao to finalize the purchase so swiftly, especially for a Porsche. She excitedly replied, "All right, brother Hao, thank you." Just as he hung up, Qin Hao's phone rang again. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Zhao Diz who's calling. "Hello, brother Zhao," Qin Hao answered. "Greetings, brother Qin. I apologize. I had arranged for a friend to show you something tomorrow. However, I just received a call from his wife, who informed me that he suddenly collapsed. Could you possibly come today instead?" Zhao Diz asked, sounding apologetic. Without hesitation, Qin Hao replied, "Brother Zhao, please send me the address and I will navigate there." "Thank you so much, brother Qin. I will send it right away." Zhao Diz responded. After hanging up, the address came through, and Qin Hao noted it was at Longhu Daijing Garden. He recognized the neighborhood as being of a similar caliber to Zhao Diz's. With that, he pressed the accelerator and swiftly drove toward the southeastern mountainous area of the city. In approximately half an hour, Qin Hao arrived at Longhu Daijing Garden. From a distance, he spotted Zhao Diz pacing outside the community entrance, smoking a cigarette. Lowering his car window, Qin Hao called out, "Brother Zhao, I'm here." Zhao Diz bent down to see that the owner of the Porsche 918 was indeed Qin Hao. He smiled and remarked, "I've heard tales of a mysterious wealthy individual in our southeastern city who purchased a supercar worth 20 million. I never imagined it would be you, brother Qin." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Hao replied, "Brother Zhao, please do not tease me. My wealth pales in comparison to yours. Let us hurry and check on the patient." With that, he unlocked the car doors, and Zhao Diz extinguished his cigarette before taking the passenger seat. The security guard, recognizing Zhao Diz, promptly opened the barrier for them. Following Zhao Diz's directions, they soon arrived at the villa's entrance. Upon exiting the car, they were greeted by a young woman standing at the door. She was poised and elegantly attired in a professional outfit. As soon as she saw Zhao Diz and Qin Hao, she hurriedly approached, saying, "Director Zhao, you've finally arrived. Mr. Tan has regained consciousness and is waiting for you in the living room." Zhao Diz nodded and walked inside the villa alongside Qin Hao, with the young woman respectfully leading the way. Upon entering the living room, they found a portly middle-aged man reclining on the sofa, with a beautiful woman next to him massaging his legs. Seeing Zhao Diz, the man attempted to rise, but Zhao Diz quickly stepped forward to assist him, saying, "Brother Tan, please remain seated if it's inconvenient for you." The middle-aged man weakly waved his hand and sighed. "I've just returned from the brink of death. I'm no longer of any use." He then gestured for Zhao Diz and Qin Hao to take a seat. Qin Hao felt at ease and joined Zhao Diz in sitting across from the middle-aged man. The man looked at Qin Hao and said, "I am Tan Xiao, and you must be Dr. Qin." Qin Hao nodded, "Yes, I am Qin Hao, though I am not a doctor." The middle-aged man appeared surprised and glanced at Zhao Diz, who quickly clarified, "Brother Tan, my friend Qin here is not a doctor, but his medical skills are exceptional. He is the one who treated my daughter at that moment." Qin Hao employed his remarkable medical expertise to assess the middle-aged man's condition, confirming it was indeed late-stage lymphoma. However, the cause was not genetic mutation but rather HIV, which was surprising. Qin Hao had only been informed of the lymphoma and not the HIV when Zhao Diz briefed him. Thus, he inquired, "Mr. Tan, does your wife know what illness you are suffering from?" The middle-aged man looked puzzled at Qin Hao's question but nodded. "She knows I have late-stage lymphoma." The beautiful woman beside him displayed palpable sorrow. Qin Hao smiled gently and probed further, "Is that all there is to it?" At this, the middle-aged man's expression soured, and both Zhao Diz and the beautiful woman looked at Qin Hao in astonishment. Qin Hao continued, "From what I understand, the symptoms of lymphoma in its early stages are quite pronounced, and it is unlikely for it to suddenly deteriorate to the late stage. Given your status, you would surely be attentive to your health and would not neglect it. I hope you can speak honestly with me so that I may better assist you." In truth, Qin Hao had posed this question merely to intimidate Tan Xiao. He could cure him regardless of the truth. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Tan Zhuxiao resignedly shook his head and patted the beautiful woman's hand, saying, "You should head upstairs for now. I need to discuss something privately with Mr. Qin." He then addressed the young woman, Secretary Han, "Please accompany her upstairs." The young woman, referred to as Secretary Han, nodded and assisted the beautiful woman upstairs. Once they were alone in the living room with only Zhao Dizhu's, Qin Hao, and himself, Tan Zhuxiao sighed, "I won't hide it from you, Mr. Qin. I have contracted HIV. Qin Hao remained unfazed, wearing an expression that suggested he was already aware. Zhao Dizhu's, on the other hand, was taken aback and urgently interjected, "Brother Tan, I thought you had lymphoma? How could it be HIV? Tan Zhuxiao shook his head. "Alas, this is all my fault for being led astray. I recently traveled to Europe and met a young British woman I couldn't resist, and we had an encounter. Upon returning home, I felt unwell and went for a checkup, only to discover I was infected with HIV. I had no idea she was infected, and we did not take any precautions. After learning of my condition, I immediately sealed the information, and only you two and my private doctor are aware. I hope you can keep this confidential. Otherwise, not only will I lose face, but my entire corporation will also be at risk." Zhao Dizhu shook his head with a sense of helplessness and said, "Brother Tan, rest assured, neither I nor Brother Qin will speak recklessly." He then turned to Qin Hao and continued, "Brother Qin, what do you think of this?" With a smile, Qin Hao replied, "There's no need to worry. I can treat AIDS as well." Tan Zhuxiao's face lit up with surprise, and he hurriedly asked, "Is what you say true, Mr. Qin?" Qin Hao nodded, and Tan Zhuxiao said, "I am exceedingly grateful, Mr. Qin. If you can cure my ailment, I will surely express my gratitude in a substantial way." Qin Hao felt a surge of delight within but maintained a calm demeanor, smiling leisurely as he replied, "I wonder, Mr. Tan, how substantial is your notion of gratitude?" Tan Zhuxiao appeared somewhat embarrassed and glanced at Zhao Dizhu's, who also did not anticipate Qin Hao's direct inquiry. Thus, he quickly interjected, "Brother Tan, Brother Qin is simply straightforward and prefers not to beat around the bush. However, if Brother Qin says he can heal, then he undoubtedly can. When Brother Qin cured my daughter, I offered him 70 million, along with a villa in the overseas garden. Brother Tan, your worth exceeds mine. You must not be stingy." Zhao Dizhu's chuckled. Qin Hao looked at Zhao Dizhu's in confusion, recalling that he had indeed only given 50 million. Noticing Qin Hao's gaze, Zhao Dizhu's gave him a knowing look, and Qin Hao understood, thinking to himself, he is indeed a cunning old fox, calling him brother while subtly swindling him. However, Qin Hao chose to remain silent, understanding that Zhao Dizhu's intent was to ensure he could attain greater benefits. Considering Zhao Dizhu's words, Tan Zhuxiao assumed he wouldn't use his daughter's illness to deceive him, and thus he spoke, "Since Brother Qin prefers directness, I shall be straightforward as well. If you can cure my ailment, I am willing to offer you 100 million, along with 1% of my group shares. What do you think, Brother Qin? 100 million? Qin Hao was taken aback, not expecting Tan Zhuxiao to be so generous with such an offer. Just as he was becoming slightly excited, Zhao Dizhu's, enviously, remarked, "Brother Qin, you are truly in for a windfall. Do you know how much 1% of Brother Tan's company is worth?" Qin Hao looked at Zhao Dizhu's in surprise and shook his head. Zhao Dizhu's, noticing Qin Hao's expression, realized that Qin Hao was utterly unaware of who Tan Zhuxiao was. He proceeded to explain, "Brother Tan is the chairman of Huagui Yuntian Heavy Industries Group, valued at 200 billion. Therefore, that 1% of shares is worth 20 billion. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He truly hadn't anticipated that 1% of shares would be so valuable. In truth, Tan Zhuxiao's offer of 1% was also a means to secure a relationship with Qin Hao. If Qin Hao could indeed cure him, future ailments faced by him or his loved ones would no longer be a concern. After calming his emotions, Qin Hao stated, "I appreciate your generosity, Mr. Tan. Please prepare some paper and a pen. I will write down the herbs and items necessary for the treatment, and you may arrange for their procurement." Tan Zhuxiao promptly took out his phone, summoned Secretary Han, and soon Secretary Han hurried down from upstairs with paper and a pen. Qin Hao took the materials and began writing, filling an entire page with the necessary items. After finishing, he handed the list to Tan Zhuxiao, who examined it, noting the 30 to 40 types of Chinese herbs, including some rare ones, cordyceps, saffron, and a century-old ginseng. After reviewing, Tan Zhuxiao handed the list to Secretary Han, instructing, "Immediately arrange for procurement. Ensure that everything Mr. Qin needs is acquired as quickly as possible." Secretary Han nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Understood, Chairman Tan, I will arrange for it right away." Qin Hao added, "Mr. Tan, we also need to prepare a room for me to decoct the medicine. And please arrange for a tub large enough for you, along with extra boiling water." Tan Zhuxiao asked in confusion, "Mr. Qin, what do you need a tub for?" "Oh, I forgot to mention. The treatment process may involve some discomfort. I hope you can endure it, Qin Hao said with a smile. Tan Zhuxiao nodded, refraining from further questions, and instructed the housekeeper to follow Qin Hao's directives. Shortly thereafter, a tub, nearly as tall as a person, was carried into the room by two burly men in black. Qin Hao patted the tub and nodded, saying, "Very good, Mr. Tan. Your staff are quite efficient. Once the herbs arrive, we shall commence the treatment." After over an hour, a black Mercedes-Benz business vehicle entered the courtyard, and 4 or 5 men in black emerged, bringing with them the herbs, a decoction pot, and a gas stove. Qin Hao meticulously inspected the herbs, confirming their accuracy before stating, "Leave 2 people here to assist. The rest should step outside, and no one is permitted to enter without my permission." The others looked towards Tan Zhuxiao, who nodded and instructed 2 of his men. "Listen to Mr. Qin. You 2 stay, and the rest may leave for now." Zhao Dizhus followed suit and exited to the first floor of the villa. Clapping his hands, Qin Hao addressed Tan Zhuxiao. "All right, Mr. Tan, let us begin the treatment. Please remove your clothing and lie down on the bed." He gestured towards the bed in the room. Tan Zhuxiao hesitated, feeling embarrassed. "Remove everything?" "Yes, everything," Qin Hao affirmed with a nod, seemingly unfazed, though internally he thought, "Do you think I relish seeing you?" Turning to the 2 men in black, he instructed, "Distribute the herbs evenly into the decoction pots, then pour boiling water over the herbs. Boil on high heat for half an hour. Add water if it reduces too much. Do you understand?" The 2 men nodded and began their tasks. Meanwhile, Tan Zhuxiao lay naked on the bed, covering his vital areas with his hands, his face reddened. Qin Hao reassured him, "Mr. Tan, do not be tense. Relax and I will start with acupuncture to clear your body's meridians. You need not worry, it won't hurt." Once the 2 men were busy and Tan Zhuxiao had closed his eyes, Qin Hao discreetly retrieved the silver needles from his system space, commencing the acupuncture procedure as per the system's guidance. After about 10 minutes, he completed the acupuncture, leaving Tan Zhuxiao looking like a porcupine. Shaking his hands, Qin Hao remarked, "Mr. Tan, the acupuncture is finished. Please remain still and rest for a moment while I check on the herbs." He approached the 2 men, inspecting the decoction pots, and nodded in approval, "Well done. Let it simmer for another 20 minutes on low heat, and fill the tub with hot water. I will step outside for some fresh air. Remember not to disturb Mr. Tan or allow him to move." After exiting the room, Qin Hao arrived in the first-floor living room. Upon seeing him, Zhao Dizhus quickly inquired, "Brother Qin, how's it going? Why are you back so soon?" With a smile, Qin Hao replied, "I just performed acupuncture on Mr. Tan. I came down to see if there's anything to eat. I'm feeling a bit hungry." He sheepishly rubbed his stomach. The lady quickly interjected, "We have prepared a meal. I had arranged for the housekeeper to cook, but I was so concerned about my husband's illness that I forgot about the food. I sincerely apologize. I will have someone serve it to you right away." She turned and called for the housekeeper, instructing, "Hurry and bring the meal to Mr. Qin." The housekeeper complied, and soon several servants brought an array of dishes to the table. Qin Hao was astonished at the spread. Abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin. Such a lavish feast could potentially lead one to illness even without being sick. The lady, observing his surprise, explained, "I wasn't sure what Mr. Qin likes to eat, so I had the housekeeper prepare a variety." Qin Hao nodded appreciatively and eagerly began to eat. Thanks to his enhanced physique from the superior gene enhancement serum, his appetite was astonishing, and soon the dishes before him were nearly depleted. After glancing at his phone and noting that nearly half an hour had passed, he stood and returned to the second floor. First, he removed the silver needles from Tan Zhuxiao and instructed the 2 bodyguards to assist him into the tub, which was still around 70 degrees Celsius. As soon as Tan Zhuxiao entered the tub, he let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, causing everyone downstairs to glance up in alarm. The lady was about to rush upstairs to check, but Zhao Dizhus swiftly stopped her. "It's too hot. Let me out," Tan Zhuxiao cried out desperately, attempting to rise from the tub. At that moment, Qin Hao commanded, "Hold him down. He must not escape." "Mr. Tan, did I not mention that the treatment may involve some discomfort? You must endure it. I have opened your meridians with acupuncture, and now we use the hot water to expand your body's pores. Shortly, I will pour the medicinal liquid into the tub for better absorption." Upon hearing this, Tan Zhuxiao gritted his teeth and settled into the tub. Seeing that Tan Zhuxiao had ceased struggling, Qin Hao instructed the 2 men to cover the tub, leaving only Tan Zhuxiao's head exposed, and turned to one of the bodyguards, saying, "Monitor the water temperature. It must remain at 65 degrees. Do not let it drop." The bodyguard nodded, feeling a sense of dread for Tan Zhuxiao, uncertain if his boss could withstand the ordeal. Thus, Tan Zhuxiao remained submerged in the tub for a full hour until Qin Hao's medicinal concoction was ready. He stirred the liquid and nodded in satisfaction. As he faced Tan Jiuxiao, he spoke, "Mr. Tan, the medicinal concoction is ready. Please bear with me." It may sting just a tad. Before Tan Jiuxiao could respond, he commanded, "You too. Pour the liquid into the tub carefully, ensuring it does not scald Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, please move aside." Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Tan Jiuxiao immediately rose and pressed himself against the tub's inner wall. At that moment, two bodyguards approached, carrying a pot filled with bubbling black liquid. Tan Jiuxiao's composure faltered, and with a quivering voice, he pleaded, "Mr. Qin, could you perhaps wait a moment before pouring? The concoction is boiling. If it goes in now, I fear I might be scalded to death." Qin Hao chuckled, patting the tub. "Rest assured, you won't perish. You might just feel a bit hot." Without waiting for Tan Jiuxiao to interject, he urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle, pour it in." A chorus of shrieks erupted, accompanied by a flurry of curses. "Qin Hao, you scoundrel, just wait until I get out. I'll make you pay for this." The onlookers downstairs exchanged bewildered glances. Qin Hao, unfazed, remarked, "Mr. Tan, I assure you, my intentions are for your benefit. Traditional Chinese medicine must be consumed while hot, and the same goes for this medicinal bath. It won't be absorbed if it cools down. Just endure a little longer." Tan Jiuxiao, however, was too preoccupied with his cursing to heed Qin Hao's rationale. With the cacophony of expletives and cries, the temperature of the water gradually subsided. After 5 hours had elapsed, Qin Hao instructed the bodyguards to open the tub's lid. At this point, Tan Jiuxiao, flushed and fatigued, was seated within. Qin Hao then employed his exceptional medical skills once more, completely eradicating Tan Jiuxiao's lymphoma and HIV, while also facilitating a degree of recovery for his other organs. With a satisfied smile, Qin Hao said, "Help Mr. Tan out of the tub. I will wait downstairs. He can join me once he feels better." With that, he exited the room, wishing to avoid the sight of Tan Jiuxiao in such a vulnerable state. Downstairs in the living room, only Zhao Dezuzu, Mrs. Tan, and Secretary Han remained. Upon seeing Qin Hao descend, Mrs. Tan immediately stood, her anxiousness evident as she inquired, "Mr. Qin, how is my husband?" Qin Hao smiled, assuring her, "He is well. The lymphoma is no longer a concern." Hearing this, Mrs. Tan's excitement surged. "Is that true? Thank you so much. May I go see him now?" Qin Hao nodded, saying, "Of course." Before he could finish, Mrs. Tan dashed upstairs. He intended to inform her that due to the medicinal bath, Tan Jiuxiao would experience slight physiological changes, notably some hair loss in certain areas, something he would likely notice upon emerging. At that moment, Zhao Dezuzu approached Qin Hao, whispering, "Brother Qin, what about Tan's HIV?" Qin Hao nodded. "All cleared up. There is no need for concern." Zhao Dezuzu clapped Qin Hao on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, you are truly a miraculous healer. If you opened a clinic, you would undoubtedly amass a fortune. Why bother with a company?" Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. "I have no desire to operate a clinic. With so many sick individuals seeking help, would I be able to save them all?" Understanding Qin Hao's implication, Zhao Dezuzu refrained from pursuing the topic of a drug factory, realizing that Qin Hao's services came at a premium that not everyone could afford. He then asked, "Brother Qin, could the formula for treating HIV be developed into a medication? We could partner to establish a pharmaceutical company. Selling the drug could yield significant profits." Qin Hao shook his head, explaining, "It's not that I distrust you, but the formula varies for each individual. The system has cautioned me that one size does not fit all. Misapplication of the remedy could be fatal." Zhao Dezuzu fell silent, acknowledging that he would instead focus on introducing Qin Hao to affluent and influential clients. Hoping to reap some benefits, as their conversation unfolded, Tan Jiuxiao and his wife descended from the second floor. Tan Jiuxiao's face and body bore a rosy hue, clad in a loose robe. His steps slightly unsteady, likely due to the prolonged immersion. Upon entering the living room, he extended his hand to grasp Qin Hao's, exclaiming, "Mr. Qin, no Dr. Qin, you are truly my savior. I just had my private doctor examine me. He confirmed that my recovery is remarkable, nothing short of a miracle. Blood samples have been sent for testing, and results will arrive soon." Chapter 29. A brother's retribution. Tan Jiuxiao continued, awkwardly smiling, "Dr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you can forgive me." Qin Hao chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, "Mr. Tan, no offense taken. It's quite understandable." He bore no ill will, especially considering Tan Jiuxiao's promise of a 1,001% equity stake in his company. For the sake of monetary gain, he could overlook the outburst. Zhao Dezuzu interjected, "So, Mr. Tan, are you now convinced I wasn't deceiving you?" Tan Jiuxiao replied with a smile, "Brother Zhao, you jest. How could I think you were misleading me? Brother Qin's medical prowess is unparalleled, a true marvel." The two men lavished praise upon Qin Hao, and amidst their conversation, the private doctor's call came through. Secretary Han handed the phone to Tan Zhuoxiao, who answered, "Boss, the lymphoma cells in your body have been completely eradicated, and the HIV virus is also absent. This is indeed miraculous." Tan Zhuoxiao rejoiced, "Are you certain?" "It's truly gone." "Indeed, boss, I am certain. This result has been confirmed through 3 tests. You may rest assured, the cancerous cells and the HIV virus have been entirely eliminated. Moreover, your other organs exhibit significantly improved vitality compared to before." "Wonderful!" Tan Zhuoxiao exclaimed repeatedly, hanging up the phone. He grasped Qin Hao's hand once more. Expressing his gratitude, "Dr. Qin, I owe you my deepest thanks. My private doctor has confirmed the complete removal of the cancer cells." Mrs. Tan quickly stood, supporting her husband as she exclaimed, "Is that true? Darling, you are truly all right?" "Yes, my dear, I am indeed well, and my illness is cured, and my doctor claims my health is better than ever," Tan Zhuoxiao affirmed, affectionately kissing his wife's forehead and gently wiping away her tears of joy. Qin Hao observed the couple's affectionate display and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Dezuzu. Understanding the implication, Zhao Dezuzu remarked, "Mr. Tan, while your health has returned, you must still prioritize rest." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Tan Zhuoxiao returned to the sofa. Zhao Dezuzu continued, "Now that Mr. Tan has confirmed his recovery, perhaps it is time to fulfill our brother Qin's expectations." Zhao Dezuzu nodded earnestly, saying, "Absolutely." He called over Secretary Han, instructing, "Transfer 1 billion to Mr. Qin's account immediately, and after work today. Ensure that 1% of the Yunshao Heavy Industry Group's shares are allocated to Mr. Qin." Secretary Han acquiesced, requesting Qin Hao's bank details before departing to execute the transactions. The 3 men engaged in further pleasantries, with Tan Zhuoxiao expressing keen interest in Qin Hao's background, persistently inquiring about his profession and the source of his medical knowledge. Qin Hao skillfully deflected these inquiries but mentioned his previous work in IT and his recent venture into entrepreneurship. "Mr. Qin, our Yunshao Heavy Industry has various information technology projects every year. If you are interested, we could explore a collaboration," Tan Zhuoxiao proposed. Intrigued, Qin Hao recognized the potential benefit, as his newly established internet software company required projects to thrive. The conversation flowed smoothly, and they soon discovered that Qin Hao's previous projects had been for a factory under the Yunshao Heavy Industry Group, a fact that had ultimately led to his departure from his last company. Upon learning the details, Tan Zhuoxiao exclaimed, "I can hardly believe it. How audacious of my subordinates to engage in such underhanded dealings without my knowledge. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will not let this slide. Who is that manager's brother-in-law? I shall deal with him today." Qin Hao waved his hand, saying there's no need for that. It wasn't him who wronged me, but his brother-in-law. Moreover, it was his brother-in-law who colluded with the client to harm the company's interests. "We cannot wrong the innocent." Tan Zhuoxiao smiled, "Brother Qin, your magnanimity is commendable. I cannot simply pretend nothing has transpired at this moment." Zhao Dezuzu, slightly embarrassed, remarked, Brother Qin, regarding that manager you mentioned, I've already had him dismissed by the chairman of your former company." Qin Hao looked at Zhao Dezuzu in surprise, his expression revealing confusion as he asked, "Brother Zhao, how do you know about my previous company? Could it be?" Noticing Qin Hao's misunderstanding, Zhao Dezuzu hurriedly clarified, "Brother Qin, please don't take it the wrong way. I found out purely by coincidence. The general manager of your company, Huang Yuanping, is my wife's cousin. He came to visit my daughter and mentioned your name, which is how I learned about your situation." Upon hearing Zhao Dezuzu's explanation, Qin Hao felt somewhat relieved, and Zhao Dezuzu, noticing the change in Qin Hao's demeanor, continued, upon learning that Brother Qin was being troubled by that Wang fellow. "I called your chairman, I promised him some benefits and persuaded him to dismiss that manager." Qin Hao felt significantly better after hearing this. It appeared he no longer needed to take matters into his own hands, as Wang had already been dealt with. Thus, he smiled and said, "Then I must thank Brother Zhao for avenging me." Zhao Dezuzu quickly responded, "This is what an elder brother ought to do. Upon hearing that my younger brother was being bullied, how could I stand idly by?" Tan Zhuoxiao timely added, "However, letting him off this easily is still a bit lenient. Brother Qin, rest assured, I will send someone to investigate as soon as we discover any illicit dealings between him and my group. We will ensure he pays dearly for it." Upon hearing Tan Zhuoxiao's words, Zhao Dezuzu inwardly scoffed, thinking that he merely had the man dismissed, while Tan was more ruthless, suggesting imprisonment. Qin Hao chuckled, silently mourning for Wang. Offending him was clearly a misfortune. As the 3 of them joked, Qin Hao's phone rang, revealing a balance notification from the bank. Received a remittance of 100 million yuan from Yunshao Heavy Industry Group. Balance, 130,582,089 yuan. Qin Hao smiled, clasping his hands together, and said, Manager Tan, I have received the 100 million, thank you. Tan Zhuoxiao grinned and replied, Brother Qin, please don't call me Manager Tan anymore. Since Brother Zhao addresses you as Brother Qin, I shall also take the liberty to call you Brother Qin. Just like Zhao Dizhu's, you may call me Brother Tan. Qin Hao smiled and said, Very well, I shall call you Brother Tan from now on. As they continued their light-hearted banter, Qin Hao felt a sense of camaraderie akin to the bond of the three heroes of the Peach Garden. Noticing the time, which had already reached 6 in the morning, he remarked, Brother Tan, your body has just recovered. You need to rest more, by the way, avoid bathing for the next couple of days, don't overexert yourself, and as for it, well, you should hold off for a bit. Tan Zhuoxiao understood Qin Hao's implication and nodded, not wishing for anyone to see his current bare appearance. Thus, Qin Hao and Zhao Dizhu stood to bid farewell. Qin Hao drove Zhao Dizhu's out of Lenghu Daijing, where Zhao Dizhu's entered his Rolls-Royce Cullinan and waved goodbye to Qin Hao, who then drove towards the Jiqing Center, intending to catch up on some sleep and collect the recyclables from the basement. After more than half an hour, Qin Hao returned to the basement parking lot of Jiqing Center and parked his car. He proceeded to the rented basement, opening the door to find neatly stacked delivery boxes and packaging materials in the corner. He began to recycle them, and the familiar system notification chimed once again, ding. Recycled 1 delivery box, received a monetary reward of 200 yuan, ding. Recycled 1 delivery box, received a monetary reward of 200 yuan, ding. Recycled 1 packaging bag, received a monetary reward of 100 yuan. The system notifications rang continuously, and Qin Hao grew somewhat numb to the sounds, feeling like a machine devoid of emotion, repeatedly lifting and lowering his hands. After over 100 repetitions, he finally completed the recycling. Qin Hao exhaled deeply, and at that moment, the system notification sounded again, ding. Recycling triggered a special reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a property card for a residence not exceeding 300 square meters. Qin Hao smirked. As someone who had just achieved his small goal of 100 million, acquiring a house was no big deal, and he felt utterly unperturbed. System, is there any reward for saving Tan Zhuoxiao? Ding. The host used divine medical skills to save Tan Zhuoxiao, who was afflicted with AIDS and late-stage lymphoma. The system rewards are currently being assessed. Please wait. Assessment completed. Due to Tan Zhuoxiao's identity, status, and personal influence, the following rewards have been issued to the host. Monetary reward of 50 million, and the special skill Industrial Master. Industrial Master? What an impressive title. What does it entail? Qin Hao couldn't help but inquire. Ding. The skill Industrial Master allows the host to utilize it on any industrial equipment, granting complete knowledge of the device, including how to use it, its components, the underlying principles, and the necessary materials will be clearly displayed to the host. Upon hearing the system's description, Qin Hao silently mused, wow, this skill is incredibly powerful. With it, I could venture into the realm of mechanical processing. Perhaps I could one day become an industrial giant like Siemens or Schneider. However, that's merely a daydream. I don't believe I could reach such heights alone. I will require more talented individuals in the industrial field. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, it was precisely because he had acquired the Industrial Master skill that it would play a pivotal role in the future confrontations between Huagua and Megua. But that was a story for another time. Chapter 30. The company team assembles returning to his rented apartment. Qin Hao lay on the bed and checked his phone, realizing it was already 8 o'clock. He sent a message to Fatty, informing him that he would visit the company in the afternoon, allowing Fatty and the others to report to work later. He then glanced at the balance notification from the bank, noting that there were now over 180 million yuan in his account. Satisfied, he placed the phone on his chest, a smile gracing his lips, and soon the soft sound of snoring filled the air. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoya arrived at the Porsche dealership by taxi and dialed Li Yanhong's number on her phone, which was quickly answered. Hello, this is the Porsche dealership. I am sales manager Li Yanhong. How may I assist you? As soon as the call connected, a sweet female voice echoed from the other end. Mu Xiaoya paused for a moment before saying, Hello, Miss Li. I am secretary of Mr. Qin Hao. I am already at the entrance of the Porsche dealership. She glanced around, feeling a bit anxious, as she had never been to a luxury car dealership before. Upon hearing that Mu Xiaoya was Mr. Qin's secretary, Li Yanhong understood her purpose and promptly rose to walk outside. Hello, over here, she called, waving her phone to catch Mu Xiaoya's attention. Mu Xiaoya turned to see Li Yanhong in her professional attire approaching her. Li Yanhong assessed Mu Xiaoya, noting her decent facial features and acceptable figure. Though her attire appeared somewhat unrefined, lacking the elegance of Li's own work outfit. Nevertheless, she extended her hand politely, and the two shook hands. Mu Xiaoya said, I am here to assist Mr. Qin in picking up a car. Additionally, I may need Miss Li's help to transfer the vehicle to the company's name. Li Yanhong expressed surprise, replying, yesterday, Mr. Qin mentioned it was for his girlfriend. Why is it now being transferred to the company? She completely forgot that it was she who had mentioned the car being for a girlfriend, while Qin Hao had not clarified at the time. However, Mu Xiaoya's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing this. And she excitedly asked, really? Did Mr. Qin truly say that? Li Yanhong rolled her eyes, thinking Mr. Qin buying a car for his girlfriend has nothing to do with you. It's not for you. She absent-mindedly replied, yes, he mentioned wanting to buy a car suitable for a woman. I even said Mr. Qin is very kind to his girlfriend. Mu Xiaoya's heart raced. Could it be that Brother Hao truly has feelings for her? What should she do? Should she accept him or not? What if he confesses to her today? Li Yanhong observed Mu Xiaoya, who was lost in thought, feeling increasingly disdainful. She impatiently said, hey, what are you daydreaming about? Are you going to pick up the car or not? Mu Xiaoya was jolted back to reality by Li Yanhong's words and quickly nodded, saying, yes, of course. I'm sorry, I was just distracted. Thus, the two proceeded to the vehicle registration office, where they filled out the necessary paperwork. When it came time to select a license plate, Mu Xiaoya attempted to choose QH521, but it had already been taken. She then tried a plate number starting with HT, for Haotian Technology, and ultimately selected the plate number East AHT668. Mu Xiaoya felt quite satisfied with her choice, thinking that Brother Hao would surely appreciate it upon seeing the plate. After completing the vehicle transfer process, she drove away from the Porsche dealership. In the morning, Mu Xiaoya drove to handle some additional registration formalities for the company. Meanwhile, Fatty and the others arrived at the Internet Financial Building in the Outer Sea International Plaza around 10 o'clock. As there was no access control yet, Fatty approached the front desk, identified himself as an employee of Qin Hao's company, and the receptionist promptly came over to open the door for them. She graciously recorded their fingerprints and facial data. Fatty and his companions were somewhat bewildered by the receptionist's enthusiasm, pondering just how exceptional the property management was. Unbeknownst to them, the property manager had just advised that any issues concerning the 11th floor should be addressed immediately, lest they face complaints and be asked to leave. Upon reaching the 11th floor, they were astonished by the spacious and bright environment, and they turned to Fatty, bombarding him with questions about Qin Hao. Fatty, renting an entire floor here must be quite expensive, right? What does Brother Hao's family do? Is he a rich second generation? Didn't he Brother Hao used to rent a room? How did he suddenly become so wealthy? Fatty could only shake his head in helplessness, stating, I don't know. Hasn't he mentioned it to me? He just told me he rented a floor here to start a company. I'm not sure how much it costs. One of them speculated, I reckon his family must be quite affluent. I estimate this entire floor must cost 3 to 4 million a year. Fatty was puzzled, wondering when Hausie had become so wealthy. Was it possible he was indeed a rich second generation, returning home to inherit family business after struggling outside? But wait, weren't Hausie's parents retired workers? The morning quickly passed, and with nothing pressing to do, they ordered takeout, gathering in the company's conference room to eat. After a busy morning completing the registration, Mu Xiaoya returned to the company, parking in the underground garage. She thought to inquire about renting a few fixed parking spaces for the executives to facilitate their commutes. So she went to the front desk on the first floor. Hello, I'd like to ask about renting parking spaces for our company. The receptionist smiled, certainly. Our monthly rent for fixed spaces is 200 yuan, and each company has a quota. May I ask which company you represent? Mu Xiaoya replied with a smile. Our company has just been established, and we haven't notified the property management yet. We are located on the 11th floor, at Haotian Technology. The receptionist looked momentarily surprised, her smile even more radiant as she said, Oh, so you're from Mr. Qin's company on the 11th floor. Our manager has already reserved 10 fixed parking spaces for Mr. Qin's company, and they are rent-free. Mu Xiaoya was taken aback by this revelation, contemplating just how influential Brother Hao was, with not only rent discounts but also free utilities and parking spaces. Nevertheless, she smiled at the receptionist, thanked her, and took the elevator to the 11th floor. Upon entering the company, she was greeted by the sounds of conversation emanating from the conference room. Assuming Qin Hao had arrived, she hurried over. Fatty, hurry up. The mid-lane is about to be lost. Stop jungling. Hearing the commotion, Mu Xiaoya pushed open the conference room door, only to find a room full of men. Not spotting Qin Hao, she inquired with curiosity, Who are you all? Fatty quickly set down his phone and stood up. We are former colleagues of Qin Hao. I'm also his college classmate. We came to report today. But Hausie said he wouldn't be here until this afternoon. Since we had nothing else to do, we came by in the morning. Recalling that Qin Hao had mentioned some technical personnel would be reporting today, Mu Xiaoya extended her hand to Fatty, Oh, Howsy mentioned you would be coming to Amu Xiaoya, Brother Hao's personal secretary. I look forward to working with you all. After a brief chat, Fatty suggested, should we call Howsy? He can't still be sleeping, can he? Mu Xiaoya nodded. How about I call him? There are some matters that require his signature. She took out her phone and dialed Qin Hao.it, rang 5 times before he answered. Hello, who is this? Calling me so early, Mu Xiaoya sighed softly. Brother Hao, it's Xiaoya.its already 1 in the afternoon, still early, right? Qin Hao glanced at his phone. Oh, Xiaoya, what do you need? Mu Xiaoya, slightly exasperated, replied. Brother Hao, your good friend Fatty, and a bunch of others have been waiting for you at the company all morning. You haven't forgotten, have you? Only then did Qin Hao come to his senses, muttering, oh no, I really forgot about this. I'll be right there. Tell them to wait for me for half an hour. After hanging up, he rushed to the restroom to freshen up, having been overwhelmed by the smell of traditional Chinese medicine from the previous night. He quickly changed into a casual outfit, grabbed his keys, and headed out. He sped towards the Outer Sea International Plaza, arriving in just over 10 minutes and parking near the elevator in the underground garage. As he stepped out, he noticed a red Panamera parked beside him. Glancing at the license plate, HT668, Qin Hao nodded, thinking, an excellent choice for the license plate. Haoyan 668, Xiaoya is thoughtful. Upon entering the company, he saw Mu Xiaoya chatting with Fatty and the others. So he made his way to the conference room. Upon opening the door, everyone turned to him. Fatty exclaimed, Howsy, you finally made it. We've been waiting so long. Mu Xiaoya stood up, smiling at Qin Hao. Brother Hao, you're here. Qin Hao surveyed the group, smiling as he said, I'm delighted that everyone could come to help me. We have been colleagues for many years and have worked on projects together. We are comrades in the same trench, especially you, Fatty. We were college classmates and roommates, and now colleagues again. It's not easy to have you all here. Your support is the greatest trust you can give me, and I won't let you down. After his heartfelt words, the group felt a wave of comfort, recalling how their former leader, Qin Hao, had stood up to the bullying of Wang Tuzu on their behalf. Qin Hao continued, looking at Mu Xiaoya, Xiaoya, please ensure that everyone present today receives a salary that is double what they earned at their previous company, with a guaranteed year-end bonus equivalent to 3-month salary, plus additional project bonuses. Hearing this, the group erupted into cheers. Qin Hao smiled at their joy, feeling a sense of fulfillment unlike anything from their previous company. Chapter 31. The launch party. Qin Hao approached the conference table, declaring, rest assured, everyone, following me, Qin Hao, will surely lead to better days ahead. Now, let us hold a launch meeting. He gestured for everyone to sit down, taking the main seat himself. Mu Xiaoya sat to his right, while Fatty took a seat to his left, and the others followed suit. Qin Hao cleared his throat. Today marks the first meeting of Haoyan Technology. All of you present are our core RD team, and we are quite familiar with each other. However, a company cannot thrive on RD alone. We need to recruit vigorously. If you know of any suitable candidates, please recommend them to the company. I, Qin Hao, promise that our salary and benefits will be above the market average. Fatty led the applause, his admiration for Qin Hao flowing like an unending river. Qin Hao glanced at Fatty, chuckling, Fatty, you are becoming quite the flatterer. Fatty sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. Qin Hao turned to Mu Xiaoya, Xiaoya, take note. Our immediate focus should be on aggressive recruitment. We should seek out multiple channels, starting with hiring for the HR and finance departments. The HR director and finance director should be recruited from headhunting firms. If you find suitable candidates, contact me directly. Additionally, since we are establishing a company, we must have basic regulations in place. After the meeting, please discuss with the team and gather their input to draft attendance and benefits policies. Mu Xiaoya nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Hao then addressed Fatty, Fatty, for the time being, you will oversee the daily operations of the RD department. This afternoon, please compile a list of the office equipment and servers needed by the RD personnel. Fatty nodded but asked, is there a standard? Understanding Fatty's inquiry, Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Although we are a startup, we are not short on funds. Buy whatever you like. Fatty laughed, turning to the others, did everyone hear that? Brother Hao isn't short on funds. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let us get what we need. The group cheered again as the launch meeting concluded amidst their excitement. Stepping out of the conference room, Mu Xiaoya followed Qin Hao, saying, Brother Hao, there are some documents that require your signature. Additionally, I have opened the company account with a registered capital of 30 million. Please transfer the funds at your earliest convenience. Qin Hao took the pen and signed the documents, saying, all right, send me the company account details, and I'll transfer the funds shortly. Also, please arrange workstations for the technical staff, as this hall will mostly be occupied by them. Check if they have any suggestions or opinions. Mu Xiaoya nodded and then inquired, Which office do you want, Brother Hao? Qin Hao glanced at the largest room and said, let us go with that one. I prefer spaciousness. Mu Xiaoya shyly nodded and replied, all right, I will have the company nameplate and office signage ready by this afternoon. Oh, by the way, I inquired about the parking spaces earlier, and the receptionist informed me that the property management has reserved 10 complimentary parking spots for our company, conveniently located next to the elevator. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao thought to himself, the property manager is quite considerate. He then said, all right, I understand. By the way, the plate number HT668 you chose is excellent. How's the car? Is it easy to drive? Mu Xiaoya recalled Li Yanhong's words, her face flushing slightly as she nodded and replied, yes, it drives very well. Thank you, Brother Hao. Qin Hao chuckled, thinking, why does this girl always blush? He said, that's good. You should get back to work. We have a heavy workload today. With a smile, Mu Xiaoya gathered her documents and returned to the conference room. Qin Hao returned to his office, settling into his executive chair while gazing at the distant scenery of Pandragon Mountain. Contemplating the next steps in his plan, Mu Xiaoya and the others had engaged in discussion for quite some time. Noting many details in their notebooks, it must be said that when tasks pile up, convening a meeting truly resolves numerous issues. By the end of the afternoon, the overweight colleague had compiled a list of necessary equipment for the research department, including laptops, computers, servers, printers, switches, and wireless routers required for daily operations. Mu Xiaoya stared at the lengthy equipment list, swallowing hard. A rough estimate suggested it would cost around $400,000 to $500,000. Moreover, she felt the layout of the office lobby was subpar and resolved to contact a renovation company the next day for a redesign, which she estimated would incur an additional expenditure of around $100,000 to $200,000. Time flew by when there were tasks at hand. Before long, it was 5:30, and Mu Xiaoya and her colleagues had finally communicated the necessary details. Noticing that the lights in Qin Hao's office were still on, she approached and found him engrossed in his phone. Brother Hao, I thought you had already left, she said with a smile. Oh, have you concluded your meeting? Qin Hao set aside his phone and smiled back at Mu Xiaoya. Yes, we just finished discussing the implementation details. I have tentatively set the attendance policy for 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. 5 days a week. As for benefits, aside from the standard social insurance and housing fund contributions, we will also include traditional festival bonuses for occasions like birthdays, Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and Spring Festival. Additionally, the equipment list needed by the overweight colleague has been compiled. Take a look, she said, handing the list to Qin Hao. Qin Hao reviewed it, nodding, this looks good. Let us proceed with the procurement as per the list. Mu Xiaoya continued, furthermore, I believe the layout of our office lobby could use improvement. I suggest we hire a renovation company to give it a more modern, technological feel. Qin Hao considered this and nodded in agreement. You are right. As an internet company, our current style is indeed too conservative. Proceed with your plan. Whatever the costs, charge it to the company account. I will entrust you with the financial authority. Mu Xiaoya felt a surge of excitement and gratitude for Qin Hao's trust, especially considering the company account held 50 million in funds. Qin Hao transferred an additional 20 million as operational capital, recognizing that as a startup, expenses would be substantial. He preferred not to have Mu Xiaoya approach him for funds repeatedly, hence the generous transfer. Shortly after, the overweight colleague approached with a grin. Haozi, what is the plan for tonight? Qin Hao understood the implication and stood up, patting the overweight colleague on the shoulder. I have everything arranged. He indicated towards the Central Plaza building. Hilton Hotel, let us go. We shall not return until we are thoroughly merry. The overweight colleague laughed and rushed to the meeting room, announcing, brothers, let us go. President Qin has arranged for us to dine at the Hilton tonight. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and as Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya exited the office, they exchanged smiles, delighted by the joyful commotion. The group made their way to the first floor, where the property manager was engaged in a meeting with employees. Upon seeing Qin Hao, he promptly set aside his matters and approached with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Qin, you've arrived. Noticing the entourage behind Qin Hao, he inquired, are you heading out for dinner? Qin Hao nodded, smiling, yes, it's our first day at the company. I'm treating everyone to a meal. The property manager smiled and escorted Qin Hao and his group out of the office building, watching them head towards the Hilton Hotel. Afterward, he pulled out his phone to call the hotel manager. Hello, this is Lu Funing. The hotel manager quickly responded. Hello, Manager Lu, how can I assist you? Well, the brother of the chairman of Weihai Group will be dining at your establishment tonight. Please ensure he receives the best service. The property manager, now serious, continued. What is the name of the chairman's brother? His surname is Qin. He goes by Qin Hao. They should be arriving shortly, the property manager replied. Understood. I'll make the necessary arrangements. The hotel manager responded before hanging up. At that moment, Qin Hao and his party arrived at the Hilton Hotel. In fact, Qin Hao had made a reservation ahead of time. Following the guidance of the welcoming staff, they reached the pre-arranged private room. Just as they were about to order, the hotel manager hurried in, accompanied by 2 waitstaff carrying 2 bottles of wine. He approached Qin Hao. "Good day. You must be Mr. Qin Hao." Qin Hao nodded. "Yes, that's me." "How do you know me?" The manager replied. "Mr. Qin, I am the manager of Weihai Hilton Hotel. Upon learning of your visit, we prepared a bottle of 1982 Lafite and a bottle of 1990 Romanée-Conti for you." Indicating to the waitstaff to present the bottles. "It is our honor to have you dine with us. And if you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact me." After bowing respectfully, he exited the room. The group murmured in surprise at the manager's humility and attentiveness, with the overweight colleague whispering, "Howsy, what is going on? Do you know him?" Qin Hao shook his head. "Then he must know you," the overweight colleague speculated. Qin Hao again shook his head. "No recollection. Let us not dwell on it. Let us order." In truth, Qin Hao surmised that the manager's attentiveness stemmed from the earlier arrangements made by the property manager. He resolved to compliment the latter when he next encountered Zhao Dizhu's. Chapter 32. That night soon, all the dishes arrived, as the Hilton Hotel manager had emphasized the need to prioritize the food for Qin Hao's room to ensure speedy service. Looking at his team of technicians, Qin Hao raised his glass. "Let us toast. Today marks the inaugural day of Haoyan Technology, and I am delighted to gather with all of you to embark on this venture together. Here's to our future success." With that, Qin Hao downed his glass of liquor, prompting the others to follow suit. Once the first round was finished, everyone took their seats and began to savor the dishes. During the meal, the hotel manager returned to toast Qin Hao. And as the evening progressed with laughter and merriment, the group indulged deeply in Mu Xiaoya, sipping the 1982 Lafite and 1990 Romanée-Conti for the first time, found herself slightly tipsy. Meanwhile, the overweight colleague, preferring white wine, remarked, "No matter how expensive the red wine, it cannot compare to Maotai. Real men drink white." This sentiment swayed the technicians, who all opted for white wine as well. Thus, the 13 of them drank from 6 until 11, consuming 8 bottles of Maotai and 2 bottles of red wine, ultimately succumbing to intoxication at the table. Thanks to the enhancement from an extraordinary genetic strengthening agent, the alcohol had little effect on Qin Hao. Leaving him merely tipsy, he called the manager over, instructing him, "Please arrange a room for each of them and have staff assist them to their accommodations." The manager nodded vigorously, noticing Mu Xiaoya slumped asleep at the table. Qin Hao thought, it wouldn't be safe for a drunken girl to stay alone at a hotel. He told the manager, additionally, book a presidential suite and have 2 female attendants assist her to rest. After handing over his bank card, he said, "Charge everything to this. I'll settle it when we leave tomorrow." The manager respectfully accepted the card and arranged for 2 female attendants to escort Mu Xiaoya to the suite. Once there, the attendants carefully laid her on the bed, neatly arranged her shoes, covered her with a blanket, and set the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature before quietly exiting the suite. Qin Hao glanced at Mu Xiaoya lying on the bed. Her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, and he found himself momentarily captivated. After a while, Mu Xiaoya, feeling a bit warm, stirred, extending her right leg from under the blanket, inadvertently trapping the blanket between her legs. Qin Hao quickly diverted his gaze elsewhere, as the scene before him was somewhat provocative. Fearing he might lose control, he swiftly closed the bedroom door. He then made his way to the bathroom, shedding his clothes and preparing for a relaxing bath. While brushing his teeth, he turned on the water, and after 3 or 4 minutes, it was ready. After rinsing his mouth, he slipped into the bathtub. Lying back with his eyes closed, a towel draped over his face, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed, fully indulging in the moment. Uncertain of how long he had been soaking, he was suddenly startled by some noise. He removed the towel from his face to peer outside, and that single glance nearly caused him to lose his composure. Mu Xiaoya entered the bathroom clad in flesh-toned lingerie, her sleepy eyes barely open. She lifted the toilet seat, discarded her panties, and seated herself. It appeared that the wine had taken its toll, compelling her to seek relief. Qin Hao could only hear the sound of running water, and he hastily pulled the shower curtain, anxious that the noise might disturb Mu Xiaoya. However, fate had a peculiar sense of timing. The curtain fell at that very moment, landing right by Mu Xiaoya's feet. She yawned, opened her eyes, and glanced toward the curtain. First, she noticed a pair of hotel slippers, then her gaze traveled upward, revealing a man's arm, followed by that familiar face, and Mu Xiaoya froze, her mouth still agape from her yawn. And then an even more embarrassing situation unfolded. Nonchalantly, she turned away, muttering to herself, "It seems I've truly had too much to drink. I must be hallucinating. With that, she lightly slapped her own face, turning back once more toward the bathtub. Ah! The effects of the wine completely dissipated, and she screamed in shock. Qin Hao quickly averted his gaze, exclaiming, Xiaoya, Xiaoya, please don't scream. Let me explain. Mu Xiaoya sprang to her feet from the toilet, hastily pulled up her underwear, and pressed the flush button before bolting out of the bathroom. Upon hearing her departure, Qin Hao scrambled out of the bathtub, quickly drying himself off before donning a bathrobe and stepping out. He awkwardly approached Mu Xiaoya's bedroom, where she was curled up under the covers like a startled kitten. Xiaoya, please don't misunderstand. I was concerned for your safety after seeing you drunk, so I asked the staff to assist you to your room. I didn't touch you at all. And this is a presidential suite with 2 bedrooms, Qin Hao explained. And Mu Xiaoya, reflecting on the events after returning to her room, recalled that indeed, the staff had helped her to bed, and she had removed her clothing because she felt overheated. It seemed that Qin Hao had nothing to do with it. However, the memory of using the toilet in front of him and being seen by him filled her with shame. She wished she could vanish into the ground. Noticing Mu Xiaoya's silence and that her head had drooped lower, Qin Hao turned to pour her a glass of water, placing it on her bedside table. How about you have some water to calm down? Since you're awake now, I'll go ahead and book another room, he said, turning to leave. Wait. Brother Hao, Mu Xiaoya blurted out, and Qin Hao turned to look at her. What is it? Could you stay with me for a bit? I'm feeling a bit scared alone. Mu Xiaoya's face flushed deeper, regretting her impulsive words. If Qin Hao declined, she would feel too embarrassed to face anyone at work again. Fortunately, Qin Hao interpreted her request as a fear of the unfamiliar environment and did not think much of it. He nodded and replied, Sure. He then sat on the edge of her bed, and Mu Xiaoya sighed in relief that he had agreed. She nestled deeper into the covers, turning to face Qin Hao, asking, Brother Hao, why were the property manager and the Hilton hotel manager so respectful to you today? Is it because of your friend? What does he do? Qin Hao chuckled at her curiosity. Are you curious? Yes, a little, she nodded. With a shrug, Qin Hao replied, All right, I'll tell you. My friend is Zhao Dizhu's, the chairman of the Ocean Group. Ah, the chairman of Ocean Group, Mu Xiaoya repeated, astonished. Really? Brother Hao, how do you know Zhao Dizhu's? He's such a prominent figure in Dongshan province. Qin Hao remained calm. It's just fate. I saved his daughter. And that's how we met. Mu Xiaoya nodded, refraining from inquiring further, as prying too much could be inappropriate. Changing the subject, she asked, Brother Hao, do you have a girlfriend now? Why do you ask that? Are you planning to be my girlfriend? Qin Hao teased. Noticing Mu Xiaoya's slight embarrassment, he quickly added, Just kidding, I don't have a girlfriend. During school, I had little money for dating, and after graduation, work kept me too busy to find one. Upon hearing Qin Hao's response, Mu Xiaoya felt a surge of joy, thinking, Haha, thank goodness he doesn't have a girlfriend. Perhaps I still have a chance. She then revealed her arm from under the covers, tucking the blanket under her armpit. Qin Hao glanced over but quickly averted his eyes. Noticing his reaction, Mu Xiaoya smiled softly and asked, So, Brother Hao, what kind of girl do you like? Qin Hao felt embarrassed. Lying next to such a beauty and being asked about his preferences left him flustered. He nearly blurted out, I like girls like you, but instead said, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps just someone beautiful and with a good figure? Isn't that what all men like? Mu Xiaoya pouted, thinking to herself, Men are all the same, just as greedy. She continued, then, Brother Hao, do you think I'm pretty? Qin Hao, avoiding her gaze, merely nodded. Pretty da. Mu Xiaoya was delighted by his answer and sat up. Placing her hand on Qin Hao's shoulder, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Then, what do you think of my figure? Qin Hao's face turned crimson, and he tightened his legs, feeling as though he had transformed into Tang Sang. With Mu Xiaoya as the enchanting demoness, he wished to hear Sun Wukong shout, Demoness, let go of my master. Seeing that Qin Hao remained silent, Mu Xiaoya climbed out from under the covers, standing before him with sparkling eyes, and asked again, Brother Hao, what do you think of my figure? As a vigorous 25-year-old man, Qin Hao could hardly withstand such temptation and suddenly pushed Mu Xiaoya onto the bed. Chapter 33. Matters of the Heart. The next day, Qin Hao awoke and attempted to stretch, only to find his arm pinned down. He looked to discover Mu Xiaoya, sleeping soundly with her head resting on his arm. Lifting the blanket, he discreetly peered beneath. Realizing they were both entirely unclothed, he quickly adjusted the blanket, staring at the ceiling while recalling the events of the previous night, his heart racing with warmth as he wrapped his arm around Mu Xiaoya. Feeling his embrace, Mu Xiaoya stirred, curling up like a kitten and snuggling closer to him. They lay together for over 10 minutes until Mu Xiaoya finally awoke, lifting her head to meet Qin Hao's gaze. Are you awake? Still tired? He asked, Her cheeks flushed. Mu Xiaoya shyly replied, "You naughty boy." Qin Hao chuckled, tightening his hold on her and gently caressing her smooth, fair back. "Xiaoya, be my girlfriend. I will take responsibility for you." Mu Xiaoya peeked out from his embrace, gazing deeply into his eyes and nodding. Qin Hao smiled with satisfaction, releasing his hand from her back and lying flat on the bed. Mu Xiaoya then propped herself up, lightly tracing her fingers over Qin Hao's chest as she whispered, "Brother Hao, can you tell me honestly, how many girls have you been with?" Looking at the bashful Mu Xiaoya, Qin Hao decided to tease her. The second one, Mu Xiaoya felt a pang of disappointment. Having given her all to Qin Hao, she hadn't expected to be his second. Unwilling to accept it, she pressed further. "Who was the first? What was her name? Was she prettier than me?" Qin Hao rested his arms behind his head, seemingly reminiscing. "She was quite beautiful, and her name was Wu Gunyang." Mu Xiaoya, taken aback, didn't grasp his jest. Seeing Qin Hao's nostalgic expression, she felt a twinge of jealousy. She playfully pinched him, pouting as she turned her head away, no longer wishing to meet his gaze. Qin Hao felt that the playful banter had run its course. So he turned over and embraced Mu Xiaoya again, whispering in her ear, "Silly girl. This is what the fifth lady is all about." As he spoke, he waved his large hand in front of her eyes and added with a smile, "So, what do you think? Quite beautiful, isn't it?" Only then did Mu Xiaoya come to her senses, her face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded, "Pa, you lecher." Seeing her reaction ignited a fierce flame within Qin Hao. Unconsciously, the fifth lady reached for the blanket, prompting Mu Xiaoya to pout. "You're so annoying." An hour passed before they finally stirred, and Mu Xiaoya checked her phone and saw that it was already 8 in the morning. Barefoot, she stepped into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Qin Hao, still reluctant to leave the comfort of the bed, leaned against the headboard and dialed his friend Fatty. After a few rings, Fatty answered. "Hey, Fatty, are you awake?" Qin Hao's voice came through. "Yeah, I'm awake, Howsy. Just brushing my teeth," Fatty mumbled between rinses. "Good to hear. Make sure to wake up the others too. We can't afford to be late for work. Be careful, or I might dock your pay," Qin Hao teased, hanging up as Mu Xiaoya emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed. Fatty rolled his eyes and muttered, "Dock my pay? He forgets how I used to loosen his bones back in school. How pitiful, now he's turned into his own boss." After a sip of water and rinsing his mouth, he hummed to himself, "Today is a good day. Everything I wish for will come true." As he exited the room. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya, clad in a bathrobe and drying her hair with a towel, glanced at Qin Hao and asked, "Who are you calling?" Qin Hao got off the bed and approached her, saying, "I called Fatty to remind him not to be late." As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling her delightful fragrance, feeling soft and melted by his touch. Mu Xiaoya softly protested, "Hao Gu, stop it, I have to go to work. I have a lot to do today." Ignoring her words, Qin Hao held on tighter, resembling a spoiled child. Exasperated, Mu Xiaoya turned to face him, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. After a lingering embrace, she gently suggested, "All right, let's save it for tonight." "Okay." Placing her hand on his arm, Qin Hao reluctantly released her, replying, "All right, you go ahead and be busy. And we'll continue later." Mu Xiaoya sighed, thinking to herself, "It seems Qin Hao is still the same as before. I must have been deceived." Men truly do think with their lower halves. After dressing and applying light makeup, she bid farewell to Qin Hao. Alone in the room, Qin Hao felt a lack of excitement, so he decided to tidy up and head to the basement to recycle some waste. Just as he finished organizing, his phone rang. "Hello?" He answered. "Hello, is this Qin Hao, Mr. Qin?" A magnetic male voice inquired. "Yes, this is Qin Hao," he confirmed. "Mr. Qin, I am a salesperson from Rolls-Royce. Your Cullinan has arrived at the entrance of your community. Would you be able to come and pick it up?" The salesperson respectfully informed him. "All right, give me 10 minutes. I'll be at the Hilton Hotel," Qin Hao replied. "Okay, Mr. Qin, take your time," the salesperson assured. Jokingly, Qin Hao thought that even if he made them wait a day, they wouldn't mind. Securing this sale was worth a month of their efforts. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, the Hilton manager respectfully handed Qin Hao his bank card. "How did you sleep last night, Mr. Qin? If there was anything unsatisfactory with our service, we will rectify it immediately," the manager inquired. Qin Hao smiled and patted the manager's shoulder, saying, "There was nothing wrong. I was very satisfied. I appreciate your warm hospitality." Hearing this, the manager beamed with joy, and they shook hands before the manager escorted Qin Hao out of the hotel. Having spent nearly 500,000 the previous night, the hotel gifted him 2 bottles of wine, which, although touted as the 1982 Lafite and 1990 Romanée Conti, were valued at around 100,000. Nevertheless, The manager felt quite pleased, knowing that fostering a good relationship with the chairman's brother was worth far more than a mere 10,000. Qin Hao drove his Porsche 918 toward the Ocean Garden community. After 5 to 6 minutes, he arrived at the entrance, spotting his Cullinan parked nearby, its license plate AQH111 appealing to him. Turning to the salesperson standing next to him, he instructed, "Get in and drive the car to the villa garage." Without hesitation, the salesperson complied. The security guard recognized Qin Hao and opened the barrier, allowing them to enter the community, with Qin Hao in his Porsche and the salesperson in the Cullinan following closely behind. The guard stationed at the entrance watched the cars drive away, murmuring to himself, "I envy them. My annual salary wouldn't even buy a tire." Soon, the cars parked in the villa garage. The salesperson handed Qin Hao the delivery documents, asking him to sign. Qin Hao glanced over the papers, found everything in order, and signed his name. The salesperson thanked him before taking his leave. Admiring the 5'3" Cullinan, Qin Hao mused, "This car is truly magnificent. Perhaps I should hire a driver. It seems that bosses usually ride in their cars. I've never seen one driving their own Cullinan." After exploring his villa, he contemplated moving in permanently, as it was close to the company and spacious enough for Mu Xiaoya to join him. This way, they could live an unrestrained life together. After lingering for a little over 10 minutes, Qin Hao decided to leave the community in his Porsche 918 and headed toward the Jiqing Center. An hour later, he returned to the rented basement, recycling the boxes and packaging from the past 2 days. However, this time, he did not trigger any special rewards, remembering that he still had a 300 square meter property card unused. He considered purchasing another place in Ocean Garden, likely around the same size. While contemplating, he returned to his rental apartment. As he unlocked the door, he found Lin Yutong dressed in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, brushing her teeth. Upon seeing Qin Hao, she quickly retreated to the bathroom, spitting out the foam and saying, "Qin Hao, why haven't you been home these past few days?" Qin Hao scratched his nose and replied, "Well, a friend fell ill and I went to see him, so I didn't come back. Did I see? Are you back to catch up on sleep?" Lin Yutong asked. "Not exactly. I'm here to grab some things. I bought a house in Ocean Garden and need to move some stuff over." Qin Hao explained candidly. Hearing this, Lin Yutong felt a pang of urgency and opened the bathroom door, asking, "Are you moving away?" Qin Hao shook his head, then thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "I've paid the rent until the end of the year, but I might not stay here often." Lin Yutong felt a flutter of panic. She hadn't anticipated Qin Hao's imminent move. She felt a sense of loss, especially since Qin Hao had spent so much on her. Logically, he should have feelings for her, yet he had never explicitly stated his affection, leaving her disheartened and anxious. What if he moved away and ceased contacting her? Chapter 34. The divine video compression algorithm. Qin Hao noticed Lin Yutong in her nightgown, and despite his recent intimacy with Mu Xiaoya, he felt a wave of awkwardness and quickly turned to head upstairs. Lin Yutong, feeling dejected, softly murmured, "I don't want you to leave. Can you stay?" Qin Hao did not catch her words and turned back, asking, "What did you say?" Lin Yutong hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "Nothing, I was just asking if you need any help." Qin Hao dismissed her offer. "No need. It's just some small items. You should get back to what you were doing." "I'm going upstairs now." With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. As he closed the door, Lin Yutong retreated into the bathroom, sitting on the toilet and quietly sobbing. Indeed, she was crying. She lacked the courage to stop Qin Hao from leaving or to confess, "Qin Hao, I like you." All of this stemmed from her deep-seated insecurities. Despite being a prominent streamer with 20 million followers, her childhood in an orphanage left her with a profound scar. She often felt inferior, believing her abandonment by her parents was her fault. This sense of inadequacy persisted, causing her to wear a large mask while streaming, desiring attention yet fearing the pain that came with it. Throughout her school years, whether faced with someone she liked or who liked her, she never dared to accept their affections. She yearned for love but feared it, worried that her own shortcomings would lead her to lose those who loved her and whom she loved. Thus, even as she watched someone leave, she could never muster the courage to utter the words, "I love you." In this manner, after spending 5 or 6 minutes in the bathroom, Lin Yutong rose once more, washed her face, wiped away the traces of her tears, and returned to her room. She took out her phone and posted a message on her social media. Perhaps forgetting each other in the rivers and lakes is also a form of love. After sending it, she sat down at her vanity and began to apply makeup, as if nothing had transpired. That moment, Qin Hao was putting away clothes from the wardrobe into the system space, placing his notebook into his backpack, and after closing the door, he descended the stairs. Noticing that Lin Yutong's room was closed, he knocked gently and said, "Yutong, I still have plenty of food in the fridge. The door isn't locked. If you're hungry, feel free to come upstairs and take some." After waiting for a while with no response, Qin Hao was certain Lin Yutong had not gone out. As her shoes remained at the entrance, he then added, "I've taken out the trash for you, so I'll be leaving now. Call me if you need anything." With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong leaned against the door, tears streaming down her face once again, ruining the makeup she had just applied. She curled up, hugging her legs, her head bowed deeply as tears flowed uncontrollably. She loathed herself for lacking the courage to say, "Qin Hao, don't go. I like you." She resented her parents for abandoning her, which left her feeling so insignificant that she lacked even the bravery to love. Unaware of the turmoil behind the door, Qin Hao, holding 2 bags of trash and seeing no one around, silently commanded the system, "Recycle, ding." Recycled 4 takeout boxes, earning a monetary reward of 400 yuan, ding. Recycled 2 instant noodle cups, earning a monetary reward of 100 yuan, ding. Recycled 1 piece of gum, earning a monetary reward of 20 yuan, ding. Recycled 2 banana peels, earning a monetary reward of 10 yuan. The system notifications rang out continuously as Qin Hao entered the elevator. When suddenly, a notification filled him with exhilaration, ding. This recycling triggered a special reward. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a divine-level video compression algorithm." Instantly revitalized, Qin Hao recognized the value of this gift. He promptly inquired, "System, could you elaborate on this?" Ding. "Certainly, host. The divine-level video compression algorithm is an optimized version based on the video compression algorithm developed by Facebook in 2058, compared to the H.264 and H.265 currently in use. It boasts an 85 increase in compression ratio and a 300 enhancement in compression efficiency, significantly reducing bandwidth usage." Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Hao was overjoyed. If the system's claims were accurate, he would be 40 years ahead of the world. He quickly thought, "System, activate the divine-level video compression algorithm." As soon as he finished speaking, a wealth of knowledge regarding video compression flooded into his mind. After standing dazed for a few seconds, he realized a USB drive had appeared in the system space. He took it out and asked, "System, what is this?" Ding. "This is the source code file for the divine-level video compression algorithm. The host has now mastered all knowledge related to video compression and can easily comprehend the source code. Additionally, a complete live streaming platform framework, also based on the divine compression algorithm, has been included." Filled with delight, Qin Hao appreciated the thoughtfulness of the system. Otherwise, he would have had to spend time researching it himself. Now, with the ready-made code at his disposal, he felt that he could steer his company towards the realms of live streaming, 5G, and security industries. Thus, he hurried to the underground parking lot, driving his Porsche 918 towards the Overseas International Plaza. He intended to thoroughly study the source code of this divine video compression algorithm and the framework to see if he could develop a live streaming platform himself. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya was discussing renovation plans with the decorators in the conference room. A rotund man and several suppliers were engaged in procurement discussions. In another meeting room, several technicians were conducting interviews with job seekers, each person busy with their tasks. Upon entering the company, Qin Hao saw the company sign was already hung up, with the words Haoyan printed in white on a red background as the company logo, followed by the full name, Haoyan Technology. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. It exuded a strong technological vibe. He opened the door to the company just as Mu Xiaoya noticed his arrival. She greeted the decorators and walked towards him. Initially intending to embrace her, he halted upon seeing the many people in the office and asked, "Xiaoya, why are there so many people today?" Mu Xiaoya replied with a smile, "Isn't it because of your wealthy boss Aura yesterday? The technicians have recommended many people this morning, and now all 3 meeting rooms are full and I had them split up for interviews." Qin Hao nodded and remarked, "It seems money truly speaks. Promises of ideals won't attract talent." "Indeed, Brother Hao, you are right." The rotund man was negotiating equipment procurement with suppliers, and Mu Xiaoya asked, "Do you want to listen in?" Since she wasn't well-versed in these devices, she thought it prudent. Qin Hao considered it for a moment, then waved his hand, saying, "No need. I trust him, he'll handle it. I have something of utmost importance to attend to, so I won't interfere." Saying this, he took out his notebook from his backpack, retrieved the USB drive from the system space, plugged it into the notebook, and sat down. Seeing Qin Hao's focused demeanor, Mu Xiaoya fetched a cup of water for him and placed it on his desk before gently closing the office door and returning to her tasks. Time flew rapidly amid the busy work, and soon the morning passed. Mu Xiaoya's renovation plan was finalized, and the decorators would send people for construction tomorrow. Since most of the work involved soft furnishings, it wouldn't create much noise, and with Saturday approaching, the progress could accelerate once the employees were off work. The renovation company promised completion by the following Monday. Meanwhile, The rotund man had finalized discussions with suppliers to initially order 100 laptops, 5 high-performance blade servers, 3 printers, 5 switches, and 5 wireless access points, among other equipment, at a very favorable price of 2.49 million yuan. Mu Xiaoya was astonished at this price, noting that it equaled her own luxury vehicle. The rotund man sheepishly scratched his head and asked, "Isn't that a bit too much? Should we reduce the number of laptops? After all, we don't have that many people." Yet Mu Xiaoya forced a smile and replied, "Let's proceed with the list you've provided. Brother Hao said he trusts you, so we'll go with your recommendation." Hearing this, the rotund man exclaimed in delight, "Really? Did he say that?" Mu Xiaoya nodded affirmatively. At that moment, some interviewees were accepted directly, while others, deemed unqualified, were told to await further news. By the end of the morning, they had recruited over 20 technicians, bringing the total number of research and development personnel in the company to over 30. When noon arrived, employees went downstairs for lunch, while Qin Hao remained busy in his office, untouched by the water Mu Xiaoya had poured for him. Mu Xiaoya opened the office door, picked up the water cup, and noticing it had gone cold, refilled it for Qin Hao. "Brother Hao, what are you so engrossed in? You haven't come out all morning," she gently inquired while placing the cup down. Qin Hao raised his head, rubbed his sore neck, and replied, "Oh, I'm researching a piece of technology." Mu Xiaoya moved behind him, placing her hand on his shoulder and gently massaging it. As Qin Hao enjoyed her touch, he pointed at his computer screen and said, "Look, I'm developing a new type of video compression algorithm that surpasses all current technologies on the market, with a higher compression ratio and less bandwidth usage." Mu Xiaoya listened, somewhat understanding, and asked, "What can this technology be used for?" Qin Hao explained, "It can be applied across various fields, including live streaming, healthcare, online education, vehicle networking, industrial internet, and smart cities." Although Mu Xiaoya wasn't fully versed in the technical details, she recognized live streaming as she enjoyed watching videos on platforms like Douyin. "Brother Hao, could we create an app similar to Douyin?" "Of course," Qin Hao replied, patting her hand. "I'm currently building a back-end framework for live streaming and short videos, and I expect to complete it in 2 or 3 days. After that, we can arrange for the development of the app." Mu Xiaoya felt a wave of relief. She had worried about the technical staff having no projects to work on, but now her concerns seemed unfounded. Chapter 35, Too many directions to choose from. Mu Xiaoya joyfully exclaimed, "That's fantastic. I was worried about the technical staff having no work to do." Qin Hao reassured her, "Don't worry, I come from a technical background, and I won't let these young guys slack off." Mu Xiaoya smiled and then asked, "What is the name of your algorithm?" "Brother Hao." Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed never contemplated naming this algorithm. Surely, it could not simply be referred to as the divine algorithm. After a moment of reflection, he suggested, "How about we name it the Haoyan video compression algorithm? We could use the company's name." That sounds quite imposing," Mu Xiaoya replied approvingly. Rising from his chair, Qin Hao stretched lazily and glanced out of the office, noticing no one around. "Where is everyone?" he inquired. "They've all gone downstairs for lunch," Mu Xiaoya explained. "It's just the 2 of us left in the office. What would you like to eat? I can go fetch something for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao instinctively wrapped his arm around Mu Xiaoya's waist, pressing his body closely against hers, and remarked, "I don't want anything to eat. I just want you." Flushed with embarrassment, Mu Xiaoya quickly balled her fists and playfully tapped Qin Hao's chest, anxiously glancing outside, fearful of being discovered by returning employees. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Qin Hao couldn't bear to tease her further. He gently kissed her lips and released her. Mu Xiaoya hurriedly adjusted her clothing, casting a playful glare at Qin Hao, who nonchalantly returned to his seat. "What do you wish to eat, my dear Qin Hao? I shall procure it for you," she said with a playful tone. "Anything is fine, as long as it's from you. I will relish it," Qin Hao replied with a smile. "Humph, such a smooth talker," Mu Xiaoya retorted playfully before departing the office and heading down in the elevator. Once she left, Qin Hao resumed his research on the video algorithm. After half an hour, the technical staff returned to the office. When a heavier-set colleague noticed Qin Hao still diligently working, he remarked to a few familiar faces, "Look, our boss is surely engrossed in developing something new. I bet we will soon receive new tasks." The others nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, back when we were in the company, whenever Brother Hao was busy, we knew it was only a matter of time before we had to pick up the slack." The heavier-set colleague chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Ah, young lads, cherish these leisurely days. I, Fatty, shall take a quick afternoon nap now." With that, he lay down on his workstation. The others exchanged glances, sharing a rueful smile before also resting at their desks. After a while, Mu Xiaoya returned, carrying the packed lunch, and entered Qin Hao's office. Brother Hao, take a break and have lunch. Otherwise, it will get cold, she urged. All right, Qin Hao replied. Rising from his chair to sit on the sofa, Mu Xiaoya half squatted beside him, opening the takeout containers one by one. It looks quite sumptuous, Qin Hao observed out of course. I must ensure you are well nourished, Mu Xiaoya said with a smile, casting a playful glance at him. Qin Hao grinned mischievously and began eating with chopsticks. But Mu Xiaoya did not join him. Xiaoya, aren't you going to eat? He asked. I've already eaten, and besides, I'm on a diet, I hardly eat anything, Mu Xiaoya replied with a chuckle. On a diet? But you're not overweight. You're too slender. It doesn't feel good to hold. Qin Hao teased, and Mu Xiaoya's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided. Just eat your food. You can't seem to keep your mouth shut even during meals. She then stood up to pour him a glass of water. Qin Hao smiled as he continued his meal. After lunch, he delved back into the video compression algorithm. The morning had not been wasted. He compared the video algorithm techniques in his mind with the source code of the divine compression algorithm and realized that the quality, compression ratio, speed, and bandwidth could all be adjusted. This revelation made him think of how Intel innovates annually with only incremental performance upgrades, which many online users mockingly refer to as squeezing toothpaste. He also learned that in 2058, Facebook in the United States was researching this video compression algorithm not solely for civilian use, but importantly for military applications such as spy satellites and unmanned reconnaissance drones. Qin Hao intended to gradually enhance this video compression algorithm, ensuring it did not become too advanced too soon, thereby avoiding early scrutiny from relevant authorities that could lead to military applications. At this stage, he was primarily focused on making money, rather than engaging with governmental and military affairs. While he would not oppose providing the compression algorithm to the military, he adhered to the old adage, a common man is innocent. Possessing a treasure is a crime. He would consider making it available once he had earned enough, or when the nation genuinely required it. Thus, Qin Hao began to modify the divine video compression algorithm, planning to adjust the compression ratio and bandwidth proportion downwards, but within a reasonable range to minimize company costs while simultaneously enhancing the post-compression video quality to improve user experience. Compared to live streaming and short video platforms, his video compression algorithm held a definitive advantage. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoya had an appointment with a recruitment agency, and she communicated the company's talent acquisition plans. The recruiter brought several profiles, and Mu Xiaoya found a few quite satisfactory, noting several candidates had experience in related industries from large companies. She requested the recruiter to prioritize hiring a human resources director and a finance director, as these were urgently needed positions. The recruiter also discussed matters related to company compensation and benefits, and upon learning that the company's registered capital was 30 million, he appeared somewhat envious. Having navigated the recruitment field for many years, he had encountered various companies and owners, and he knew that few could claim such substantial actual paid-in capital. Many large companies could only promise such amounts. After bidding farewell to the recruiter, Mu Xiaoya glanced at the time and realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. She stood up, stretching her back, and looked towards Qin Hao's office. He remained seated, his expression serious, fingers continuously dancing over the keyboard. Mu Xiaoya thought to herself, indeed, a serious man is always so handsome. Half an hour later, Mu Xiaoya opened Qin Hao's door again, noticing he was resting his head on his hands, leaning back in his chair, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly having finished his work and relaxing. She approached him from behind, placing her hand on his shoulder and gently massaging it. Brother Hao, are you done? Qin Hao, eyes closed in enjoyment, replied, yes, I'm done and I was just contemplating the company's future direction. As Mu Xiaoya continued to massage, she pondered as well. Noticing her silence, Qin Hao elaborated, initially, I merely wanted to establish a software company to take on projects, providing my friends with work and income. However, with this video compression algorithm, my perspective has shifted. I believe we can expand into more industries and fields. Yes, indeed, Brother Hao. This afternoon, when I spoke with the recruiter, I learned that many traditional industries are embracing the internet concept, such as the Internet of Vehicles, Industrial Internet, Smart Cities, and Smart Healthcare. These concepts are incredibly popular right now, Mu Xiaoya added. Exactly. Every industry is gravitating towards the internet. We just need to decide which sectors to pursue. Qin Hao mused, isn't the chairman of the Ocean Group your friend? Perhaps you could discuss it with him. He might have some good ideas. The Ocean Group is involved in many sectors, not just real estate, Mu Xiaoya suggested. Qin Hao patted Mu Xiaoya's hand, acknowledging, your suggestion is indeed a feasible approach, but I still wish to explore the live streaming industry first. Let's see the impact this video compression algorithm can make in that domain. Mu Xiaoya regarded Qin Hao, thinking, he is not only talented but also ambitious. He will surely achieve great success. I must continuously improve myself, lest one day my brother Hao be taken by another woman. Rising from his chair, Qin Hao announced, "Come, let us go meet the new employees today and get acquainted." As they exited the office, Mu Xiaoya clapped her hands and called out, "Everyone, please set aside your tasks for a moment. Our boss wishes to meet you all." And no sooner had she finished speaking than over 30 individuals gathered in front of Qin Hao. He surveyed them and said, "Hello everyone, allow me to introduce myself that I am Qin Hao, also from a technical background, and I am delighted to welcome you to Haotian Technology. Some of you have worked with me before and are familiar with my character. I pride myself on being quite loyal. I firmly believe in the saying, you reap what you sow. If you dedicate yourselves to the company, I assure you that Haotian Technology will not treat you poorly." The heavier-set colleague led the applause, and Qin Hao cast a satisfied glance in his direction. He continued, "The company has just been established, and the organizational structure and regulations are not yet fully developed. But rest assured, we will soon be on the right track. Additionally, I announce that starting tomorrow, some of you will collaborate with me on the development of the company's first product." The technical staff were thrilled at the prospect of working on a project with their boss, knowing the future prospects were immeasurable. After finishing, Qin Hao turned to the heavier-set colleague and said, "Fatty, we are still short on personnel. We need to expedite the hiring of positions like product manager, testing, and operations." The portly man nodded and said, "All right, boss, we will also be sifting through resumes this afternoon, and there should be more candidates coming in tomorrow." Qin Hao nodded, glanced at his phone to check the time, and remarked, "All right, I've said enough for today. It's time to clock out. Everyone may leave. Portly, please stay a moment. The rest of you are free to go." The portly man followed Qin Hao, while Mu Xiaoya returned to the office. Qin Hao said, "Portly, please send me the resumes of those who joined us today. For the upcoming product development, I need individuals with experience in app and Java development." The portly man pondered for a moment and replied, "We did hire a few candidates with that kind of experience today. Let me find their resumes and send them to you shortly." He then took out his phone and began searching. Before long, he sent Qin Hao the resumes of a few individuals. Qin Hao glanced through them, selected 5, and instructed the portly man, "Please arrange for these 5 to work in the conference room tomorrow." "Understood," the portly man nodded. Qin Hao checked the time and said, "All right, you should head home early. Take care on the way." The portly man nodded and exited the office. Chapter 36. Come home with me. Once the portly man left, Qin Hao took Mu Xiaoya's hand and said, "Xiaoya, would you come home with me today? How about moving in here with me going forward?" A sweet smile blossomed on Mu Xiaoya's face as she nodded, silently acquiescing to Qin Hao's request. Qin Hao felt a surge of joy, approached his desk, packed his notebook into his backpack, and said, "Let us go home." Mu Xiaoya returned to her workstation, grabbed her bag, and intertwined her arm with Qin Hao's as they left the company. The two took the elevator to the underground parking garage and climbed into a Porsche 918, heading towards the ocean garden. At this moment, Mu Xiaoya asked, "Brother Hao, aren't we returning to Jiqing Center?" Qin Hao chuckled and replied, "No, Zhao Dezhu gifted me a villa, so we shall reside in Ocean Garden from now on." Mu Xiaoya's heart brimmed with anticipation, curious about the kind of villa Zhao Dezhu had bestowed upon Qin Hao. Soon, the car drove into the Ocean Garden villa area. Mu Xiaoya gazed enviously at the surroundings. In comparison to Jiqing Center, it felt like heaven and earth apart. Each villa boasted a unique architectural style, harmonizing beautifully with the scenic backdrop of Panlong Mountain, as if stepping into a painting. After a few more minutes, the car halted in front of an elegant European-style villa. The grand entrance slowly opened, and Qin Hao parked the car in the underground garage. They strolled hand in hand to the villa and took the elevator inside. Mu Xiaoya released Qin Hao's hand, set down her bag, and marveled at the spacious house, exclaiming, "This is incredibly luxurious. It feels like a castle." Qin Hao placed his backpack down, wrapped his arms around Mu Xiaoya from behind, and whispered softly in her ear, "Xiaoya, this will be our home from now on. Theo, you like it?" "Yes, I love it," Mu Xiaoya replied, resting her head gently against Qin Hao's shoulder, her arms wrapping around his. "From now on, you will be the lady of this house. Come, let me introduce you to our home," Qin Hao said, releasing her and taking her hand. As they explored the house floor by floor, Mu Xiaoya, much like a wife, began envisioning the purpose of each room, even planning how to redecorate for future children. Qin Hao followed closely, watching her with tenderness, their connection akin to that of newlyweds planning a sweet future together. After her excitement, Mu Xiaoya seemed to realize she had perhaps been a bit too forward, and shyly smiled at Qin Hao, saying, Am I thinking too far ahead?" Qin Hao shook his head with a smile, replying, "Not at all, not at all. However, simply dreaming isn't enough. We must take action. Come, let us check our bedroom and see how soft and comfortable the bed is." With that, He led her upstairs. Mu Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully exclaimed, "Brother Hao, you're so naughty, teasing me like this." Qin Hao laughed heartily, and upon reaching the bedroom, Mu Xiaoya momentarily forgot his earlier playful remarks, as she was once again taken aback by the luxurious European-style bed and the expansive terrace. She adored it immensely. Releasing Qin Hao's hand, she lay on the soft bed, closed her eyes, and savored the comfort of the lavish bed, a far cry from the cramped 1.5-meter bed in her rented apartment. Seeing Mu Xiaoya enjoying the bed, Qin Hao lay down beside her and gently kissed her lips. Startled by the unexpected kiss, Mu Xiaoya opened her eyes to find Qin Hao gazing at her with affection, causing her to shyly wrap her arms around his neck and close her eyes once more. What followed was a series of indescribable moments between them. 2 hours later, Mu Xiaoya cuddled Qin Hao's arm and playfully said, "Brother Hao, I'm hungry." Qin Hao smiled and suggested, "Shall we go out for dinner? We don't have any ingredients here. We can do some grocery shopping this weekend, and oh, I don't want to move. I just want to stay like this with you. How about we order takeout? Is that all right?" she replied, shaking Qin Hao's arm. Qin Hao, feeling a flutter in his heart at her softness, quickly agreed, "All right, let us order takeout." He grabbed the phone from the nightstand, opened the Mate One app, and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Mu Xiaoya leaned closer, peering at the phone screen, and suggested, "How about we order barbecue?" "Sure, let me check." Qin Hao responded, scrolling through the app until he found a nearby barbecue restaurant and placed an order, noting it would take half an hour for delivery. After planting a kiss on Mu Xiaoya's lips, he said, "Shall we get out of bed? Let us freshen up and change into some clothes." Mu Xiaoya extended her arms, winked at Qin Hao, and playfully said, "All right, but I want you to carry me." Qin Hao chuckled, wrapping one arm around her back and the other around her legs, lifting her in a princess carry as they entered the bathroom together. After a refreshing wash, Qin Hao changed into shorts and donned a bathrobe before stepping out of the bathroom. While Mu Xiaoya was still busy washing up, having gotten a bit messy again, as Qin Hao made his way downstairs, the doorbell rang. He checked and saw it was the security guard. He opened the door to find the guard carrying 2 large bags of takeout. Qin Hao swiftly took the bags and asked, "Why didn't the delivery person bring it?" The guard replied with a smile, "Well, since this is a villa area, and the villas are located on Panlong Mountain, we security staff deliver the takeout ourselves." Qin Hao chuckled, "Ah, I see. That must be quite the effort for you." The guard laughed and said, "It's not too hard. Not many residents order takeout, as most have housekeepers." "Mr. Qin, you just moved in, right? With such a large villa, you should consider hiring a few housekeepers. It would ease the cleaning process." Qin Hao nodded, appreciating the guard's advice. After bidding farewell to the guard and closing the door, Qin Hao returned to the room. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya had finished her bath and emerged in a bathrobe, having come over to Qin Hao's house on short notice and without a change of undergarments, which made Qin Hao's heart race. Mu Xiaoya playfully glared at him and said, "It's all your fault for asking me over after work. I didn't even bring a change of underwear. I'll have to wash them later. Otherwise, I won't have anything to wear for work tomorrow." Qin Hao waved the takeout bags and said, "All right, don't be mad. The food is here. Let us dig in." He walked to the dining area, took the skewers out from the insulated bags, and spread them across the table. Mu Xiaoya, eyeing the numerous skewers, swallowed hard and asked, "How many did you order? Are we going to finish all of this?" "Don't worry, we'll definitely finish it. Would you like some drinks?" Qin Hao added, holding up a few bottles of beer. Mu Xiaoya waved her hand and said, "I want tea drink. I had a bit too much yesterday. Plus, my period is about to start, so I can't drink." Qin Hao opened a can for himself, and as they ate, they chatted. Qin Hao brought up, "Shouldn't we hire a few housekeepers? With such a large house, it needs cleaning and someone to buy groceries and cook, right?" Mu Xiaoya nodded in agreement. "Yes, we definitely should hire a few. Tomorrow, I'll ask a friend from the agency if they have anyone suitable." As they enjoyed the skewers and watched a show, they quickly devoured most of the food. Mu Xiaoya patted her belly and said, "I'm full." Qin Hao glanced at the time, noting it was already 10 o'clock, and took a napkin to wipe his mouth, saying, "Let us leave the mess for tomorrow when we head out." Qin Hao then embraced Mu Xiaoya and led her back to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. As soon as they entered the room, a mischievous smile crept across Qin Hao's face as he reached for Mu Xiaoya's bathrobe. She quickly dodged away, playfully protesting, "Stop it, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. And my mouth smells of barbecue. Plus, I need to wash my underwear first. Otherwise, I won't have anything to wear tomorrow." With that, she headed to the bathroom. Qin Hao, feeling a bit disheartened, leaned against the headboard and took out his phone to scroll through Douyin. Noticing Lin Yutong was live streaming, so he clicked in. Today, Lin Yutong refrained from playing games and engaged in a live PK with another streamer. With only 59 seconds remaining, the opposing streamer held the advantage. Upon Qin Hao's entrance, Lin Yutong's heart fluttered with excitement. After Qin Hao left earlier, she had composed herself for quite some time before she could stop her tears. Seeing him return brought her joy, and she gestured a heart towards the camera, saying, "Welcome, Brother Rition, to the live stream." Fans eagerly typed in the chat, "Brother Rition, the streamer is about to lose, hurry and cheer her on." Indeed, Brother Rition, the streamer has lost several rounds today. Noticing that only 10 seconds remained, Qin Hao decisively sent 10 rockets, instantly bringing the opposing streamer's PK bar to the bottom. Lin Yutong burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Rition, for the 10 rockets." The opposing streamer was left in bewilderment, having been in the lead just moments before, and now facing a swift reversal. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yutong emerged victorious, prompting the other streamer to shake her head and say, "Sir, I lost. What punishment do you want?" Lin Yutong smiled and asked, "Brother Rition, how should we punish her?" After pondering, Qin Hao typed, "How about 10 high knee lifts?" Lin Yutong's fans quickly chimed in, "Brother Rition, how mighty! Just 10 high knee lifts." To their surprise, Brother Rition was indeed a person of character, and the opposing streamer was a long-legged beauty. Yes, Brother Rition is absolutely a model among us. Understanding our thoughts and supporting him. Chapter 37. Personnel appointment. Seeing her fans rallying behind Qin Hao, Lin Yutong told the opposing streamer, "Sister, my #1 supporter says you have to do 10 high knee lifts." The other girl, quite bold, replied with a laugh. "All right then." As she stood up from her chair, it became evident she was wearing hot pants and black stockings, showcasing her long, beautiful legs. Qin Hao swallowed hard as she adjusted her outfit and began the high knee lifts. Gifts began to shower in the opposing streamer's chat. After completing the 10 high knee lifts, she flashed a heart toward the camera, saying, "Xioner's #1 supporter, do give me some attention. I can do many more moves." Lin Yutong, feeling flustered, quickly ended the call. Qin Hao, still wanting more, watched his fans typed, "Xioner, you're not playing fair, you just cut off the call." Streamer, are you worried Brother Rition will be taken away by the other streamer? The streamer can't handle it. Lin Yutong addressed the camera, "I'm few LSPs, unable to move on seeing a pretty girl. I'm only thinking of your well-being." A fan quipped, "Oh no? Brother Rition has gone to the other streamer's room." "Ha, the streamer is dumbfounded now. 666. Brother Rition is awesome. Look, he is sending rockets again." Lin Yutong, exasperated, remarked, Men are all big pig hooves?" No doubt about it.in the long-legged beauty's live stream. Qin Hao clicked follow and casually sent a few rockets, prompting the girl to excitedly thank him and perform a lively dance. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoya had finished her morning routine and emerged from the bathroom. Spotting Qin Hao engrossed in his phone, she asked, "What are you so focused on?" Qin Hao hurriedly closed Douyin, opened the news app, and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just reading the news. Have you finished tidying up?" Qin Hao commented as he saw Mu Xiaoya hanging her lingerie on the drying rack. "Yes, I'm done. You should brush your teeth too. It's getting late, and we have a lot to do tomorrow," Mu Xiaoya said while hanging clothes. Thus, Qin Hao set down his phone and walked into the bathroom. A few minutes later, after brushing his teeth, he lay down on the bed. Mu Xiaoya took Qin Hao's arm and placed it beneath her head, cuddling up to him, saying, "Brother Hao, let us sleep." "MHM," Qin Hao replied and turned off the light. A night passed in silence. The next morning, as Qin Hao awoke, he found Mu Xiaoya already in the shower. He rolled out of bed and opened the bathroom door, startling Mu Xiaoya, who covered herself with her hands and exclaimed, "Brother Hao, you scared me." Qin Hao chuckled and entered the bathroom, and they shared another intimate moment. Half an hour later, satisfied, Qin Hao emerged from the bathroom to find Mu Xiaoya clad in a bathrobe, brushing her teeth while pouting. "I've brushed my teeth twice this morning. All your fault." After dressing, Qin Hao grabbed his backpack and Mu Xiaoya's handbag, and they made their way to the underground parking garage. It was then that Mu Xiaoya noticed the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked at the back and asked, "Brother Hao, did you buy this car?" Qin Hao nodded, "Yes, I did, but I somewhat regret it now." "Why?" "This car is amazing." Mu Xiaoya asked, puzzled. "Because I need to hire a driver specifically," Qin Hao replied helplessly. Mu Xiaoya nodded, "Yes, that is true. Don't worry, I'll handle it and find you a driver today." The two joked and laughed as they drove the Porsche 918 out of the coastal garden, stopping at a breakfast shop before heading to the company. In the morning, Qin Hao met with several developers in the conference room to discuss the development of a live streaming app, while Mu Xiaoya coordinated with renovation workers to tidy up the office hall. She also contacted a housekeeping company to hire 3 24-hour maids responsible for cleaning, shopping, and cooking at home. After chatting with several executives introduced by a headhunting firm, she felt they were promising and went to find Qin Hao. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Xiaoya tapped on the conference room door. Come in, Qin Hao called. She entered, saying, Brother Hao, I've spoken with the candidates from the headhunting firm, and I think they are quite good. Here are their resumes for you to look at. Qin Hao took the resumes, nodded, and said, All right, let me go and have a chat with them. Have them wait in the conference room. Okay. Mu Xiaoya exited the conference room and brought the candidates in. A few minutes later, after Qin Hao finished organizing the development tasks, he walked in. The 4 individuals stood up upon seeing their boss, nodding respectfully. Qin Hao shook hands with each of them, signaling for them to sit down. He began. Hello everyone, I am Qin Hao, the owner of Haoyan Technology. I have reviewed your resumes, and I must say, your experiences are quite impressive, and I am honored that you are willing to join a startup like Haoyan Technology. Qin Hao spoke fervently, not quite understanding how he had become the boss, his eloquence improving to the point where he could boast and inspire morale. The 4 listened intently, their hearts racing, especially motivated by the generous compensation Qin Hao offered. After a lengthy discussion, where everyone shared their aspirations and departmental plans, Qin Hao expressed his satisfaction, stating, In that case, I would like to once again welcome you 4 to join Haoyan Technology. I hope you can help get the company on track soon. Qin Hao turned to Mu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, please bring in the technical staff. Mu Xiaoya nodded and called the technical team in. Looking at everyone, Qin Hao remarked, Our team is growing stronger, excellent. Now, I will announce the personnel appointments. He appointed Mr. Wang Donglai as the Chief Financial Officer, overseeing the company's finances. Mr. Lu Chong was appointed as the Marketing Director. Responsible for market operations, Mr. Zhang Yu was named Sales Director, managing the company's sales. Ms. Han Lily was appointed as the HR Director, overseeing personnel matters. Mr. Wang Pong was appointed as the Deputy Director of the RD Department, managing development. Lastly, Ms. Mu Xiaoya was appointed as the Secretary to the Chairman and concurrently as the Manager of the Comprehensive Department, overseeing operations. Following the appointments, Qin Hao led the applause and everyone joined in, with the 6 newly appointed executives standing to acknowledge the crowd. Once the applause subsided, Qin Hao continued, Ladies and gentlemen, the company's overall structure is now taking shape. However, we still need to bolster our departments. I hope the 6 of you can swiftly complete your teams and refine the job responsibilities and assessment mechanisms. Director Han, please expedite the recruitment process and ensure that the compensation and benefits for all positions are well established. All right, everyone, let us get to work. After Qin Hao finished speaking, everyone exited the conference room, leaving the 6 newly appointed executives behind. Qin Hao addressed Mu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, you take the lead and divide the offices among the new executives. Allocate a larger meeting room for the finance department. Wang Pong, please stay back for a moment. The rest of you may go about your business. Mu Xiaoya nodded and led the 4 executives out. Fatty, how do you feel about my arrangements? Are you satisfied? Qin Hao patted Wang Ping's shoulder. Brother Hao, I am very satisfied. I never expected you to place me as the Deputy Director of RD. Wang Peng replied with a smile, With me, you needn't be polite. The core positions in the company are meant for those I trust. Qin Hao chuckled. But Brother Hao, what's next for US and RD? Wang Peng inquired curiously. In the morning, I had already arranged for the individuals you selected to be responsible for the development of the live streaming app. I have established the back-end architecture, which I anticipate will surpass other live streaming apps on the market. The bandwidth usage has been reduced by 30, and the quality of the live stream has improved by 100, with just 3 high-performance servers. We can support millions of users simultaneously. I firmly believe that once this live streaming app is launched, we will undoubtedly establish a foothold in the live streaming industry. Qin Hao patiently explained to Fatty, pausing briefly before continuing. You need to plan the personnel in the RD department. At the very least, we should have a testing team, an operations team, a product team, and a development team. Fatty nodded and calculated in his mind, saying, that means we need to hire at least 10 more people, Brother Hao. That would make over 60 people in the RD department. With so many people, I worry I won't manage well. Qin Hao chuckled and patted Fatty on the shoulder, saying, With me around, what is there to worry about? For now, I will also serve as the RD director. So don't fret. Now, hurry along and get back to work. Fatty smiled and headed for the door when Qin Hao called him back, adding, Oh, and when there are outsiders present, refer to me as boss to prevent those directors from overthinking. Fatty scratched his head and laughed, replying, All right, boss. Get lost? Qin Hao playfully retorted. As Qin Hao exited the conference room, he observed the various departments of the company bustling with focused activity. He returned to his office to continue building the back end of the live streaming app. The afternoon passed swiftly, and by the time he finished in his office, the back end had been fully constructed. All that remained was for the development team to complete the app so that the testing team could conduct integration tests. Qin Hao stood up, stretched, and glanced outside his office. The hall was mostly empty, save for a few construction workers at work. He then shut down his computer, ensured no one was watching, stowed his laptop in the system space, and left the office. Chapter 38. New plans for the station. Qin Hao arrived at the conference room, finding the RD personnel still busy. He inquired about the development progress and reminded them. Today is Friday. Once work ends, head home early. No need to rush for overtime. With that, he exited the conference room. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya emerged from the office of the HR director, Han Lily. Spotting Qin Hao, she approached and said, "Boss, are you done with your work?" Upon hearing Mu Xiaoya address him as boss, Qin Hao realized that Fatty must have mentioned it. He replied, "Fatty told you, didn't he?" Mu Xiaoya smiled and said, "Yes, he mentioned it, and I agree with you. At the company, you should be referred to as boss to keep things professional." Qin Hao chuckled and said, "I need to return to the Jiqing Center shortly. Would you like to accompany me? Don't you need to pick up some items?" Mu Xiaoya thought for a moment and replied, "I'll pass. I have a few interviews scheduled." "Interviews?" Qin Hao asked in surprise. "Isn't there Director Han for that?" "Why do you need to conduct them?" Mu Xiaoya chuckled softly. "They're for our household staff and drivers." Qin Hao laughed and said, "All right then, thank you for your hard work." After glancing around to ensure there was no one watching, he playfully patted Mu Xiaoya on the rear and walked toward the elevator. Qin Hao drove his Porsche 918 out of the Weihai International Plaza toward the Jiqing Center. As he drove, he contemplated the current state of the company, with each department led by a director, gradually falling into place. However, he pondered the management of his small bird station's operations. Someone had to oversee it, and he couldn't constantly shuttle back and forth. Just as he was mulling over a solution, a delivery truck parked in front of him caught his attention. This truck was delivering goods to a chain supermarket, and an idea struck him. Currently, he had only one bird station at the Jiqing Center with limited recyclable items. What if he opened additional bird stations in other neighborhoods? He could arrange for vehicles to consolidate delivery boxes and packaging materials at a central location, thus resolving the issue of his constant commuting. Qin Hao couldn't help but admire his own idea. After about 40 minutes, he arrived at the underground parking garage of the Jiqing Center. He first collected the recyclable items from the past days and then headed to the bird station. At that moment, Qi Ming was busy in the store. Qin Hao entered and asked, "Why are you here alone? Where are the others?" Qi Ming smiled and replied, "Brother Hao, you came early today. They usually arrive around 6:30. I wanted to discuss something with you. I'm planning to start a company to operate the bird stations. I think you're quite capable. Would you be interested in a management position?" Qin Hao said, patting Qi Ming on the shoulder. "Operating bird stations? Brother Hao, do you have other bird stations?" Qi Ming asked in confusion. Qin Hao shook his head and responded, "Currently, there's only this one. However, I plan to open several more and standardize the operations. What do you think? Interested?" Qi Ming nodded vigorously. "Yes, absolutely." Qin Hao smiled and reassured him, "No rush. It's still just an initial thought. Once the company is established, you'll be its first employee." "That's fantastic, Brother Hao," Qi Ming exclaimed, shaking Qin Hao's hand. After a moment, he produced 2 notebooks, saying, "However, Brother Hao, this is the revenue situation from the station since opening. Along with our attendance records, I've calculated that we are just breaking even. And that's without factoring in rent for a storefront. If you plan to open in other neighborhoods, we might incur losses." Qin Hao took the notebooks and began to review them, raising his head in surprise as he looked at Qi Ming, saying, "I truly did not misjudge you. This is impressively detailed." Qi Ming scratched his head, smiling bashfully. "This is my responsibility as the store manager." "Indeed, well done. You need not worry about profitability. As long as we achieve scale, profits will follow." Qin Hao stated that in truth, profitability was of little concern to Qin Hao. As long as he could secure a steady stream of recyclable delivery boxes and packaging materials, he would stand to gain significantly. It is unlikely any business could achieve profits 100-fold. Qin Hao chatted with Qi Ming for a while longer, noticing that more people were arriving to collect their deliveries as closing time approached. He bid farewell to Qi Ming and returned to the underground parking garage, preparing to head back to the Weihai Garden Villa. At this moment, Mu Xiaoya had also finished her work for the day. With the weekend approaching, she planned to stop by a nearby mall to purchase a few clothing items and some undergarments, intending to retrieve her clothes from her rental apartment over the weekend. Thus, she drove her Porsche Panamera towards the Weihai International Shopping Plaza. Just as Mu Xiaoya parked in the mall's underground garage, Qin Hao's call came through. She answered, saying, "Brother Hao, are you finished with your work?" "Yes, Xiaoya, I'm done." "Where are you? Have you finished for the day?" Qin Hao asked. "I'm at Weihai International Shopping Plaza, just parked, and I'm about to buy some clothes. Dio, you want to come over? Mu Xiaoya asked eagerly. Sure, I'll be there in 20 minutes, Qin Hao replied. All right, I'll wait for you upstairs at Starbucks, Mu Xiaoya said, blowing a kiss into the phone before hanging up. She was quite happy. This would be her first shopping trip with her boyfriend. Carrying her bag, Mu Xiaoya arrived at Starbucks, which was bustling with customers due to it being Friday. After ordering a cappuccino, she found a seat by the window. Just as she settled in, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses approached her and said, Hello, miss. Have we met somewhere before? Mu Xiaoya, bewildered, turned to face the young man, pointing to herself in surprise. Are you talking to me? Yes, we must have met somewhere, he insisted, taking a seat across from her. Mu Xiaoya thought for a moment and replied, I am sorry, but I don't believe we met. I have no recollection of you. She wondered if she had encountered a weirdo. No, we have met, I just remembered. We met in a dream. You are the girl I have been longing for, the young man said, reaching out to grasp Mu Xiaoya's hand. Fortunately, she quickly pulled her hand away, leaving him grasping at air, and he awkwardly chuckled. He continued, I wonder if this beautiful lady would be willing to add me on WeChat. As Mu Xiaoya deliberated on how to decline, Qin Hao suddenly sat down beside the young man and said, Dude, your approach is a bit outdated. The young man glared at Qin Hao, saying, Who are you? There's a proper order to these things. Qin Hao smirked and replied, You know this is a pickup line? It's the 21st century. Can you update your approach and be more direct? Mu Xiaoya stifled a laugh. Qin Hao continued, See, the lady is already smiling. The young man, feeling challenged, retorted, If you think you can do better, go ahead. Qin Hao shrugged and said, All right, I'll show you how it's done. Watch and learn. With that, he stood up, approached Mu Xiaoya, and said earnestly, Hello, beautiful lady, may I invite you to spend the night with me? The man suddenly burst out, spraying coffee from his mouth. Thankfully, he managed to cover his mouth with his hand just in time. Otherwise, it would have splattered onto Mu Xiaoya. The people around him had also heard Qin Hao's earlier remark and turned to glance in Mu Xiaoya's direction. Their faces filled with schadenfreude, as if they were eagerly awaiting Mu Xiaoya to slap the young man. However, just as everyone expected Mu Xiaoya to retaliate, she stood up, extended her hand, and to everyone's surprise, placed it on the young man's hand, smiling as she said, All right, shall we go? With that, she linked her arm with his. Qin Hao smiled at the man and said, What do you think? Did you learn something? After that, he and Mu Xiaoya strolled out of Starbucks, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. They could hardly believe their eyes and ears. Was the world truly this crazy? Could such an approach to flirting actually work? The man took a sip of his coffee and then turned to a girl sitting in the corner. He stood up, approached her, and imitating the earlier young man, extended a hand and said, Hello, beautiful lady, may I invite you to spend the night with me? Just as the man thought he was succeeding, the girl stood up and slapped him hard across the face. The sound echoed, and his glasses flew off. The girl, fuming, picked up her bag and declared, Pervert, before storming out of Starbucks. Laughter erupted among the crowd. It was evident that the earlier couple was merely playing a trick on the bespectacled man. To his dismay, he had fallen for it. Realizing this, he angrily picked up his glasses and dashed out of Starbucks, leaving the customers in fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoya and Qin Hao had ascended to the second floor. Mu Xiaoya playfully pinched Qin Hao's arm and said, You're so naughty. You could have just said I was your girlfriend. Qin Hao grinned proudly and replied, I'm helping the mini frogs out there. They shouldn't always dream of swans. Thus, the pair continued to joke and laugh as they shopped, purchasing numerous garments, shoes, and bags. By the end of their shopping spree, Qin Hao was carrying several bags, many from prestigious international brands. In the past, Mu Xiaoya would never have indulged in such luxuries, but now that she was Qin Hao's girlfriend, she felt the need to present herself well. Qin Hao was generous. If he wasn't generous to his own woman, then to whom would he be? As they made their way downstairs, Qin Hao carried several large bags in his left hand, while Mu Xiaoya linked her arm with his on the right. Attracting the attention of numerous women along the way, Mu Xiaoya's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. She said, Brother Hao, we bought enough. Shall we go eat first? We can head home early after. Qin Hao smiled at her, surveying her from head to toe, and replied, I think we're still missing a few things. Mu Xiaoya looked at herself and asked, What more do we need? We bought clothes, underwear, and bags. Qin Hao chuckled and said, We still need some jewelry. You look a bit plain like this. A few accessories would enhance your appearance. Consequently, Qin Hao took Mu Xiaoya to the Bulgari jewelry store on the first floor. As soon as the sales clerk noticed the designer bags in Qin Hao's hands, she rushed over, eager to assist. Hello, sir and madam. What type of jewelry are you looking for? Our Bulgari brand is a top-tier Italian jewelry line that will surely delight this beautiful lady. Qin Hao nodded and calmly said, please recommend something for my girlfriend. Certainly, sir and madam. Please follow me to view our selection, she said, leading them to the diamond counter. While Qin Hao found the jewelry merely shiny, Mu Xiaoya seemed fascinated, trying on piece after piece. At that moment, Qin Hao's phone rang. He set down the bags and pulled out his phone to see it was his father's call. He waved it in front of Mu Xiaoya, indicating he needed to take the call. She nodded and continued trying on the jewelry with the sales assistant. Stepping outside the Bulgari boutique, Qin Hao answered the phone, saying, hello, Dad. What prompted you to call? Ah, Xiao Hao, have you finished work? Have you been busy lately? Came his father's voice. Yes, quite busy. I just started a new project, Qin Hao replied. If that's good. Busy is good for young people. By the way, your mother wants to know if you'll be coming home for the National Day holiday? His father continued. Qin Hao nodded as he spoke. Yes, I will definitely come back this time. That's great. Do you remember Aunt Wong? His father asked. Aunt Wong? Which Aunt Wong? Qin Hao questioned, struggling to recall. The one who was your mother's close friend? The one who used to visit us often when you were in school, his father explained. Just then, his mother chimed in, you old man, you're becoming more forgetful. What do you mean your mother's friend? She said, snatching the phone from his father's hand. Hello, Xiao Hao. Aunt Wong came to see me yesterday and mentioned she has a niece in Southeast City who just graduated. She heard you've become a manager with $1 million salary and wants to introduce you to her. I'll send you her photo shortly. If you like her, you two can meet when you come back for the holiday. I've heard she graduated from a prestigious university. What was it called? Donghua Normal University? Donghua Normal University? Qin Hao asked. Yes, that's it, his mother confirmed. Qin Hao chuckled helplessly, saying, Mom, I'm only 25. Why the rush to set me up with someone? Before he could finish, his mother interjected, Xiao Hao, 25 is not so young anymore. Uncle Chen next door is already a grandfather, always showing off his grandson in front of your father and me, asking when you'll get married. He drives me crazy. I can hardly eat. Mom, calm down. Let me finish, Qin Hao gently urged. When he heard silence from her end, he continued, Mom, I already have a girlfriend. What? You have a girlfriend? Just a few days ago, you said you didn't have time to find one. How could you find someone in just a few days? Don't lie to your old mother, his mother questioned, perplexed. There's no reason to lie. Would you like to speak with her? Qin Hao replied cheerfully. Oh, yes, let me talk to her. Otherwise, I won't believe you found a girlfriend so quickly, his mother insisted, nudging his father to come over and listen. All right, just a moment, Qin Hao said, walking back into the Bulgari store. He gently tapped Mu Xiaoya's shoulder and whispered, Xiaoya, come out to take a call. It's my mom. Mu Xiaoya pointed to herself, mouthing, me? I should answer? Qin Hao nodded and handed her the phone, gesturing to the sales assistant to wait a moment before leading Mu Xiaoya out of the store. Flustered, Mu Xiaoya pressed the phone to her ear and said, Mom. Hello, Auntie. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Hao stifled a laugh, and Mu Xiaoya playfully nudged him. All right, young lady, what is your name? How old are you? Where are you from? Qin Hao's mother, delighted to hear a girl refer to her as Mom, asked gently. Auntie, my name is Mu Xiaoya. You can call me Xiaoya. I'm 24 and from Huayan, Jiangsu, she replied, glancing at Qin Hao awkwardly as she answered. Qin Hao leaned in closer, eager to hear his mother's questions. So, Xiaoya, are you really Xiao Hao's girlfriend? Don't tell me you're both trying to trick me, his mother continued. Mu Xiaoya's cheeks flushed as she nodded, saying, No, we aren't tricking you. I truly am Qin Hao's girlfriend. Hearing what she wanted, Qin Hao's mother cheerfully replied, Xiaoya, is Qin Hao treating you well? If he bullies you, just call me, and I'll take care of him. Before Mu Xiaoya could respond, Qin Hao snatched the phone back and said, Mom, how could I bully her? Now do you believe me? I'm not lying. All right, Xiao Hao, I'll believe you this time. However, you must bring Xiaoya home during the National Day holiday. Otherwise, you'll have to go on blind dates, his mother said with a smile. Sure, I'll do my best, Qin Hao replied with a wry smile. That's more like it. I won't disturb your little world anymore. Goodbye, his mother said before hanging up. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Mu Xiaoya, quick-witted, pieced together why Qin Hao's mother wanted to speak with her. She then linked her arm with Qin Hao's and said, Did Annie ask you to go on blind dates? Qin Hao looked at her in surprise and said, Wow, how did you know? Mu Xiaoya pouted. I'm not foolish. Can't I tell from the conversation? Qin Hao placed his hand over Mu Xiaoya's and said, Since you're aware, why not come home with me for the National Day holiday? Mu Xiaoya shyly nodded, tacitly agreeing. Qin Hao was quite pleased as he walked back into the Bulgari boutique with Mu Xiaoya. Upon their return, the sales assistant greeted them with enthusiastic warmth. Qin Hao turned to Mu Xiaoya and inquired, Xiaoya, what do you think? Have you found something you like? Mu Xiaoya nodded, pointing to a diamond necklace. The sales assistant, quick to react, elegantly placed the necklace around Mu Xiaoya's neck. Qin Hao observed the piece and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "It's lovely, indeed." He then asked, "Is that the only one you've chosen?" "Yes," Mu Xiaoya replied with a nod. Qin Hao looked at her, chuckling to himself, thinking, "What a silly girl," he remarked, "that is not enough. You need more." As he spoke, he shook his wrist lightly. At that moment, the sales assistant, having caught on, suggested, "Madam, you might also want to consider our bracelets. We have several newly released designs that I believe would suit you beautifully." Qin Hao nodded in agreement and led Mu Xiaoya to explore the bracelets. Half an hour later, they exited Bulgari, with Mu Xiaoya adorned in exquisite jewelry from the brand. Rings on her fingers, a bracelet on her wrist, and the necklace gracing her neck, shimmering radiantly. They made their way to the underground parking lot, where Qin Hao carried several bags to his Porsche 918, while Mu Xiaoya settled into her Porsche Panamera. Together, they drove out of the Overseas International Shopping Plaza, heading towards the Overseas Garden Villa. As they passed a restaurant in front of the Overseas Garden community, Qin Hao stopped the car. Noticing the halt, Mu Xiaoya followed suit. After stepping out, Qin Hao approached her vehicle and asked, "What would you like to eat tonight? Should we take something back?" Mu Xiaoya nodded, saying, "Anything is fine. You decide." Qin Hao agreed, entering a nearby roast duck restaurant to order 2 roasted ducks for takeout. Passers-by began to notice the 2 Porsches parked outside the community, some discreetly taking out their phones to capture photos and share them on social media. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Hao emerged from the restaurant with 2 bags of sliced roast duck. He honked his horn to signal Mu Xiaoya to follow him, and they continued their journey to the villa. Upon witnessing the owner of the Porsche 918 exiting the roast duck establishment, pedestrians began to pull out their phones, capturing the moment. Some even entered the restaurant, requesting, "Boss, I'll have one of those roast ducks the person just bought." The restaurant owner, bemused by the sudden influx of customers, happily went to prepare the ducks. Meanwhile, a post began circulating on social media in Southeast City. The Porsche 918 Spider owner visits the roast duck restaurant. Just how delicious is it? A well-known blogger takes you on a tour. Chapter 40. Qin Hao's plans. At this moment, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya had arrived at the Overseas Garden. After informing the security guard and having Mu Xiaoya's license plate recorded in the access system, they entered the community. They parked their vehicles, and Mu Xiaoya linked her arm with Qin Hao's as he carried the bags into the villa. Mu Xiaoya ascended to the 3rd floor with her clothing and accessories, organizing everything neatly in the wardrobe, while Qin Hao set the roasted duck on plates in the dining room. The 2 ducks filled 4 plates, accompanied by sauces, thin pancakes, green onions, and cucumber strips. Qin Hao rolled one for himself and tasted it, finding the flavor delightful. He then went upstairs to call Mu Xiaoya down for dinner, but upon finding the bedroom empty, he opened the wardrobe door. Inside, Mu Xiaoya was changing into the silk pajamas she had just purchased, a white lace-trimmed ensemble that made her look ethereal. Qin Hao was momentarily entranced, swallowing hard, as Mu Xiaoya teased, "Look at you. It's not like you haven't seen me before." Leaning against the doorframe, Qin Hao replied, "Xiaoya, I can never tire of looking at you." "Enough with the flattery, wipe your mouth. You still have sauce on it," Mu Xiaoya laughed, retrieving a tissue to clean Qin Hao's mouth before turning to head downstairs. Qin Hao followed her down, and the 2 enjoyed a simple yet warm dinner together. After the meal, Qin Hao asked, "How was the interview with the maid and the driver today?" Seated on the sofa, Mu Xiaoya flipped through channels with the remote as she replied, "The maid from the agency seems quite good. She's in her 40s. There are 2 women and 1 man. One of the women will handle cleaning, and the man is a chef with a first-class culinary certificate. I've asked them to come for a trial tomorrow. As for the driver, he is not suitable. He is a bit too old." Qin Hao nodded, suggesting, "Perhaps we can contact a security company to see if they have suitable candidates. The driver for Zhao whose looks quite capable." "All right, I'll reach out tomorrow," Mu Xiaoya agreed. Then, Qin Hao recalled another matter regarding the establishment of a new company to operate a delivery station. He sat beside Mu Xiaoya, wrapping his arms around her, and said, "Xiaoya, I have an idea, and I'd like your input." Mu Xiaoya muted the television and prompted, "Go ahead." Qin Hao elaborated on his vision for the new company, and Mu Xiaoya, considering his words, remarked, "That does sound like a promising idea. However, it will require leasing numerous storefronts, with each store needing at least 3 employees. If we were to open 1 store, the annual rent would be approximately 100,000, and the salaries for 3 employees would likely total around 150,000, with an additional 20,000 for social security and housing funds. Therefore, running 1 store would mean an annual expenditure of about 270,000 to 300,000. If we open 10 stores, that would amount to 2.7 to 3 million, and for 100 stores, it would be 27 to 30 million. Considering the operational costs, if we aim for 100 stores, we would need to generate at least 50 million annually to break even. Listening to Mu Xiaoya's meticulous analysis, Qin Hao felt that starting with 100 stores was feasible, especially since he had a system in place. The collection of packaging and delivery boxes from 100 stores could yield millions daily. He affectionately stroked Mu Xiaoya's hair, saying, "Well done. Your analysis is quite objective, however, 100 stores won't suffice. They represent only a fraction of Southeast City. Xiaoya, if we can secure more storefronts, we will become intermediaries between platforms and delivery services, and the profits can be substantial." The reason delivery stations are at the mercy of Alibaba is their inability to scale. They operate independently, akin to a scatter group. Once we achieve scale, we will have leverage in negotiations with larger platforms. Mu Xiaoya grasped Qin Hao's intentions and nodded in understanding. He continued, "Moreover, I intend to implement a system for the daily collection of delivery boxes and packaging materials from each station, allowing the company to consolidate and recycle these resources, thereby significantly enhancing profitability. Consider this. Our nation generates approximately 80 billion packages annually, a truly vast market. As Qin Hao animatedly discussed his plans, Mu Xiaoya nestled against him, listening intently. However, as he spoke passionately, he noticed that Mu Xiaoya had fallen asleep, her body pressed closely against him. Amused and affectionate, Qin Hao gently played with her hair, glancing at the time on the television. It was already past 11. He turned off the television and, cradling Mu Xiaoya in a princess carry, ascended to the third-floor bedroom. Lying down, he held her close, and they drifted into a peaceful slumber. The night passed without incident. And the next morning, Mu Xiaoya awoke early to find Qin Hao still asleep, his arms wrapped around her. She quietly extricated his hand from her body, rose from the bed, and made her way downstairs. Having purchased milk, bread, and eggs the previous day, she intended to prepare breakfast for Qin Hao. Half an hour later, Qin Hao stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. Noticing the absence of Mu Xiaoya beside him, he slipped on his slippers and followed the sounds to the kitchen. There, Mu Xiaoya was tying an apron while frying eggs, heating milk in the microwave, and toasting bread in the bread maker. Everything was perfect. Qin Hao leaned against the doorframe, savoring the scene. Once she had finished cooking 2 eggs, Mu Xiaoya carefully placed them on a plate. Turning around, she spotted Qin Hao leaning against the door, and she quickly removed her apron to embrace him warmly. A bit shy, she said, "I'm sorry. How go? I fell asleep before you finished talking last night." Qin Hao playfully pinched her nose, replying, "Silly girl, there's no need to apologize. Is breakfast ready? I'm starving." "All right, just wash up and get ready to eat," she said, playfully shooing him out of the kitchen. Before long, Mu Xiaoya brought the prepared sandwiches and milk to the dining table. Qin Hao looked at the exquisite breakfast and quipped, "Are you sure you made this? It looks like something from KFC. Stop teasing me. I learned it on the spot." Mu Xiaoya pouted playfully. After finishing their breakfast, Qin Hao tidied up the kitchen while Mu Xiaoya went upstairs to freshen up and apply makeup. Shortly after, the visual phone in the room rang. It was the guard at the gate. Qin Hao pressed the answer button and heard the security officer say, "Hello, Mr. Qin. 3 people from the housekeeping company have arrived to provide service." "I am confirming with you." "Yes, that is correct." "Please let them in," Qin Hao replied. "Understood, Mr. Qin. I will escort them over now," the guard responded before hanging up. The security arranged for a shuttle to take the 3 individuals to the entrance of Qin Hao's villa before departing. As they gazed upon the grand 3-story European-style building, an exclamation of awe escaped their lips. A middle-aged woman remarked, "What a massive house! I wonder how much it costs." The middle-aged man responded, "It must be worth over 10 million. I heard from the security that Mr. Qin's villa is the crown jewel of this community." After speaking, he pressed the doorbell. Qin Hao, having glanced outside, opened the door, allowing the trio to enter. He then welcomed them further inside and beckoned them to approach. The middle-aged man extended his hand first, introducing himself. "Hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Richard, and I am your chef. Here is my identification." "Richard? That name sounds quite sophisticated." Qin Hao chuckled upon hearing it. Richard scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "The older generation lacked education and picked up this foreign term from who knows where to name me." The other 2 middle-aged women also shook hands with Qin Hao, presenting their identification. Qin Hao invited them to sit comfortably while he ascended the stairs to summon Mu Xiaoya. He believed household chores were best directed by the lady of the house. Women always take their time with makeup. Mu Xiaoya had already spent over half an hour perfecting her beautiful visage. Approaching her from behind, Qin Hao peered into the mirror and remarked, "Xiaoya, you are already stunning. Dio, you really need to spend so long on your makeup? As she applied lipstick, Mu Xiaoya cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, what do you know? This is about a woman beautifying herself for her beloved. If I look more alluring, you will enjoy the view even more. All right, you win. The house staff has arrived and is downstairs. Please arrange for them shortly. I find Chef Richard to be quite amiable. We can also entrust him with the responsibilities of cooking and grocery shopping. Qin Hao suggested. All right, I will brief them shortly. However, we may need another vehicle for grocery shopping. We can't have him driving a Rolls-Royce for that, Mu Xiaoya replied. Indeed, we shall acquire another vehicle today. A grocery shopping card. I'll retreat to my study for a while. You can go ahead and manage them, Qin Hao concluded. Making his way toward the study, Mu Xiaoya changed out of her robe and donned a newly purchased Gucci t-shirt and denim shorts before heading downstairs to assign tasks to the 3 staff members. She addressed Chef Richard, saying, in addition to cooking, you will also be responsible for grocery shopping. I will increase your salary by 3,000. How does that sound? Certainly, no problem at all, Mrs. Qin. Rest assured, I will maintain strict standards and ensure all tasks are completed. Richard replied with enthusiasm. Having previously earned around 10,000 a month as a head chef in a restaurant, he was elated at the prospect of earning 15,000 just by cooking for the Qin family. Upon hearing Richard refer to her as Mrs. Qin, Mu Xiaoya felt a surge of joy and smiled, asking Richard, you can drive, right? Yes, indeed, he affirmed. Wonderful. We will provide you with a grocery vehicle. You can use it for shopping to save time. Mu Xiaoya said with a smile, thank you so much, Mrs. Qin. Your consideration is truly appreciated. With tasks assigned, the 3 staff members busied themselves, while Mu Xiaoya proceeded toward Qin Hao's study. Chapter 41. The pursuit of purchases. At this moment, Qin Hao was using his laptop to explore the nearby neighborhoods. He concluded that renting commercial space was less advantageous than purchasing it, as the latter would appreciate in value. According to the financial records previously organized by Qi Ming, the income and expenses were balanced. Moreover, with an ample cash reserve, the more he invested, the greater his returns would be. This seemed the swiftest way to generate income. After estimating, he realized that with his 130 million in cash, he could acquire approximately 50 commercial units. He would also need to establish a company and hire staff for logistics and delivery. At that moment, he recognized how insufficient 100 million seemed. Mu Xiaoya approached Qin Hao from behind, glancing at his screen. What are you searching for? She inquired. Counting the nearby neighborhoods to see how many commercial units I can buy, he replied. Mu Xiaoya gasped in surprise. Brother Hao, are you planning to open a small bird station? Qin Hao nodded. Yes. Yesterday, Qi Ming showed me the accounts from the past fortnight. Excluding rent, we can achieve a break-even point, so I thought it best to buy commercial space outright. Though puzzled, Mu Xiaoya chose to trust her husband, believing there must be sound reasoning behind his enthusiasm for establishing a bird station, even if the income from package collection was not substantial. She wrapped her arms around Qin Hao's neck and softly stated, all right, Brother Hao, I will support whatever you decide. Qin Hao smiled, affectionately squeezing her hand, then let us set off. Thus, the couple drove their Porsche 918 out of the villa. Mu Xiaoya contacted a former colleague at her real estate agency, reasoning that with just the 2 of them, they wouldn't be able to secure many commercial units in a day and would need to negotiate prices constantly. It would be more efficient to delegate this task to the agency. Qin Hao agreed with her assessment, recognizing that real estate agents would likely negotiate lower prices than they could achieve themselves. Even if they had to pay a bit more in fees, it would likely be more cost-effective overall. They parked in the underground garage of the Jiqing Center and, together, approached Mu Xiaoya's previous agency. A close colleague of Mu Xiaoya greeted them warmly, as she explained Qin Hao's intention to purchase commercial units without mentioning the bird station aspect. The colleague, being quite professional, conducted a search on her computer and discovered that there were approximately 70 neighborhoods from Jiqing Center to Weihai Garden, each with varying prices based on location. If they were to buy 1 unit in each neighborhood, the total cost could reach 100 or 200 million. As this realization dawned on her colleague, she thought, goodness, Mu Xiaoya has struck gold with a wealthy partner. If this deal goes through, my bonus could be 70 to 80,000. While her colleague reveled in this thought, Qin Hao interjected with specific requirements. First, the commercial unit must be close to the neighborhood. The nearer, the better. Second, if a neighborhood already has a bird station, purchase that unit directly and transfer the station to my name. Third, speed is of the essence. Expedite the process. The colleague nodded, understood, Mr. Qin. I will dispatch all our agents to find properties for you today. However, she paused, glancing at Mu Xiaoya. Mr. Qin, you may need to provide a portion of the deposit to facilitate communication with the property owners. Qin Hao looked at Mu Xiaoya, who nodded in agreement, signaling her approval of her colleague's suggestion. He then produced his bank card and handed it to her colleague, stating, "Please process a transfer of 10 million as our deposit for this collaboration." The colleague eagerly accepted the bank card, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. I'll arrange this immediately." She hurriedly exited the conference room. Shortly thereafter, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya heard the commotion of the agency bustling with activity. The sound of keys jingling as agents rushed out. Peering through the glass, they observed electric scooters departing from Jiqing Center in various directions. The couple exchanged a knowing smile and settled back into their seats. Moments later, the colleague returned with a contract and receipt, respectfully presenting the Union Pay transaction slip to Qin Hao. "Mr. Qin, this is the contract for our collaboration. Please review it, and if everything is satisfactory, kindly sign." Qin Hao examined the document, found it satisfactory, and affixed his signature. After finalizing the arrangements for the commercial units, he and Mu Xiaoya departed the agency. Qin Hao still needed a location to consolidate the collection of express delivery boxes and packaging materials. Renting a warehouse nearby would suffice, as he did not want to traverse long distances daily. Pondering where to rent a warehouse proved challenging, considering he resided in a wealthy district where such facilities were scarce. Lacking a clear direction, the couple decided to first purchase a grocery vehicle for Chef Richard. They drove toward the southeastern outskirts of the city. Currently, Qin Hao's garage housed 3 vehicles, a Porsche 918 Spider, a Porsche Panamera, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The grocery vehicle for Richard could not be too humble. It should be a practical size capable of accommodating purchases. As he contemplated this, Qin Hao recalled the robust pickup trucks often featured in foreign films, which seemed ideal for everyday shopping. Consequently, he parked in front of a Ford dealership and opened the passenger door for Mu Xiaoya. A sales representative promptly approached them, warmly welcoming them to the Ford dealership. Mu Xiaoya, linking her arm with Qin Hao's, stepped inside the showroom, with the saleswoman closely following. Upon entering, Qin Hao surveyed the display and spotted a striking black Raptor. Indeed, Qin Hao had set his sights on the Ford F-150. Arm in arm with Mu Xiaoya, he approached the impressive vehicle. The saleswoman hurried over, eagerly introducing, "Sir, ma'am, this is our newly arrived F-150. It measures 5.9 meters in length, with a wheelbase of 3.7 meters, and is equipped with 20-inch wheels. The minimum ground clearance is 247 mm, granting it excellent off-road capability. The engine boasts a 3.5 TV6 turbocharged configuration, producing a maximum power of 380 horsepower. If you're considering some occasional off-roading, this vehicle is perfect." As the saleswoman continued her enthusiastic presentation, Qin Hao barely listened, captivated solely by the car's imposing exterior. Before she could finish, he produced his bank card and handed it to her, declaring, "All right, I'll take this car. Let us proceed with the payment." Once again, Qin Hao astonished a sales representative. Mu Xiaoya silently shook her head, thinking, "You really lack patience. At least let her finish the introduction." The saleswoman paused momentarily before accepting the card. Replying, "Certainly, sir, I'll process this right away." With that, she turned and made her way to the finance office. Qin Hao chuckled to himself, remarking, "Why are car salespeople so dazed lately?" Mu Xiaoya could not help but respond, "Well, when they encounter someone who rushes to pay before hearing the full details, it's no wonder they're taken aback." Qin Hao scratched his nose, responding, "Is it really that surprising? Shouldn't they be pleased with my decisiveness? At least let her finish her introduction, ask about the price, and then make your purchase." "You really diminish their sense of accomplishment," Mu Xiaoya said, somewhat exasperated. Waving his hand with a smile, Qin Hao replied, "The essence of sales is closing the deal. The process is inconsequential." As they continued their conversation, the saleswoman returned with the purchase contract and bank card, respectfully handing them to Qin Hao. "Sir, here is your purchase contract and bank card. The total cost is 570,000. Additionally, our dealership offers you 2 complimentary maintenance services and high-quality window tinting." After reviewing the contract, Qin Hao signed it and stated, "All right, please bring the car out. I intend to drive it home today." "Of course, sir, I'll arrange that immediately," the saleswoman replied, calling over a male colleague to retrieve the vehicle from the showroom. Once inside the truck, Qin Hao shifted into neutral and tested the accelerator. Pleased with its responsiveness, he tossed the key to his Porsche 918 to Mu Xiaoya, saying, "Xiaoya, you take that car, I'll drive this beast. Let us first stop at a gas station, then head back to the Ocean Garden." Mu Xiaoya nodded, took the keys, and settled into the driver's seat of the Porsche 918, gently following the Ford Raptor towards the gas station. It was undeniable that the Raptor's fuel tank was substantial. It took a staggering 130 liters to fill up, an extravagant expense for the average person, truly a fuel guzzler. Qin Hao relished the drive, enjoying a broader view compared to his Porsche 918. Before long, They returned to the ocean garden. The security guard, recognizing Qin Hao, promptly opened the gate, allowing them entry. As the two vehicles passed, he couldn't help but marvel how wonderful it is to be wealthy. Upon parking in the underground garage, Qin Hao noted that the space was becoming cramped, particularly with the addition of the massive Ford Raptor alongside his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Seems I'll need to consider a larger house. There's no room left for my vehicles, he remarked. Mu Xiaoya sighed internally, thinking, all right, Hao Gu, whatever you say is right. Wealth allows for such whims. Back at the villa, the cleaning staff was tidying up while Master Li busied himself in the kitchen. Qin Hao approached him, saying, Master Li, are you quite occupied? Upon recognizing Qin Hao, Master Li quickly dried his hands, replying, Mr. Qin, you're back. Yes, here, take this key for your errands, Qin Hao said, handing him the car KEY.ITS parked in the underground garage. Once you finish your tasks, feel free to take it for a spin. And the car isn't registered yet. Please head to the vehicle management office on Monday to handle the plates. Master Li nodded repeatedly, assuring, understood, Mr. Qin. I'll be sure to select a favorable plate number for you. With a smile, Qin Hao headed upstairs, just as his phone rang. Chapter 42. The Tan family feast. Upon checking his phone, Qin Hao discovered it was a call from Tan Jiuxiao, so he answered, Brother Tan, what prompted you to call? Is there something on your mind? Why can't I call you just because I have nothing urgent to discuss? Tan Jiuxiao chuckled. Qin Hao laughed heartily, responding, Brother Tan, you needn't be formal with me. If there's something I can assist with, I'll certainly lend a hand. Very well, I won't beat around the bush. I am calling regarding a business opportunity 1D like to explore with you, Tan Jiuxiao said with a smile. Business? I'm intrigued. Please, elaborate, Qin Hao replied. Well, I heard from Zhao Dezhong that you've established an IT company at the Ocean International Plaza. You didn't mention it to me, and I wanted to prepare a little something for you, Tan Jiuxiao explained. Oh, it's just a modest venture, nothing grand, Qin Hao modestly replied. Come now, Brother Qin, your company is far from small. Boasting a registered capital of 30 million, Tan Jiuxiao chuckled. You certainly keep well informed, but what was that business opportunity you mentioned? Qin Hao is eager to know more. Right, my memory fails me. I have some connections at the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Yesterday, while dining with a friend, I caught wind of some promising information that could be an excellent opportunity, Tan Jiuxiao shared. Oh? What kind of information? Qin Hao inquired curiously. This is a bit too complex to explain over the phone. Why not come over? I'll have the chef prepare some delightful dishes, and we can discuss it over dinner, Tan Jiuxiao suggested with a smile. After a moment's thought, Qin Hao agreed. All right, I'll head over now. Great. See you shortly, Tan Jiuxiao replied cheerfully. After hanging up, Qin Hao turned to Master Li, saying, Old Li, there's no need for you to prepare lunch for me and Xiaoya today. Understood, Mr. Qin, Master Li responded. Qin Hao then headed upstairs to find Mu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I'm taking you to meet a friend for lunch today, he announced. A friend? Who might that be? Mu Xiaoya asked with curiosity. Have you heard of Yunshao Heavy Industry? Qin Hao inquired. Yunshao Heavy Industry? Yes, I've heard of it. It's a well-known large enterprise in our country. What's the owner's name? Mu Xiaoya replied, trying to recall. Qin Hao smiled, ruffling her hair. His name is Tan Jiuxiao. Yes, that's him. I even heard whispers that he was ill recently, Mu Xiaoya said. Indeed, but I've since helped him recover, Qin Hao boasted with a hint of pride. Really? Hao Gu, you're quite impressive. I take it today's meeting is with him? Mu Xiaoya asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Qin Hao nodded precisely. Let us tidy ourselves up and head over. Brother Tan is waiting for us. After changing into more formal attire, Qin Hao donned a sharp outfit while Mu Xiaoya wore a chic Gucci dress, accessorized with a Bulgari necklace and bracelet, exuding elegance. Qin Hao playfully patted her on the rear, saying, Let us go. My princess, Mu Xiaoya responded with a playful pout. All right, let us be off, little Haozi. The two laughed as they climbed into the Porsche 918, heading towards Tan Jiuxiao's villa. After a journey of over 40 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Tan Jiuxiao's community. Thanks to prior arrangements with the property management, Qin Hao's vehicle was not halted at the entrance, allowing him to park directly in front of Tan Jiuxiao's villa. As they disembarked, Tan Jiuxiao and his wife greeted them at the door. Mu Xiaoya linked her arm with Qin Hao, striding towards the couple. Tan Jiuxiao was the first to speak. Brother Qin, it's been a few days. You look radiant. Qin Hao responded with a smile. Brother Tan, you appear to be in fine health as well. And your wife looks notably youthful. Tan Jiuxiao's wife chuckled. You two should stop flattering each other. You're both in your 40s now. How can you still look young? Brother Qin, please don't try to humor me. She then turned to Mu Xiaoya, extending her hand. This must be Brother Qin's girlfriend. She is truly beautiful. Mu Xiaoya blushed and replied, Thank you. Mrs. Tan. My name is Mu Xiaoya, and I'm Qin Hao's girlfriend. Come in, come in. I've prepared a feast with the chef's specialties. Brother Qin, you must enjoy a few drinks with me today, Tan Jiuxiao said, ushering Qin Hao inside. The four of them gathered around the dining table, and as Qin Hao surveyed the spread of dishes, he chuckled. Brother Tan, have you prepared so much food for just the four of us? How can we possibly finish it all? Ah, it's your first time dining at my home. How could I possibly skimp on the preparations? Feel free to indulge. Consider it your own home, Tan Jiuxiao insisted. Come, said Tan Jiuxiao, specifically preparing a glass of Maodai for Qin brother. He picked up the cup in front of Qin Hao and poured a generous amount of Maodai. Then filled his own glass as well. Concerned that the young Qin Hao might not appreciate its value, Mrs. Tan chimed in. This bottle of Maodai was purchased at an auction a few years ago by your older brother. It's called Red Star Maodai. She then lifted the bottle to show Qin Hao, adding, it cost over 5 million. Oh dear, I even had an argument with him over this purchase. Tan Jiuxiao quickly reclaimed the Maodai, exclaiming, what do you know? This is sentiment. This is a wine that only the older generation could enjoy, and there are only a few bottles left in existence. If you break it, I wouldn't have the heart to bring it out if it weren't for you. Qin brother. Qin Hao was indeed astonished that a bottle of Maodai could fetch over 5 million. He lifted the glass to his nose and inhaled its rich aroma. It is indeed fine wine, he remarked with a smile. Tan Jiuxiao raised his glass and clinked it gently with Qin Hao's, saying, it seems Qin brother is also a connoisseur of fine spirits. Let's share a drink to whet our appetites. The two men downed their small glasses in one go. Meanwhile, Mrs. Tan brought out a bottle of red wine, saying, Xiaoya, let them drink theirs while we enjoy ours. Although this wine isn't as expensive as the Maodai, it is still worth over 1 million, Romani Conti. She stood up to pour half a glass for Mu Xiaoya, who felt she couldn't refuse. Then I'll borrow your red wine for a toast, she said, raising her glass. That here's to you, wishing you eternal youth and beauty. Mrs. Tan smiled, lifting her glass. Xiaoya, your words are truly sweet. You're beautiful and have a splendid figure. No wonder Qin Hao is fond of you. Come, sit down and drink. The family gathering lasted over an hour. Qin Hao and Tan Jiuxiao, having matters to discuss later that afternoon, did not indulge too much, finishing only half a bottle. Mu Xiaoya and Mrs. Tan, however, had quite a bit to drink, their faces flushed. After the meal, Qin Hao and Tan Jiuxiao moved to the reception room, while Mu Xiaoya was taken upstairs by Mrs. Tan. In the reception room, Tan Jiuxiao poured a cup of tea for Qin Hao and spoke slowly. Qin brother, I wonder which industry your IT company intends to develop in? Qin Hao replied, I plan to venture into the live streaming and short video industry. To be candid, I have designed a video compression algorithm that is more advanced than those used by several current live streaming and short video companies. Our company is currently developing an app for live streaming and short videos, and I anticipate it won't be long before we can launch it. Tan Jiuxiao pondered for a moment, then said, indeed, the live streaming industry has been quite booming in recent years. However, the live streaming sector has its limitations. At its core, it is a game of capital. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. You're correct, Brother Tan. I merely wish to use the live streaming industry to validate and refine my video compression algorithm. This was a bit of a stretch. Qin Hao was actually concerned that such an extraordinary algorithm might be met with skepticism upon its introduction, necessitating a process to craft a compelling narrative. It's rare for Qin brother to see through the essence of this industry. I wonder, are you interested in the industrial sector? Tan Jiuxiao asked with a smile. Qin Hao nodded. Yes, my previous company was also related to software in the manufacturing industry, and I have developed some relevant products. May I ask what prompted your inquiry, Brother Tan? I see. A good friend of mine at the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology mentioned something during dinner yesterday. The country plans to follow Germany's Industry 4.0 strategy and upgrade our industrial sector. I believe national-level policies will be announced soon, and I see this as a considerable opportunity, Tan Jiuxiao explained. Qin Hao contemplated this and nodded. Indeed, Germany's achievements in industry have long been a global benchmark. Their proposal of Industry 4.0 should indeed be a direction for our country to vigorously develop. However, as far as I understand, the vast majority of domestic small and medium enterprises are still largely manual in operation. They are, at best, at the 2.0 to 3.0 level, and to achieve Industry 4.0 will likely take considerable time. Tan Jiuxiao laughed heartily. I hadn't expected that, Qin brother. Not only are your medical skills exceptional, but your insights into industry are also profound. You are right. Our country's industrial development began late, and our industrial equipment and software have often been at the mercy of foreign entities. However, with our large population, vast market, and complete industrial categories, we have a comprehensive industrial chain. Without our participation, Germany's Industry 4.0 cannot be realized. Conversely, if we can resolve the bottleneck issues in equipment and software, we could independently achieve Industry 4.0. As Qin Hao observed Tan Jiuxiao speaking passionately, he felt a newfound admiration for this middle-aged man who had nearly met his demise in pursuit of foreign women. Regardless of his past, his words demonstrated a love for his country and a sense of national pride as an entrepreneur. Chapter 43. Energy crystals. After listening to Tan Jiuxiao's words, Qin Hao nodded repeatedly, saying, "You're absolutely right, Brother Tan. I wonder if you have any specific ideas we could discuss together?" Tan Jiuxiao smiled. "After hearing this news yesterday, I pondered for quite a while. To achieve or initiate industrial upgrades. First and foremost, we must enhance our country's manufacturing innovation capabilities. We cannot remain stagnant. This may require large groups like Yunshao Heavy Industry to lead the way. Secondly, we must promote the integration of industrialization and informatization, what we often refer to as hard power and soft power. In terms of soft power, Yunshao Heavy Industry has not placed much emphasis on it over the years and has a relatively weak foundation. Hence, I thought of you, Qin brother. Your previous company collaborated on a project with our subsidiary, and I learned privately that our local manager holds you in high regard for your technical prowess. Since you are now running your own company, why not join forces and seize the initiative in the Industry 4.0 arena?" Upon hearing Tan Jiuxiao's proposal, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Not only could he collaborate with a large entity like Yunshao Heavy Industry, but he also recalled his previous acquisition of industrial master skills, which would be perfectly applicable. He nodded and said, "Brother Tan, I find your proposal feasible. How shall we collaborate?" Thus, Tan Jiuxiao and Qin Hao began discussing the details of their collaboration. Meanwhile, on the third floor in Mrs. Tan's room, she took out a blue jewelry box from the cabinet and handed it to Mu Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, this is a small token of appreciation from me and your brother Tan. Since you are Qin Hao's girlfriend and he is our Tan family's lifesaver. Tan recognizes him as a brother, which makes you our sister-in-law. As a first meeting gift, I present you this necklace. Please open it and see if you like it." Mu Xiaoya hurriedly declined. "Mrs. Tan, I can't accept this. It's too valuable." Mrs. Tan chuckled. "Oh dear, calling me Mrs. Tan makes me feel old. Just call me Fu Lin, or simply Sister Fu from now on." Mu Xiaoya laughed. "All right, Sister Fu, I truly can't accept this. If I do, Qin Hao will surely scold me." Mrs. Tan laughed, opening the box and standing up. "He dares? If he does, I will stand up for you. Come, let me put this on you." As she spoke, she took out the necklace, a sapphire and platinum piece, and placed it around Mu Xiaoya's neck. Then she led Mu Xiaoya to the mirror, saying, "Xiaoya, this sapphire necklace makes you even more beautiful. Take off your diamond necklace. Let Qin Hao see it when he comes out, and I guarantee he will love it." Mu Xiaoya touched the beautiful sapphire, its smoothness reminiscent of gentle ocean waves. She liked it immensely but still said, "Sister Fu, this is too precious. Please put it away." Seeing Mu Xiaoya attempting to decline again, Mrs. Tan quickly interjected, "If you refuse again, I will be upset. You are Qin Hao's girlfriend, which makes you our sister-in-law. It's only natural for an older sister to give something to her younger sister. Are you trying to deny me as your sister?" Mu Xiaoya waved her hands, saying, "No, no. Having you as my sister brings me joy." Mrs. Tan laughed. "Since you've acknowledged me as your sister, then no more refusals. Come, let me help you put away the diamond necklace. Wear this sapphire instead." With that, she removed Mu Xiaoya's Bulgari diamond necklace and placed it in the blue jewelry box. The two continued to chat for a long while, and Mu Xiaoya learned more about the Tan family. Mrs. Tan, named Fu Lin, grew up in the military and met Tan Jiuxiao there. After Tan Jiuxiao transitioned from the military, he was assigned to a heavy industry group, where he worked his way up from the shop floor to achieve his current success. After some time, Qin Hao and Tan Jiuxiao emerged from the reception room, visibly enjoying their conversation. Upon seeing them, Mrs. Tan took Mu Xiaoya's arm and walked toward them. As he approached the two individuals, he released Mu Xiaoya's arm and turned to Tan Jiuxiao, saying, "What do you think of the necklace I gifted to Sister Xiaoya? Doesn't it make her even more beautiful?" Tan Jiuxiao glanced at Mu Xiaoya, chuckling as he nodded. Quite nice. You rarely wear it. It seems I didn't expect you to be so generous." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao also noticed the sapphire necklace adorning Mu Xiaoya's neck and remarked, "Sister-in-law, that sapphire necklace must be quite valuable." Mrs. Tan smiled and replied, "Brother Qin, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. It's not that I don't wear it. At my age, it feels somewhat inappropriate. Such a necklace deserves to be worn by a young beauty like Sister Xiaoya." Qin Hao quickly reassured, "Sister-in-law, you are certainly not old at all. One day, I'll give you a prescription that will ensure you feel 18 again." "Ha ha ha, Brother Qin speaks so sweetly, unlike you. All you do is flatter those vixens outside." Mrs. Tan shot a glare at Tan Jiuxiao. The two continued their conversation in the living room until Qin Hao's drunkenness dissipated. He then rose to bid farewell to Tan Jiuxiao, and they arranged to bring company executives to Yunxiao Heavy Industries next Monday to finalize a collaboration. Tan Jiuxiao and Mrs. Tan escorted Qin Hao to the car, and once he departed, Mrs. Tan inquired, "Old Tan, how did your conversation go?" "Quite well. Don't let his youth fool you. Qin Hao is quite capable. He provided some excellent suggestions on my proposals and plans. He truly is a talented individual. By the way, what did you discuss with his girlfriend? You gifted her such an expensive sapphire necklace." After saying this, Tan Jiuxiao asked about the two women. "I shared some insights about our family's connections with the military, but I didn't delve too deeply. I genuinely believe Qin Hao has sincere feelings for her. So I did him a favor," Mrs. Tan replied. "That favor didn't come cheap, you know. It cost 2 billion from Christie's auction," Tan Jiuxiao remarked, somewhat pained. "Why are you so stingy? What matters more, 2 billion or Qin Hao? You can't expect to catch a wolf without letting go of the child, you know," she retorted before turning back towards the villa. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya and Qin Hao began discussing their interactions with Mrs. Tan, with Mu Xiaoya revealing everything she knew about Tan Jiuxiao. After hearing her, Qin Hao silently rejoiced that he hadn't shared too much about video compression algorithms with Tan Jiuxiao. Had he done so? There was a risk that Tan Jiuxiao might disclose his extraordinary algorithm to the military, thrusting him into the political and military arena against his will. In the car, Mu Xiaoya kept playing with the sapphire. And Qin Hao, glancing over, curiously remarked, "This sapphire is indeed exquisite. It complements you beautifully, enhancing your complexion." "Yes, but I wonder how much it costs. I estimate it must be quite pricey," Mu Xiaoya mused, continuing to admire the jewel. "Sister Fu cherishes it immensely. She wrapped it in several layers of bags when retrieving it from the cabinet." Qin Hao, intrigued, replied, "Really? Let me see." Extending his right hand, Mu Xiaoya placed the sapphire in his palm. And he was instantly taken aback, not by the jewel's beauty, but by the system prompt echoing in his mind. Ding. Energy crystal required for system upgrade detected. Would the host like to absorb the energy? Qin Hao was startled. This sapphire was an energy crystal. Moreover, his system could actually upgrade. His attention fixated on the sapphire. He failed to notice that the traffic light had turned red at the intersection. "Brother Hao, quickly brake. The light is red," Mu Xiaoya urged. Qin Hao snapped back to reality, slamming the brakes as the tires of the Porsche 918 screeched against the asphalt, drawing the attention of pedestrians. He managed to halt the car just shy of 10 meters from the vehicle ahead, while the cars on either side remained at least 100 meters away, fearing collateral damage. Thankfully, the Porsche 918's exceptional performance brought the car to a perfect stop. As Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, a traffic officer approached, knocking on the driver's side window, signaling for him to roll it down. Qin Hao hurriedly passed the sapphire to Mu Xiaoya and lowered the window, saying, "Officer, I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted and didn't notice the traffic light." The officer saluted him and said, "Sir, please present your driver's license and vehicle registration." After a brief glance inside the car, Qin Hao complied, handing over the requested documents. "Officer, since no accident occurred, could you please let this slide?" The officer disregarded his plea, comparing the documents before looking at the vehicle and remarked, "Consider this a verbal warning. You must concentrate while driving. It's fortunate nothing serious happened. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a major incident. This car isn't cheap, and even a minor scrape can be costly. Take better care of it." Qin Hao nodded repeatedly, resembling a remorseful schoolboy. Mu Xiaoya stifled a laugh, having never witnessed Qin Hao in such a humbled state. The officer returned the documents, issued a verbal warning, and allowed Qin Hao to leave. Qin Hao exhaled deeply, and Mu Xiaoya, unable to contain herself any longer, burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha ha, I should have recorded how you looked just now. It was too funny. Ha ha ha." Qin Hao glanced at Mu Xiaoya, feigning annoyance. "You still find time to laugh when we nearly had an accident." All right, I won't laugh anymore," Mu Xiaoya said, sensing his irritation, and playfully added, "Brother Hao, when we get home, I'll give you a nice massage to help you relax. Please don't stay angry." Thus, after another half hour, the two returned to the outer sea garden. Chapter 44. System upgrade. Once home, Qin Hao eagerly pulled Mu Xiaoya upstairs. Assuming he had romantic intentions, she teasingly said, "Oh, don't be so impatient. The curtains aren't even drawn yet." Qin Hao, looking frantic, replied, "What do we need the curtains for? If it's dark, we won't see clearly. Just give it to me." "Now?" Mu Xiaoya asked, slightly bashful. "Yes, stop stalling. If you keep this up, I might just take matters into my own hands," he urged. "Fine then," Mu Xiaoya relented, reaching behind her to unzip her dress. Upon seeing her action, Qin Hao was stunned, puzzled by her implication. "Do you see me as such a desperate person?" he chuckled, looking at her. "Xiaoya, you must have misunderstood. I was referring to this." He pointed at the sapphire around her neck. Realizing her blunder, Mu Xiaoya's face flushed crimson as she stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Hao, it's all your fault for not being clear. You're so naughty." She quickly unclasped the necklace and tossed it to Qin Hao before dashing into the bathroom without even pulling up the zipper. Once again, holding the sapphire, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Energy crystal required for system upgrade detected. Would the host like to absorb the energy? System, can you answer a few questions first? What can I do after the upgrade? Qin Hao inquired mentally. Ding. After the system upgrade, the system all will be unlocked. The host can recycle items to earn monetary rewards and points, which can be exchanged for goods in the system mall. What items are available in the system mall? Ding. Host permissions insufficient. Please inquire after upgrading the system. What about this energy crystal? Ding. This energy crystal originated from a meteorite that fell from outer space billions of years ago. Landing in the deep sea.it contains immense radioactive energy and remains well preserved, with no signs of decay. If I absorb the energy, will the crystal disappear? Ding. Rest assured, the energy crystal will not vanish. The system merely extracts its energy without altering its appearance. And without the radioactive energy impact, its translucence will improve. Aside from this energy crystal, are there other items that can facilitate your upgrade? Ding. In addition to recycling items, the host can absorb similar energy-containing items. When the energy reaches the upgrade threshold, the system will upgrade. System, could you provide some hints? What kinds of items contain energy? Ding. Host permissions insufficient. Please inquire after upgrading the system. Alright then, it seems I must upgrade the system first. Holding the sapphire tightly, Qin Hao declared, "System, absorb the energy." Ding. Energy extraction initiated. Qin Hao felt a stream of energy, akin to a current, surging from his palm into his brain. This sensation persisted for 4 to 5 minutes. And as the system prompt sounded once more, Qin Hao finally emerged from that state. Ding. Energy extraction complete. Current system energy has reached the upgrade threshold. Would you like to upgrade the system? The system paused briefly before continuing. A gentle reminder. The system upgrade will require 8 hours. During this period, the host will lose autonomous control over their body. Please select an appropriate time and location for the upgrade. Qin Hao almost blurted out to proceed with the upgrade. But he wished the system could finish such reminders in one go next time. Given the lengthy duration, he decided to perform the upgrade just before going to be eating at tea that moment. Mu Xiaoya emerged from the bathroom, dressed in comfortable loungewear. Noticing Qin Hao engrossed in examining the sapphire necklace, she inquired, "Brother Hao, what's wrong? Is there an issue with this sapphire?" Qin Hao shook his head and replied, "No problem. I just find it beautiful. I was thinking of asking Brother Tan to buy a few more pieces someday." If Qin Hao were aware that this single sapphire was worth 2 billion, he would likely refrain from such casual remarks. He handed the sapphire necklace to Mu Xiaoya, saying, "Please take care of it. Since you cherish it so much, it must be quite valuable. Be careful not to damage it." Mu Xiaoya accepted the necklace, nodding as she carefully returned it to its box. Before long, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Master Li called Qin Hao's room to inform him, "Mr. Qin, dinner is ready." Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya proceeded to the dining room on the first floor. This was Master Li's first meal prepared for Qin Hao since starting his job. Standing by, Master Li introduced the dishes, showcasing a few of his specialties. After tasting the food, Qin Hao gave Master Li a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Master Li, you truly deserve your professional chef certification. This flavor is exquisite. Come on, Xiaoya, you should try it too." Mu Xiaoya took her chopsticks and sampled the food, glancing at Qin Hao with a nod. She remarked, "Master Li, I had no idea your culinary skills were this impressive. It seems bringing you on board was the right decision. Finally, we won't have to order takeout anymore." Master Li chuckled, saying, "As long as Mr. Qin and Madam enjoy it, that's all that matters. Today, I prepared my best dishes. In the future, just let me know what you'd like to eat, and I assure you it will rival any restaurant's offerings. By the way, what about the 2 cleaning ladies? Master Li, you should join us for a meal," Qin Hao suggested. Master Li shook his head, replying, "No need, Mr. Qin. We are all professionally trained and cannot dine with the family. We have prepared our own meals in the small dining room. Oh, I see. Well then, Master Li, please make sure to prepare larger portions. Whatever we eat, you should eat as well. Working for me should not leave you at a disadvantage." Qin Hao insisted. Master Li felt touched and cheerfully responded, "Understood, Mr. Qin. Please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just call for me." After Master Li exited the dining room, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya enjoyed their meal. finishing nearly all 4 dishes. When Master Li returned to clean up, he felt delighted to see the nearly empty plates, indicating his culinary skills were well appreciated, making his substantial salary feel worthwhile. Back in their bedroom on the 3rd floor, Mu Xiaoya mentioned feeling a bit heavier over the past few days and sat down on the floor to practice yoga for weight loss. Meanwhile, Qin Hao lounged on the terrace. Opening the Douyin app, he noticed several of the streamers he followed were live, and he clicked into each one. He first visited Lin Yutong's stream, where she was playing Honor of Kings, and hadn't he noticed Qin Hao's arrival. Occasionally, she would emit playful sounds until a fan commented, "Brother Retian has arrived. The streamer should come out to greet him." The curious viewers quickly joined in with similar comments, causing Lin Yutong to close the game in frustration, saying, "You are all so mischievous, always teasing me. Do you think I wouldn't know Brother Retian had arrived?" She then pretended to speak in a tearful tone, mumbling to herself, "Brother Retian, have you forgotten your old love for your new flame? You went to the Tall Legs live stream yesterday and never returned. Sob, sob." Qin Hao couldn't help but chuckle at her antics, sending 10 rocket emojis, finally catching Lin Yutong's attention. She instantly brightened, sending a heart towards the camera and exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Retian, for the 10 rockets. Love you, moi. Oh dear, Brother Retian, I love you too." A playful voice chimed in. "Hey, you upstairs, you're a guy. That's disgusting," another user commented. "What do you know? Haven't you heard? The opposite sex is only for reproduction, while the same sex is true love. Brother Retian, you're my favorite," came the playful response once more, followed by a flurry of emojis representing disgust from the audience. Qin Hao laughed and sent a series of rolling emojis. As Qin Hao immersed himself in Lin Yutong's stream, he was entertained by her various personas, quirky, cool, and adorable, all of which brought him joy. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Xiaoya had been drawn to his laughter and stealthily approached from behind to see what amused him so. Upon discovering that Qin Hao was gifting Lin Yutong during her stream, she cleared her throat lightly. Qin Hao, feigning calmness, quickly switched the app and turned to her, asking, "Xiaoya, have you finished your yoga? Are you tired? Would you like some fruit?" Mu Xiaoya observed Qin Hao's expression and said, "Brother Hao, why did you close Douyin? I wanted to watch the streamer perform." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Hao rushed to explain, "I was just checking for talented streamers to recruit for our upcoming live streaming app." "Yes, just scouting." Mu Xiaoya looked at him skeptically as if to say, "Keep making excuses. See if I believe you." Noticing the time was already past 9, Qin Hao exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's past 9. Let us head inside. I am a bit tired. Let us hurry and wash up before bed." As he spoke, he gently ushered Mu Xiaoya into the bathroom. Moments later, sounds of indescribable nature emerged from within. Fortunately, the room had good soundproofing. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing for Master Li and the others downstairs. After indulging in a lengthy shower, the two finally emerged over an hour later. Mu Xiaoya, having not even donned her pajamas, snuggled into bed. She had been quite exhausted from the events of the past few days. After waiting a while and seeing that Mu Xiaoya had fallen asleep, Qin Hao internally addressed the system. "System, prepare for the upgrade, ding. System upgrade commencing, please prepare, host." Qin Hao quickly lay down, closed his eyes, and then heard the system prompt, ding. Upgrade in progress. Qin Hao's consciousness faded, akin to slipping into slumber. Chapter 45, System all ding. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, you have advanced to level 2. The system all is now unlocked. After a series of system notifications, Qin Hao awoke, reaching for his phone on the bedside table to check the time. It was 7 in the morning. Glancing at the still sleeping Mu Xiaoya, he closed his eyes once more and commanded, "System, open the system all." Before him appeared a very simplistic mall interface, reminiscent of an inventory in a mobile game. However, it contained a meager 6 slots, with a countdown timer in the upper right corner indicating the next refresh in 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Qin Hao inquired, "System, what does this countdown signify?" Ding. The level 2 recycling system mall refreshes every 3 days, offering the host 6 items for exchange each time. The items in the mall are categorized into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and divine. The level 2 system can currently provide the host with beginner, intermediate, and advanced items. Exchanging items requires points. Moreover, with the exception of skill books, all other items can be used by others. "How can I obtain points?" Qin Hao asked. Ding. The host can earn points by recycling items. For every 100 items recycled, 1 point is awarded. Alternatively, the host may use huaxia coins to exchange for points at a rate of 1 point for every 100,000 huaxia coins. Qin Hao contemplated this. Recycling 100 parcels could yield 2 to 3,000 points. Using Huaxia coins would necessitate recycling 500 parcels. It appeared that recycling items was the more economical option for accumulating points. He then revisited the system mall to carefully examine the items available in this refresh. 1. Beginner recovery potion. Consuming this will cure all ailments of the biological entity. Requires 1,000 points for exchange. 2. Beginner longevity pill. Consuming this will extend the biological entity's lifespan by 1 year. Requires 1,000 points for exchange. 3. Beginner 8 Extremes Fist Manual. Using this will allow mastery of the 8 Extremes Fist. Requires 1,000 points for exchange. 4. Intermediate hacking skill. This enables unrestricted access to civilian-grade networks, bypassing firewalls and network tracking. Requires 10,000 points for exchange. 5. Intermediate skill upgrade card. Using this will upgrade a specified intermediate skill to advanced. Requires 10,000 points for exchange. 6. Advanced lithography machine manufacturing technology. Using this will provide complete manufacturing documentation for a 14-nanometer lithography machine. Requires 100,000 points for exchange. As Qin Hao gazed at these 6 items, his eyes sparkled with excitement. They were truly extraordinary. He quickly inquired, "System, how many points do I currently possess?" Ding. The host currently has 0 points. Please continue to strive to earn points. A reminder. Items in the system mall refresh every 3 days. Upon hearing the system's response, Qin Hao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He thought to himself, "Well, it seems that diligent collection is the way forward. I wonder how the situation with the shops at the agency went yesterday. I need to hasten the opening of the Little Bird Station. Right? I must also sort out the warehouse issue today." With that, Qin Hao opened his eyes again, only to discover that Mu Xiaoya was awake. Gazing intently at him, startled, he asked, "Xiaoya, why are you looking at me like that?" Mu Xiaoya blinked and replied, "I've been awake for quite a while, watching you with your eyes closed. Your facial expressions keep alternating between smiles and frowns. I was just curious. Did you have a dream, Brother Hao? Or did I?" Qin Hao realized he had never paid attention to his expressions during conversations with the system. He mused, "I should be mindful of that in the future. Otherwise, I might be mistaken for a lunatic." He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Perhaps I was dreaming, but I can't recall." Mu Xiaoya responded, then snuggled up to Qin Hao's arm. "It's past 7. Shall we get up?" Qin Hao suggested. Mu Xiaoya shook her head, saying, "No, I want to sleep a little longer." Qin Hao kissed her forehead and replied, "All right, then you can sleep a bit more. I'll go wash up and see what delicious food Chef Li has prepared." "Okay," Mu Xiaoya lazily replied, releasing her hold on Qin Hao's arm. He got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. 5 minutes later, he came downstairs, where Chef Li was busy preparing breakfast. Qin Hao approached and asked, "Chef Li, what delicious food are you making?" "Mr. Qin, you're awake. I've just made some buns. They'll be ready shortly. There's also soy milk, and my special pickled vegetables," Chef Li replied while opening a jar. "Mr. Qin, take a whiff." Qin Hao leaned in to smell, and a delightful aroma mixed with a tangy scent made him swallow. This fragrance is exquisite." "Hee, Mr. Qin, try it later, if you like it. I'll prepare a few more jars." Chef Li chuckled. Qin Hao patted Chef Li's shoulder and left the kitchen, returning to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, where he found Mu Xiaoya awake, typing on her phone. "Xiaoya, you're awake? Come on, breakfast will be ready soon." Qin Hao said, "Okay, let me reply to this message," she replied. "Who is it?" Qin Hao inquired. "Just my colleague. She told me early this morning that they finalized 20 shops yesterday and asked if we could go over again today." Mu Xiaoya explained. 20 shops? That's quite efficient. "All right, let us have breakfast and then head over. I also need to find a warehouse and see if your colleague has any connections," Qin Hao said. Mu Xiaoya set her phone down and playfully extended her arms toward Qin Hao, saying, "I want you to carry me out of bed." Qin Hao smirked. "Aren't you afraid I'll carry you off to do something bad?" He then scooped her up in a princess carry. After a while, the two made their way to the dining room on the 1st floor, where Chef Li had already prepared breakfast. As they sat down, Chef Li served the buns, soy milk, and pickled vegetables. Mu Xiaoya admired the buns, saying, "Chef Li, your buns look beautiful, even better than those from restaurants." "Brother Hao, look, you can see the filling inside." She picked up a bun, which appeared to be filled with shrimp, and devoured it in 3 bites, nodding in satisfaction. "Brother Hao, you must try it too. It's truly delicious." Chef Li stood by, pleased to see his cooking appreciated, which is the greatest reward for a chef. After breakfast, Qin Hao praised Chef Li's special pickled vegetables and requested him to prepare a few more jars to take home for his parents to try. After finishing their meal, they drove towards the Jiqing Center. The morning traffic in Southeast City was surprisingly light, and in just over 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Qin Hao let Mu Xiaoya go up first while he headed to the basement. Qin Hao opened the basement door and placed his hand on the delivery box, silently reciting, "System, Recycle, ding. Recycled 1 delivery box, earning a monetary reward of 200 yuan. Reward points, 0.01. Ding. Recycled 1 delivery packaging bag, earning a monetary reward of 100 yuan. Reward points, 0.01. The system notifications continued to ring in his ears, and Qin Hao felt a sense of anticipation, wondering how many points he could accumulate this time and if he might trigger a special reward. Eventually, the notifications subsided, and while no special reward was triggered, Qin Hao did not dwell on it. If special rewards were so easily obtained, there would be no need to pay attention to the items in the system mall. Especially since the previous special rewards had all been extraordinary, he decided to focus on accumulating points instead. System, how many points do I have now? He asked. Ding. The host currently has 3.68 points. 3.68 points. Qin Hao pondered, realizing that meant he had recycled 368 items, which was indeed rather meager. Relying solely on this one station, he might not even be able to exchange for basic items in a year. He closed the basement door, walking towards the agency while calculating in his mind. Assuming each station handled 300 packages a day, he would need to open at least 100 stations to possibly earn enough points to redeem 1,000 points in 3 days. To exchange for intermediate or advanced rewards would require opening 1,000 or even 10,000 stations, which was clearly impractical. Feeling somewhat dejected, Qin Hao contemplated how he might quickly recycle items to earn points. Soon, he arrived at the agency, where Mu Xiaoya was discussing the 20 shops with a female colleague. Upon seeing Qin Hao enter, she appeared troubled. Her brow furrowed. Mu Xiaoya approached Qin Hao and said, "What's wrong, brother Hao? You seem a bit down." Qin Hao shook his head. "It's nothing, just lost in thought." "How did your negotiations go?" Mu Xiaoya replied. "I've reviewed them. These 20 shops are mostly between 60 to 70 square meters, and 3 of them are currently operating as little bird stations. The total cost is 25 million. Qin Hao calculated the figures and deemed the price reasonable. He nodded and said, "Then let's proceed with purchasing these 20 shops. But we need to expedite the acquisition of the remaining ones." The female colleague smiled and said, "Understood, Mr. Qin. We are continuing discussions and should be able to finalize a few more today." Qin Hao added, "I also need to find a larger warehouse. Do you have any resources available?" The female colleague thought for a moment and shook her head. "Unfortunately, we don't have any warehouse listings. However, my relative has an unused factory. I am not sure if it meets your requirements. A factory? Where is it located?" Qin Hao asked. "Let me think. It should be at the foot of Panlong Mountain. My uncle used to run a small factory there, but it was closed down after the area was redeveloped, leaving the building unused," the colleague explained. "Panlong Mountain? That's quite close to my home," Qin Hao remarked. "Could you ask your uncle if he would be willing to rent it out? Or perhaps sell it?" "All right, Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. I'll call him," she said, picking up her phone and stepping outside. Chapter 46. Establishing a subsidiary. 5 to 6 minutes later, the female colleague returned, saying, "Mr. Qin, my uncle said he is willing to rent the factory to you. But there are still some pieces of equipment inside. He hopes you could pay a bit more to take the equipment as well." Qin Hao considered this and asked, "What price is your uncle asking?" "Well, the factory is over 500 square meters, and my uncle said the annual rent would be 600,000 yuan. With a 5-year contract. As for the equipment, he said you could give him a price after you've seen it. It's been unused for many years, so it's not worth much, but it might be a hassle to deal with," she explained. After contemplating, Qin Hao thought the price was fair but inquired further. "Isn't your uncle considering selling it?" She shook her head. "He would like to sell, but the factory occupies part of the village's land, making it a shared property without property rights, so he can't sell it." Qin Hao nodded and said, "All right, let us go with your uncle's price then. Shall we go check out the factory?" The female colleague agreed. "Sure, I'll call my uncle now." Before long, she returned and shared her uncle's WeChat contact with Mu Xiaoya, saying, "My uncle will head to the factory shortly and will send you the location. He'll be waiting for you there." Qin Hao took out his bank card and handed it to her, saying, "Please transfer 30,000 yuan to your company's account and expedite the purchase of these 20 shops. Also, please help me contact a renovation team to refurbish these shops according to the specifications of the Little Bird Station." "Of course, Mr. Qin," the female colleague replied, delighted as she took the bank card to the finance department for the transaction. After a brief wait, Qin Hao received a text message reminder from the bank. Upon checking his balance, he silently lamented that it had dwindled to below 100 million. Departing from the intermediary company, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya hurriedly made their way towards Panlong Mountain. Despite having resided in the Weihai Garden for a week, they had yet to explore the mountain, unaware that a factory lay at its foot. Following the navigation prompts, Qin Hao traversed a winding mountain road surrounding the Weihai Garden community. Arriving at the rear of Panlong Mountain, the road was relatively well maintained, suggesting infrequent visitors. Thus, driving the Porsche 918 was not overly challenging. Soon, they reached the factory, where a man in his 50s, clutching a briefcase, stood smoking outside. Upon noticing the sleek sports car approaching, he extinguished his cigarette and approached. Qin Hao instructed Mu Xiaoya to wait in the car while he exited to shake hands with the middle-aged gentleman, saying, "I'm the one interested in renting your factory. Let us go inside and take a look." The man, visibly pleased, offered Qin Hao a cigarette, which he politely declined. The man then took another puff and remarked, "This factory has been idle for many years, but it's still quite sturdy. I just checked, and there are no leaks. It should last for another decade or so." Qin Hao smiled but did not respond, thinking to himself that it was natural for the owner to speak highly of his property. Would he admit it was on the verge of collapse? The middle-aged man led Qin Hao into the factory, and Qin Hao waved his hand in front of his nose, inquiring, "So, was this factory originally for steel processing?" The man chuckled, "Indeed. Young man, I didn't expect you to figure that out so quickly." Qin Hao smiled and replied, "I didn't deduce it. I could smell it." The man continued guiding Qin Hao through the factory, stating, "All this equipment is over a decade old, purchased from Germany in the 1990s at a hefty price. I counted 8 CNC machines, 1 gantry crane, and several milling machines. You can offer me a price." Focusing on the CNC machine before him, Qin Hao mentally activated his industrial master skill. A series of information flooded his mind, revealing that the CNC machine was produced by Siemens in Germany in 1985. He admired the German industrial prowess that allowed such machinery to function for decades. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, "How about I give you an extra 500,000 for all this equipment?" The middle-aged man considered this, extinguished his cigarette, and extended his hand, saying, "All right, young man, you're straightforward at it's a deal." Qin Hao happily shook his hand. His willingness to part with an additional 500,000 stemmed from the unexpected acquisition of complete technical documentation for the Siemens CNC control system while using his industrial master skill. Though the equipment was from the 1980s, it held significant value for Huagua. The contract was swiftly signed, and through mobile banking, Qin Hao transferred 3.5 million to the middle-aged man. The man handed over the factory keys to Qin Hao, exchanged a few pleasantries, and rode away on his motorcycle. Once the man departed, Mu Xiaoya emerged from the car and entered the factory, where Qin Hao was examining the equipment, utilizing his industrial master skill but not gaining any further valuable insights. Mu Xiaoya approached Qin Hao and asked, "Brother Hao, how do you plan to handle this equipment?" Qin Hao chuckled, "I'll have Brother Tan arrange for someone to take it away soon. It's all outdated machinery we won't need. You should return to the car. It's quite greasy here, and I wouldn't want you to smell of it. I'll take another look and be right there." Mu Xiaoya laughed and returned to the car, unable to tolerate the odor any longer. Once she was seated, Qin Hao placed his hands on the equipment and mentally commanded, "System, recycle ding." Recycled 1 Siemens CNC machine. Reward, 2 million yuan. Ding. Recycled 1 Siemens CNC machine. Reward, 2 million yuan. Ding. Recycled 1 hand-operated milling machine. Reward, 500,000 yuan. Ding. Recycled 1 gantry crane. Reward, 3 million yuan. Ding. Recycled 1 scaffold. Reward, 3,000 yuan. The system notifications continued to ring, leaving Qin Hao astonished by the substantial rewards from the recycling process. In just a few minutes, nearly 30 million was credited to his bank account. Observing the now empty factory, he felt elated, thinking, "I'll arrange for some cleaning on Monday, and it will be ready for use." After securing the factory, Qin Hao locked the door and drove away. While on the road, he conversed with Mu Xiaoya, saying, "Xiaoya, remember to register a subsidiary company at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau tomorrow. Let us call it Haoyan Material Recycling Company, fully owned by Haoyan Technology. I plan for this subsidiary to manage the Little Bird Post Station and oversee the recycling of courier boxes at various locations." Mu Xiaoya nodded, jotting it down in her phone's notes. Qin Hao continued, "I intend for Qi Ming to be the head of this recycling company. What do you think?" Mu Xiaoya contemplated and replied, "Qi Ming seems suitable. He is quick-witted and methodical." Qin Hao agreed, "Yes, despite being an athlete, he has a sharp mind." Mu Xiaoya inquired, "Where will this subsidiary be registered?" Qin Hao thought for a moment, saying, "Let us keep it alongside Haoyan Technology for now. Most of the staff are at the various stores. We can have the main company handle finances and attendance for the time being." Mu Xiaoya nodded, appreciating the simplicity of this arrangement. Before long, they returned to the Weihai Garden Villa. Qin Hao first called Qi Ming, instructing him to come to the Internet Financial Building at Weihai International Plaza the next day, allowing Wang Peng or Lu Xiaoshuet to cover for him. He then tagged the marketing director, financial director, sales director, and Wang Pengzi in the company group chat, announcing, Tomorrow at 8 a.m., we'll gather at the company, dressed in formal attire, and head to Yunxiao Heavy Industry Group. The four responded promptly in the group chat. Mu Xiaoya, noticing Qin Hao's message, asked, Brother Hao, are you all going to Yunxiao Heavy Industry tomorrow? Qin Hao nodded, yes, I want to finalize our collaboration with Brother Tan as soon as possible. I'll have Qi Ming come to our side tomorrow. Please inform Director Han and have him sign the contract for Haoyan Technology as Vice General Manager. Take him along to handle the company registration. It will help him become familiar with the process. Once the company is registered, I'll leave the rest to him, allowing you to ease your workload. Mu Xiaoya agreed. All right, Brother Hao, I'll remember that. However, she hesitated, her thoughts lingering. Qin Hao perceived her uncertainty and asked, what else on your mind? Xiaoya, feel free to speak. You have no need for reservations with me. Pausing, Mu Xiaoya expressed, I'm just a bit concerned. Our Haoyan Technology is just starting, and now we're establishing a subsidiary and collaborating with Yunxiao Heavy Industry. I fear our expansion may be too rapid. Qin Hao smiled. So that's your worry. You can rest assured. I'm well aware of what I'm doing. But what about you? Am I overwhelming you with too much work? Not at all, Brother Hao. I don't mind the hard work. If you let me rest, I feel useless. I think this pace is just fine, Mu Xiaoya quickly replied. She understood that Qin Hao genuinely cared for her, and her worries transformed into deep gratitude. Qin Hao gently stroked Mu Xiaoya's head, saying, if you ever feel overwhelmed, just let me know. Being my woman doesn't require such toil. Mu Xiaoya nestled against Qin Hao, who wrapped his arm around her waist as they made their way toward the bedroom. Chapter 47, Collaboration with Yunxiao Heavy Industry. On Monday, Qin Hao rose early. After completing his morning routine, he donned formal attire, greeted Mu Xiaoya, and drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the community. The four executives had also arrived early at the company's entrance. At 7:50 a.m., Qin Hao parked his Rolls-Royce Cullinan and noticed the four were curious about the vehicle's owner until they saw Qin Hao stepping out. They rushed to greet him, particularly the pudgy one, whose excitement was palpable upon recognizing his boss. Qin Hao assessed their attire and nodded in approval, saying, you all arrived quite punctually. Well done. Who drove here? Boss, I came in a Volkswagen Tiguan. The marketing director replied, Boss, I drove a Land Rover Range Rover. The sales director added, Boss, I took a Volkswagen Passat. The financial director chimed in. The pudgy one remained silent, as he had no card, not even a driver's license. Qin Hao nodded, then Zhang, you can take your Land Rover. This car accommodates only 4 passengers. Who wants to ride with me? The pudgy one immediately raised his hand. Boss, I'll ride with you. The financial director followed suit. I'd like to join you as well, boss. The marketing director secretly wished to experience the Rolls-Royce Cullinan but couldn't let Zhang feel isolated. Reluctantly, he said, then I'll ride in the Range Rover with General Manager Zhang. Qin Hao nodded and, with a smile, handed the car keys to the chief financial officer, Wang Donglai. Upon receiving the keys, Wang Donglai's earlier delight dissipated instantly. It dawned on him that the boss was merely seeking a chauffeur. He thought to himself that he had only ever driven a Passat, a car worth over 200,000, which he wouldn't mind scratching. However, if he were to damage the boss's Rolls-Royce Cullinan, it would likely cost him a lifetime of salary. Still, he chose not to voice his concerns at that moment. The marketing director felt relieved, thankful he hadn't gone to the boss, or he might have been the one driving. The 5 of them boarded the vehicles, with Qin Hao seated behind the driver, the hefty fellow in the passenger seat, and Wang Donglai at the helm. They set off towards the headquarters of Yunxiao Heavy Industry. Initially, Wang Donglai drove cautiously, yet the trailing vehicle dared not honk, fully aware of the high value of the car. They either accelerated past or maintained a respectful distance. However, with over a decade of driving experience, Wang Donglai soon became adept, gradually increasing the speed. The hefty fellow remarked, I truly envy your driving skills. I need to get my license this year and aim to buy a car by year's end. Qin Hao chuckled, how many tries have you had at the second driving test? If you haven't passed yet, perhaps it's best to consider hiring a driver once you make some money. The hefty fellow pouted, boss, you haven't even found a driver yet. I reckon it'll be quite a challenge for me to get one. Listening to the lively conversation between the vice president of RD and the boss, Wang Donglai thought to himself that these two must have known each other for many years. He resolved to be cautious with his words in front of the vice president. Noticing Wang Donglai was focused on driving and hadn't he engaged in conversation, Qin Hao inquired, Wang, how is it? Is the car easy to drive? Wang Donglai replied, yes, boss, it drives wonderfully. I was unfamiliar at first, but I've quickly gotten the hang of it. It's far superior to my Passat. Truly, it is the most expensive car on the road. Qin Hao smiled, no need to rush, just drive slowly. Safety comes first. Wang Donglai nodded. easing off the accelerator and glancing in the rearview mirror to see the Range Rover trailing behind. Qin Hao continued, "Our visit to Yunxiao Heavy Industry is primarily to discuss potential collaboration with their chairman. On Saturday, I had preliminary discussions with Chairman Tan Zhouxiao, so I'd like you all to keep a close watch on this matter in the coming days." The hefty fellow chimed in, "I recall that the project from our previous company was under one of Yunxiao Heavy Industries' subsidiaries, right?" Qin Hao nodded, "Yes, indeed. Chairman Tan also helped me out by having Wang Tzu and his brother-in-law apprehended. They were likely facing several years in prison." The hefty fellow was astonished. "Boss, you have connections with Tan Zhouxiao?" Qin Hao confirmed, "Yes, somewhat. That is how we secured this collaboration. So you all must ensure everything proceeds smoothly." Both the hefty fellow and Wang Donglai assured him, "Rest assured, boss, we will accomplish the task." The two vehicles made their way along Industrial North Road, arriving at the North New District of Southeast City, where Yunxiao Heavy Industries headquarters was located. As they approached the entrance, the security guard, upon seeing the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, initially assumed it belonged to Chairman Tan. However, upon noticing the license plate QH111, he approached with curiosity. Wang Donglai lowered the driver's window, and the guard respectfully saluted, asking, "Hello, whom are you here to see?" From the back seat, Qin Hao spoke, "I am Qin Hao, here to meet Chairman Tan, as per our arrangement." The guard, realizing he was seeking Tan Zhouxiao, promptly replied, "Understood. Please hold on." He hurried back to the security office to call Tan's secretary for confirmation. Moments later, the guard returned and granted them entry. Saluting as the Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove in, the Range Rover, following closely behind, arrived at the guard's post. The sales director lowered the window and said, "Hello, I'm with the Rolls-Royce Cullinan ahead." The guard, hearing this, respectfully saluted again and allowed the Range Rover entry. The sales director, pleased, raised the window and remarked to the marketing director beside him, "Lou, did you see that? Normally, when we visit clients, we don't receive such treatment. We have to park outside and walk in." Marketing director Lu Chung chuckled in response, "It's no wonder our boss Qin is impressive. Even Yunxiao Heavy Industry is willing to collaborate." Indeed, they were curious about their boss, who, at such a young age, drove multi-million-dollar sports cars and owned a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, truly enigmatic. The vehicles soon parked beneath the towering headquarters of Yunxiao Heavy Industry. At that moment, Tan Zhouxiao stood at the entrance with several high-ranking executives awaiting Qin Hao and his team. Wang Donglai was the first to exit, opening the door for Qin Hao. As Qin Hao stepped out, Tan Zhouxiao approached, extending his hand for a handshake, followed by mutual greetings among the executives. They proceeded to the conference room, which was impressively spacious, larger than a quarter of the office space Qin Hao rented. The meeting commenced with Chairman Tan introducing Yunxiao Heavy Industry and discussing future development directions. Qin Hao shared his insights, setting the tone for the collaboration. Afterward, he and Tan Zhouxiao exited the conference room, leaving the detailed negotiations to their executives, while they moved to the chairman's office. Tan Zhouxiao's office was grand, adorned with neatly arranged books behind his desk. Upon seeing them, Qin Hao smiled, recalling a saying from Jack Ma, "I haven't read a book in ages. Those who keep many books in their office are often deceivers." Noticing Qin Hao's amusement, Tan Zhouxiao inquired, "Brother Qin, what has got you chuckling?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just recalling some amusing thoughts. By the way, Tan, there's something I'd like to ask you." Feeling a bit awkward, Qin Hao seized the opportunity to change the subject. "Oh, what's on your mind? Do tell." Qin Hao directly asked, "The sapphire necklace your wife gifted to Mu Xiaoya. Where did you acquire it?" Tan Zhouxiao replied, "Ah, that sapphire necklace was something my wife and I bid on at a Christie's auction." "Why, are you interested in jewelry?" "I simply found that sapphire exceptionally beautiful and wanted to learn more." Qin Hao fabricated a casual reason. Tan Zhouxiao reminisced, "I recall it was about 5 years ago. My wife and I attended a conference in Europe, coinciding with a Christie's auction in Paris. That sapphire was featured among the auction items. According to the auctioneer, it was retrieved from a sunken ship, and it attracted considerable bidding. Ultimately, my wife secured it for $250 million, setting a record for that auction. Since then, she has hesitated to wear it." Qin Hao exclaimed, $250 million? That's 2.5 billion renminbi? "Tan, that gift is far too extravagant." Tan Zhouxiao replied, "What's the need for formality with your brother and sister-in-law? You saved my life. I'd gladly give you 20 billion or even 200 billion. Qin Hao continued, "Since your sister-in-law has given me such a grand gift, I should reciprocate. I happen to have detailed information on early Siemens e-machining technology. I wonder if you'd be interested?" Tan Zhouxiao squinted, "Oh, such information must be classified. I'm curious where you acquired it." Qin Hao smiled, "I can't disclose where I obtained it, but if you're interested, I'd be glad to share it, hoping it would benefit your enterprise." Tan Zhouxiao grinned, That would certainly be beneficial. Even early materials would greatly aid our independent research into CNC systems. Great, I'll fetch my laptop from the car and copy the information for you. Qin Hao smiled, thinking Tan Zhuoxiao assumed he had hacked Siemens' network to obtain the information, and he saw no need to clarify. Tan Zhuoxiao's interpretation was preferable, sparing Qin Hao from further explanations. As noon approached, a secretary knocked and entered, announcing, "Chairman Tan, the hotel is ready. We can go at any time." Tan Zhuoxiao smiled, "Brother Qin, it's already noon. Shall we head out to lunch?" Qin Hao glanced at the time and nodded. "Sure, I'll follow your lead." Tan Zhuoxiao replied, "Great. Let us check on how the negotiations are progressing and then head to the hotel." With that, Tan Zhuoxiao and Qin Hao walked towards the conference room, where the executives from Houtian Technology were still discussing collaboration proposals. Upon their arrival, the discussions quieted. Tan Zhuoxiao cheerfully asked, "How is it? Is the meeting proceeding smoothly?" The CEO of Yunxiao Heavy Industries immediately assured. "Chairman Tan, rest assured, the meeting is proceeding smoothly. We are further refining the collaboration plan." Tan Zhuoxiao nodded and added, "It is getting late. At noon, we will host a banquet for our partners, and after lunch, we shall continue our discussions." Upon finishing his statement, Tan Zhuoxiao exited the conference room alongside Qin Hao, followed closely by other executives. A group of 15 boarded the business bus of Yunxiao Heavy Industries, heading towards the Yunxiao Hotel. This establishment, a well-established hotel managed by the Yunxiao Heavy Industries Group, is renowned for its service and cuisine. Leaders of Huagua have frequently stayed at the Yunxiao Hotel during their visits to Southeast City. As Qin Hao stepped off the bus, he was captivated by the hotel's antique charm, which resembled more of a scenic attraction than just a hotel. The welcoming hostess, adorned in a qipao, stood at the entrance, evoking a sense of having stepped back into the Republic of China era. Although Qin Hao had heard of the Yunxiao Hotel before, this was his first visit, and indeed, the reality surpassed the reputation. Tan Zhuoxiao guided Qin Hao, followed by two executives, as the hotel manager awaited them outside. The group arrived at a spacious private room on the second floor, furnished with a large round table capable of seating 20. Alongside a luxurious lounge area, the dishes and drinks were already prepared, and Tan Zhuoxiao raised his glass, proclaiming, "Today marks an important day for the strategic cooperation between Yunxiao Heavy Industries and Houtian Technology. I propose we toast to our sincere collaboration. May our two companies unite and firmly establish our footing in the realm of Industry 4.0, striving to be leaders." With that, he downed his drink, and the other executives followed suit. Tan Zhuoxiao continued, "As we have important work ahead this afternoon, let us drink in moderation. Please, feel free to enjoy the meal." Though the invitation was casual, the executives remained respectful, drinking heartily when toasting Qin Hao. Fortunately, they were seasoned veterans in the realm of alcohol, and a small drink did not hinder their work. The lunch lasted 2 hours, and by the time they returned to Yunxiao Heavy Industries, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Qin Hao expressed a desire to tour the Yunxiao factory, to which Tan Zhuoxiao readily agreed. The afternoon meeting would focus on business matters, and the portly executive had little to do. So he accompanied Qin Hao and Tan Zhuoxiao on the factory tour. Tan Zhuoxiao's sudden inspection caught the factory director off guard, prompting him to quickly organize inspectors to check various workshops and production lines. Anxious to avoid any mishaps that might displease the chairman, Tan Zhuoxiao brought Qin Hao to Factory Number 1, recognized as the exemplary factory of Yunxiao Heavy Industries, typically reserved for inspections and visits by leaders. Under the guidance of the factory director, Tan Zhuoxiao, Qin Hao, and the portly executive explored the processing workshops, assembly lines, and testing areas. It was undeniable that the current scale of Yunxiao Heavy Industries was inextricably linked to Chairman Tan's rigorous standards. The workshops were impeccably clean, particularly the assembly workshop, which could be described as a dust-free environment. Qin Hao remained engaged, utilizing his industrial expertise on every piece of processing equipment, achieving significant insights, especially acquiring design process materials for the Siemens 5-axis machining center, which he had not anticipated. However, after the tour, Qin Hao remarked, "Even a factory as large as Brother Tan still has numerous positions requiring manual processing. It is evident that for small and medium enterprises to achieve Industry 4.0, the challenge is even greater." Tan Zhuoxiao lamented, "Indeed, our nation's industrial development lagged behind that of foreign countries by many years. Even now, we find ourselves caught between Industry 2.0 and 3.0, often constrained by foreign entities in critical fields." As Qin Hao and Tan Zhuoxiao walked towards the office building, upon reaching the parking lot, Qin Hao said, "By the way, I need to grab my laptop from the car. Please wait for me." With that, he headed towards the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. In reality, Qin Hao's laptop was in the system space. Upon entering the car, He retrieved it and copied the early Siemens CNC machining process documentation and the recently acquired 5-axis CNC machining center design materials onto his laptop before exiting the vehicle. Together with Tan Zhuoxiao, he proceeded to the conference room. Upon arrival, Tan Zhuoxiao inquired, "How is it, everyone? Has the meeting yielded any results?" The CEO of Yunxiao Heavy Industries responded, "Yes, Chairman. We have just discussed the establishment of a joint venture. We believe it would be beneficial for Yunxiao Heavy Industries and Haoyan Technology to jointly invest in forming a company primarily focused on Industry 4.0 related business. However, Haoyan Technology hopes to hold a 51% stake, while we would retain 49%. Ultimately, the share distribution will need to be decided by you, Chairman, and you, Boss Qin." Chairman Tan chuckled, "The equity distribution will depend on the strategic direction of our joint venture. If it is a competition of soft power, Haoyan Technology should take the lead. Conversely, if it is about hard power, Yunxiao Heavy Industries must take precedence." The CEO elaborated, "We have also discussed this matter and believe that in the initial stages, we should prioritize soft power. The upgrade and iteration of hardware will not happen swiftly, and our company's rate of information technology adoption is also relatively low. Ultimately, we must focus on hardware capabilities to achieve the integration of IT and OT." After some contemplation, Chairman Tan replied, "Then let us proceed according to Haoyan Technology's proposal, with Haoyan Technology holding 51% of the joint venture and Yunxiao Heavy Industries holding 49%. Very well. Chairman. Do you have any suggestions for the name of the joint venture?" the CEO inquired. Tan Zhuoxiao pondered and turned to Qin Hao, asking, "Brother Qin, what do you think?" Qin Hao suggested, "How about we call it Haoyan Interconnect?" Haoyan Interconnect? Tan Zhuoxiao repeated a few times, finding the meaning quite fitting. He remarked, "Not only does it incorporate the names of both companies, but it also carries auspicious connotations. Brother Qin, you are truly ingenious." Qin Hao waved his hand modestly. "Chairman Tan, you flatter me." Tan Zhuoxiao smiled and said, "Well then, Brother Qin, why don't you come sit with me for a while? I have called over the personnel from the Institute of Technology, and they are waiting in my office." Qin Hao nodded, advising the executives to further discuss the details of the joint venture before following Tan Zhuoxiao to the chairman's office. Inside, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stood in the office, and Tan Zhuoxiao introduced him. "This is our chief scientist at Yunxiao Heavy Industries, Zhang Shujun, who is also an academician at the Huagua Academy of Sciences." Qin Hao promptly shook hands with him, stating, "Academician Zhang, it is a great honor to meet you." Academician Zhang quickly replied, "Boss Qin, you are too kind." Tan Zhuoxiao, smiling, urged, "Please, both of you, take a seat." Academician Zhang, "Brother Qin has brought a collection of early Siemens CNC machine design materials that I believe may assist your research. So I invited you to take a look." Hearing this, Qin Hao opened his laptop and displayed the materials. Academician Zhang adjusted his glasses and began to examine the documents closely. The materials were in English, and as he read for several minutes, his expression grew increasingly serious. Tan Zhuoxiao, concerned, inquired, "Academician Zhang, is there an issue with the materials?" Academician Zhang quickly lifted his head, excitedly exclaiming, "This material is truly the design documentation for the CNC machining center manufactured by Siemens in the 1980s. It details the design concepts, ideas, and all necessary components, controllers, and motion control card information. This will be immensely beneficial for our independent development of CNC systems." Tan Zhuoxiao was equally thrilled, stating, "Really? That is fantastic, Brother Qin. You have done me a tremendous favor. No, not just me. You have aided our nation." Qin Hao waved his hand, smiling, "Chairman Tan, you overstate it. It was merely a small effort." Tan Zhuoxiao was left in awe by Qin Hao's modesty, further solidifying his belief that Qin Hao was indeed a top-tier hacker. The ensuing words from Qin Hao sent both Tan Zhuoxiao and Academician Zhang into a frenzy of excitement. "I also possess a set of design process materials for the Siemens 5-axis machining center. Academician Zhang, could you please verify its authenticity?" As he spoke, Qin Hao opened the document and pushed it in front of Academician Zhang. The latter diligently scrutinized the materials for another 5 or 6 minutes, before exclaiming once more, "Boss Qin, this is indeed the process design documentation for the 5-axis machining center. Boss Qin, you are incredible. How did you manage to acquire this? This is immensely helpful to us. I dare say that it won't be long before our independently developed CNC machining center is launched, completely resolving the critical technology bottleneck." Tan Zhuoxiao grasped Qin Hao's hand excitedly, expressing, "Brother Qin, your generous gift is beyond my gratitude. I intend to cover the 51% investment for Haoyan Technology in the joint venture. Please do not decline. It is my heartfelt gesture." Just as Qin Hao opened his mouth to decline, he was cut off by Tan Zhuoxiao. Reluctantly, Qin Hao replied then, "I must thank you, Chairman Tan. Internally, Qin Hao felt elated, realizing he would hold a 51% stake without spending a penny. Chapter 49. Soaring stock prices as the clock struck 6 in the evening. Tan Zhixiao intended to invite Qin Hao for dinner. However, Qin Hao excused himself, stating he had some matters to attend to at the company. The two agreed to hold a signing ceremony the following morning, after which Qin Hao and several executives from Haotian Technology drove away from Yunxiao Heavy Industries, heading towards the city center of Southeast City. During the drive, Qin Hao called Mu Xiaoya, and the call connected swiftly. "Xiaoya, are you off work yet?" he inquired. "Not yet. I'm still at the office," Mu Xiaoya replied. "How is the collaboration discussion going on your end?" "Pretty well. We're signing tomorrow morning." "Why haven't you gone home yet?" Qin Hao asked. "Wow, you're signing already?" "Oh, the agency just sent over details for a dozen shops. I'm reviewing them. The total price is expected to be around 30 million, Mu Xiaoya explained. "Well, if the price is reasonable, let's finalize it quickly. How is the recovery company coming along?" Qin Hao inquired further. "It's registered now, and Qiming's onboarding is complete. We've also hired the managers for the 20 stores today. They should be operational in a day or two." Mu Xiaoya responded, "Good job. After the signing tomorrow, we'll have an additional joint venture. Haotian Technology will hold 51%, while Yunxiao Heavy Industries will have 49%, Qin Hao stated calmly. "What is the registered capital for the joint venture?" Mu Xiaoya asked with concern, realizing that partnering with Yunxiao Heavy Industries would entail significant expenses. "We don't need to worry about that. Brother Tan has assured me that Yunxiao Heavy Industries will cover our 51% investment. The registered capital is 1 billion, Qin Hao replied cheerfully. 1 billion. My goodness, really? Yunxiao Heavy Industries is covering it? And we still hold absolute control. Brother Hao, how did you manage that? It's unbelievable, Mu Xiaoya exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, I've contributed something as well, but it's not worth mentioning. Let us discuss it when I get home. I'm on my way back now. You should head home early too to handle the shop matters tomorrow, Qin Hao suggested. All right, I'll have Masterly prepare some late-night snacks, Mu Xiaoya said gently. Sounds good, Qin Hao responded softly before ending the call. Setting down his phone, Qin Hao gazed out the window. Just half a month ago, he was a mere coder working 996 hours a week. Now, he was on friendly terms with someone of Tan Zhixiao's stature, and at home, a beautiful woman awaited him. Life's twists and turns were truly remarkable. Soon, the car came to a halt, and the financial director and the plump man exited. Qin Hao bid them farewell and drove towards the outer sea garden. Wang Donglai turned to the plump man and said, Mr. Wang, where do you live? I can give you a ride. There's no need, Mr. Wang, that I can take a taxi. I live quite far to the west, the plump man replied. Coincidentally, I also live in the west. Come on, I'll drive you part way, Wang Donglai insisted. Seeing no way to refuse, the plump man politely accepted. Thank you, Mr. Wang, as they walked towards the parking lot. Wang Donglai smiled. Mr. Wang, you seem quite familiar with the boss. Have you known each other for a long time? The plump man paused, thinking, no wonder he insisted on driving me. He wants to learn about my relationship with Hao. He replied, yes, we were classmates in college and then worked at the same company after graduation. So we've known each other for 7 or 8 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Donglai felt his decision to drive the plump man home was indeed wise. He asked more about Qin Hao, and the plump man answered selectively. Wang Donglai was perceptive enough not to press on what was left unsaid. After all, knowing too much could be problematic. Meanwhile, Qin Hao arrived home, where Masterly had prepared the late-night snack. After a quick meal, he retreated to the bedroom with Mu Xiaoya. The night passed silently, and soon it was the next day. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya drove their Porsche 918 to Yunxiao Heavy Industries early in the morning. The executives who had accompanied Tan Zhixiao the previous day were already waiting downstairs, along with a few media reporters setting up cameras, all anticipating the signing ceremony for Haotian Technology. At that moment, a cameraman exclaimed, look, a Porsche 918. The person driving must be the main character of today. Indeed, it must be him. Let us hurry and interview him, another reporter urged, as they all rushed towards the Porsche 918. The chairman of Haotian Technology was highly discreet, and the company had only been established for half a month. The prospect of forming a joint venture with Yunxiao Heavy Industries left many curious about Qin Hao's identity. Just as Qin Hao exited the car and moved to open the door for Mu Xiaoya, he was approached by the rushing reporters. One of them, holding a microphone, asked, hello, sir, I'm a reporter from Southeast Daily. Are you the owner of Haotian Technology? Qin Hao nodded, acknowledging the inquiry without words. The reporter continued, I understand that Haotian Technology was established only half a month ago. What led Yunxiao Heavy Industries to consider you a suitable partner? Qin Hao reflected for a moment before responding, though Haotian Technology is a young company, we possess a wealth of technical talent with extensive industry experience. Additionally, our viewpoints in the industrial sector align closely with Yunxiao Heavy Industries, which I believe is the reason for our strategic partnership. Having said that, he and Mu Xiaoya proceeded toward the office building. Although Qin Hao's words seemed comprehensive, they revealed little upon closer examination. The reporter, being astute, was not deterred and hurried after Qin Hao, thrusting the microphone closer. However, Mr. Qin, I have heard that your connection with Chairman Tan played a significant role in securing this collaboration with Yunxiao Heavy Industries. What do you have to say about that? Qin Hao shrugged. Yes, I have a good relationship with Chairman Tan. However, I believe that any partnership must be based on mutual benefit and not solely on connections. It is essential to possess strength as well. Feeling somewhat irritated by the reporter's persistence, Qin Hao quickened his pace. Yet, the reporter blocked his path, nearly thrusting the microphone into Qin Hao's face. Mr. Qin, it has been reported that you come from an ordinary worker's family. How did you amass such wealth at such a young age? Your Porsche 918 costs nearly 20 million. How did you achieve this without family assistance? Qin Hao's anger flared, not due to the reporter's foolish question, but because he had pried into his family matters. He retorted, that is a private matter. I am under no obligation to answer you. The reporter, undeterred, replied, Mr. Qin, please respect our profession. We are reporters and have the right to interview. Qin Hao found the reporter's persistence laughable. Which publication did you crawl out from? You have the right to interview, but I have no obligation to respond. Fool, with that, he turned his back and walked into the office building. The reporter's face turned crimson with anger, while nearby journalists observed him like a fool. Frustrated, the reporter silently vowed, you mark my words, Qin Hao, I will make you pay for this. Upon reaching the signing ceremony venue, Qin Hao met Chairman Tan Zhouxiao, who arrived just in time. Tan smiled and shook Qin Hao's hand, saying, I heard you had an unpleasant encounter with a reporter from Southeast Daily earlier. Qin Hao chuckled, it was nothing, just ran into an idiot. Tan Zhouxiao patted Qin Hao's shoulder, don't underestimate these reporters, my friend. They are not to be trifled with. Over the years, I have had my fair share of trouble with them. Qin Hao smiled, really? Can someone actually fabricate stories about you? Brother Tan? Tan Zhouxiao laughed. Have I not been the subject of numerous fabricated tales over the years? Search online, and you will find plenty of blackmail against me. Some of it is true, I won't deny. But most is mere hearsay concocted by these reporters. You'll gradually learn to ignore them. The more attention you pay, the more they will persist. Qin Hao nodded but did not entirely agree with Tan Zhouxiao's perspective. With his system, he was a man of genuine prowess, and he would not be stymied by a horde of reporters. Before long, it was 9 o'clock, and the executives of Yunxiao Heavy Industries, along with various media reporters, were seated. Tan Zhouxiao took the stage first to deliver an opening speech, while Mu Xiaoya and Tan Zhouxiao's secretary held 2 copies of the contract, standing behind Qin Hao and Tan Zhouxiao. Tan Zhouxiao subsequently announced, I declare that Yunxiao Heavy Industry Group has reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Haoyun Technology. The 2 parties will jointly invest to establish Haoyun Interconnection Company Limited, which will focus on the industrial internet. Our aim is to create an autonomous and controllable industrial internet platform for universal manufacturing in Huagua, providing services ranging from IoT connectivity, cloud computing, industrial big data, to SaaS applications. We will assist enterprises in transforming and innovating their models based on the industrial internet, serving as a public cross-industry empowerment platform, contributing to the strength of Huagua's intelligent manufacturing. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause as Qin Hao and Tan Zhouxiao signed the cooperation agreement amidst the cheers of the crowd. This signing ceremony was also broadcast live on television and internet platforms. The first to feel the impact of this signing was the A-share stock market. From the opening at 9:30 a.m., substantial funds flowed into Yunxiao Heavy Industries stock, which rose by 10% within just 1 hour. Some retail investors received the news late, and by the time they reacted, Yunxiao Heavy Industries stock had already reached its daily limit. Chapter 50. The university group erupted at this moment. Tan Zhouxiao's secretary whispered in his ear, Chairman, our group stock price has risen by 10% this morning at 10 o'clock. Tan Zhouxiao nodded. Everything was as he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Qin Hao remained oblivious to this news. After the signing ceremony, Tan Zhouxiao embraced Qin Hao and said, Brother Qin, I apologize, but I have several meetings today and cannot stay longer with you. Qin Hao replied, No need for formality, Tan brother, I'll take my leave now. After the media reporters had departed, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya exited the office building, with Mu Xiaoya linking her arm with Qin Hao as they approached the Porsche 918. However, the reporter who had previously clashed with Qin Hao lingered behind, quietly capturing their affectionate gestures. After getting into the car, Qin Hao instinctively kissed Mu Xiaoya, a moment that was also recorded by the reporter. As Qin Hao drove back to the company, his phone buzzed incessantly, and Mu Xiaoya picked up her phone and said, Brother Hao, It's messages from your university WeChat group. Qin Hao replied, no need to pay attention. The group has never been this lively. I'll check it once I park. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya's phone rang as well. It was a call from a colleague at her agency, which she answered. Hello, Xiaoya. The 18 stores we discussed yesterday have been signed, and the renovations for the previous 20 stores are complete. They can open at any time. We expect to sign about 20 more stores today. When do you have time to come and sign? Her colleague inquired. Okay, let me check, Mu Xiaoya replied, covering the phone and relaying her colleague's message to Qin Hao. He nodded and said, I'll come over this afternoon. Mu Xiaoya then informed her colleague, Brother Hao will come personally this afternoon. You can discuss it then. All right, see you this afternoon, Xiaoya, her colleague replied before hanging up. Qin Hao continued, please notify Qi Ming that the previous 20 stores need to open as soon as possible. We also need to recycle the delivery boxes and packaging, following the model of the Kizan Center S-Bird post station. Have him purchase a few box trucks in the company's name and hire a couple of drivers to regularly transport the recycled items to the warehouse behind Panlong Mountain. Mu Xiaoya nodded and called Qi Ming. The call connected quickly, and she conveyed Qin Hao's request. Qi Ming responded promptly, understood, Manager Mu. I'll take care of it right away. After another half hour, Qin Hao's car finally parked in the underground lot of the Internet Financial Building. He picked up his phone and saw that there were already 99 messages in the WeChat group. Curiously, he wondered if someone was getting married, given the unusual activity, and clicked in. The screen quickly jumped to the first message, which was a news link titled, Yunshao Heavy Industry and Haotian Technology reach strategic cooperation, investing $1 billion to propel the industrial internet. Upon clicking the link, he found it detailed the signing ceremony he had just attended, starting with a photograph of himself and Tan Zhuxiao exchanging the cooperation agreement. Returning to the WeChat group, he noticed that class monitor Wu Xiaobo had shared a screenshot of the news featuring Qin Hao and Tan Zhuxiao, igniting a flurry of excitement in the previously quiet university group. WOW.is that Qin Hao. Is this real? Qin Hao, make an appearance. Oh my. It really is Qin Hao, looking much more handsome than in school. I can't believe he is collaborating with Chairman Tan. I'm so envious. Many did not read the news carefully, failing to grasp that not only was Qin Hao partnering with Yunshao Heavy Industry, but he was also a majority shareholder in this billion-dollar registered capital company. Just think of how wealthy Qin Hao must be now. Where's Qin Hao? He should come out and say something. Right? Quickly tag Wang Pengzi. He must know since he has been following Qin Hao since graduation. Yeah, where's Wang Pengzi? Tag him. Qin Hao is doing so well, and he hasn't even told us. Perhaps Qin Hao is too busy to talk. But Wang Pengzi, how could you keep this from us? Exactly, Wang Pengzi, hurry up and respond. This is rather unfair. Qin Hao skimmed through the messages, most of which were inquiries about what he was doing now. Some expressed doubt, some admiration, and some jealousy, while others sought to connect with him for potential collaboration. There were also many girls asking Wang Pengzi whether Qin Hao was single or had a girlfriend. Wang Pengzi, perhaps feeling there was no need to hide from his university classmates, replied, let me tell you, he now has 3 companies, driving a Porsche 918 and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Yesterday, I rode in his Rolls-Royce to Yunshao Heavy Industry. Come on, Wang Pengzi, I know you well enough, always exaggerating. Hey, you don't believe me? I'll send you a photo. I even took a selfie yesterday. Open your eyes and take a good look. After he sent a photo of Qin Hao's Rolls-Royce Cullinan along with a selfie of himself in the car. The group buzzed with excitement again. Wow, it really is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Look at the license plate. A QH111.isnt that Qin Hao 111. Oh my, Wang Pengzi, could you not post a picture without editing it first? UVE gained quite a bit of weight. Your face is blocking the view of the license plate. Wang Pengzi, tell us, does Qin Hao have a girlfriend or not? This inquiry came from Chan Yuanyuan, the class beauty from their university. Our class beauty is feeling a bit jealous. Shut up, Wang Pengzi replied. I don't know if he has a girlfriend, but it seems like he has some feelings for his secretary. You guys don't know. He even gave her a Porsche Panamera. Chin Yuanyu and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, recalling how Qin Hao had expressed interest in her when they were in their second year, only to be rejected as she pursued a wealthy second-generation student from the foreign language department. Chan Yuanyuan was rather materialistic. Upon seeing Wang Pengzi's message, she felt a surge of frustration and typed, secretaries are for work. They're not meant for personal matters. You men are all the same. Angry emoji, ha ha ha, our class beauty is getting jealous now, by this time. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya had returned to the company. Upon seeing Wang Pengzi's reply in the WeChat group, Qin Hao walked straight to Wang Pengzi's workstation. Wang Pengzi, who was busy typing a response to Chen Yuanyuan, suddenly felt a chill behind him and quickly minimized the chat window. Before he could turn around, Qin Hao's voice rang out, Manager Wang, why are you so serious? What were you discussing? Come on, let me see. Feeling guilty, Wang Pengzi realized he had forgotten that Qin Hao was in the group. And in his excitement, he had boasted without thinking. He looked at Qin Hao with a pleading expression and said, I was just about to say, brother Hao, boss, I'm sorry, I got carried away in the moment. Qin Hao shot him a glare and replied, it's still working hours. Focus on your work and stop wasting time on trivialities, understood? Wang Pengzi nodded vigorously. The surrounding technical staff, noticing Qin Hao's stern demeanor, dared not breathe, wondering what had caused their boss to be so upset. In reality, Qin Hao's admonition was also for Wang Pengzi's benefit, as his casual demeanor made it difficult to manage the technical team effectively. After scanning the room and seeing that the RD staff were diligently working without daring to lift their heads, Qin Hao instructed, Manager Wang, please come to my office. He then headed toward the chairman's office. Wang Pengzi picked up his phone and followed closely behind Qin Hao, entering the chairman's office together. Qin Hao settled into the boss's chair while Wang Pengzi stood awkwardly in front of the desk. Unsure of Qin Hao's intentions, observing Wang Pengzi's uncertainty, Qin Hao couldn't help but smile. He was not truly angry at his friend but rather found amusement in the situation, as the most subtle displays of arrogance can be the most impactful. Upon noticing Qin Hao's smile, Wang Pengzi realized that he had been duped by him, which finally eased his mind. He plopped down onto the chair in front of the desk and exclaimed, Oh dear Haozi, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you were going to fire me. Qin Hao chuckled. So, what do you think? Was my performance satisfactory? Wang Pengzi gave a thumbs up, saying, Not just satisfactory, your acting is worthy of an Oscar. I actually thought you were serious. Look at the technical staff in the RD department. Not one of them dares to lift their heads. Qin Hao burst into laughter again, thankful for the soundproofing of the office. For otherwise, the employees outside would likely be gossiping. Haozi, you saw the messages in the WeChat group just now, right? Wang Pengzi asked. Yes, I skimmed through some of them. There were too many messages to digest all at once. Qin Hao replied. Let me tell you, when Chen Yuanyuan heard about your success, her tone changed immediately. Look at what she sent me. As he spoke, he handed his phone to Qin Hao. Qin Hao glanced at the screen, which displayed a conversation between Chen Yuanyuan and Wang Pengzi. Pengzi, can you tell me how Qin Hao has become so successful? I remember he came from an ordinary worker's family. Chen Yuanyuan had texted. Wang Pengzi replied, You'll have to ask Qin Hao. I have no idea. Perhaps he won the lottery. By the way, could you send me a photo of Qin Hao's secretary? Pretty please? Chen Yuanyuan continued. Wang Pengzi responded, I don't have her photo, and besides, why would I take pictures of others when I have nothing better to do? But you could always ask Haozi. Qin Hao chuckled and returned the phone to Wang Pengzi, saying, This Chen Yuanyuan, isn't she with that rich second-generation fellow from the foreign language department? Wang Pengzi shook his head and said with a smile, Don't even mention it. That rich kid dumped her right after graduation, claiming his family had already arranged a marriage for him and that she was merely a fling. Oh, I hadn't heard about that before, Qin Hao thought to himself, reflecting on how people often return when they see someone succeeding. Yes, I heard from others that Chen Yuanyuan even had an abortion for that rich kid, but I'm not sure if it's true, Wang Pengzi added. Qin Hao shook his head, feeling a slight pity for Chen Yuanyuan, and said, All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us get back to business. Chapter 51. I also want to invest Wang. We have officially signed the strategic cooperation with Yunxiao Heavy Industry, and now we need to establish a joint venture. Our RD capabilities are still insufficient. We need to recruit more specialized talents in embedded systems, automation, and big data. You need to expedite the hiring process. Consider poaching from companies that specialize in MES, ERP, or SAP, Qin Hao stated calmly. Understood. I'll inform HR to expedite this matter. Wang Pengzi nodded. By the way, how is the progress on the live streaming app? Qin Hao inquired again. This morning in the meeting, I checked, and the progress is on track. We should be able to release the first version after the National Day holiday, Wang Pengzi replied. Qin Hao nodded, saying that's good. It's ahead of my expectations. Wang Pengzi smiled. You don't know how motivated our tech team is now. They're far more enthusiastic than before. Yesterday, they voluntarily worked overtime until after 10. Qin Hao smiled. That's excellent. All right, you go back to your work. Sure, I'll get back to it, Wang Pengzi said, preparing to leave. Qin Hao quickly called out, Manager Wang, be mindful of your expression when you step out. Wang Pengzi immediately reverted to a serious demeanor and opened the door to leave the office. As soon as he exited, all eyes turned to him. Instead of returning to his workstation, he headed toward the HR director's office. Speculation ensued among the employees. Is the manager getting fired by the chairman? Why is he heading to HR? It can't be that serious, can it? Just for chatting on WeChat, he can't be let go. You don't understand. This is about establishing authority. That's unlikely. You all don't know? The manager and our chairman are classmates and have a deep friendship. This minor issue 1T lead to dismissal. As the murmurs continued, Wang Pengzi emerged from the HR director's office. Observing the manager return to his workstation without further action, the discussions gradually subsided. Mu Xiaoya was coordinating with Yunxiao Heavy Industry regarding the registration details for the joint venture, preparing the necessary documents to register the company at the Industrial and Commercial Administration Bureau later that afternoon. As noon approached, Qi Mingkai returned to the company. Upon learning that Qin Hao was back, he knocked on Qin Hao's door. "Come in," Qin Hao said. Qi Ming entered, and upon seeing him, Qin Hao quickly inquired, "Oh, Qi Ming, how is the adaptation to work going?" "Pretty well, boss. I just returned from outside. I'm here to report on my work," Qi Ming replied. Qin Hao nodded, gesturing for him to sit. Qi Ming settled into the chair opposite the desk, saying, "Boss, the 20 delivery stations are now operational. I've informed the HR director and the recruited store managers to assess performance based on the monthly recovery of delivery boxes and packaging, which should motivate them." Qin Hao nodded approvingly. "Good job." Hearing the boss's acknowledgement made Qi Ming quite pleased. He continued, "Regarding the trucks, I've contacted several freight companies. After calculating the costs, I believe it's more suitable to collaborate with a freight company to save expenses." Qin Hao nodded. "That works as well. You're doing well. It seems I didn't make a mistake in choosing you. Proceed with your plan. However, we have many more stores set to open, so you need to expedite hiring. I'll leave the recovery company matters to you. Don't let me down." Qi Ming solemnly nodded. "Boss, rest assured, I will manage the recovery company effectively." After their discussion, it was already past noon. Qin Hao stored his notebook in the system space and left the company, heading to the underground parking lot to drive to the intermediary company. Around 1 o'clock, Qin Hao parked at the underground garage of Jiqing Center. He first went to the basement to recover items from the past few days and then inquired of the system. "System, how many points do I have now?" Ding. "The host currently has 99.9 points. Qin Hao opened the system all, noticing the countdown timer showing 22 hours and 54 minutes remaining. He sighed, realizing that the items in the system all over the past 3 days would go to waste. Just as he felt disheartened, the system chimed in. Ding. The host has accumulated the recovery of 10,000 items, receiving a special reward, a beginner points doubling card. Upon hearing the system's reward notification, Qin Hao felt elated and asked, "System, what does this beginner points doubling card mean?" Ding. The beginner points doubling card allows the host to double the points earned from recovered items within 24 hours of use. After considering the system's explanation, Qin Hao calculated that accumulating enough points was plausible, depending on Qi Ming's performance. With a contented smile, he exited the basement and walked toward the intermediary company. Upon seeing Qin Hao arrive, Mu Xiaoya's colleagues rushed to greet him. Observing the sparse crowd at the intermediary company, Qin Hao asked, "Why are there so few people today?" They've all been assigned to negotiate with Mr. Qin about the stores. Since this morning, we've successfully negotiated for 16 locations, and now there are 36 waiting for your signature. They replied, "Oh, your efficiency is quite impressive. Is the contract ready? What is the total amount?" Qin Hao inquired. "Yes, it's all set. The total for these 36 locations is 65.3 million. Out of those, 12 will be used for Little Bird delivery stations," they informed him. Qin Hao nodded. "Good. Here, take this bank card. Please transfer 70 million. We need to expedite the renovations for the remaining 24 stores." "Understood, Mr. Qin. I will arrange it right away," they said, taking the bank card. Qin Hao called Qi Ming, saying, "Qi Ming, we've secured 36 stores, with 12 designated for Little Bird delivery stations. Contact them. If they're willing to stay, hire them. If not, we need to quickly recruit someone for the manager position. I'll send you the addresses via WeChat shortly." "Got it, boss." I've also contacted the freight company and preliminarily arranged for 5 delivery trucks to pick up goods from the delivery stations at 8 p.m. daily, delivering them to the Panlongshan warehouse around 10 p.m. Qi Ming reported, "Great. Any necessary expenses can be covered by the group's finances. Your finance and HR departments should expedite hiring so that you can manage your workload more easily," Qin Hao advised. "All right, boss." I've already enlisted help from the group's HR department for recruitment, Qi Ming confirmed. "Good. Now you can get back to work," Qin Hao concluded before hanging up the phone and sending the addresses of the 36 shops. After sending the WeChat message, Qin Hao received a bank notification, revealing that his card balance had dwindled to around 70 million. Upon exiting the intermediary company, he received a call from Zhao Dizhu's, and upon answering, Qin Hao greeted, "Zhao, what prompted you to call me?" "Hey, Qin brother, you and Lao Tan are making quite a stir. Don't forget to bring your brother Zhao," Zhao Dizhu's joked. "Brother Zhao, your ocean group primarily focuses on real estate, right?" "My company, in partnership with Brother Tan, is involved in industrial and internet-related ventures, which don't quite align with your sector. Qin Hao replied with a smile. Brother Qin, although we primarily engage in real estate, we also have a steel company under our umbrella. While it may not compare to giants like Shugong or Baosteel, it still qualifies as an upper-middle-tier enterprise. Steel is the lifeblood of industry, and I believe our goals resonate well with your industrial internet company, Zhao Dizhu's remarked, grinning. After contemplating, Qin Hao responded, indeed, Brother Zhao makes a valid point. Perhaps I should visit you to discuss further and also check on your daughter's recovery. Absolutely, Brother Qin. My daughter has been cooped up at home for half a month and is quite restless. Today is perfect. Her medication has just finished, and I was hoping you could come by. Zhao Dizhu's eagerly replied. All right, I shall head over shortly, Qin Hao confirmed. Great. I'll have the chef prepare some delicious dishes. We should enjoy a few drinks together, Zhao Dizhu said cheerfully. After ending the call, Qin Hao thought for a moment and then dialed Mu Xiaoya. The call connected swiftly. Xiaoya, what are you busy with? Qin Hao inquired. Brother Hao, I'm currently handling the matters concerning the joint venture at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Mu Xiaoya replied. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Qin Hao asked again. Yes, since it involves Yunxiao Heavy Industry, the procedures have been expedited. Brother Hao, is there something you wanted to discuss? Mu Xiaoya responded. Later, I will pick you up. We're going to dinner at Zhao Dizhu's home tonight. Qin Hao stated. Zhao Dizhu's from Ocean Group? Mu Xiaoya questioned. Yes, that's the one that I'm going to check on his daughter's health. He just called to express interest in our company, Haoyun Internet, and wants to discuss potential collaboration. Qin Hao replied calmly. Understood, and I'll send you the address. I'm wrapping up here shortly, Mu Xiaoya said. As Qin Hao looked at the address Mu Xiaoya sent, he followed the navigation to the destination. Meanwhile, Zhao Dizhu's was conversing on the phone with Tan Jiuxiao. Old Tan, you're being quite underhanded. You established a joint venture with Brother Qin without letting me in on it, Zhao Dizhu's chuckled. Tan Jiuxiao took a sip of tea and replied with a grin. Old Zhao, what business do you have in the industrial internet scene? Isn't real estate enough for you? Zhao Dizhu sighed. Old Tan, you know the current state of the real estate industry in our country. Must you add to my troubles? Haha, Old Zhao, stop lamenting. With our years of friendship, just speak your mind, will you? Tan Jiuxiao encouraged. All right, Old Tan, I'll be straightforward. I'd like to be involved in the joint venture with Brother Qin. Is there any way I could acquire some shares? Zhao Dizhu smiled. Haha, Old Zhao, I knew you had ulterior motives. However, this is something you'll need to discuss with Brother Qin since he holds 51 of the shares and has the final say in the matter, Tan Jiuxiao chuckled. With your assurance. Old Tan, I feel relieved. As long as you don't oppose, I'll talk to Brother Qin. I'll invite him over for dinner tonight, Zhao Dizhu said joyfully. Hey, you sly fox, you're quick on the draw. Tan Jiuxiao teased. Ha ha ha, it's mutual. I won't keep you any longer. I'll treat you to a meal another day, Zhao Dizhu's concluded before hanging up. Tan Jiuxiao shook his head and chuckled. This Zhao Dizhu's has quite the foresight. Chapter 52. A little pill for Zhao Dizhu's. At that moment, Qin Hao had arrived to pick up Mu Xiaoya, driving towards Zhao Dizhu's residence. As afternoon approached 5 o'clock, Qin Hao parked outside Zhao Dizhu's villa. Zhao Dizhu's hurried to the car and opened the door for Qin Hao, while his wife went to greet Mu Xiaoya. Qin Hao stepped out and shook hands with Zhao Dizhu's, cheerfully saying, Brother Zhao, why are you personally welcoming me at the door? I feel quite honored. Ah, Brother Qin, that's nonsense. When a brother comes to my home for a meal, how can I not welcome him? Zhao Dizhu's patted Qin Hao on the shoulder. At this moment, Mu Xiaoya also exited the car. She embraced Zhao Dizhu's wife and said, Sister-in-law, hello. I'm Mu Xiaoya. You can call me Xiaoya. Zhao Dizhu's wife smiled and replied, Xiaoya, you're truly beautiful. You must be Qin Hao's girlfriend. Feeling a bit shy, Mu Xiaoya nodded and said, Sister-in-law, you flatter me. You are also very beautiful. Haha, Xiaoya, you have a sweet tongue. I am Zhao Wanqing. Just call me Sister Qing. Now, Old Zhao, stop standing around. Come inside, Zhao Wanqing said, leading Mu Xiaoya into the villa. Upon entering, Qin Hao noticed Zhao Dizhu's daughter watching television in the living room. The little girl rushed over upon seeing guests. Observing her, Qin Hao noted that she no longer appeared as frail as before, so he employed his exceptional medical skills to assess her. The girl's health indicators were all satisfactory. Aside from being lighter than her peers, no other issues were apparent. She ran to Zhao Dizhu's and hugged him affectionately. Zhao Dizhu's picked her up and said, Sweetheart, this is Uncle Qin, and this is Auntie Mu. Quickly greet them. The little girl nestled into Zhao Dizhu's embrace, feeling a bit shy but managed to say softly, Hello, Uncle Qin. Hello, Auntie Mu. Following her gaze towards Zhao Dizhu's, Qin Hao maintained his medical skills and noticed some concerning indicators regarding Zhao Dizhu's health. Frowning slightly, he sensed Zhao Dizhu's unease. Brother Qin, Is there something wrong with my daughter? Zhao Dizhu's asked anxiously. Zhao Wanqing, feeling the tension, tightened her grip on Mu Xiaoya's hand. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, your daughter is quite healthy. She is just a bit underweight, but otherwise, there are no issues. However, it's you, Brother Zhao, me? Zhao Dizhu set the little girl down, puzzled. What is wrong with me? Noticing Qin Hao hesitating, Zhao Dizhu urged, Wife, why don't you take our darling and Miss Mu upstairs to play for a while? Zhao Wanqing, understanding the cue, led Mu Xiaoya and their daughter upstairs. Once they were alone, Qin Hao asked, Brother Zhao, have you and sister been sharing a bed recently? Zhao Dizhu froze, taken aback by the question. His face flushed slightly, but he nodded, yes, I've been quite preoccupied with the group's affairs lately. With the government's tightening regulations on real estate, the performance of our branches has been lackluster. With the impending financial report, I've had little mind for such matters. Qin Hao nodded, realizing that if Zhao Dizhu had been intimate with his wife, he would have likely detected any issues already. He continued, Brother Zhao, have you been experiencing some stiffness on your right side lately, accompanied by pain when pressed? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu placed his hand on his right side and pressed down, confirming the sensation of pain, akin to being pricked by needles. He nodded rapidly, Brother Qin. What is happening to me? Qin Hao furrowed his brow. It appeared his medical intuition had not misled him. Zhao Dizhu indeed had health issues. Brother Zhao, from my observations, there seems to be a problem with your right kidney, likely due to prolonged alcohol consumption and lack of moderation in that aspect. Is it serious? Zhao Dizhu inquired anxiously. Qin Hao affirmed, the kidneys are fundamental to a man's vitality. When the kidneys fail, vitality diminishes, leading to other health complications. Brother Zhao, you likely haven't felt vigorous in the mornings lately, have you? Zhao Dizhu understood Qin Hao's implication and nodded, admitting, to be honest, I have been feeling rather drained recently. I thought it was due to the increased workload at the group. Thankfully, you came today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how grave my situation truly is. Brother Qin, you must help me. Qin Hao pondered for a moment and said, I can treat your condition, but he contemplated which treatment plan to employ. The system provided several options, but they all required considerable time. With the warehouse of delivery boxes and the double points card on his mind, he realized that lingering too long at Zhao Dizhu's would waste the 3-day cycle of the system's shop. Seeing Qin Hao's expression, Zhao Dizhu assumed he was worried about the consultation fee and reassured him, Brother Qin, rest assured, as long as you help me, I will surely repay you handsomely. Realizing the misunderstanding, Qin Hao clarified, Brother Zhao, you've misunderstood. I'm contemplating which treatment plan to implement. Zhao Dizhu breathed a sigh of relief, Brother Qin. Do not fret about money. I'm willing to spend whatever it takes to cure my ailment. With this assurance, Qin Hao recalled he still had 9 longevity pills, though he hesitated, feeling it might be overkill. He believed he could heal Zhao Dizhu's condition with some time, but using one of the pills felt excessive. However, Qin Hao spoke up, saying, Brother Zhao, I have 2 treatment plans. One involves acupuncture combined with traditional Chinese medicine, requiring dozens of precious herbal ingredients and taking a considerable amount of time, approximately 3 days. The other can achieve complete healing in just half an hour. Before Qin Hao could finish his sentence, Zhao Dizhu hurriedly interjected, then let us go with the second option. Qin Hao patted Zhao Dizhu on the shoulder and said, Brother Zhao, don't be anxious. Please let me finish. The second option involves a small pill left to me by my master, which can cure all ailments and prolong life. My master only entrusted me with a few of these pills, and he cautioned me that they should only be used in dire circumstances. Qin Hao fabricated a small lie as he spoke. Upon hearing that the pill could not only cure his ailment, but also extend his life, Zhao Dizhu immediately exclaimed, then, Brother Qin, since it was left by your esteemed teacher, I cannot take it for free. How about you name your price? I will not haggle. Hearing Zhao Dizhu's offer left Qin Hao in a bit of a quandary. If he named a high price, it would appear he was merely greedy. Yet if he offered a low price, he would undervalue the miraculous longevity pill. As he hesitated, Zhao Dizhu, sensing Qin Hao's reluctance, spoke again, if it is difficult for you to state your price, how about I offer 500 million, along with 10% of the shares of the overseas group? Qin Hao felt a surge of excitement at Zhao Dizhu's terms. He thought to himself, Zhao Dizhu had saved Tan Jiuxiao's life, and Tan Jiuxiao had offered Qin Hao 100 million and 1% of Yuanshao Heavy Industries shares. Thus, it would be reasonable for him to receive at least as much. Noticing that Qin Hao remained silent, Zhao Dizhu added, Brother Qin, if you find that insufficient, I can increase my offer. Qin Hao quickly shook his head. No, Brother Zhao, that is more than enough. He then reached into his pocket and retrieved a delicate jade vial from the system space, pouring out a small pill and said, this is the longevity pill my master left for me. Zhao Dizhu gazed at the blue pill in his hand and asked, is this pill truly that miraculous? Qin Hao nodded. Indeed, Brother Zhao can take it after lying down in his bedroom. In just half an hour, all your ailments will be cured, and you will gain an additional 10 years of life. Zhao Dizhu's was momentarily speechless. Could such a small pill truly extend his life by a decade? He suspected Qin Hao was exaggerating but refrained from voicing his doubts. Rising, he said, "Please wait a moment. Brother Qin, I will go take the pill." Qin Hao smiled, knowing that Zhao Dizhu still harbored some skepticism. However, he was confident that after taking the pill, Zhao Dizhu would fully believe him. Once in his bedroom, Zhao Dizhu lay down and placed the blue pill in his mouth. To his astonishment, the pill dissolved instantly, and a warm current flowed through his body, enveloping him in an indescribable comfort, akin to being wrapped in a hot spring. This sensation lasted for over 20 minutes. Zhao Dizhu touched his waist and pressed down. The stiffness and pain he had previously felt had vanished. Moreover, other parts of his body felt significantly lighter. His vision clearer, and even areas he could not describe seemed to have improved, becoming stronger than before. At this point, Zhao Dizhu no longer doubted the efficacy of the small pill, and instead felt he had struck a tremendous bargain. He hurried back to the living room. Seeing Zhao Dizhu's return, Qin Hao cheerfully asked, "How do you feel, Brother Zhao? I did not deceive you, did I?" Zhao Dizhu grasped Qin Hao's hand and declared, "Brother Qin, you are truly a living deity. I feel as though I have returned to my 20s. It is marvelous." Qin Hao smiled. "That is splendid. However, Brother Zhao, you must not disclose this matter to anyone. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing a gem can lead to trouble." Zhao Dizhu promptly promised, "Rest assured, Brother Qin, even under duress, I will not speak a word. Yet, Brother Qin, this pill is so extraordinary, I wonder if it can be mass-produced? I believe it would yield substantial profits, as those with wealth and influence are most concerned about their health." Qin Hao shook his head. "Brother Zhao, I have considered that before. However, my master only left me a few pills without providing the formula. I have attempted to concoct it myself, but perhaps my medical skills are insufficient, as I have not succeeded." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu felt a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, since Qin Hao could not replicate the pill, it underscored its rarity, making him feel that his offer of 500 million and 10% of the overseas group shares was not a loss at all. After all, money could be earned again. But life is singular. What a pity, Zhao Dizhu sighed. Qin Hao chuckled and said, "However, while I cannot create such an exceptional elixir as my master, I can formulate some basic pills that can treat most ailments, albeit with a lesser effect on longevity, at most, extending life by 1 year. Is Brother Qin serious?" Zhao Dizhu inquired. Qin Hao nodded and continued, "However, it requires a significant amount of time and ingredients, and the cost is also high. Approximately 100 million per pill." Zhao Dizhu gasped, thinking, "That is exorbitant. 100 million for a single pill is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals." Yet, he soon reconciled himself to the notion, recognizing that for those with wealth, being cured of most diseases and prolonging life by a year is not an insignificant expense. He knew wealthy individuals often spend over 100 million a year on health maintenance. Zhao Dizhu then asked, "So, Brother Qin, if one consumes several of these pills, can they extend life by 10 years? Qin Hao shook his head. "No, one can only take one. Consuming more could lead to death." Zhao Dizhu contemplated this, realizing the pill was only suitable for emergencies. He then said, "In the future, if I have friends in need of your assistance, I hope you can lend a helping hand." "Of course," Qin Hao replied. "Brother Zhao's friends are my friends." Still preoccupied with his own points exchange, Qin Hao, eager to shift the topic away from the pills, added, "Let us discuss these matters later, Brother Zhao. It is getting late. Shall we eat while we converse?" Zhao Dizhu chuckled awkwardly, slapping his forehead. "How could I forget the main business in my excitement?" He then summoned the servants to bring down his wife and others for dinner. Zhao Dizhu and Qin Hao took their seats at the dining table, and soon Mu Xiaoya and Zhao Wanqing joined them. The little girl had been playing with the servants in the bedroom. Zhao Wanqing took Zhao Dizhu's hand and remarked, "Darling, your complexion looks much better than before." She had been quite worried about her husband's health while upstairs, but felt reassured upon seeing him looking vibrant. Zhao Dizhu smiled and patted Zhao Wanqing's hand. "Yes, indeed, I owe it all to Brother Qin. Otherwise, I would not have recovered so swiftly." Qin Hao waved his hand with a smile. "Brother Zhao, you flatter me. It is your good fortune." Zhao Dizhu pulled Zhao Wanqing onto a chair, raised his glass, and said, "Today, I intended to discuss a collaboration with Brother Qin, but unexpectedly, Brother Qin has also cured my ailment. This glass is a toast to you, Brother Qin. I will drink it all, and you may sip as you wish." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Qin Hao followed suit and drank his glass in one gulp. Mu Xiaoya and Zhao Wanqing abstained from alcohol, opting for juice instead. This arrangement was convenient, as it meant Mu Xiaoya could drive them home later. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Zhao Dizhu finally broached the subject of their meal. Brother Qin? As you know, the government's regulation of the real estate market is intensifying. My overseas group is actively seeking other avenues. I believe the industrial internet project you and Brother Tan are working on has great potential, and I would like to get involved. Qin Hao nodded. It is not impossible for Brother Zhao to join us. However, the name Haoyan Internet cannot be changed now, as the company was just registered this afternoon. Altering it at this stage may not be prudent. Zhao Dizhu waved his hand. Brother Qin, you need not worry about the name. I find Haoyan Internet quite fitting, and nowadays, every industry likes to include cloud in its title. From that perspective, cloud could also represent Yunxiao heavy industry, correct, Brother Qin? Upon hearing Zhao Dizhu's explanation of Haoyan Internet, Qin Hao smiled, thinking, if Tan Zhixiao were to hear your words, he would certainly be incensed. Zhao Dizhu continued, moreover, I understand that both you and Brother Tan prefer not to relinquish equity. That is fine. I can inject capital at a premium, providing additional compensation to both you and Brother Tan to mitigate the dilution of shares. What do you think, Brother Qin? Qin Hao pondered for a moment and glanced at Mu Xiaoya, who nodded, indicating that there was no issue with such an arrangement. Thus, Qin Hao replied, very well, but may I ask how much equity Brother Zhao desires? However, I must clarify that I intend to maintain control. That is only natural, Zhao Dizhu affirmed. Zhao Dazhu assured, then pondered for a moment before saying, how about this? Brother Qin and Brother Tan each cede 10%. I take 20%, Brother Tan holds 39%, and Brother Qin retains 41%. What do you think, Brother Qin? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao replied, if Zhao Dazhu takes 20%, that means he needs to invest 2 billion. I'm on board, but it also depends on Brother Tan's opinion. Zhao Dazhu, cheerful, responded, I've already spoken to Old Tan. As long as you agree, he has no objections. Thus, I will offer a 50% premium, providing 2 billion each to you and Brother Tan, additionally investing 2 billion for a 20% stake. Moreover, I will also lease the 12th floor of the Internet Financial Building at Ocean Plaza to Haoyan Internet for free, as the company has headquarters. 2 billion? And a complimentary office space. Qin Hao was somewhat astonished. Zhao Dazhu was indeed extravagant, effectively laying out over 6 billion for merely a 20% stake. Zhao Dazhu's willingness to invest such a significant sum in Qin Hao's company stemmed not only from his optimism regarding the industrial internet sector but, more importantly, from his faith in Qin Hao himself. Binding Ocean Group and Haoyan Technology together was undoubtedly a wise choice. He trusted his judgment as well as that of Tan Zhixiao, who had ensured that Qin Hao held 51% of the shares without needing to invest a single penny. The collaboration was thus cemented, and the two enjoyed a few more drinks before concluding their family gathering. Mu Xiaoya drove, while Qin Hao sat in the passenger seat, glancing at the SMS notification from the bank, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. Another 700 million had been credited to his bank account, 500 million of which was for the longevity pills, with the remaining 2 billion representing the funds for 10% of Haoyan Internet's shares. Noticing Qin Hao's elation, Mu Xiaoya inquired, Brother Hao, what has you so jubilant? Oh, Zhao Dazhu transferred the funds for both the medical treatment and the equity purchase, allowing us to acquire several hundred more stores. Qin Hao replied joyfully, several hundred stores? Brother Hao, what ailment does Zhao Dazhu have to provide you with such a sum? Mu Xiaoya asked with curiosity. Just some minor mail issues, nothing to elaborate on. You know how it is, Qin Hao said with a mischievous grin on Mu Xiaoya's face flushed slightly, as she understood the implication. Xiaoya, let us visit the 12th floor tomorrow. If renovations are needed, we should expedite them so that Haoyan Internet can move in. Also, remember to discuss the change of company ownership with Ocean Group, Qin Hao instructed. Sure, Brother Hao. No problem, Mu Xiaoya nodded in agreement. Shortly after, they returned to the Ocean Garden Villa. Qin Hao asked Mu Xiaoya to head back first while he drove to the Panlong Mountain warehouse. Although Mu Xiaoya expressed concern about him driving at night after drinking, Qin Hao reassured her that he was fine, as the alcohol had little effect on him. After a 10-minute drive, he arrived at the Panlong Mountain warehouse. Upon opening the door, he observed that the place had been tidied up considerably. The walls and ceiling had been repainted, likely arranged by Qiming. 2 forklifts were parked inside, and the eastern wall was lined with neatly stacked delivery boxes and countless packaging bags. Qin Hao's admiration for Qiming deepened in his mind. He thought, system, use the points doubling card, ding. Points doubling card successfully activated. For the next 24 hours, the points collected from item recovery will be doubled. Please proceed with the recovery promptly. Qin Hao immediately placed his hand on a delivery box, mentally commanding, system, recover, ding. Recovered 1 delivery box, earning a monetary reward of 200 yuan, points 0.02. Ding. Recovered 1 delivery box, earning a monetary reward of 200 yuan, points 0.02. The system notifications kept chiming as Qin Hao continued to recover items for over half an hour, feeling both pain and exhilaration. The incessant notifications were somewhat overwhelming, yet his points had surged to 1111. 9. Additionally, he had triggered a special reward, though he couldn't recall the specifics due to the cacophony of notifications. Observing his accumulated points, Qin Hao commanded, "System, open the system mall." He beheld the 6 items available, but he could only exchange for the primary ones as his points were insufficient for intermediate and advanced items. Among the primary items, 2 were pills, which he didn't need since he possessed the supreme medical skills, and 8 longevity pills. Thus, he settled on the final item, the basic 8 extremes fist manual. After some contemplation, he decided, "System, exchange for the basic 8 extremes fist manual." Ding. Exchange for the basic 8 extremes fist manual successful. Remaining points, 111.9. Please continue your efforts. Qin Hao gazed at the manual in the system space, then silently commanded, "System, learn the basic 8 extremes fist." Subsequently, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, as if a miniature version of himself was practicing the martial art. Each move vividly displayed in his consciousness. With each punch, he felt the power coursing through him. If anyone had been present, they would have believed Qin Hao had trained in martial arts for over a decade. 10 minutes later, as his awareness returned, the movements of the 8 extremes fist subsided. Observing his hands, Qin Hao internally marveled, "Wow, am I really this formidable? Should I enter the martial arts arena? Who knows, I might turn a dragon into a worm or transform Hong Xiang into Hong Xiang." In reality, if Qin Hao had merely learned the basic 8 extremes fist without any physical enhancement, he could easily overpower someone without martial arts experience. However, with the system's enhancements, his speed and strength were formidable. And combined with the power of the 8 extremes fist, most martial artists would struggle against him. After closing the warehouse door, he drove back to the Ocean Garden Villa, where Mu Xiaoya had already gone to bed. She had been bustling about all day, exhausted from her efforts. After freshening up, Qin Hao embraced Mu Xiaoya and fell asleep. The night passed without incident, and before long, morning arrived. Qin Hao rose early, donned a set of casual athletic wear, and stepped outside to practice the 8 extremes fist he had learned the previous night. Master Li was busy preparing breakfast downstairs. Noticing Qin Hao's early rise, he greeted him, saying, "Mr. Qin, are you heading out this early?" "Yes, just going to the yard for some exercise," Qin Hao replied with a smile, then pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. After warming up his wrists and ankles with a few high knees, he positioned his legs about 2.5 foot spans apart, feet parallel, and squatted down, grounding himself as he focused ahead. He initiated a series of rapid, sharp punches, each movement swift and powerful. Akin to a shooting star with a lightning-fast gaze, his waist coiling like a snake and feet drilling like a bit. Qin Hao became completely absorbed in his practice, unaware that his movements had drawn the attention of early morning exercisers, both young and old, who gathered at his doorstep, peering inside. As his punches accelerated, shadows began to form, and murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Wow, this is incredible. I can almost hear the sonic boom from his punches," an elderly man remarked. "This young man is practicing the 8 extremes fist. He must have trained for at least a decade." Another added point, 8 extremes fist? Is that the same style Zhang Jian performed in the Grandmaster? I recall he claimed to have practiced for 3 years and won a championship. If this guy has trained for over 10 years, that has something else. Zhang Jian? Just flashy moves with no substance. Look at his form, clean and powerful, delivering blows that can create sonic booms. He definitely possesses real skill. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoya had been awakened by the commotion outside. Rubbing her sleepy eyes and realizing Qin Hao was not beside her, she approached the window to see what was happening. Upon spotting Qin Hao practicing in the courtyard, she was left speechless, astonished that he could perform such martial arts, having never mentioned it before. As she watched, she mused, "Wow, brother Hao looks so handsome, just like a martial arts star. My man is truly remarkable." After practicing for over 20 minutes, Qin Hao gradually came to a halt. Just as he finished, applause and cheers erupted nearby. Surprised, he turned towards the sound and noticed a crowd had gathered at his door. "Young man, you're amazing. How many years have you trained in the 8 extremes fist? Care for a friendly spar with an old man like me?" an elderly gentleman asked. "Handsome guy, you're incredible. Do you have a girlfriend? How about we exchange WeChat?" Another voice chimed in. A beautiful woman clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit spoke up. Brother, Could you take me on as your apprentice? I wish to learn martial arts from you, a little boy, clutching a kindergarten backpack, piped up with a sweet-voiced brother. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Hao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He mused, goodness, at your age, you still wish to spar with me. I wonder who granted you such courage. Was it Liang Jingru? He chose not to respond to the crowd, merely bowed slightly before turning back towards the villa. Observing Qin Hao retreat to the villa, the onlookers dispersed, except for the little boy who had just pleaded to learn martial arts. He clung tightly to the gate's railing, and despite his mother's efforts to pull him away, he remained steadfast. In a moment of desperation, she retrieved a lollipop from her bag to coax him away. Watching the crowd disperse through the surveillance monitor, Qin Hao exhaled in relief, saying, I suppose practicing martial arts in the courtyard is too conspicuous. Unbeknownst to him, numerous individuals had recorded videos of the event, which were subsequently uploaded to various platforms. Meanwhile, in the Jiqing Center apartment, Lin Yutong sat on the toilet engrossed in Douyin when she stumbled upon a video of Qin Hao practicing Bejiquan in the villa's courtyard. Titled, A Martial Arts Master Emerges at the Ocean Flower Garden Villa. Original sound, unedited, recommended to increase volume. Lin Yutong cranked up the volume and fixated on the screen, feeling a sense of familiarity with the man in the video. Although his swift movements made it difficult to discern his features clearly as he focused on his punches, the video occasionally captured the murmurs of the surrounding spectators and the explosive sounds of his strikes. At last, the video concluded with a close-up shot of Qin Hao's face, prompting Lin Yutong to exclaim in astonishment, Qin Hao.it truly is him. His skills are incredible. Simultaneously, in a girls' dormitory at Southeast University, Su Feier and Wang Muyao had just risen, preparing to freshen up for class when a fellow dorm mate exclaimed, Hey, come take a look. This guy is so handsome. Wang Muyao hurried over to see that the girl was watching the very same video of Qin Hao practicing martial arts. Leaning in closer, she remarked in confusion, Why does this person look so familiar? Suddenly, the image of Qin Hao flashed in her mind, and she called out, Feier, come over and see. It's Qin Hao, it's really him. Upon hearing Wang Muyao's words, Su Feier joined her and gazed at the video of Qin Hao training, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It really is Qin Hao. I didn't know he practiced Bejiquan. Bejiquan? Wang Muyao echoed, then asked, How do you know that he practices Bejiquan? Su Feier replied, Oh, I saw my grandfather practice it when I was young. His movements are just like Qin Hao's, but my grandfather isn't as fast. Wow, Feier, your grandfather knows Bejiquan too. That's impressive. Unlike my grandfather, who just gathers and brews medicine every day. Wang Muyao said, enviously gazing at Su Feier. Su Feier gently ruffled Wang Muyao's hair, teasing, Be careful, or I might tell your grandfather. They hurried out, concerned about being late for class. Nevertheless, Su Feier silently noted the video's title, intending to search for it later, as she found Qin Hao incredibly charming. Thus, the video of Qin Hao's morning practice went viral across major video platforms, amassing over 2 million views within a single morning, propelling it to trending status. Even employees at Haoyan Technology stumbled upon the video, fervently sharing it in the company group chat, accompanied by comments praising their boss's formidable presence. Naturally, many netizens tagged martial artist Wu Song Yilong and the legendary hero Wang Hongxiang, along with curious onlookers tagging Master Ma, commenting, It's time to showcase the power of the lightning 5 strikes. To remind this young man of the dangers of the martial world. One should never be too arrogant and must always tread carefully. As for Qin Hao, the subject of the video, he remained unfazed by the commotion. After all, he was not a celebrity, with his only prior media coverage stemming from a contract signing event with Yunshao Heavy Industries. Thus, despite the video's popularity, it did little to imprint his name in the public's memory. Qin Hao proceeded with his morning routine, enjoying breakfast with Mu Xiaoya before driving to the office. Upon exiting the elevator, he was taken aback by the reception from the 2 receptionists, who exclaimed in unison, Good morning, boss. You look so formidable today. Qin Hao stumbled slightly, halting to glance at the 2 women, asking, Are you both all right? Did you forget to take your medication? We're fine, boss. We just think you look especially handsome and manly today. The unexpected compliments left Qin Hao speechless, particularly with Mu Xiaoya standing beside him. What was he to make of being praised for his masculinity in front of his girlfriend? He retorted, If you're feeling unwell, do take your medicine, and walked briskly toward the chairman's office. Mu Xiaoya shot the 2 girls a disapproving glare, prompting them to stick out their tongues and pretend to busy themselves with work. As he passed through the office area, several employees aimed their phones in his direction to capture his image. Feeling perplexed, Qin Hao called out, Manager Wang, come to my office. Wang Pengzi stood up, gesturing to his colleagues to set their phones down before hastily entering Qin Hao's office. What's going on? Today, Everyone seems a bit off. Qin Hao inquired. Huh? You don't know, Haozi? Wang Pengzi asked, bewildered. I know what? Qin Hao probed further, his curiosity piqued. Wang Pengzi produced his phone, opening a Douyin video shared in their colleague group chat, and handed it to Qin Hao, saying, see for yourself. Your morning practice video is currently a hot topic across major video platforms, with views exceeding 10 million. At this rate, you might even make it onto the evening news. Qin Hao took the phone, glancing at the video, and exclaimed, what the heck? Who filmed this? They even managed to get a close-up of me. Chapter 55. System all refreshed. Qin Hao returned the phone to Wang Pengzi, who remarked, hey, when did you learn Bajiquan? You've never mentioned it, and I never saw you practicing in college. Qin Hao chuckled, well, I practiced with my grandfather when I was young. I just decided to pick it up again this morning. Nevertheless, your punches are impressive, far surpassing those of many martial arts stars, Wang Pengzi praised. All right, enough flattery. Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively, on to business. The 12th floor is now ours. Haoyun Internet will be operating there. I plan to appoint you as the vice president of Haoyun Internet, overseeing the RD department. How does that sound? Do you have confidence? Wang Pengzi, astonished, pointed at himself. Me? Really? What's wrong? Lack of confidence. Should I find someone else? Qin Hao teased. No, I have confidence, Wang Pengzi quickly replied. Qin Hao nodded, that's good to hear. Focus on business matters. Let the technical aspects be handled by the team beneath you. How is your recruitment effort going? Wang Pengzi patted his chest, don't worry, I'm on it. I've been negotiating with several headhunters to recruit talent from well-known domestic companies. They should be able to start right after the holidays. Excellent. I'll entrust Haoyun Internet to you, and I'll announce it in the meeting shortly. You may return to your duties, Qin Hao concluded. All right, boss, Wang Pengzi said, turning to leave the office. Qin Hao then called Mu Xiaoya back in, stating, Xiaoya, please inform all personnel to gather in the main conference room for a meeting. Boss, it seems the main conference room won't accommodate everyone, Mu Xiaoya said awkwardly. What? It won't fit? Qin Hao responded, surprised. Well, that our company has grown to 130 employees. Not counting the staff from the Bird's Nest, if we include them, it's nearly 300, Mu Xiaoya explained with a wry smile. Wow, such rapid growth? In just half a month, we brought in so many people? Fine, let us notify only the management staff to gather in the main conference room, Qin Hao decided cheerfully. Understood, boss, I'll make arrangements right away, Mu Xiaoya replied, exiting the office. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mu Xiaoya knocked on Qin Hao's office door. Announcing, boss, everyone has arrived. Qin Hao acknowledged her with a nod and stood up to join her in the conference room. As the group noticed the boss's entrance, they all rose from their seats. Qin Hao scanned the room and remarked, our team is expanding rapidly. Please, everyone, take a seat. He settled into the boss's chair, with Mu Xiaoya beside him, followed by the CFO, Marketing Director, Sales Director, HR Director, Wang Pengzi, and Qi Ming. Given that many of you are meeting for the first time, let us begin with some introductions, Qin Hao suggested. Qin Hao glanced at the young man seated next to Qi Ming. The young man returned his gaze and rose from his seat. Introducing himself, hello, leaders and colleagues, my name is Su Xing, and I currently serve as the team leader of the product group. Qin Hao nodded and smiled, saying, there's no need to be so formal. Just speak from your seat. We are all of a similar age. With Su Xing's example, others followed suit and introduced themselves in turn. After everyone had finished, Qin Hao smiled and said, I am delighted that you all could join Haoyun Technology. On behalf of the company, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. He paused briefly before continuing. As you may know, Haoyun Technology and Yunxiao Heavy Industries have established a joint venture named Haoyun Interconnect. With a registered capital of $1 billion, however, just last night, Weihai Group also became a shareholder of Haoyun Interconnect, increasing the registered capital to $1.2 billion. Haoyun Technology holds 41 of the shares, Yunxiao Heavy Industries 39. And Weihai Group 20. Can be said that we have a strong foundation to build upon. Though my knowledge, there are no other industrial internet companies of such scale in the country, which places a considerable responsibility on our shoulders, especially within the RD department. Consequently, all mid-level and above personnel in the RD department will need to learn from Yunxiao Heavy Industries, gaining insight into their current status and the issues faced in their production lines. The sales and marketing departments should also take action to deepen their understanding of industrial knowledge and explore the needs for digitization and automation at Yunxiao Heavy Industries. Qin Hao took a sip of water and then said, next, I will invite Director Han to announce the organizational restructuring of the group. If anyone has questions afterward, please communicate with the HR department. After Qin Hao's remarks, he gestured to Director Han. Clearing his throat, Director Han addressed the group, hello, everyone. I will now read the adjustments to the group's organizational structure. Haoyun Technology Group will have 6 departments: Human Resources, financial assets, marketing, sales, operations management, and are decentered. We will also establish subsidiaries. Haoyuan Interconnect Company Limited, Haoyuan Material Recycling Company Limited, and Haoyuan Cultural Development Company Limited. In preparation. Now, I will announce personnel appointments. Wang Donglai is appointed as Financial Director. Overseeing the Financial Assets Department, Lu Chong is appointed as Marketing Director, overseeing the Marketing Department. Zhang Yu is appointed as Sales Director, overseeing the Sales Department. Wang Peng is appointed as Deputy General Manager of Haoyuan Interconnect Company Ltd. Overseeing the RD Center. Qi Ming is appointed as Deputy General Manager of Haoyuan Material Recycling Company Limited. Han Xiaoya is appointed as Operations Director, responsible for the Operations Management Department, also serving as the Secretary to the Chairman. The announcements are complete. Qin Hao then addressed the group. The company's organizational structure has been finalized. After returning, department heads should promptly complete their organizational structures and personnel arrangements. Haoyuan Interconnect will move to the 12th floor after the holiday, while Haoyuan Material Recycling Company and Haoyuan Technology will remain on the 11th floor. Wang Peng and Qi Ming, please expedite the organization of the subsidiary structures, positions, and personnel, with assistance from the HR department for recruitment. Until the personnel are in place, the finance and HR of the subsidiaries will be managed by the Haoyuan Technology headquarters. After scanning the room, he asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" Everyone shook their heads, and Qin Hao concluded, "Then we shall leave it at that for today. Please return to your duties." The group gradually exited the conference room. Qin Hao then made his way to the office of the app development team and inquired, "How is the development of our first app progressing?" The development team leader stood and replied, "Boss, the overall architecture of the app has been completed, and it has been integrated with the back-end services you provided. There are still a few minor modules that need refinement, but we expect to launch the first version after the holiday." Qin Hao nodded, patting the team leader on the shoulder and saying with a smile, "Well done. I heard from Manager Wang that you've all been working late recently. Do take care of your health. We don't want a repeat of my past experience of fainting in the office." Laughter erupted among the group, clearly indicating that the team was already aware of Qin Hao's previous incident. With the company's matters concluded, he felt a significant reduction in his own responsibilities, as tasks such as purchasing properties would now be handled by Qi Ming. After a casual lunch at the office, Qin Hao prepared to take a brief rest when a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The system mall has been refreshed, a friendly reminder to the host. There is a special reward waiting to be claimed. Please collect it promptly. Qin Hao paused, realizing he had forgotten about the special reward from retrieving the delivery boxes the previous night. He mentally commanded, "System, claim the special reward." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a popularity boost card. A popularity boost card? What is that? Qin Hao inquired. Ding. The popularity boost card can be used on task subjects. Upon use, it can rapidly enhance the subject's popularity and attention. Can it be used on any subject? What about the company? Qin Hao asked. Ding. Of course, it can be used to quickly elevate the company's visibility. The larger the company, the more effective the result. This seemed to be a valuable item. He decided to keep it for future use when his company grew stronger. Next, Qin Hao opened the system all to examine the newly refreshed items. 1. Junior Points Doubling Card. Doubles the points for items reclaimed within 24 hours upon use. 2.10 Junior Beauty and Skin Care Pills. Improves women's skin quality, offering effects such as whitening and wrinkle reduction. 3. Junior Sky Shield Firewall. Developed by the Academy of Sciences in 2035 for protection against cyber attacks, featuring reverse tracking capabilities, and can be upgraded. 4. Junior Hacking Skills. Allows unrestricted access to civilian-level networks, bypassing firewalls, though caution is required to avoid being tracked by cyber police. 5. Intermediate Equity Exchange Card. Grants 10 equity in a designated enterprise upon use. 6. Advanced New Energy Power System. A lightweight power system developed by Tesla in 2055, reducing weight by 50, with a range of up to 1,800 kilometers. Qin Hao gazed at the enticing items in the system all, nearly drooling over the prospects. Especially intrigued by the Sky Shield Firewall, he asked, "System, how does the upgrade process for this Sky Shield Firewall work?" Ding. The host currently lacks permissions. Please exchange it first before inquiring about the upgrade process. Frustrated, Qin Hao muttered internally about the system's money-grubbing nature, realizing he had to ask before making purchases. However, the system offered no further response. In the afternoon, Weihai Group issued an announcement, declaring a 200 million investment in Haoyuan Interconnect, acquiring a 20% stake. The news caused the stock prices of both Weihai Group and Yuanshao Heavy Industries to surge once again. The names Haoyuan Interconnect, Haoyuan Technology, and Qin Hao once more trended on social media, with numerous netizens expressing curiosity about the allure of this newly established company that attracted the attention of two major conglomerates. Various news articles proliferated, showcasing the immense power of the internet. After the keywords Haoyan technology, Haoyan interconnect, and Qin Hao topped the trending list, enthusiastic netizens began sharing a plethora of opinions across major platforms. The mysterious wealthy heir's background unveiled. Is the fervent support for industrial internet by Yun Xiao and Wai Hai a sign of the rise of industrial intelligence? Or merely a capital frenzy? Is the head of Haoyan a playboy? Qin Hao paid little attention to the online buzz. However, Han Xiaoya took notice and knocked on Qin Hao's office door with a notebook in hand. Upon entering, she said, "Oh, Xiaoya, you're here. What brings you?" Qin Hao asked upon recognizing her. Han Xiaoya placed the notebook before him, pointing to the open browser. "Boss, there are a plethora of posts about our company online, including some concerning you." Qin Hao casually skimmed through a few posts and nonchalantly remarked, "These are merely rumors and sensationalist headlines. There's no need to pay them any mind." Han Xiaoya replied, "Boss, while many are indeed sensationalist and speculative, a few contain significant insights, such as this one titled Yunxiao Heavy Industries and Haoyan Technologies under-the-table deal, treating investors as chives." Upon hearing Han Xiaoya's words, Qin Hao examined it more closely. The article presented a compelling analysis that appeared quite credible, complete with exterior images of Tan Jiuxiao's villa and photos of Qin Hao and Tan Jiuxiao shaking hands, embracing, along with images of Qin Hao disembarking from a Porsche 918 and Han Xiaoya accompanying him out of the Yunxiao Heavy Industries office building. While the photos themselves were innocuous, the author had manipulated them with some narrative, painting the entire scenario as more than just a simple collaboration. The article insinuated that Han Xiaoya was a mere pawn given to Qin Hao by Tan Jiuxiao, portraying Qin Hao as arriving at Yunxiao Heavy Industries in a Porsche 918, only to leave with a young woman. Following the press conference, Yunxiao Heavy Industries stock price soared, and the next day, it saw another rise after Wai Hai Group announced its investment in Haoyan Interconnect. This series of events was exaggerated by the author into a tale of a monetary and sexual transaction, presenting it as a capital conspiracy. After reading the article, Qin Hao's previously relaxed demeanor turned serious. He inquired, "Where did the author of this article acquire these photographs?" Mu Xiaoya furrowed her brow and replied, "They were likely provided by someone within Yunxiao Heavy Industry or by journalists present at the press conference. After all, it was a public event, and capturing these photographs wouldn't have been difficult." Qin Hao pondered for a moment and said, "I'll call Brother Tan to understand the situation. This article affects not only us, but also has significant implications for Yunxiao Heavy Industry." As he spoke, Qin Hao dialed Tan Jiuxiao's number. "Hello, Brother Tan. Are you busy?" Qin Hao asked. "Qin brother, what's up?" "I just finished a meeting and have another one shortly," Tan Jiuxiao responded. "There is something I believe you should be aware of," Qin Hao said, and proceeded to summarize the article's content. Initially, Tan Jiuxiao was indifferent, as he was accustomed to online disparagement. However, upon hearing Qin Hao's account, his expression darkened. If what Qin Hao said was true, this article could cast a shadow over future collaborations, necessitating a thorough investigation. "Rest assured, Qin brother, I will arrange for someone to look into this immediately. I want to see who dares to fabricate such lies about us." Qin Hao nodded and hung up the phone, turning to Mu Xiaoya. "Brother Tan will have someone investigate. We should also stay proactive. Let us take this opportunity to enhance our media channels for Haoyan technology and Haoyan internet. Register on platforms like Weibo and WeChat. Additionally, let's request photographs from the signing event and publish a comprehensive article about that day." Mu Xiaoya agreed. "All right, I'll handle it right away." With that, she grabbed her notebook and exited the office. Qin Hao rubbed his forehead, contemplating how fame often attracts controversy. Just as he and Tan Jiuxiao busied themselves managing the overwhelming online discourse, a throng of media and reporters gathered in front of the Internet Finance building at Outersea International Plaza, clamoring to interview Haoyan technology. Fortunately, the security, called by the property manager, managed to hold them back. The reporters, undeterred, brandished their cameras, demanding, "We want to interview Haoyan technology. On what grounds does your property management stop us? We are journalists, and we have the right to interview." Some curious office workers also pulled out their phones to document the scene. The property manager, seeing the situation escalate, called Qin Hao. The call connected quickly, and the property manager said, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I apologize, but there are many reporters at the building entrance insisting on interviewing Haoyan technology. I have instructed security to hold them back, but the situation is becoming chaotic. And many are recording videos. I'm concerned it might get out of hand. What do you suggest?" Before the property manager could finish, Qin Hao interrupted. "All right, I understand. Please calm the reporters and disperse the onlookers. Telling them I will come down shortly." "Understood, Mr. Qin. I'm truly sorry for the trouble. I'll take care of it," the property manager replied, hanging up and rushing to inform the reporters of the situation. Once the reporters settled down, the property manager addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please disperse. There's nothing to see here. He gestured to the security staff to clear the gathering crowd. 5 minutes later, Qin Hao leisurely emerged from the elevator. Upon seeing him, the reporters rushed forward with their cameras, while the property manager and security formed a protective barrier. The property manager urged, "Please, everyone, ask your questions one at a time. Let us keep it orderly." Qin Hao smirked, "If you all rush at me like this, I might just leave." Instantly, the reporters quieted, knowing that if he left, their efforts would be in vain. Seeing the reporters calm down, Qin Hao said, "Now, this is more like it. What would you like to discuss today?" As the reporters clamored to speak, Qin Hao pointed to the journalist at the front. "You there? Go ahead, Mr. Qin. Regarding the article circulated by a concerned netizen alleging your involvement in a monetary and sexual transaction with Yunxiao Heavy Industry. What do you have to say about this?" the journalist inquired. Qin Hao scoffed, "That is purely nonsensical. The images in that article have been manipulated, and the content bears no relation to the events of that day. It is entirely fabricated. Furthermore, be mindful of your language. What concerned netizen? That is a fraud, Mr. Qin. How do you respond to the fact that the stock skyrocketed on the day of the Yunxiao Heavy Industry press conference? And then again the following day after Outer Sea Group announced their investment? Could this be seen as a premeditated scheme to exploit the A-share market?" Another reporter pressed. Qin Hao shook his head in resignation. "First, my Haotian Technology is not a publicly listed company. Second, the strategic cooperation between Haotian Technology, Yunxiao Heavy Industry, and Outer Sea Group is public and transparent. There is no misconduct or manipulation of stock prices." "Then, Mr. Qin, could you explain the relationship with the woman seen leaving Yunxiao Heavy Industries headquarters with you? Sources indicate she is your secretary, yet she frequently visits your villa in Outer Sea Garden. And there are reports of you dining with another woman at the Shangri-La Hotel. How do you account for this?" Qin Hao felt a surge of irritation. He was perplexed as to how the journalists obtained such information regarding his dinner with Lin Yutong. He sternly replied, "It is illegal to invade someone's privacy. This is a personal matter and none of your business. I am under no obligation to disclose anything to you." With that, he turned to head back to the company. At that moment, a journalist who had been quiet in the corner rushed forward, attempting to grab Qin Hao's arm. With his acute sense, Qin Hao slightly turned his head, colliding with the journalist, who stumbled backward and fell to the ground. The journalist then cried out, clutching his chest, "Qin Hao assaulted me." Qin Hao attacked a reporter. He is guilty and panicking. Having never encountered such a scene, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, but fortunately, the property manager reacted quickly, instructing security to shield Qin Hao. Other reporters, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of vindication, secretly applauding the fallen journalist and beginning to record the incident. Concerned that he might have injured the journalist, Qin Hao utilized his exceptional medical skills to assess the situation. Moments later, Qin Hao realized, how clever to pick a fight with me. Qin Hao, ouch, ouch. Someone call an ambulance. I'm in so much pain. The journalist feigned dramatically. The property manager turned to Qin Hao, "Mr. Qin, perhaps we should escort you back upstairs. That individual's injuries are clearly exaggerated. If you remain here, he'll only escalate his act, attracting more attention." Qin Hao nodded, and with the security's protection, he took the elevator back to the company. Once Qin Hao had left, the journalist picked himself up, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello, brother, hi. The task you assigned is complete," the fallen journalist reported. "Good job. Did you capture photos from the scene?" the person on the other end inquired. "Yes, I recorded both video and photos. I'll send them over shortly," the journalist replied. After ending the call, the journalist returned to the group of reporters, stating, "Fellow colleagues, did you witness Qin Hao's arrogance? Today, it was I who was assaulted. Tomorrow, it could be any of you present. I propose we unite to seek justice against Qin Hao and restore dignity for reporters." The assembled journalists nodded in agreement. Seeing his ploy had succeeded, the journalist clutched his chest and said, "Brothers, I must head to the hospital for examination. I bid you farewell." With that, he hurriedly exited the internet finance building. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had returned to the company, unaware that a storm of public opinion was about to erupt. Chapter 57. The hidden hand. The reporters on site quickly transmitted their videos and photographs back to their respective offices, resulting in a flurry of activity. The reception area on the first floor of the internet finance building was filled with journalists, some seated on the floor, others using phones, laptops, or tablets to draft news articles, eager to publish the events that had just transpired. After a while, Mu Xiaoya rushed into Qin Hao's office, forgetting to knock, and showed him the news on her phone, exclaiming, "Brother Hao, did you go downstairs for an interview? Did you really clash with the reporters?" Qin Hao seized Mu Xiaoya's phone, his gaze fixed upon the news pushed by Sina Weibo, his anger rising to the point where he nearly hurled the device. The headline read, Qin Hao, founder of Haotian Technology, maintains inappropriate relationships with multiple women, exposed by a reporter and, in a fit of rage, assaults the journalist. Accompanying the article were videos and photos from the scene. Among the images were those of Qin Hao colliding with the reporter, dining at a buffet in Shangri-La with Lin Yutong, and another of him kissing Mu Xiaoya after they exited Yunxiao Heavy Industries together. In an instant, rumors spread like wildfire online, propelling anything related to Qin Hao into the top 10 trending topics. Just as Qin Hao felt overwhelmed, his phone rang. Recognizing the caller as Tan Jiuxiao, he promptly answered, Brother Tan, what is the situation? Have you found out who is behind this? Yes, it's the reporter you had a confrontation with before the press conference. I had the security room check the surveillance footage. And after the meeting, while other journalists left, this one hid behind a boxwood tree and captured photos of you and Miss Mu, Tan Jiuxiao replied. That's him. I remember him claiming to be from Southeast Daily. Did you find out his name? Qin Hao inquired further. Yes, his name is Wang Hai, but he has already left Southeast Daily. The paper has no idea where he is now, Tan Jiuxiao said, exasperated. Qin Hao found himself in a quandary. Pondering, what should I do now? At that moment, Tan Jiuxiao added, Brother Qin, our immediate priority is to stabilize public opinion. The online chatter is overwhelming. I've arranged for people to contact major platforms to delete posts and control comments. And our legal department has sent letters to some media outlets and accounts. You must also clarify the situation swiftly. Otherwise, when the stock market opens tomorrow, I fear the shares of Yunxiao Heavy Industries and YGAO Group will plummet. If that happens, it will truly appear as if we are harvesting the crops. Nodding, Qin Hao responded, All right, Brother Tan, I will have the Operations Management Department issue a statement immediately. After hanging up, he turned to Mu Xiaoya and said, Xiaoya, please expedite the announcement. Mu Xiaoya, initially wanting to inquire about the girl in the photos, swallowed her words upon witnessing Qin Hao's demeanor. She nodded and dashed out of the office. Once she had left, Qin Hao urgently questioned the system. System, do you have any means to resolve this public relations crisis? Ding. The host may exchange for basic hacking skills in the system mall. Once the host masters these skills, identifying the mastermind will be a trivial task, the system replied. Gritting his teeth, Qin Hao declared, very well, if it costs 100 million, so be it. System, exchange for 1,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged 1,000 points. Consuming 100 million Huaxia coins, Qin Hao accessed the system mall and said, System, exchange for basic hacking skills. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for basic hacking skills, consuming 1,000 points. Remaining points, 111.9. Would you like to learn immediately? Qin Hao nodded, stating, learn immediately. Instantly, a surge of hacking knowledge flooded his mind, and moments later, he returned to normal. He then opened his laptop, registered an account on Sina Weibo, located the account that had posted the news, copied its ID, and commenced a furious assault on Sina Weibo servers, attempting to glean information about the publisher through the account. Remarkably, the network security of Sina Weibo proved robust, and it took him over 20 minutes to uncover the details. He discovered that the account had utilized a Wi-Fi network for the post. Thus, he began searching for this Wi-Fi connection, and after 10 minutes, he found it fortuitously located in a CAF adjacent to the Internet Finance Building. Easily breaching the Wi-Fi, he then infiltrated the publisher's phone. Within the WeChat chat history, Qin Hao uncovered a wealth of information, including original and edited photos from the news article. He copied all this data onto his laptop before disconnecting from the device. As he perused the conversations, one particularly revealing exchange caught his eye. A user nicknamed Second Ring Street Slacker had conversed with Wang Hai, saying, Wang Hai, brother, I need your help with something. I'll pay you 20,000 yuan once it's done. Second Ring Street Slacker, Hi Gu, just let me know what you need. As long as it's not murder or arson. Wang Hai, it's simple. Tomorrow afternoon, go to the Internet Finance Building. I'll leak some information to the media, and they will interview Qin Hao from Haotian Technology. You should create a conflict with him, ideally getting him to touch you, and then pretend that he assaulted you. Upon reading the chat logs, Qin Hao instantly understood that this entire scheme had indeed been orchestrated by Wang Hai. However, he couldn't fathom why Wang Hai would target him, as they had no previous conflict. Just then, he noticed that Haotian Technology's official Weibo account had issued a statement. Satisfied with its content, he felt it sufficiently refuted the allegations of his supposed collusion with Tan Jiuxiao for monetary favors and the accusations of assaulting the reporter. Qin Hao then retweeted the announcement, adding a comment. As the founder of Haotian Technology, I categorically deny the allegations of assaulting a reporter. I have gathered ample evidence, which I will present to the police. I trust that the truth will be revealed, and my innocence restored. After retweeting, Qin Hao dialed the police. Shortly thereafter, officers arrived at his office, where he recounted the events and submitted the evidence he had collected. Meanwhile, Wang Hai leisurely sipped his coffee, reveling in the online comments. Upon seeing Qin Hao's statement about having alerted the police and possessing evidence, he scoffed, convinced that his elaborate concealment left no traces. Just as he believed he was in the clear, the police, acting on the clues provided by Qin Hao in the photo of Wang Hai from Yunxiao Heavy Industries, swiftly arrived at the CAF. Apprehending the unsuspecting Wang Hai attempted to resist, trying to smash his phone to destroy the evidence, but the officers were quick, snatching the device from his grasp. Wang Hai, you are under arrest for disseminating false information, invading privacy, and disturbing public order. Please cooperate with our investigation. If you resist further, we will take additional measures, one officer stated sternly. Hearing this, Wang Hai's bravado faded, and he hung his head, perplexed by where he had gone wrong. At that moment, Qin Hao approached, shutting off the recording on his phone, and remarked, Wang Hai, we have no personal enmity, do we? Even if we had a confrontation at Yunxiao Heavy Industries, you wouldn't resort to such retaliation? Would you? Qin Hao, how do you know my name? How do you know I was the one who posted those messages? Wang Hai asked, agitated. Qin Hao replied with a smirk, see, officer. No need for me to lie. He is confessing. The police officer, exasperated with Wang Hai, said, let's go. You need to come with us to provide an explanation. The officer mumbled under his breath, no brains, yet he tries to stir up trouble. Then he turned to Qin Hao, Mr. Qin, you'll need to accompany us for a statement as well. Qin Hao nodded, of course, officer. He followed the police out of the CAF, during which he sent the recently recorded video to Mu Xiaoya with a message. Xiaoya, please post this video, stating that the police acted swiftly upon receiving the report and have apprehended the perpetrator of the slander against Mr. Qin. After shutting off his phone, he boarded the police vehicle en route to the station. Upon receiving Qin Hao's WeChat message, Mu Xiaoya promptly uploaded the video to Sina Weibo. Ultimately, with the decisive actions of both Yunxiao Heavy Industries and Haoyun Technology, the online rumors concerning Qin Hao and Haoyun Internet gradually subsided. Tan Zhuxiao, upon viewing the video of Wang Hai's arrest released by Haoyun Technology, marveled at how quickly Qin Hao managed to locate him and gather sufficient evidence, solidifying Tan Zhuxiao's impression of Qin Hao as a formidable hacker. However, many netizens noted that while Haoyun Technology's announcement refuted the allegations of financial impropriety between Qin Hao and Tan Zhuxiao, and confirmed that the claims of assault were baseless, the images of the two women in the photographs remained unexplained. Many began to flood the Weibo accounts of both Haoyun Technology and Qin Hao with comments such as, Qin Hao, shouldn't Haoyun Technology explain the relationship between the two lovely ladies and your esteemed self? Qin Hao, what are your thoughts on allegedly juggling multiple relationships? Among these, some audacious female netizens commented, Qin Hao, young Master Qin, are you still in need of a girlfriend? I'm fair-skinned, beautiful, and leggy, and wouldn't mind being your backup. Qin Hao Appa, you are so handsome. I wish to bear your children. Some netizens even sent private messages to Qin Hao, as he had just opened his account and had not disabled private messaging. Filled with confessions and requests for contact information, as well as private photos, which left Qin Hao quite distressed. Of course, it was not just Qin Hao who was troubled. Mu Xiaoya, Lin Yutong, and Su Feier were equally exasperated. Chapter 58. The Overbearing CEO? The relationship between Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya had not been made public. Within the company, they maintained a professional dynamic of boss and secretary. Even the chubby friend who was close to Qin Hao was unaware that he and Mu Xiaoya were actually living together. As discussions proliferated online, employees at Haoyun Technology began to speculate that their boss and secretary shared a more intimate connection, leading even senior management to treat Mu Xiaoya with unprecedented courtesy. This left Mu Xiaoya in a predicament, as she could not unilaterally declare herself as Qin Hao's girlfriend, especially since she was unaware of the identity of the other girl in the photos circulating online and her relationship with Qin Hao. If Qin Hao did not clarify the situation, Mu Xiaoya felt powerless. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong stumbled upon the news regarding Haoyun Technology and Qin Hao online, shocked to discover his remarkable achievements at such a young age. Having become a partner of Yunxiao Heavy Industry and Ohai Group, upon seeing a news post about Qin Hao, she felt a pang of distress, particularly regarding a photo of them dining together at the Shangri-La, which suggested an inappropriate relationship. As she continued to scroll, she encountered images of Qin Hao with another woman, leaving the heavy industry group, followed by a photo of him kissing her upon entering a vehicle. Overcome with emotion, she murmured to herself, "Humph. What does that woman have that is so special? Is it just that she is slightly taller, has a better figure, and larger breasts than me? Qin Hao, you ungrateful soul." Despite my heartfelt affection for you, do you realize that during your absence, I was the one tending to your refrigerator and preparing your bed for you? Ah, well, the truth is Lin Yutong was simply lazy and indulgent. After Qin Hao left a refrigerator full of snacks, she would return to his room for late-night snacks and watch television, as all the appliances in his room were new. Thus, she had unconsciously appropriated his room as her own, while her own had transformed into a workspace for her live broadcasts. Simultaneously, Su Feier, studying in the library at Southeast University, noticed the news about Qin Hao, thanks to Wang Muyao's prompt. So Qin Hao is such a formidable figure. Being the founder of Haoyan Technology, Wang Muyao exclaimed. Is Haoyan Technology well known? Su Feier inquired. You don't know about Haoyan Technology? Let me tell you, it has been frequently trending lately, receiving investments from Yunxiao Heavy Industry and Ohai Group. People are saying that Qin Hao might become the youngest tech mogul, holding 1% of shares in Yunxiao Heavy Industry and 10% in Ohai Group. BY market valuation. His net worth is at least 5 billion. Wang Muyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Feier was equally astonished. How could Qin Hao, a recent graduate, accumulate such wealth in such a short time? However, 5 billion was not an extraordinary sum for her family. What troubled Su Feier more were the rumors surrounding Qin Hao. Wang Muyao continued. Who would have thought that Qin Hao is such a flirt, straddling two boats? She then handed her phone to Su Feier, who saw the photos of Lin Yutong and Mu Xiaoya, which led her to involuntarily compare herself to them. All right, she conceded that Mu Xiaoya was indeed beautiful and had a great figure. But she felt superior to the other girl in terms of both temperament and form, which soothed her ego somewhat. At that moment, Qin Hao had just exited the police station. He learned from the police that Wang Hai was originally Wang Tuzi's cousin. Due to his actions, both Wang Tuzi and his brother-in-law had been incarcerated. Wang Tuzi's sister, unable to bear the injustice, sought revenge on Qin Hao and Yunxiao Heavy Industry. Consequently, she was also arrested by the police for inciting others to commit a crime. After discovering the truth, Qin Hao sighed. Although Wang Tuzi's family was reaping the consequences of their own actions, it was ultimately due to his own circumstances, leaving him with a tinge of guilt. Upon returning to the company, Qin Hao noticed the peculiar gaze of his colleagues. Once in his office, he summoned Mu Xiaoya and remarked, Xiaoya, why do I feel like everyone in the company is looking at me strangely? Has something happened? Mu Xiaoya gazed at him with a melancholic expression, her mood dampened. Isn't it because of the photos released by that reporter? Now everyone in the company knows about the rumors circulating on Weibo. It's not just the way they look at you. It's the same with how they look at me. Seeing Mu Xiaoya's discontent, Qin Hao pulled out his phone, opened Weibo, and was met with a flurry of notifications. After skimming through, he helplessly stated, Xiaoya, you've misunderstood. I wanted to explain earlier, but I was too preoccupied with finding the culprit behind this. That girl is a former roommate of mine. I lived on the second floor, and she lived on the first. We simply had a buffet together that day. Mu Xiaoya, sensing his sincerity, asked, Really? Just a simple meal? Nothing more. But that was at the Shangri-La Hotel. Qin Hao, slightly exasperated, defended, it was truly just a meal. Besides, if I were to take a girlfriend out, I wouldn't choose a buffet. After some contemplation, Mu Xiaoya conceded. Well, how do you plan to address the rumors online? And what about the staff? She looked at Qin Hao expectantly. Understanding her concern, Qin Hao assured her, Don't worry, I will clarify this on Weibo right away. We won't need to hide anything in the company anymore. Mu Xiaoya's spirits lifted. She felt reassured that she had not misjudged Qin Hao, who was indeed a trustworthy person. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a passionate kiss before shyly exiting his office. Qin Hao contemplated his words as he drafted a Weibo post. Firstly, I announced that the perpetrator spreading false information has been apprehended and has confessed to defaming me, Haoyan Technology, and Yunxiao Heavy Industry. Secondly, I sincerely thank all the concerned netizens for their interest in my personal life. I hereby declare that the girl I dined with is a former roommate. I live on the second floor, she on the first. We merely had a buffet together. Please refrain from making baseless assumptions and affecting her life. Additionally, my girlfriend is the beautiful lady who exited the Yunxiao Heavy Industry office building with me. She is also the operations director and secretary of Haoyan Technology. Lastly, I urge media friends not to craft narratives from images. Report on the truth, lest the internet be distorted, and restore its sanctity. That is all I wish to say. If any further false reports about me or Haoyan Technology arise, don't blame me for letting you know why flowers bloom so brilliantly. Upon completion, Qin Hao clicked post. Instantly, this assertive declaration ignited a flurry of discussions online. Qin Hao Appa, you are so impressive. The quintessential overbearing CEO. How fortunate it is to be your woman. Qin Hao, this Weibo post is truly bold. Let those unscrupulous media outlets know why flowers bloom so brilliantly. Qin Hao, that adorable young lady must be weeping inconsolably in the restroom now. Qin Xiao, shouldn't you check on your roommate? The one upstairs? Could it be that she's Qin Xiao's roommate? Haha. Tan Zhouxiao and Zhao Di's, who also saw Qin Hao's post, chuckling as they remarked, "Ah, youth is truly splendid. I wonder how many media outlets he has offended this time." Mu Xiaoya, upon seeing Qin Hao's Weibo post, felt elated, suddenly experiencing the sensation of being the legitimate partner. Perhaps she had indulged too much in palace dramas. Meanwhile, the company's employees noticed the post, whispering among themselves, "See? I told you, Director Mu is the boss's girlfriend. You didn't believe me, but I've seen them leave the office together multiple times. Hey, should we call her Director Mu or Boss Lady? Definitely Boss Lady. Director Mu will surely be thrilled, of course, who wouldn't be happy? This is the rightful empress from the Qing Palace drama." Hush, hush, hush. Do not speak any further. The boss has emerged as the crowd ceased their chatter. Qin Hao exited his office, gently rapping on Mu Xiaoya's door and said, "Xiaoya, let's go. We're leaving work early today to buy some festive gifts." Mu Xiaoya hastily shouldered her bag, tucked away her phone, and joyfully linked arms with Qin Hao as they departed the company. This affectionate gesture drew the attention of numerous employees. Even the higher-ups in the office glanced outside, with many female colleagues sighing. Alas, why am I not fortunate enough to find a domineering CEO like him? Su Feier quietly followed Qin Hao's Weibo, and after reading his post, her heart felt like a tumultuous blend of emotions. She was moved by his sincerity in acknowledging his girlfriend, yet astounded by his courage to confront unscrupulous media and journalists. However, more than anything, she felt a profound sense of loss. Meanwhile, in the Jiqing Center apartment, Lin Yutong held her phone, her eyes glistening with tears, tilting her head defiantly to prevent the tears from spilling over. She loathed herself for not being braver or more proactive at that moment. Perhaps she could have been the one by Qin Hao's side now. Chapter 59. It's on the news broadcast. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, he was oblivious to these women's inner thoughts. That moment, he was driving Mu Xiaoya towards the Haiwai International Shopping Plaza, with the National Day holiday just 2 days away. Qin Hao intended to purchase some gifts for his parents, to be honest. His parents did not have any particular hobbies. They enjoyed simple activities typical of elderly folks. His father liked to brew tea at home, while his mother enjoyed dancing in the square with neighbors. Their retirement funds were sufficient for a comfortable life in their small town. Every time Qin Hao visited home, he would bring small gifts to please his parents, though they were usually inexpensive trinkets. After all, his earnings over the past few years hadn't been substantial, and his parents understood. However, this year was different. Qin Hao had made money. If he continued with the same modest gestures, it would seem rather stingy. Especially since he was bringing his girlfriend home. His parents would undoubtedly inform their relatives, so he couldn't afford to be too frugal. First, Qin Hao took Mu Xiaoya to a liquor store in the shopping plaza. He inquired, "Excuse me, do you have any aged Maodai liquor?" The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with a bit of a belly, looked up and replied, "Young man, how old are you looking for? I have various years available. But the prices are steep." Qin Hao smiled and said, "I'm not afraid of high prices. I just want authenticity." The shopkeeper, hearing this, thought to himself, "Oh, I've encountered a wealthy customer today." He smiled and assured, "Rest assured, all the liquor I sell is genuine. If it's counterfeit, I will compensate you tenfold." Qin Hao nodded, replying, "All right, then please show me what you have." The shopkeeper cheerfully led Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya deeper into the store. Inside, Qin Hao saw a glass cabinet filled with various bottles of liquor. The shopkeeper pointed to a bottle and said, "Look at this one, a 5-star Maodai from 1987, with a large back label. It's been over 20 years, and it's priced at 28,000 a bottle." Qin Hao shook his head. "That price is too low. It's worth less than a bottle of red wine." The shopkeeper thought, well, this young man truly isn't short on cash. He then pointed to another bottle. "How about this one? A 5-star Maodai from 1977, with a back label featuring the 3 major revolutions. This is an internal sales product from the Maodai distillery, priced at 48,000. Qin Hao nodded. "This one is decent. Do you have anything older?" The shopkeeper, delighted by Qin Hao's interest, led him to a separate wooden cabinet and, after unlocking it, carefully retrieved a bottle. "Young man, this is a treasure. A sunflower Maodai from 1971, currently priced at 110,000. Qin Hao was thoroughly satisfied. A 110,000 bottle of Maodai was indeed top-tier liquor. He declared, "Then I would like 2 cases. The shopkeeper was taken aback, momentarily stunned, and then placed the bottle back in the cabinet. "Young man, are you jesting? 2 cases?" "Yes, indeed, 2 cases." Qin Hao responded, somewhat puzzled. The shopkeeper, realizing Qin Hao was serious, calmed himself and explained, "You might have a misunderstanding regarding Maodai. A shop like mine only has a few bottles in stock. If you want 2 cases, I will need to check with other vendors, and the price will be higher. Understanding the situation, Qin Hao sheepishly replied, "Ah, I see. Please reach out to your fellow vendors and help me gather 2 cases. I can pay for 1 case as a deposit. How does that sound?" The shopkeeper's demeanor instantly brightened at the mention of a deposit. He swiftly fetched a card reader from the counter. "Oh dear, I didn't realize how generous you were at such a young age. Rest assured, I will contact you immediately and ensure we gather 2 cases." As he spoke, he entered the amount of 660,000 into the card reader, respectfully accepting Qin Hao's card and swiftly processing the payment, anxious to ensure that Qin Hao would not change his mind. Receiving his card back, Qin Hao reminded, "Please be prompt. I need to present these gifts in 2 days, and remember, authenticity is paramount." The shopkeeper nodded vigorously, assuring, "You can count on me. If it's not genuine, I will compensate you tenfold." After leaving the liquor store, Qin Hao took Mu Xiaoya to a Huawei store, purchasing the latest smartphones for both of his parents, costing nearly 10,000 in total. They then ventured into a jewelry store where Qin Hao sought a gold bracelet for his mother, knowing that older folks enjoy wearing gold jewelry, especially when showing off during their square dancing. After browsing, they arrived at Chow Tai Fook, where Qin Hao selected a simple, elegant bracelet from the Heritage series, weighing over 80 grams. However, Mu Xiaoya found it too plain and suggested a beautiful pendant necklace resembling a blooming peony, weighing over 40 grams. Just as Qin Hao was about to pay, Mu Xiaoya insisted, "Let me cover this necklace. It's my first time meeting your relatives, and I can't go empty-handed." Seeing Mu Xiaoya's determination, Qin Hao relented, and they each paid for their chosen gifts, totaling over 60,000. They continued to explore the mall, where Qin Hao also bought Mu Xiaoya some bags and clothing. By the time they returned to the Highway Garden Villa, it was past 6 o'clock. After dinner, Mu Xiaoya turned on the television, catching the evening news, which had just begun. Qin Hao initially intended to head to the warehouse, but seeing the time, he figured the delivery truck had not yet arrived. So he joined Mu Xiaoya on the couch to watch. The male news anchor greeted, "Good evening, viewers." The female anchor echoed, "Good evening." The male anchor continued, "Today is September 27th, Wednesday, the 23rd day of the 8th lunar month. Welcome to tonight's news broadcast." The female anchor added, "Tonight's main topics include." As Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya snuggled together, watching the news, they suddenly heard the female anchor state, "Today, a trending topic has sparked nationwide discussion. Haoyun Technology and Yunxiao Heavy Industry, in partnership with Highway Group, have established Haoyun Internet, which has drawn skepticism from many netizens regarding potential behind-the-scenes operations. Our reporters contacted relevant personnel from the Dongshan Province Business Administration Bureau and the Securities Regulatory Commission for clarification. Now, let us take a closer look." Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. "Am I really on the news?" Qin Hao turned back to continue watching. Fortunately, officials from the Dongshan Business Bureau and Securities Regulatory Commission stated there was currently no evidence to suggest any clandestine dealings regarding the establishment of Haoyun Internet, and that the stock price increases for Yunxiao Heavy Industry and Highway Group were deemed normal. After interviewing these officials, the reporter added, "According to the Dongshan police, the perpetrators spreading rumors about Haoyun Technology and Yunxiao Heavy Industry have been apprehended." With that, the scene shifted back to the news studio, where the male anchor introduced, "Next, we have our special commentator, Yinsong, to provide insights on this incident." Then, they heard Yinsong declare, "Haoyun Internet is the foremost industrial internet company in Huagua. Established through the joint investment of renowned domestic enterprises such as Yunxiao Heavy Industry, Weihai Group, and Haoyun Technology. It stands as a benchmark for the intelligent upgrade of our industrial sector, and we hope such enterprises can play a leading role, significantly contributing to the industrial advancement in Huagua. The emergence of some false reports online has deeply disheartened me. It is a disgrace to us journalists. The internet era has transformed not only the dissemination of information and modes of interaction, but has also allowed many previously illegal and immoral behaviors to flourish unchecked. Due to the lag in regulatory measures, these actions have evaded oversight and sanctions, inflicting considerable negative impacts on the economy, society, and the lives of the populace. Some netizens, particularly the youth with limited discernment, are vulnerable to having their values distorted in such an environment, which can adversely affect their real lives. Therefore, fundamentally, we must enhance the regulatory framework, especially considering the inclusion of detrimental online phenomena within the legal domain. Establishing lawful governance of the internet as a foundational means is imperative, promoting the rule of law in cyberspace, ensuring that the internet is not perceived as a lawless realm. Upon hearing Yinsong's remarks, Qin Hao erupted in applause, understanding that the Huagua News broadcast coverage today was likely a show of support for Yunxiao Heavy Industry with little connection to Haotian technology. Qin Hao was self-aware enough to recognize that his current capabilities were insufficient to garner attention from the national news. Nevertheless, he felt elated. At least the higher-ups acknowledged the direction in which Haotian internet was developing. He believed that following the report by Huagua News broadcast, the company's future trajectory would be smoother. As the broadcast continued, Qin Hao was once again astonished when the female anchor announced, "Today, a video has gone viral online, amassing over 100 million views in a short time. Let us now appreciate the charm of Huagua's traditional martial art, Bajiquan." The television screen then displayed a video of Qin Hao practicing Bajiquan in the villa's yard. Yu Xiaoya's jaw dropped in shock as she stared at Qin Hao, who was equally bewildered, wondering how he could have appeared on the news twice in a single day. The video had been edited by the television station, muting the sound and accelerating the playback, making Qin Hao's movements appear even more agile and refined. After only a few seconds, the male announcer remarked, "Martial arts, as a facet of Huagua's traditional culture, encapsulates not only the spirit of humility and perseverance, but also conveys the peaceful philosophy of resolving conflict through martial prowess." Qin Hao couldn't help but smile, recalling a famous saying, "We, the people of Huagua, cherish peace. We develop nuclear weapons solely to eliminate nuclear weapons." Chapter 60. Is my junior sister here for an interview? The news segment concluded, and Mu Xiaoya enveloped Qin Hao in a tight embrace, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek as she exclaimed with admiration, "Haoga, you are amazing. Twice on the news in one day." Qin Hao, feeling a bit smug, replied, "Of course. Just look at who I am." Mu Xiaoya gazed at him with starry eyes and said, "Haoga, even when you're being conceited, you look so handsome." Feeling slightly bashful, Qin Hao ruffled her hair and said, "All right, keep watching television for a bit. I'll check on the warehouse and be back shortly." "Okay, Haoga, make sure to return soon," Mu Xiaoya affectionately replied. After planting a kiss on her lips, Qin Hao made his way to the underground garage. After about 10 minutes, Qin Hao arrived at the warehouse, which was filled with numerous delivery boxes and packaging materials. Seemingly more than the last time he visited, he placed his hands on the boxes and silently commanded, "System, recycle, ding." Recycled one delivery box, earning a monetary reward of 200 yuan and 0.01 points. Ding. Recycled one delivery box, earning a monetary reward of 400 yuan and 0.01 points. Ding. Amidst the continuous system notifications, Qin Hao swiftly recycled the boxes. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced, allowing him to work at an accelerated pace. Otherwise, it would have taken until dawn to complete the task. After an hour, he finally finished recycling. Though the system notifications continued. 5 minutes later, the notifications ceased, and just as Qin Hao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a new notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special reward, one cashback card, now stored in the system space. A cashback card. Qin Hao beamed with joy. System, honestly, did you go shopping on Taobao yourself? How did you come up with a cashback card? Ding. Host, please do not slander this system. The rewards given to you are unparalleled by any online shopping platform. The cashback card, when used, will double your spending within 12 hours. Applicable only once for each type of product. What if this is akin to receiving money for free? This special reward is indeed something remarkable. Qin Hao marveled. He then checked the system store and saw that his points had reached 286, indicating that he had recycled nearly 18,000 delivery boxes and packaging materials today. Simultaneously, his bank account had increased by over 3.5 million yuan. Qin Hao smiled contentedly, realizing that with this pace, once he opened 100 stores, he could expect nearly 4 million in transfers daily, a truly astonishing rate of profit. Satisfied with his gains for the day, Qin Hao hummed a tune as he drove towards the Weihai Garden Villa. Upon returning home, he found Mu Xiaoya in the shower. Qin Hao, feeling playful, stripped down and entered the bathroom with a cheeky expression. Mu Xiaoya, eyes closed as she washed her hair, was startled when a pair of large hands encircled her from behind. However, she soon recognized the familiar touch and, shedding her initial shyness, wrapped her arms around Qin Hao's. After over half an hour, Qin Hao carried Mu Xiaoya out of the bathroom, and they lay embraced on the bed, gradually drifting off to sleep. The night passed quietly, and soon dawn broke, ushering in the next day. Today, Qin Hao opted out of his morning exercise. He did not wish to be filmed and posted online again, although he did feel a sense of satisfaction from the numerous likes and comments his video had garnered. After breakfast, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya drove to the company, where they held a routine morning meeting with the executives from various departments, who reported on their recent progress. Boss, yesterday our Haotian recycling company acquired 43 stores for a total of 85 million yuan. Today, the finance department needs to transfer the funds to the intermediary's account to complete the transfer procedures. Qi Ming reported first. Qin Hao nodded, saying, "Well done. I will transfer the funds to the company account shortly to expedite the transfer process." How many stores does Haoyan Recycling currently have? Qi Ming continued. Including today's transfer of 43 stores, we now have a total of 100 stores, with 157 employees, 100 full-time and 57 part-time. We plan to recruit an additional 143 staff. Qin Hao nodded, stating, "In that case, let us pause store acquisitions for now and focus on optimizing these 100 stores." Qi Ming, transfer all the stores under my name to Haoyan Recycling and expedite the establishment of the finance and HR departments. Qi Ming nodded while jotting down notes. Next, the portly executive reported, "At Haoyan Internet, we have recruited 75 personnel for various R&D positions as of yesterday. Their technical capabilities span front-end, back-end, testing, UI, cloud computing, hardware design, and embedded software development. Currently, we have divided our products into 4 major lines: Manufacturing Execution System, MES, Quality Management System, QMS, Warehouse Management System, WMS, and Industrial Cloud Platform, IoT. We still need to recruit 45 more people, covering product, demand, and operational implementation roles. All right, let us proceed with this division of product lines. It is essential to communicate promptly with Yunxiao Heavy Industry and Weihai Group to ascertain their business needs." Qin Hao instructed. "Yes, I have already assigned tasks to the heads of each product line. Rest assured, boss, these individuals possess extensive industry experience. They will be engaging with Yunxiao Heavy Industry today to align on business needs and usage scenarios," the portly executive confidently assured. Qin Hao nodded and turned to the marketing director. "Director Liu? How is the market research progressing on your end?" "Boss, our marketing department has conducted a comparative analysis of similar products in the market. Currently, Haoyan Internet is the only company focusing on industrial internet. But many established industrial automation firms are also looking to enter this space, such as Holly, Kingview, and Zhejiang University Control. Recent recruitment information indicates their intentions to delve into the industrial internet. Therefore, Haoyan Internet must expedite product development. We aim to launch 1 or 2 products by the end of this year to solidify our position," Liu Chong reported. Qin Hao then looked at the portly executive. "Did you hear that? Haoyan Internet carries a heavy burden. You must strive to excel." The portly executive nodded, saying, "Rest assured, boss, we will accelerate the product rollout." Several directors subsequently delivered their reports, and finally, Mu Xiaoya presented hers, stating, "Boss, our group's Weibo follower count has reached 5 million as of yesterday. I suggest we capitalize on this momentum by sharing the video from yesterday's news about our company, allowing netizens to become better acquainted with us." Qin Hao smiled at Mu Xiaoya and replied, "Indeed, furthermore, I believe we should create a promotional video to post on our company website and Weibo, amplifying our outreach," Mu Xiaoya nodded, jotting down notes. Once the morning meeting concluded, each department's directors returned to their offices. Qin Hao, however, took a stroll around the company, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as he observed the ever-growing team. Although he could not call most employees by name, they all recognized him. Whenever they spotted Qin Hao, they would greet him with nods, and he reciprocated warmly, leaving a positive impression on the younger staff. After exiting Haoyan Technology, Qin Hao took the elevator to the 12th floor of Haoyan Internet. Upon entering, he noticed several individuals in the interview area engaged in conversation. Curiosity piqued, he approached and sat on the periphery to eavesdrop. "Hey, did you hear? Haoyan Technology was on the news yesterday, and Yin Song even supported them." One person remarked, "Really? I don't follow the news much. Haoyan Technology is that impressive? Didn't they just establish recently?" Another responded, "No kidding. I bet the owner has some serious connections, perhaps a 3rd-generation Red?" Qin Hao listened intently, secretly pleased with their discussions. At that moment, 2 familiar figures entered the elevator. It was his 2 junior sisters. Surprised, he thought, "What are they doing here?" Wang Muyao noticed Qin Hao and pulled Su Feier towards him, while Qin Hao waved back. Once they reached him, Wang Muyao eagerly asked, "Qin Hao, what brings you here?" Qin Hao smiled and replied, "I came to take a look. I saw interviews happening and wanted to join the buzz." Assuming they were unaware of his identity, he feigned ignorance. Wang Muyao, with a mischievous grin, said, "Qin Hao, you're up to no good. We already know who you are." Stunned by his lie being exposed, Qin Hao chuckled. "All right, I won't pretend anymore. But why are you 2 here? Aren't you still in school?" Su Feier explained, "Well, we don't have many courses left this semester, so we thought we'd look for part-time work. Your company is hiring foreign language translators, which suits our major, so we came to try our luck." Qin Hao nodded, acknowledging the need for translators to communicate with equipment suppliers from Europe and America. Wang Muyao chimed in, "So, Mr. Qin, do we get a free pass for the interview, since we're so familiar with each other?" She winked playfully. Qin Hao laughed. That's not how it works. Even though I'm the boss, I can't just make unilateral decisions. I'm just here for a stroll. So you both should take a moment to rest and prepare for your interview. After saying this, he promptly stood up and walked towards the office area. Wang Muyao watched him leave, frustratedly muttering, "Hmph, what a cold-hearted senior." Su Feier pulled her down onto a chair, saying, "Come on, there are so many people here waiting for interviews. You can't just openly ask for special treatment." As the conversation continued, the HR personnel called out, "Next." Hearing this, the two looked up as the person ahead of them entered the interview room. They ceased their chatter and began reviewing their resumes. Meanwhile, Qin Hao entered Wang Pengzi's office, where Wang Pengzi was typing away at his computer. Upon seeing Qin Hao, he stood up excitedly. "Oh, boss, what brings you here?" Qin Hao settled onto the sofa, stating, "Just came to look around." Wang Pengzi closed the office door and exclaimed, "I wanted to call you last night. You were incredible, twice featured on the news in one night. I told you it was going to happen. Didn't I? Everyone in our university group is buzzing about it." Qin Hao chuckled. "You're my lucky charm, Pengzi. What are they saying in the group?" "I've muted the notifications and haven't checked." Wang Pengzi replied, "I knew you wouldn't have seen it. Our class monitor shared the news about Haoyan technology in the group and mentioned planning a reunion after the National Day holiday. He's probably trying to get closer to you under the guise of that gathering." Qin Hao shrugged. "The monitor trying to get close to me? Isn't he preparing for the civil service exam? He wouldn't need to make an effort with me." Wang Pengzi laughed. "Oh, you don't know. The monitor is currently working at Southeast City Bank. He probably sees you doing well and wants to get some deposits from you." "Really? At the bank? That's news to me," Qin Hao remarked. He then added, "Earlier, I saw two of our school's junior sisters here for interviews. They're from the foreign language department. You should give them a heads up. It's best to hire them since they're alumni." Wang Pengzi asked curiously, "Do I know them?" Qin Hao replied, "You probably don't. They're still students looking for internships." Wang Pengzi teased, "Oh, so you know some juniors I don't?" "Are you too?" Qin Hao retorted, "Get lost. I'm not like you." After a brief chat, Qin Hao excused himself from the office. Wang Pengzi then called HR to relay Qin Hao's request, cheerfully returning to his work. Qin Hao wandered around the 12th floor, noting the different layout from the 11th floor, which lacked a spacious lobby but had numerous offices. As he strolled, he observed the nameplates on the offices. Reflecting, "I hadn't noticed before, but Pengzi has some decent management skills after all at IT. Seems there's some truth to the idea that your position influences your perspective." After completing his inspection, satisfied with the orderly state of the company, he decided to use the consumer rebate card he had acquired the previous night. Thus, he headed to the underground parking lot, hopped into his Porsche 918, pondering, "What should I buy? With over 600 million in my bank account, what can I possibly spend it on?" Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired, "System, will I receive a rebate if I purchase stocks?" The system replied, "Ding. Yes, host, a rebate is applicable, but please note it is only for the first stock purchase. Subsequent purchases will not qualify for a rebate." Qin Hao contemplated, "If I invest 600 million in stocks at once, I would receive a rebate of 1.2 billion while also owning the stocks. This is a profitable venture. Even if the stocks lose value later, I would still have the 1.2 billion. With that thought in mind, he opened the Tufu Securities app, browsing through the stocks in the Hong Kong market. The top companies by market value remained Ali, Penguin, and Chengdu. After calculating, he determined that both Ali and Penguin had sky-high prices, while Chengdu's stock had fluctuated recently, with many investment firms skeptical about its prospects. Thus, he decided to invest the entire 600 million in Chengdu stocks. After utilizing the consumer rebate card from the system, Qin Hao transferred all his funds from his bank account into the Hong Kong stock market, purchasing 4.5 million shares at a total transaction amount of 650 million. Just as the transaction concluded, his phone rang. It was a 400 number. Upon answering, he found it was the customer service center of the bank. "Hello, this is the Bank of Communications customer service. Am I speaking with Mr. Qin Hao?" Qin Hao was taken aback that the bank was calling him and replied, "Yes, that's me. Hello, Mr. Qin. Our risk control department has detected significant fund movements in your bank account. May I confirm if this was initiated by you?" "Yes, it was me," Qin Hao responded, thinking they didn't call me when I transferred tens of millions before. "All right, Mr. Qin, we're just ensuring your fund safety. Since you confirm it was you, there's no issue. Thank you for your trust in our bank. Should you have any further questions, feel free to call us. Have a pleasant day. Goodbye." "Goodbye," Qin Hao replied, hanging up and reflecting. So my 600 million has raised a red flag with the bank's risk control department. Just as he ended the call, the system chimed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a consumer rebate reward of 1.258 billion. Realizing the transaction for Chengdu stocks had completed, he checked his personal stock information on the Tufu Securities app, traded for 5 million shares of Chengdu Group. Qin Hao, filled with immense satisfaction, exited the securities app. His modest shareholding amounted to a mere 0.2 of Chengdu Group, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, his transaction volume of over 600 million had astonishingly become the largest trading figure in the Hong Kong stock market that day. Even momentarily shockingly, Yanhong of Chengdu, who briefly thought another investment bank was making a significant move. Little did he know, it was just a solitary purchase, leaving him quite bewildered at this juncture. Qin Hao drove to the International Exhibition Center, where the global auto show was taking place. He parked his Porsche 918 supercar in the exhibition center's parking lot. It was the first day of the exhibition. The venue was bustling with visitors. Many in line noticed Qin Hao's supercar, raising their cameras to capture the moment. Qin Hao donned sunglasses, wishing to avoid being photographed too closely. Upon entering the exhibition hall, he disregarded the booths featuring ordinary sedans and made his way directly to the supercar section at the center. There, various brands showcased their supercars, surrounded by enthusiastic photographers. Hello, everyone, I am Lao Chong. Today, I am at the Southeast City Exhibition Center for the Global Auto Show, and I invite you to experience the luxury cars behind me, came a familiar voice. Qin Hao stood on tiptoe to peek. Realizing it was Lao Chong, the internet celebrity known for his automotive commentary, he hadn't expected to see him there. Lao Chong, holding a selfie stick, approached the exhibition booth but was stopped by a security guard in uniform. Sir, you cannot enter the booth. Please take photos from outside the barrier, the guard instructed. Lao Chong, looking somewhat awkward, replied, Hey, buddy, I'm Lao Chong, the one who talks about cars. Don't you recognize me? The guard glanced at Lao Chong and then at his phone. Shaking his head, I don't know you. Feeling somewhat speechless, Lao Chong noticed Qin Hao and barely suppressed a laugh. He mused to himself about Lao Chang's amusing assumption that everyone knew him. As Lao Chong faced his online followers, who began to mock him in the comments, he felt his pride diminish. You don't recognize me? I have 30 to 40 million followers online. I'm here to showcase your cars. So don't be ungrateful, he retorted, attempting to push his way in. The security guard immediately called for assistance from a colleague to block Lao Chang's path. At that moment, the booth manager noticed the commotion and approached. What seems to be the problem? He inquired. The guard recounted the events, and the manager nodded before addressing Lao Chong. Hello, I am the booth manager. May I ask if you wish to purchase one of our exhibition cars? Lao Chong's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. What? If I don't buy a car, am I not allowed to look? The manager smiled reassuringly. Of course, you may look and take photos. But you must remain outside the barrier. Lao Chang's expression soured further, and the online viewers began to taunt him, suggesting he could afford to buy a car, as he often claimed in his videos. Frustrated, Lao Chong thought to himself, buy a car? Do you even know how much these cost? Yet, he maintained a facade of confidence, saying, I'll look first. If I like it, I'll buy it. He attempted to enter again. The manager interjected, Very well, sir. However, since our exhibition cars are quite expensive, we need to verify your funds. Please provide me with your bank card. Upon hearing this, Lao Chong hesitated, thinking, What? Why didn't you mention that earlier? His face turned pale as he awkwardly admitted, I left my bank card at home in my rush. The crowd erupted in laughter, and online viewers chimed in with their jesting comments, Haha, Lao Chong is in trouble now. This is hilarious. At that moment, Qin Hao squeezed through the crowd and approached the manager, stating, Here, I'll provide my bank card for verification. I intend to buy a car. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, and the manager's expression changed as he looked at Qin Hao, incredulously asking, Sir, are you serious about purchasing a car? Yes, you mentioned a verification. Here is my card. Feel free to check. Qin Hao replied nonchalantly. The manager, still in disbelief, took Qin Hao's card and hurried to the POS machine to verify the funds. Lao Chong, observing Qin Hao, scoffed, Do you even know what car this is? Do you have any idea how much it costs? Be careful. You might end up embarrassing yourself. Qin Hao shrugged. I indeed have no clue about this car or its price. But that doesn't matter. I can afford it, unlike you, who pretends to have the means but knows you can't back it up. The crowd erupted in laughter once more at Lao Chong's expense. Angered by the turn of events, he thought, Today has been a disaster. First, I was stopped by security, then embarrassed by the manager, and now this kid is mocking me. Lao Chong, flustered, exclaimed, All right, let us see how you managed to buy this car. My viewers are watching. If you fail to buy it, you'll have to kneel and apologize to me. Qin Hao looked at Lao Chang's phone, smiling, Fine, but if I succeed, you will kneel and call me grandfather 3 times. What do you say? Do you dare? Caught in a bind with so many viewers watching, Lao Chong gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, if you buy the car, I'll call you grandfather 3 times. Is that acceptable? Chapter 62. Cashback on consumption. Qin Hao nodded, falling silent as he awaited the manager's return. 5 minutes later, the manager hurried back, respectfully returning the bank card to Qin Hao while opening the barrier. Hello, sir. Please proceed inside. Lao Chong's expression darkened further as he blurted, Why does he get to go in? The manager chuckled lightly at Lao Chong, and once Qin Hao stepped through, he closed the barrier again, saying, Mr. Chong, this gentleman has been verified and is eligible to purchase any vehicle here. If you wish to enter, please retrieve your bank card or provide me with your card number. Verification is required for entry. The crowd laughed once more, and Lao Chong, now visibly furious, glared at Qin Hao, thinking, I don't believe you'll actually spend that much on a card. I'll enjoy watching you eat your words. The manager approached Qin Hao, respectfully handing him a business card. Hello, this is my card. You can call me Xiao Zhang. May I know your surname, sir? Qin Hao glanced at the card, noting it belonged to the regional distributor for MCC, and replied, My surname is Qin. He then produced his own card, handing it to Zhang. Zhang accepted the card, noting it simply read, Qin Hao, founder of Haoyan Technology, along with a contact number. He respectfully acknowledged, Hello, Mr. Qin. MCC has showcased 5 top-tier supercars at this event. Would you like me to introduce them to you, or do you have a specific brand in mind? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao responded, No need for individual introductions. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. Just show me the most expensive car. While he considered saying he simply wanted to swipe his card for the most expensive vehicle, he recalled what Mu Xiaoya had previously advised. Allowing the salesperson to present the vehicles would give them a sense of accomplishment. Zhang, momentarily taken aback, had never encountered a customer like Qin Hao before. He gathered his thoughts and said, Very well, Mr. Qin. Please follow me. He guided Qin Hao to a silver-gray supercar, stating, This is the limited edition Koenigsegg 1. Produced by the Swedish supercar manufacturer. It boasts a weight-to-power ratio of 1, with a top speed of 450 km per hour, accelerating from 0 to 400 km in just 20 seconds. Moreover, only 6 units have been handcrafted globally. Qin Hao admired the car's design and calmly declared, Perfect. I'll take this one. Zhang, unsure if he had misheard, repeated, Mr. Qin, are you saying you want this car? Qin Hao nodded affirmatively. Yes, exactly. Let us proceed with the purchase. He handed his bank card back to Zhang. Very well, Mr. Qin. This car is priced at 100 million RMB, along with taxes and insurance, totaling approximately 125 million renminbi. Is that acceptable to you? Zhang Chao cautiously inquired, fearful that Qin Hao would find the price exorbitant and decide against the purchase. Qin Hao merely smiled nonchalantly and replied, No problem, just swipe the card. Zhang Chao beamed with joy, saying, All right, Mr. Qin, I will take care of the formalities right away. With that, he took Qin Hao's bank card and hurried back towards the POS machine. The onlookers began to whip out their phones to capture the moment. Having overheard Zhang Chao's earlier words, jokingly, they mused about the supercar valued at 100 million. The fact that someone could buy it without a second thought was astonishing. Such a wealthy individual must be recorded and shared online for the world to see. Meanwhile, Lao Chong, feeling the crowd's gaze shift, hurriedly ended his live stream, hoping to slip away unnoticed. However, Qin Hao would not let him escape so easily. He stepped down from the display platform and positioned himself before Lao Chong, saying, Oh, planning to leave? The crowd, now aware of Lao Chang's movements, instinctively aimed their cameras at him. Lao Chong lowered his voice and pleaded, Young man, let bygones be bygones. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you? After all, I am a big streamer with 30 to 40 million followers. A little courtesy would be appreciated. Qin Hao smirked, So now you seek mercy. What happened to your earlier stubbornness? If I hadn't bought this car, would you have demanded that I kneel in apology? Lao Chong awkwardly chuckled. Of course not. How could anyone born in New China kneel so easily? Qin Hao shook his head, amused. You're quite the talker. But what about our wager? Lao Chong, feeling cornered, sighed. Well, I certainly won't kneel before you. You could just expose me. Hearing this, Qin Hao thought, Is he trying to act tough? He shrugged. Indeed, I can't really do anything about it. But with so many witnesses to our bet, and your live stream audience in the tens of thousands, you, as a well-known streamer, shouldn't be so petty over a small wager. It would tarnish your reputation. If news got out, how would you explain it to your 30 to 40 million followers? They would think of you as a coward. Lao Chong contemplated this and, realizing the truth in Qin Hao's words, gritted his teeth. So, what do you want, me? I want nothing but for you to honor the bet. Qin Hao replied with a smile. Lao Chong glared at him, fists clenched, veins popping on his forehead. The nearby security guards, noticing Lao Chang's fury, rushed to shield Qin Hao, not wanting any mishaps to occur to the wealthy individual, as it could jeopardize their jobs. Qin Hao, unfazed, allowed the guards to stand in front of him. Lao Chang gritted his teeth, insisting, "Kneeling is out of the question, it will never happen." Seeing Lao Chang's obstinacy, Qin Hao decided not to prolong the confrontation. "Fine. If you're so opposed to kneeling, you needn't do so. However," he continued, just as Lao Chang thought he might be let off the hook, "you must call me grandfather 6 times, loudly enough for everyone to hear. If I can't hear you, you'll have to repeat it." Lao Chang was taken aback by Qin Hao's audacity but felt he had no choice. With so many onlookers, he couldn't afford to back down in front of his audience. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Grandfather, grandfather, 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 grandfather." He yelled it 6 times before, humiliated. He squeezed through the crowd and fled. Qin Hao watched Lao Chang's retreating figure, chuckling to himself, reflecting that this was the reality of a streamer with 30 to 40 million followers. Nothing remarkable. At that moment, Zhang Chao returned with the bank card and purchase contract, handing them along with the car keys to Qin Hao. "Mr. Qin, would you like to drive it away now, or shall we deliver it to you?" Qin Hao pondered for a moment before replying, "I'll provide you with an address for delivery." "Sure, Mr. Qin, I'll take note of it," Zhang Chao affirmed. After Qin Hao shared the address and added Zhang Chao on WeChat. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Chao hesitated and said, "Mr. Qin, I have one more request. Would you mind if we continue to exhibit this car? It is only the first day of the event." Qin Hao considered, "That's fine, but you must ensure the car is safetied. If it gets damaged, I will refuse to accept it." Zhang Chao nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will protect the vehicle and guarantee it remains unscathed." Qin Hao agreed. "Then please have it delivered after the exhibition concludes." "Absolutely, Mr. Qin. Thank you so much." Zhang Chao accompanied Qin Hao out of the exhibition center. That moment, Qin Hao received a text notification from the bank. "You have received a transfer of 250 million. Your current balance is 1,508 million. Overcome with joy and excitement, Qin Hao mused, "Who else can earn like this?" Humming a tune, he reveled in the day's successes. As he settled into his Porsche 918, he contemplated, where to next? With 1,500 million, what can I buy that will maximize expenditure? Driving along, admiring the towering buildings, an epiphany struck him. Why am I hesitating? This amount could easily purchase an office building. He then used his Bluetooth headset to call Zhao Dezuzu. After 4 or 5 rings, the call connected. "Hello, Brother Zhao. Is this a good time to talk?" Zhao Dezuzu replied, "Yes, Brother Qin. What's on your mind?" Noticing Zhao Dezuzu sounded breathless, Qin Hao asked, "Are you feeling unwell, Brother Zhao?" Zhao Dezuzu laughed it off. "Not at all, I'm just working out." Qin Hao thought it odd to be exercising in the middle of the day. Just then, a rustling sound came through the Bluetooth, and Qin Hao realized what was happening, awkwardly saying, "Oh, well, take care of yourself and don't overdo it." "Right, Brother Qin. Is there something you needed?" Zhao Dezuzu inquired. "Yes, I'm looking to purchase an office building priced around 1,500 million. Do you have any suitable properties available?" Qin Hao asked. "An office building, you say?" Zhao Dezuzu echoed, suddenly stopping as if struck by a thought. "What? An office building? Around 1,500 million? Yes, Brother Zhao. Do you have any options?" Qin Hao reiterated. Zhao Dezuzu quickly got up, abandoning his workout, and exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes. I happen to have a building for sale, with a construction area of 75,000 square meters, 33 floors above ground and 2 below, located at the Outer Sea International Plaza. But it won't be ready for another 2 years." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao silently asked the system, "Will I receive a rebate for purchasing an unfinished office building?" Beep. As long as the contract is complete, the transaction is eligible for a rebate. With the system's assurance, Qin Hao felt relieved and smiled. "What is the price? If it's too steep, I may not afford it." Zhao Dezuzu grinned. "If you're buying, I'll give you a discount. The original price is 1,875 million. If you pay in full, I'll offer it to you at 80%. Exactly 1,500 million. What do you think?" Qin Hao nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for the generous discount. Let us sign the contract right away." "Right now?" "Sure, just a moment. I'll call the sales manager at Outer Sea International to arrange for you." Zhao Dezuzu replied, surprised by Qin Hao's promptness. After hanging up, Qin Hao drove towards the Outer Sea International Plaza. In just over 20 minutes, he arrived at the sales center, where the manager was already waiting at the entrance to greet him. Qin Hao parked his Porsche 918, and the manager hurried over, opening the door and respectfully stating, "Hello, Mr. Qin. Chairman Zhao has briefed me about your visit. Let me introduce you to the office building you wish to purchase." As they approached the model display, The manager pointed to a building near the Outer Sea Garden, explaining, "This is the building you're interested in, located in the A3 area of Outer Sea International Plaza. It is targeted at high-tech industries such as the Internet of Things, automotive connectivity, and chip technology. We have already signed agreements to attract well-known companies like Huawei and Chengdu for tenancy, with completion expected in about 2 years." Qin Hao nodded, finding that this aligned well with his current industry. After completion, it would serve as a splendid headquarters for his company. He then stated, "Well, let's sign the contract." Upon finishing, he handed his bank card to the sales manager. The sales manager respectfully received it and replied, "Certainly, Mr. Qin, I will take care of that right away. Please hold on a moment." Qin Hao found a seat in the signing area and took out his phone to play with it. At that moment, he received a notification from Weibo. Upon opening it, he discovered that Haoyan Technology's official account had shared a news post. Glancing through the comments, he noted that netizens overwhelmingly supported Haoyan Technology, which pleased Qin Hao immensely. This was the credibility of official media. Once they spoke, unscrupulous individuals dared not act recklessly. He then opened another Weibo post and encountered a piece of news. The streamer Tong Xian heir of the Fishball Guild had not logged in for several days, possibly indicating a rift with the guild. Qin Hao pondered, Lin Yutong. What could be wrong? Is she in trouble? Thus, he decided to delve into the news further. After a quick skim, he found no substantial leads. Merely some unfounded speculations. It seemed the best course of action would be to inquire directly with Lin Yutong. Just then, the sales manager returned with the contract and bank card. Qin Hao waved him over, and the manager promptly approached, respectfully returning the items. Mr. Qin, your paperwork is all in order. Should you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me. My number is on the contract. Qin Hao nodded, shook the sales manager's hand and said, "Thank you for your assistance. My pleasure. It is an honor to serve you," the sales manager replied courteously. He then escorted Qin Hao to his car, watching him depart. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he sighed, muttering, finally sent him off. He then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chairman Zhao. "Chairman, Mr. Qin's contract is finalized, and the 1.5 billion purchase funds have been transferred to the group account." At that moment, Zhao Dizhus was still busy and hadn't had a chance to reply to the sales manager. Shortly thereafter, Qin Hao received a text alert from the bank. A transfer of 3 billion has been credited to your account. Your balance is now 3 billion and 8 million. With less than 4 hours remaining before the 12-hour deadline, Qin Hao found himself at a loss for how to spend the 3 billion and yield a return of 6 billion. Even acquiring a company within 4 hours seemed implausible. As he drove towards the Jiqing Center, he recalled that he hadn't checked on his rental property in quite some time and felt a twinge of concern for Lin Yutong. Deciding it was best to visit her directly, after approximately 20 minutes, he parked in the underground garage of the Jiqing Center and walked towards his rental apartment. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a sight of several bags of trash piled at Lin Yutong's door, indicating she had not ventured out in days. Qin Hao shook his head in disbelief, thinking, this is quite lazy. He promptly gathered the trash for disposal. Afterward, he knocked on Lin Yutong's door, but received no response. Gently pushing the door open, he stepped inside, only to find the room empty. Could Lin Yutong have gone out? He wondered. He touched the computer's casing and found it cold, suggesting it had not been recently shut down. A thin layer of dust covered the desk, leading Qin Hao to suspect she hadn't returned for several days. How strange. Did she go home early for the National Day holiday? He mused, before leaving her room to head upstairs to his own. Suddenly, he heard some noise coming from his room. Pausing on the stairs, he listened intently. "Qin Hao, do you know how much I like you?" It was Lin Yutong's voice, albeit slightly slurred. Has she been drinking? He thought. The sound continued. What did you say? You know? Hee. No, you don't. I haven't confessed to you. So how could you possibly know? Come on, Qin Hao, have another drink. You're not drinking? Well, I will. Qin Hao stood there, taken aback, contemplating how much she must have consumed. After a moment, Lin Yutong's voice rang out again. Qin Hao, I liked you from the very first moment I saw you. Later, when you took me shopping for clothes, shoes, and bags, even getting me a new phone and treating me to delicious meals, I felt your presence everywhere in my life. You brought light into my world. I thought I had found someone I could rely on. But I couldn't muster the courage to seize the moment. When you told me you were leaving, do you know how much it hurt? In that moment, I desperately wanted to tell you I liked you and to ask you not to go. But I didn't have the courage. I am just a girl abandoned by the world. Aside from my siblings in the orphanage, I have no family. I never even hoped for relatives or a lover. I know I am not brave enough to face rejection, which is why I never spoke up. After a brief pause, Lin Yutong took another swig of her drink. She continued, after you left, I tried to forget you. To pretend I had never met you. But you still occasionally sent gifts in my streaming room. I feigned ignorance, pretending that Tiangu was not you. Qin Hao. Yet just when I thought I could forget you and focus on working hard to support the orphanage. Your rumors trended on Weibo. You are so exceptional, and I am just a small streamer. That is fine, but why did you say on Weibo that I was merely your roommate? Am I not even a good friend in your eyes? Before long, the sound of Lin Yutong's sobbing filled the room, followed by the clinking of her bottle as it fell to the floor. Qin Hao hesitated, feeling a pang of concern for her well-being. He gently pushed open the door to her room, which creaked as it revealed the scene inside. He was met with a disarray of empty bottles scattered across the floor, and his heart ached at the sight of Lin Yutong slumped by her bed. Her hair a mess, wearing a sleepwear soaked in alcohol, her head resting on her arm, half sitting on the floor. Qin Hao felt a sharp pain in his heart. He thought to himself, it's my fault for not considering Lin Yutong's feelings when I posted on Weibo. Referring to her merely as my roommate, he approached her gently, lifting her and laying her down on the bed. Chapter 64. Qin Hao, is that you? Lin Yutong's face was streaked with tears. Qin Hao headed to the bathroom, dampened a towel with warm water, wrung it out, and returned to sit beside her, gently wiping away the traces of tears on her face. Lin Yutong occasionally whimpered softly, resembling an injured kitten. Rising, Qin Hao surveyed the room, which was in utter disarray, with countless bottles scattered about. He glanced back at Lin Yutong lying on the bed, shaking his head as he said, Yutong, why go to such lengths for me? Is it worth it? He tidied up the room, collecting the discarded bottles. There were an astounding 48 of them. Concerned for her health, Qin Hao looked at Lin Yutong and applied his medical knowledge. Fortunately, she was merely drunk and did not appear to be in serious danger. Suggesting she hadn't consumed all that alcohol in one day, he sighed in relief and continued cleaning. After more than 10 minutes, the room was finally restored to order. Qin Hao sat back down beside Lin Yutong, reflecting on their shared moments, a faint smile gracing his lips as he unconsciously reached out to touch her cheek. At that moment, Lin Yutong stirred, her hand brushing against Qin Hao's back, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She slowly opened her eyes. Qin Hao? Is it really you? I miss you so much, Qin Hao, she exclaimed, sitting up and wrapping her arms tightly around him. Qin Hao, caught off guard with his arms suspended in midair, was unsure of how to respond. Lin Yutong nuzzled against his neck like a small cat, murmuring, I must be dreaming. Qin Hao has a girlfriend. How could he possibly come to see me? But this dream feels so real. Qin Hao, you smell so good. I wish I could hold you like this forever. Listening to Lin Yutong's half-drunken ramblings, Qin Hao wondered whether he should speak. Would saying anything frighten her? I find myself in a quandary. Thus, maintaining this position for 5 to 6 minutes, Qin Hao sensed Lin Yutong's breathing gradually stabilize, the gentle exhalation from her small mouth brushing against his neck, invoking an odd sensation. Subsequently, as Qin Hao slightly shifted his body, Lin Yutong slipped from his embrace, and he instinctively supported her, gently placing her back on the bed. However, this time, Lin Yutong, resembling a small infant, once again clung to Qin Hao. Off balance, Qin Hao inadvertently toppled onto Lin Yutong. He attempted to rise, yet her grip was too tight, rendering him unable to move. Consequently, he lay on his side, gradually loosening her hold on his arm, finally finding himself lying beside her. Just as he contemplated getting up, Lin Yutong's arms encircled him once more, one leg resting upon his, murmuring softly, Don't leave me, Qin Hao, don't leave me. Qin Hao was at a loss for words. Well, this time he was thoroughly pinned down by Lin Yutong. He resigned himself to lying there, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Who would have thought that in such circumstances, Qin Hao could actually drift off? Time passed slowly, and after more than 2 hours, he was roused by the vibrations of his phone in his pocket. At this moment, Lin Yutong had already released her hold on him. Qin Hao retrieved his phone to find a call from Mu Xiaoya. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Lin Yutong, he stood by the window to answer the call. Brother Hao, where have you been? I haven't seen you all day. Xiaoya, I'm at Zhaogu's place and 1TB back for dinner tonight. No need to wait for me, Qin Hao lied, not wishing to complicate matters further. Oh, all right then. Just make sure not to drink too much and come back early, Mu Xiaoya replied. Sure. Qin Hao concluded the call and noted the time. It was already past 7 in the evening. In truth, Lin Yutong had awakened long ago, but had chosen to remain still, fearing that any movement would disturb Qin Hao's slumber. As she gazed at his side profile, her heart mused, how wonderful it would be if they could remain like this forever. It was only when Qin Hao's phone vibrated again that he stirred, prompting Lin Yutong to quickly withdraw her arms and legs from him. Upon hearing Qin Hao's girlfriend on the line, Lin Yutong felt a flicker of delight in her heart, though she could not quite fathom why. Perhaps it was simply the joy of knowing that Qin Hao would not abandon her the moment he received his girlfriend's call. Qin Hao returned to the bedside, contemplating the repercussions of her drinking so much. She would likely feel unwell upon awakening. He proceeded to the kitchen, filling a pot with water and igniting the gas. Once the water boiled, he added millet and red dates, preparing a nourishing porridge for Lin Yutong to help soothe her stomach when she woke. Opening the refrigerator, he noticed that the snacks had been nearly depleted and chuckled to himself. You may be petite, but you certainly have a hearty appetite. Of course, Lin Yutong overheard this, feeling a twinge of regret as she thought to herself, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have resorted to eating my feelings. Qin Hao surveyed the ingredients in the fridge and discovered 2 frozen crucian carp and a block of frozen tofu. He decided to prepare a crucian carp and tofu soup as well. After half an hour of bustling about in the kitchen, Lin Yutong remained anxiously with her eyes closed, deliberating whether she should wake up or continue feigning sleep. If she awoke, how would she address Qin Hao? Did he even understand her feelings? He already had a girlfriend. If she persisted in pursuing him, would that not make her the other woman? Sighing, she mused that perhaps it would be better if something happened while she was intoxicated. Relieving her of this internal turmoil, oh, Qin Hao, here I am, a beautiful woman, intoxicated, and you can still sleep soundly. How infuriating. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Hao emerged from the kitchen, having finished preparing the porridge and soup. Approaching the bed, he observed Lin Yutong still in slumber and muttered, how much did she drink that she still hasn't woken up? Never mind, let her sleep a little longer. I'll leave her a note. When she awakens, she can warm the porridge and soup. Just as he turned to find paper and a pen, Lin Yutong could no longer contain herself. Not wanting Qin Hao to leave her again, she sprang up and embraced him from behind, tears glistening in her eyes as she pleaded, Qin Hao, please don't go. I miss you. I like you. Qin Hao froze in place, unsure of how to respond. Though he harbored his own affections for this girl, he already had a girlfriend. Not one to be unfaithful, he found it difficult to utter a refusal, especially after hearing Lin Yutong's heartfelt confession in her drunken state. Thus, he gently patted her hand and reassured her, all right, I understand. I want to leave. Okay? Just let me go. I've made you millet and red date porridge and crucian carp tofu soup. You should eat something. Drinking so much can be hard on your stomach. Upon hearing Qin Hao's promise not to leave, Lin Yutong felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Regardless of whether he would reject her feelings, at least she had expressed what was in her heart. Reluctantly, she loosened her grip, and Qin Hao turned to face her tear-streaked visage, tenderly wiping her cheeks as he remarked, look at you. Your eyes are all puffy from crying. All right now, stop crying and go wash up. I'll bring out the porridge and soup. Nodding obediently, Lin Yutong released him and descended to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, she was taken aback by her disheveled appearance, her hair a mess, eyes swollen, and her pajamas damp with alcohol, exuding a strong scent of liquor. How had Qin Hao managed to tolerate such a sight? Hastily, she scurried back to her room, retrieved a clean outfit, and dashed into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within as Lin Yutong took care to refresh herself, determined not to let Qin Hao see her in such a state. Meanwhile, Qin Hao ladled the red date and millet porridge and crucian carp tofu soup into bowls, placing them on the coffee table. Just then, a system prompt chimed, ding. Consumption rebate card time has expired. Sighing, Qin Hao mused, women. They only serve as obstacles on my path to financial success. Yet, this very obstacle was undeniably charming. What was he to do? Bored, he scrolled through his phone. Since registering for a Weibo account, he had taken to browsing it frequently, and both his personal account and Haoyan Technologies account were steadily gaining followers. Noticing that his private messages had accumulated to over 99, he clicked to peruse them, only to find a plethora of trivial comments. Qin Hao, you're so handsome. I want to be your girlfriend. Even some men had sent him messages that a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to delete all the private messages and disable the messaging feature. He then glanced at the comments from his fans. Selecting a few to respond to. At this moment, Lin Yutong emerged from the bathroom, her hair dried and adorned in an adorable, fresh outfit, returning to Qin Hao's room. Chapter 65. Qin Hao's invitation upon seeing Lin Yutong's charming attire. Qin Hao smiled, now that's more like it. This is our lovely Tong Xin. Come here and enjoy the crucian carp tofu soup. Let me warm you up. Lin Yutong shyly smiled and sat beside him as he served her the soup. After taking a small sip, she found it delectable, devoid of any fishy taste, and finished the entire bowl. Feeling warm and content, She savored the soup, and Qin Hao offered her some tofu. I would have preferred fresh tofu, but there was none in the fridge, so I had to use frozen. Lin Yutong sampled a piece, nodding appreciatively. It's delicious. Thank you, Qin Hao. She dared not meet his gaze, focusing instead on her bowl. Her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Qin Hao affectionately ruffled her hair. Silly girl. There's no need for thanks. We are good friends. Lin Yutong lifted her head, her large, watery eyes searching Qin Hao's face in confusion. Good friends? Indeed. Qin Hao replied with a smile. That I mentioned you as my roommate on Weibo, primarily to protect you from scrutiny. If I had labeled you as my good friend, people would have speculated about the nature of our friendship, and I was concerned it might disrupt your life. Lin Yutong felt somewhat wronged as she set down her bowl and took Qin Hao's hand, saying, But I don't want to be just your good friend. I want to be your woman, your girlfriend. Qin Hao was taken aback. Although he understood Lin Yutong's feelings, he steeled himself and replied, Yutong, you know I currently have a girlfriend. If I accept you now, won't you worry about me accepting other girls in the future? Lin Yutong's heart sank. Then, what should I do? I don't want to lose you. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Unable to bear her sorrow, Qin Hao embraced Lin Yutong and comforted her. All right, don't cry. Yutong, I admit I have feelings for you too, but I can't betray my current girlfriend. Let's remain friends for now, shall we? Let's give each other some time. Perhaps you will meet someone else. Still feeling aggrieved, Lin Yutong nodded in his arms. She knew that Qin Hao found it hard to refuse her, but perhaps it was for the best to remain friends for the time being. After all, there was no telling how relationships might evolve. Wiping her tears, she pouted and said, All right then, you have to promise me to visit often and not ignore me. Okay, I promise. Now eat before it gets cold. Qin Hao gently replied, patting her head. An hour passed, and after tidying up the kitchen, Qin Hao turned to see Lin Yutong leaning against the door, watching him. The scene resembled that of a couple in a tranquil domestic life, which brought Lin Yutong great satisfaction. Soon, Qin Hao had finished cleaning and turned to see Lin Yutong gazing at him dreamily. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? He asked. Lin Yutong chuckled, stuck out her tongue, and said, No, I just think you look handsome while cleaning the kitchen. Qin Hao smiled helplessly as he stepped out of the kitchen, and Lin Yutong handed him an apple, saying, Here, I've peeled it for you. Taking the apple, Qin Hao sat down on the sofa, and Lin Yutong quickly joined him. Yutong, I have something to discuss with you. I'd like to know if you're interested. He began. Upon hearing this, Lin Yutong straightened up. Oh, sure, tell me. Qin Hao continued. Our company is developing a live streaming app, and we expect to launch the first version after the holidays. I'm planning to open a subsidiary focused on live streaming and media, and I'd like to invite you to join. What do you think? Lin Yutong was thrilled. This meant she could be closer to Qin Hao. However, after a moment's thought, she replied, I would love to join, but I have a contract with my current guild, and leaving would involve a substantial penalty. Qin Hao smiled. If you're willing to join, I'll take care of the penalty. You don't need to worry about that. Lin Yutong was elated but still said, But the penalty is really high, and the guild might not even agree. Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Just take a break from live streaming for now. The National Day holiday is coming up. Consider it a chance to unwind. After the holiday, we can address the contract. Lin Yutong nodded. She wasn't particularly satisfied with her current guild either. Despite being a prominent streamer with millions of fans, her contract treated her like a small-time host, taking a hefty 60% of her earnings. She also had to send money to the orphanage, which left her financially strained. Qin Hao added, Send me your bank account number. I'll transfer some money for you to enjoy the holiday. If you visit the orphanage, please buy some food and clothes for the children as a gesture from me. Though Lin Yutong hesitated to accept money from Qin Hao, she eventually relented and provided her account number. He transferred 200,000 yuan through his banking app and said, It's not much, just a little something for the children. Seeing the amount, Lin Yutong exclaimed, No, this is too much. I can't accept it. Qin Hao gently patted her head. It's not too much, and you mustn't refuse. Otherwise, I might get upset. With that, Lin Yutong stopped protesting and accepted, saying, Then I'll thank you on behalf of the children at the orphanage. That's the spirit, Qin Hao replied with a smile. Glancing at the time, he remarked, It's getting late. I should head out. Remember not to drink so much next time. Lin Yutong nodded obediently as Qin Hao rose from the sofa and walked to the door. She followed him, seeing him off. Just as Qin Hao was about to open the door, Lin Yutong embraced him from behind, saying, Qin Hao, let me hold you a little longer. Qin Hao stood still, allowing her to hold him for a few minutes. When she finally released him, he turned, wrapped his arms around her, and said, Good night. Rest early. Lin Yutong nodded, and Qin Hao stepped outside. After he left, Lin Yutong stood by the door, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Qin Hao drove to the underground parking lot. Getting into his Porsche 918, heading towards the Ocean Garden, it was now past 9 in the evening, and he planned to collect some delivery boxes from the warehouse before returning home. Arriving at the warehouse behind Panlong Mountain, he found the delivery boxes neatly stacked, with the quantity significantly increased compared to a few days prior. It seemed the new stores he had acquired were also participating in the delivery service. Qin Hao began collecting the boxes. Ding, collected a delivery box, earning a monetary reward of 200 yuan, and gained 0.01 points. Ding, collected a delivery box, earning a monetary reward of 400 yuan, and gained 0.01 points. As time ticked by, the number of delivery boxes dwindled. After more than 40 minutes, the warehouse was completely empty. Satisfied, Qin Hao looked around and said to the system, "Open the system all." The system all appeared before him, and upon checking his points, he found he had accumulated 300 points. With 48 hours left until the system all refreshed, he hoped to gather enough points in the next 2 days. If not, he would exchange some Huaxia coins to redeem the Tian Shield firewall. After closing the warehouse, he drove back to the Ocean Garden Villa. It was now past 10 o'clock, and Mu Xiaoya was already asleep. After washing up, Qin Hao lay beside her, falling asleep in her embrace. The night passed without incident, and before long, morning arrived. Mu Xiaoya woke up first and headed to the bathroom. Noticing Qin Hao's discarded clothes, she instinctively picked them up and caught a whiff of alcohol and an unfamiliar fragrance. Furrowing her brow, she realized it was not the scent used at home. Placing the clothes back in the laundry basket, she felt a mix of emotions. Although she had anticipated that such an exceptional man would attract many women, experiencing it firsthand stirred feelings of jealousy. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Regaining her composure, Mu Xiaoya began her morning routine. Today was Friday, and tomorrow, she would return home with Qin Hao to see his parents, so she needed to keep her spirits high. Once she finished washing up, she found Qin Hao still asleep. Leaning down, she gently kissed his face and whispered, How gu, it's time to get up." Slowly opening his eyes, Qin Hao was greeted by Mu Xiaoya's sparkling gaze. He wrapped his arms around her and gently kissed her. Mu Xiaoya beamed, "Get up quickly. It's already 8 o'clock, or you'll be late for work." Qin Hao, unfazed by the time, held Mu Xiaoya close and shared a tender moment. Half an hour later, they finally emerged from the room, had a light breakfast, and drove to the company. Chapter 66. Preparations before the holiday, Part 1. As usual, Qin Hao began his day with a morning meeting with the executives from various departments and subsidiaries. Qi Ming from the recycling company reported that 78 delivery stations were now operational, while the remaining 22 were still under renovation, expected to open during the National Day holiday. The number of recycling trucks had increased to 10, and the hiring for finance, HR, and delivery station staff had been completed. Qin Hao expressed his satisfaction with Qi Ming's efficiency and praised him. This marked a significant step forward for the recycling company. The fatty then provided some updates, noting that the internet company had not made significant progress yet, as it had only been established for less than 3 days. Aside from normal recruitment, everything else was proceeding as planned. Other departments also reported no new developments, continuing their scheduled tasks. Qin Hao did not elaborate much. He simply instructed Han Xiaoya to send the holiday notice for the National Day break to the employees. He then addressed Qi Ming, stating that during the National Day holiday, it was imperative to adhere to national regulations regarding overtime pay for the staff at the station. He added that Qi Ming could determine the specific schedule without needing to align with the group. Qi Ming nodded, taking note of Qin Hao's directives. After the morning meeting concluded, Qin Hao retained the chubby man and inquired, "How did it go with those 2 junior sisters yesterday?" "Rest assured, boss, I have arranged for them to be in the business department. They haven't graduated yet, and I signed them on a probationary contract with standard pay. Once they graduate, we'll assess their willingness to stay. If they wish to remain, we'll convert their contracts to permanent ones." The chubby man replied. Qin Hao nodded, asking, "You didn't mention it was my recommendation, did you?" "No, it was all part of the normal interview process. Both of them are proficient in foreign languages, especially Su Feier, who surprisingly speaks both German and French. You wouldn't believe it. Even Director Han was taken aback." The chubby man chuckled. "Oh, that's quite impressive. I didn't realize she was such an academic star," Qin Hao remarked with curiosity. "Indeed, she truly is a top scholar. I reviewed her academic records, and she has consistently received the highest honors. We weren't nearly as accomplished in our school days," the chubby man expressed with envy. "Indeed. All right, I have no further matters, so you may return to your work," Qin Hao concluded, and they exited the conference room together. Upon returning to his office, Qin Hao found nothing pressing to attend to, so he took out his phone to watch videos for a while. Upon confirming that Lin Yutong was not live streaming, he felt relieved. Realizing she was still heeding his advice, that moment, Qin Hao received a call from the owner of the liquor store. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? Yes, this is Qin Hao. Mr. Qin, I am the owner of Mingyan Mingjiu at the Overseas International Shopping Plaza. I have gathered the 2 boxes of mitai you requested. Would you like me to deliver them to you, or would you prefer to pick them up? After contemplating, Qin Hao responded, please deliver them to the Overseas Garden Villa. I'll provide you with a contact number so my staff can meet you. Understood, Mr. Qin. I will deliver them shortly. And could you also bring me 10 packs of premium cigarettes? Just the best ones. You can send me a price list later for the total, Qin Hao added. Of course, Mr. Qin. No problem at all, the owner replied cheerfully. After hanging up, the owner went to the back of the shop and retrieved 10 packs of Likun Fuchin Mountain Residence cigarettes, which he had procured through various connections. He only had about 20 packs in stock, with a market price of 20,000 each. Qin Hao's order for 10 packs amounted to 200,000, including the 2 boxes of mitai, which totaled 140,000. Qin Hao's order was worth a substantial 160,000. The owner was grinning broadly, as this was a lucrative deal after a long dry spell. Qin Hao called Master Li, instructing him to drive to the entrance shortly to pick up some items. He then forwarded Master Li's number to the liquor store owner. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong was at the largest clothing market in Southeast City, purchasing autumn attire for the children at the orphanage. With over 30 children of varying ages at the orphanage, her shopping trips often took quite some time. After Qin Hao left the previous evening, Lin Yutong called the orphanage director to inform them of her return during the National Day holiday to visit the children. She requested the current sizes of the children's clothing and shoes. The director, initially hesitant, insisted that they did not want her to spend unnecessarily, but ultimately relented and sent her the information. Lin Yutong spent a significant portion of the day selecting items for the children, packaging them at the market, and sending them via express delivery. She also bought over 30 sets of backpacks and stationery, which were also sent by express. Finally, she visited a supermarket to purchase various snacks, which she planned to pack in her suitcase for her return. These snacks were light and took up little space. Just as Lin Yutong completed her shopping and was preparing to head back, she received a call from the president of the Yuan Guild. Hello, Yutong. Why have you not been streaming these past few days? What is going on? A raspy voice inquired. President, I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Lin Yutong fibbed. Unwell? Have you seen a doctor? The president pressed. Not yet. It's just an old ailment. Nothing serious, Lin Yutong replied. Well, make sure to rest, but do try to stream a little when you can. Haven't you seen the rumors online? They say there's discord between you and the guild. Not streaming could affect your follower count, he cautioned. I understand, President, Lin Yutong replied with resignation. Listen, Yutong, you need to focus on streaming and creating content. Once your follower count increases and your streaming stats improve, I'll sign you to a major streamer contract. Don't let me down. I have high hopes for you, he said lightly. Lin Yutong had heard such words from the president countless times. With patience, she affirmed. All right, President, I'll do my best. After that, the president ended the call. Lin Yutong gritted her teeth, muttering, all he does is make empty promises, showing no regard for our interests, only seeking to exploit us. However, since she had already promised Qin Hao not to stream during this period, she decided not to concern herself with the president's words. It would be best if he simply dismissed her. That way, she wouldn't have to pay any penalties and could save Qin Hao some money. With that thought, she instinctively dialed Qin Hao's number. Hello, Qin Hao. Is it a convenient time for you to talk? Lin Yutong inquired. Yes, it's convenient. What is the matter, Yutong? Qin Hao responded. Earlier, the president of my guild called, asking why I haven't been streaming. I told him I'm unwell and have been unable to broadcast. He suggested that I should stream a bit when I feel better so as not to affect my follower count. Lin Yutong recounted. Qin Hao chuckled, saying, no worries, ignore him. You don't need to stream for now. Let your popularity settle down a bit. After the holiday, I'll negotiate terms with your guild. Understood, Qin Hao. What are your plans for the National Day holiday? Lin Yutong asked. I plan to visit my hometown, and it's been a while since I last went back. Qin Hao replied. Your hometown? Where is it, and how long will you be there? Lin Yutong pressed. That it's in Pingcheng, a little over 200 kilometers from Southeast City. I'll probably be there for 3 to 4 days, Qin Hao explained, pausing before continuing. What about you? Have you decided where to go? I plan to visit the orphanage. Today, I bought some supplies for the children and intend to see them, Lin Yutong said. Oh? How will you get there? Is it far? Do you need me to give you a ride? Qin Hao offered before regretting it. Thinking, what if it happens to be on the way? How will I explain this to Mu Xiaoya? He silently prayed that it wouldn't be on the way. Fortunately, Lin Yutong replied, "Oh, that's not necessary. Qin Hao, the orphanage is in Lincheng, which is in a different direction from Pingcheng. Next time, when you have time, you could join me on a visit to Lincheng. I'm sure the children would be thrilled to see you." Qin Hao felt relieved and smiled, saying, "All right, I'll definitely come when I have the time." Lin Yutong then asked, Is your girlfriend going back with you?" Though she hesitated to ask, her curiosity got the better of her. Qin Hao paused, deciding to be honest with Lin Yutong, and replied, "Yes, she is coming back with me. Oh, that's fine then. We'll see each other after the holiday. Goodbye," Lin Yutong concluded, hanging up the phone and muttering to herself, "Lin Yutong, why did you ask that? Now it turns out his girlfriend is going home with him. Oh dear, this mischievous Qin Hao, and he is already introducing her to his family after just a few days." As Lin Yutong walked toward her apartment, Qin Hao, having just hung up the phone, sneezed several times in a row, startling Mu Xiaoya, who promptly entered his office. "Brother Hao, do you have a cold? Do you need some medicine?" she asked. Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, it's nothing, just a tickle in my nose, achoo." He sneezed again. Pondering who might be talking about him, Mu Xiaoya stepped inside, opened the window, and remarked, "Let some fresh air in." "It could be the air conditioning." Qin Hao nodded, replying, "Yeah, it's fine. You can go back to work. I'll head out for a bit. I can't stay in the office all day." Mu Xiaoya nodded and exited the office. Qin Hao then left as well, intending to check on his two junior sisters. After all, as their senior and the company's boss, it would be remiss not to see how they were doing. Thus, he took the elevator to the 12th floor. Upon arriving, the receptionist stood up immediately upon seeing Qin Hao, respectfully greeting, "Good day, Chairman." Qin Hao nodded and walked inside. As he made his way through the office, he glanced at the nameplates until he reached the business technology department, at which point he pushed the door open and entered. At this moment, Su Feier and Wang Muyao were busily typing away at their computers. Oblivious to the entrance of Qin Hao, Qin Hao gently cleared his throat. Wang Muyao looked up, and upon realizing it was Qin Hao, she stood up and smiled, saying, "Hello, Chairman." Hearing this, Su Feier also looked up and, surprised to see Qin Hao, stood up as well, greeting him with a smile. "Hello, Chairman." Qin Hao chuckled, closed the office door, and inquired, "How's the work going? Are you settling in? When there are no outsiders around, feel free to call me Qin Hao or Hao Gu." Wang Muyao giggled. "All right, Hao Gu." Su Feier added, "Yes, Hao Gu, we just reported for duty today, getting familiar with the company's policies and work environment." Qin Hao nodded and remarked, "I heard from Manager Wang that Feier is proficient in several foreign languages." "I didn't realize she was such a scholar." Su Feier felt a bit shy, and Wang Muyao quickly interjected, "Of course, Feier is the top student in our foreign language department." Su Feier hurriedly interrupted, No, don't listen to Muyao. I just traveled abroad with my parents often as a child, which allowed me to be exposed to foreign languages early on." Qin Hao smiled and said, "Feier is being modest. I heard from Manager Wang that you've won the special scholarship for 3 consecutive years. I wasn't this impressive when I was in school." He continued, "By the way, you might not know this, but your deputy director Wang is also from Southeast University. He was my classmate and roommate." Su Feier and Wang Muyao exchanged glances and exclaimed, "Really? He never mentioned that to us." Qin Hao went on, "Tomorrow is a holiday. How do you plan to spend it?" Wang Muyao replied, "I will be accompanying my grandfather. I will be at Southeast University as usual. It's a yearly tradition." Qin Hao curiously asked, "What about your parents?" Wang Muyao expressed her frustration. "Alas, they are both busy people. They hardly have time to visit me throughout the year. I don't even know where they are now, perhaps in the United States or maybe in Europe." Su Feier chimed in, "I plan to visit the capital. My parents just returned from abroad yesterday, and I want to spend some time with them. How about you, Hao Gu? What are your plans for the next few days?" Qin Hao replied with a smile, "I am heading back to my hometown, Pingcheng, to introduce my girlfriend to my parents." Upon hearing this, Su Feier's heart sank a little. Wang Muyao, however, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Hao Gu, is your girlfriend really Mu Xiaoya, Director Mu?" Qin Hao nodded, "Yes, why would I lie about that?" Wang Muyao expressed her envy. "Oh my, Director Mu is so lucky to have found someone as handsome and wealthy as you." "How good. So, does this mean you two are preparing for marriage?" Qin Hao laughed and said, "What are you thinking? It's not that quick. We're just going to meet my parents." "All right then, I won't keep you any longer. You two continue with your work." Qin Hao turned and left the office, not wanting Wang Muyao to say anything more. Wang Muyao sat down reluctantly, muttering, "What is the deal?" He just said a few words and left. Su Feier felt a bit disheartened. She hadn't expected Qin Hao to take his girlfriend home to meet his parents so soon. She sighed softly, thinking, "Alas, I was too slow. All the good men are taken." After leaving the office of the junior staff, Qin Hao entered the office of the fatty. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Fatty quickly stood up and said, "Chairman, What brings you here? Qin Hao closed the office door. Smiling, Fatty, what are your plans for the National Day holiday? Fatty replied. Oh, what plans could I have? My mom called yesterday and insisted I come home for a blind date. The blind date? Qin Hao exclaimed, staring at Fatty in surprise. Wow, your mother is already worrying about your marriage. Fatty lamented. Exactly, Dad. I told her I just started working, and it's a bit early for a blind date, but she wouldn't hear it. She said if I don't find someone this year, I shouldn't come home for the new year. Haha, Fatty, I think your focus should be less on work and more on your weight. Most girls want to be able to handle it. Qin Hao teased. Fatty retorted seriously, hey, what do you know? Guys like me are quite popular with girls. All right, you're the popular one, Qin Hao conceded. But you really need to hurry up and get your driver's license. Then buy a car. That will definitely improve your chances on a blind date. Ugh, I want to get it done quickly too, but I failed the second test 5 times. I'm developing a psychological barrier. Fatty shrugged helplessly. Qin Hao shook his head in disbelief. Oh, Fatty, maybe you should just give up. How about I get you a driver instead? Fatty's eyes lit up. Really? Howsy? Just kidding. I don't even have a driver myself. Qin Hao rolled his eyes. You need to practice more. A man should have a driver's license. Don't you want to experience the feeling of driving a Ferrari with one hand? With that, he turned and left the office. Fatty pouted and returned to his desk, muttering to himself, humph, as if everyone is like you, tall, handsome, and rich. Qin Hao wandered aimlessly around the office, feeling there was nothing to do. He returned to his office, lay back on the sofa, and took out his phone to scroll through Douyin. He soon came across a video posted by Lin Yutong, who was dragging 2 large suitcases and filming herself. In the video, she said, Dear family, the National Day holiday is approaching, and I'm heading home. Look, these are the snacks I brought for my younger siblings, 2 whole boxes. I haven't been feeling well lately, so I won't be streaming, but I'll post videos when I have time. Love you all. She then made a heart gesture at the camera before the video ended. Qin Hao liked the post and commented, Your younger siblings are really lucky. Before long, many people liked Qin Hao's comment. Bored, he continued scrolling through Douyin, occasionally entering live streams of various hosts to send small gifts, and time quickly passed. As the workday neared its end, Qin Hao received a call from his father. He answered, Hello, Dad. Hello, Xiao Hao. Your mother asked me to check if you're bringing your girlfriend home tomorrow, his father inquired. Yes, Dad. We'll leave early tomorrow morning, Qin Hao replied. Great. How are you getting there? Taking the train or driving? His father asked. That I'm driving. I bought a card. I also brought some gifts for you and Mom. You be sure to like them, Qin Hao said with a smile. You bought a car? Good. I'll let your mom know to buy more vegetables and meat today. Your uncles and aunts heard you're bringing your girlfriend home and will be coming over tomorrow too? His father chuckled. Okay, I think we'll arrive by noon. If we're late, you can eat first. Don't wait for us, Qin Hao suggested. That won't do. It's your girlfriend's first visit. How can we eat without waiting for you? His father insisted. All right, I'll inform your mom. If there's nothing else, drive safely tomorrow. After that, his father hung up. Seeing the time, Qin Hao realized it was almost time to leave. He stored his notebook in the system space and stepped out of his office, making his way to Mu Xiaoya's office. Xiaoya, what are you so focused on? He asked. Mu Xiaoya looked up and smiled. How good? I'm reviewing the attendance of the staff for the past half month. We release salaries on the 1st of every month, and today the finance department needs to prepare the payroll. Otherwise, it'll be delayed until after the holiday. Qin Hao nodded. Oh, all right then, I'll wait for you. He took a seat on the sofa and resumed looking at his phone. After 5 or 6 minutes, a staff member from the finance department knocked on Mu Xiaoya's door and entered. Director Mu, has the attendance been verified? Upon noticing the chairman sitting on the sofa, the employee quickly added, Chairman, I'm sorry. I didn't see you were here. I'll just step out. Please continue with your work. Qin Hao looked at Mu Xiaoya in confusion and awkwardly remarked, Am I really that intimidating? Mu Xiaoya laughed, covering her mouth. My dear young master, who in the company doesn't know you are my boyfriend? If you lounge around in my office like that, what do you think they will think? Of course they want to leave quickly. Qin Hao pouted. Sigh. Being a boss comes with its own set of troubles. Mu Xiaoya smiled. You're being too dramatic. All right, I've finished verifying. Let me send it to finance. And then we can head out. After 5 minutes, Mu Xiaoya shut down her computer, grabbed her bag, and linked her arm with Qin Hao as they exited the office. Employees began tidying up their desks, preparing to leave. Upon seeing the two emerge from the office, they paused momentarily, waiting for them to take the elevator down before resuming their tasks. In the restroom, a young woman at the front desk conversed with her colleague. Have you noticed how our chairman and Director Mu truly make a striking couple? I heard that Director Mu plans to introduce the chairman to her parents during the upcoming holiday. Wow, Their relationship is progressing so quickly. It's only been a few days, and they're already meeting the family. Could it be that she's pregnant? Shoo, don't say such things. Be careful not to be overheard and reported. The female colleague shrank her neck in embarrassment, yet this conversation caught the attention of Su Feier, who had just stepped out, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. She too worried that Qin Hao's girlfriend might truly be expecting. Chapter 68. Return to Pingqing. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya drove back to the Ocean Garden Villa, where Old Li had prepared dinner, saying, "Mr. Qin, I've placed the cigarettes and liquor you sent into your room." Qin Hao nodded and replied, "Thank you, Old Li. Since Xiaoya and I won't be home during the National Day holiday, feel free to attend to any matters you have." "Understood, Mr. Qin," Old Li acknowledged before exiting the dining room. After finishing their meal, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya went upstairs. Mu Xiaoya needed to pack her luggage and gifts, while Qin Hao checked on the cigarettes and liquor, 2 boxes of mutai, each meticulously wrapped in cotton paper, with each bottle protected by bubble wrap. He inspected the 10 packs of cigarettes and, feeling satisfied, transferred the remaining payment to the vendor. He informed Mu Xiaoya that he was heading to the warehouse on the back hill and stepped outside. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Qin Hao began his recycling tasks. After about 40 to 50 minutes, he stretched his back, feeling fatigued from the daily collection. This time there were no rewards from the activity system, so he asked, "System, when will I receive another consumption rebate card? Look at how much I collect daily. It's quite exhausting." Ding. Special rewards are random, and the system cannot determine them, a gentle reminder to the host. There are 16 hours remaining until the next system mall refresh. Sighing, Qin Hao opened the system mall. With just over 600 points, he realized he would be leaving Southeast City the next day and wouldn't have another chance to collect. Missing this opportunity meant he might not encounter the Heavenly Shield firewall again for some time. Resolute, he said to the system, "I wish to exchange 400 points. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired 400 points at the cost of 40 million Huaxia coins. System, redeem the Heavenly Shield firewall," Qin Hao instructed. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Heavenly Shield firewall. The installation program and source code have been placed in the system space. Qin Hao glanced at the Heavenly Shield firewall in the system space and inquired, "System, can you now enlighten me on how to upgrade the Heavenly Shield firewall?" Ding. The Heavenly Shield firewall is categorized into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and divine. It possesses the capabilities to defend against network attacks, eradicate viruses, and conduct tracking counterattacks, along with self-learning abilities. Once activated, the beginner level will gain experience points through active defense and tracking counterattacks. When the experience points meet the upgrade criteria, it will automatically advance to the intermediate level. The higher the level, the more experience required for upgrading, which also takes longer. Alternatively, one could use skill upgrade cards for advancement. Qin Hao nodded, grasping the concept. Essentially, the Heavenly Shield firewall could either upgrade itself through self-learning or he could spend money to exchange for skill upgrade cards. He mused, "System, you've certainly played your fair share of online games. Your strategies are quite intricate." Having assessed his surroundings and completed his tasks, Qin Hao exited the warehouse and drove his Porsche 918 back to the Ocean Garden Villa. After a brief drive, he parked in the underground garage. By then, Mu Xiaoya had packed her suitcase and gifts. Qin Hao remarked, "We have so much to carry. Let us take the Cullinan tomorrow." Mu Xiaoya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the sports car cannot accommodate all of this. Shall we move the items down now to avoid packing again tomorrow?" Qin Hao agreed and lifted 2 boxes of mutai while Mu Xiaoya pulled her suitcase and carried the other gifts. Together, they took the elevator directly to the garage. After placing the items in the trunk, they ascended once more. Knowing they would be driving for a long time the next day, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya washed up early and went to bed. The night passed without incident, and soon it was the next day. Aware of Qin Hao's plans to depart, Old Li rose early to prepare breakfast. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya were up before 7. After breakfast, Mu Xiaoya took over an hour to complete her makeup and finally, at 8 o'clock, they set off in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan towards Pingqing. On the first day of the National Day holiday, the highways were bustling with vehicles. Although the distance between cars was about 50 to 60 meters, a vacuum zone surrounded Qin Hao's vehicle, with no cars on either side and the nearest vehicle trailing at least 200 meters behind. This allowed Qin Hao to drive comfortably without needing to check his mirrors, simply heading north. After driving for over 3 hours on the highway, they finally approached the Pingqing Highway exit just before noon. Mu Xiaoya opened the sun visor on the passenger side, applying makeup while occasionally asking Qin Hao how she looked. He smiled and reassured her, "Xiaoya, there's no need to be nervous. My parents are very kind. Just relax, you look beautiful." Despite his words, Mu Xiaoya continued to touch up her makeup and adjust her outfit. Soon, they arrived at the Dongxing Steel Dormitory community in Pingqing, an area Qin Hao had known for over a decade. The Pingxing Dongxing Steel Group had been his parents' lifelong employer, and the housing was provided by the company. The elderly security guard at the entrance, whom Qin Hao recognized well, was around 70 years old and had no children. So the company allowed him to serve as a guard after his retirement. The gate was usually half open, making it convenient for vehicles to enter and exit. However, Qin Hao's car was rather wide, and the partially open gate was insufficient. He parked the car, took out a pack of cigarettes, and approached the security guard, saying, "Mr. Wong, I'm back. Could you please open the gate for me?" He handed the cigarettes to Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong smiled. "Oh, it's little Hao. You're back. I haven't seen you in months. What have you been busy with?" Qin Hao replied with a grin. "Oh, I was too busy before, but now that I have some time off, I thought I'd come back and visit." Mr. Wong chuckled as he picked up the gate remote, glancing at the entrance, but the gate is already open. Isn't it? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Hao explained. "Well, Mr. Wong, my car is quite wide, and the gate is just a bit too narrow for me to fit through." Mr. Wong laughed heartily. "Too narrow? What kind of car are you driving? Come on, let me take a look." As Mr. Wong stepped out of the guardhouse, he spotted the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and turned back to Qin Hao. "Little Hao, is this your car?" Qin Hao nodded with a smile. "Yes, it is that I just bought it recently." "Wow, this car is enormous. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Little Hao, I always thought you'd be successful when you grew up." "Indeed, we've never seen such an impressive car in our neighborhood," Mr. Wong praised, clapping Qin Hao on the shoulder. Feeling a bit bashful, Qin Hao smiled. Just then, another car approached from behind. Qin Hao quickly said, "Mr. Wong, look, another car is coming. Let us catch up another time. Please just open the gate a bit wider so I can drive in without blocking the way." Sure, Mr. Wong replied, stepping aside and pressing the remote to open the gate wider. Qin Hao lowered the window, waved goodbye to Mr. Wong, and drove into the community. His home was in Building 11, where a group of older women were gathered. Sitting on small stools, fanning themselves and chatting, Qin Hao's car slowly approached and stopped in front of Building 11. He and Mu Xiaoya exited. Mu Xiaoya, dressed elegantly in a fitted dress and high heels, exuded the charm of a modern city lady. In contrast, Qin Hao dressed casually, as it was a visit to his family home. He opened the trunk and retrieved the mutai and other gifts. The older women sitting nearby all turned their attention to them, with one of them exclaiming, "Isn't that Qin Hao from Sister Shen's family?" The others echoed in agreement. "It really is Qin Hao. The Qin family must be doing well. Just look at the size of that car. It must be worth a fortune." The first woman who recognized Qin Hao stood up and called out, "Qin Hao, is that you?" Qin Hao turned at the sound and waved. "Aunt Lu, it's been a while. You look younger than ever." Aunt Lu laughed heartily. "I almost didn't recognize you from afar. You re quite the charmer. And who is this young lady?" Aunt Lu smiled warmly at Mu Xiaoya, standing beside Qin Hao. Qin Hao introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Mu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, this is Aunt Lu, who lives in our building." Mu Xiaoya smiled and said, "Hello, Aunt Lu. You can just call me Xiaoya." Aunt Lu smiled as she scrutinized Mu Xiaoya, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this girl is truly stunning. Xiaohao has done remarkably well, but where's your mother? Why didn't she come out to greet you? Such negligence." Qin Hao quickly responded, "I haven't called my parents yet." Aunt Lu, with a serious demeanor, replied, "When the daughter-in-law visits, there is no need for a phone call. She should have already come down to welcome you. Wait here, I shall call her." Then, Aunt Lu placed her hands on her hips, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the upper floor, "Sister Shen, your eldest son Qin Hao has returned with his girlfriend. Hurry down." Mu Xiaoya was left speechless, thinking to herself, is communication really just a matter of shouting? Qin Hao chuckled and explained to Mu Xiaoya, "Aunt Lu used to be a section chief in the factory, and with the noise in the workshop, she developed quite a powerful voice. She's a good person." Meanwhile, Qin's mother was busy cooking in the kitchen. Upon hearing Aunt Lu calling her, she opened the kitchen window and looked downstairs. Spotting her son Qin Hao, she hurried back inside and told Qin Dad, who was in the living room enjoying tea with his elder brother and younger brother, "Your son has brought his girlfriend back. Aren't you going to go down and welcome them? All you do is drink tea. Hurry up." Thus, the entire family, Qin Dad, Qin Mom, uncle and aunt, and cousins from both sides, descended the stairs. Qin Hao was genuinely surprised to see so many family members come to greet him. And he took Mu Xiaoya's hand to introduce her to everyone. Mu Xiaoya politely greeted each one. Qin Mom affectionately held Mu Xiaoya's hand and said, "Xiaoya, I've been looking forward to your return. Come, let's go upstairs. It's rather hot outside. We can cool off inside." Qin Hao carried a box of mutai liquor while his cousin helped him with another box, and his cousin's sister followed with other gifts. In the midst of this, Qin Ming, his cousin, noticed the 2 boxes of mutai, but failed to see the car Qin Hao drove. He felt a bit disgruntled, as he worked in the capital and earned a decent salary. Yet he had only brought 2 bottles of mutai home for his father during the holidays. The fact that Qin Hao returned with 2 boxes made Qin Ming feel embarrassed, and he secretly resolved to find an opportunity to embarrass Qin Hao later. As they settled on the sofa, Qin Mom placed a variety of fruits, nuts, and snacks on the coffee table and said, "Xiaoya, you must be tired from your journey. Here, have an orange. Dinner will be ready shortly." Mu Xiaoya felt a bit awkward and quickly replied, "Auntie, please don't bother, I'm not hungry. By the way, Qin Hao and I brought some gifts for you and Uncle." She stood up and approached Qin Hao, who then brought the gifts over. Qin Hao first presented 2 Huawei smartphones, saying, "These are the latest models for you both." Qin Mom feigned annoyance. "Why buy new phones just because you're back? The old ones work fine." Nevertheless, she was clearly happy, and Qin Dad was even more delighted, having long wanted to change his phone but was always stopped by Qin Mom. Now, their son had taken the initiative to buy them new ones. Then, Qin Hao revealed a gold bracelet he had bought for his mother and a gold necklace for Mu Xiaoya. "This bracelet is for you, Mom. Try it on and see how it looks." Qin Mom opened the bracelet box and tried it on, appearing quite satisfied. The nearby aunt and third aunt looked on with envy, especially the aunt, who felt disheartened seeing her own son's gift to her. A small and unremarkable bracelet. Next, Mu Xiaoya took the gold necklace out of its box and said, "Auntie, this necklace is for you. Let me put it on for you." She moved behind Qin Mom and adorned her with the necklace. Upon seeing the uniquely designed peony pendant, Qin Mom's face lit up with joy. She clasped Mu Xiaoya's hand tightly and exclaimed, "Xiaoya has such good taste. Look at this beautiful peony pendant that it far surpasses the bracelet Hao bought. Just look at that heavy, dull bracelet. It doesn't compare to Xiaoya's necklace." Qin Hao shrugged and replied with a grin, "Mom, I picked the most expensive one for you. It weighs over 80 grams. The nearby aunt and third aunt were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "How much? Over 80 grams. Third aunt calculated in her mind, then said, How, that bracelet must cost around 40 to 50,000, right?" Qin Hao scratched his head, feeling bashful, just a little over 40,000. "It's not expensive." Third aunt gulped, silently thinking, 40,000 for a bracelet, and you say it's not expensive. The expressions of the aunt and cousin darkened as they realized Qin Hao's cousin had also brought a bracelet for the aunt. But it weighed less than 20 grams. Just before Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya arrived, the aunt had been boasting about her son's gift. Now, the tables had turned. Qin Hao then brought out some cigarettes, handing 2 packs to uncle and third uncle, saying, "Uncle, third uncle, I came back in a rush, so here are 2 packs of cigarettes for you. Just a small token of appreciation. Please don't think poorly of them." Both uncle and third uncle, seasoned smokers, glanced at the cigarettes and remarked, Hao has done well for himself, and he even remembers to bring gifts for his uncles. How thoughtful. Uncle examined the pack in his hand. Likiwa Fuchin Mountain Residence. "What brand is this? I've never heard of it." Cousin, who didn't smoke and wasn't familiar with brands, chimed in, "It probably isn't anything special. Qin Hao doesn't smoke. I wonder where he got it. You should stick to the Huangalu I bought you. Those are over 3,000 a pack." Just as Qin Ming thought he had found an opportunity to regain some dignity, third uncle interjected. Being a businessman, albeit not a large one, he recognized the brand. "Ming, you might not know this, but I've seen this brand before. At the bidding meeting for Dongxing Steel, the chairman was smoking this. It has quite a pricey brand. Not everyone can buy it. These 2 packs must be worth a pretty penny." Qin Hao smiled and replied, "Not too expensive, just 20,000 a pack, bought from a friend." 20,000? Uncle S' hand trembled as he held the pack, while Cousin S' face turned a shade darker. Yet he retorted, "Cousin, you must be joking. What kind of cigarette costs 20,000 a pack?" Qin Hao, knowing his cousin was vain, calmly replied, "I doubt it. Nowadays, cigarettes have anti-counterfeiting labels. You can check on Likiwa's official site." Third uncle chuckled, "No need to check. It's definitely not fake. This brand is rarely available in the market, let alone counterfeit. How, you're impressive. What line of work are you in to be so generous?" Qin Hao shyly replied, "Oh, just a small business. I can't compare to you, third uncle." Then, he retrieved 2 bottles of mutai from the box, offering Uncle, third uncle, "These 2 bottles of mutai are also for you. I know you both appreciate good liquor. I hope you like them." Cousin glanced at the mutai, wrapped in protective plastic, and assumed it wasn't anything special. Interjecting, "Dad, the 2 bottles I gave you are flying mutai, costing over 5,000 each. Look at these. They're not even packaged properly, and they look old. They probably aren't worth much." Uncle, aware of his son's tendencies, shot him a glare, and as he unwrapped the mutai, he froze, his hand trembling as he held the bottle, stammering, This is This is Kwai Chow Matai. Third uncle quickly leaned in. Indeed, it's Kwai Chow Matai. Check the year of production. Uncle peeled back more of the wrapping, careful not to tear it too much, and peered closely, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "It's from 1971. Though Qin Dad wasn't much of a drinker. He had heard of Kwai Chow Matai and asked, How, is this really the 1971 Kwai Chow Matai? Qin Hao nodded, indeed. If it's fake, I'll refund tenfold. Uncle was ecstatic. Oh my, How, do you have any idea how rare the 1971 Kwai Chow Matai is? A few years ago, a bottle could buy a house. Qin Hao chuckled, Uncle, you exaggerate. This bottle is worth just over 100,000. It can't buy a house. Third uncle chimed in, not exaggerating at all. Just a few years ago, housing prices in Pingxing were only 1 or 2,000 per square meter. Cousin S' face darkened further, nearly losing his composure. So, 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor add up to 150,000. How wealthy are you now? At that moment, Cousin Qin rushed to Qin Hao's side, tugging at his arm. Brother How, what do you do now? You seem so wealthy. Is your company hiring? Can I join? Qin Hao's cousin had always been quite attached to him. During their childhood, when third uncle and third aunt were busy with their business, they often left Qin in Qin Hao's care. Qin Hao often took Qin out to play together. However, as they grew older, Qin enrolled in a boarding school and rarely visited Qin Hao's home. Qin Hao smiled and asked, Little girl, have you completed your university studies? Aunt Sin chuckled and replied, She just graduated this year. I hope she considers becoming a teacher or a civil servant. Qin pouted and declared, I don't want to be a civil servant. I want to be a teacher and earn a lot of money, just like Brother Hao. While speaking, she hugged Qin Hao's arm. Aunt San playfully scolded her daughter, saying, Come here. Don't you see your Brother Hao's girlfriend is here? Show some decorum. Mu Xiaoya appeared slightly embarrassed, and Qin stuck out her tongue, saying, Oh, Sister Xiaoya won't be angry, right? Will you, Sister Xiaoya? Mu Xiaoya forced a smile and replied, No, not at all, she thought to herself. Why would I be upset? You are his cousin, not a mistress. At that moment, Qin's mother, feeling a bit awkward, suggested, All right, everyone, let us tidy up and eat. We can chat while we eat. Qin Ming then said, Uncle, Aunt, I have a gathering to attend, so I won't be eating here. Without waiting for Qin's mother to respond, he opened the door and left. The uncle's expression soured slightly, but he still smiled and said, Oh, let him be. Young people have their gatherings. Let us enjoy our meal. The family then gathered around a large round table, which was foldable and expandable, perfect for a big family meal. Qin's father, uncle, and third uncle sat together, while the aunts and Qin's mother sat next to each other. To Qin's mother's left was Mu Xiaoya, with Qin Hao beside her, and Qin sat to Qin Hao's left, with her father on her right. The 9 of them together did not seem crowded. At the dining table, Qin's mother continuously served dishes to Mu Xiaoya, saying, Try this chicken, and this duck too. Yes, and this braised pork, which Hao loves the most. I always make it for him when he comes home. Mu Xiaoya, feeling quite polite, nodded vigorously, hardly needing to use her own chopsticks as Qin's mother served her so generously that she could hardly finish. At this moment, the third uncle asked, Hao, what are you doing now? I heard from your father that you've become a manager. Qin Hao put down his chopsticks and replied, Yes, I made some money on a project recently and started my own company. The third uncle exclaimed in surprise, You've started a company? Impressive. A man should venture into entrepreneurship. Working for others won't yield great wealth. Aunt San shot a glare at the third uncle and said, What are you talking about? You haven't even had a drink yet, and you're already spouting nonsense. The third uncle cleared his throat and laughed, Haha, I can't help it when I talk business. Qin Hao, smiling, took out a bottle of Maodai liquor from a box, opened it, and said, Uncle, third uncle, let me pour you a drink. Why Dad doesn't drink much, so I'll drink in his stead. Hearing his son say this, Qin's father became displeased and said, Today, I must drink myself. It's Xiaoya's first visit, a joyful occasion. You can't substitute for me. Pour me a glass too. Qin's mother rolled her eyes and said, I see you're just eager for this Maodai liquor. Stop using Xiaoya as an excuse. She then served more dishes to Mu Xiaoya, smiling as she said, Ignore your uncle. Let us enjoy our meal while they drink. At this moment, Mu Xiaoya felt utterly helpless, truly unable to eat anymore. Chapter 70. Family chit-chat. Qin Hao poured liquor for his uncle, third uncle, Qin's father, and himself, then said, Today, I brought my girlfriend home for the first time. I am grateful to all the elders for taking the time to join us. I raise this glass to all the elders. Wishing you good health. I'll drink to that, and you may drink at your leisure. With that, he downed his glass in one go. The third uncle, beaming, remarked, Second brother, look how much Hao has matured in business. He is doing far better than you. Qin's father chuckled and said, Of course, If my son is more capable than I am, I should be the happier one. Come on, let us drink together. With that, several of them raised their glasses and began to drink. The atmosphere at the dining table was quite lively, except for Aunt, who seemed somewhat glum, having discreetly removed her gold bracelet. The mischievous Qin Shing noticed and whispered to Qin Hao, "Brother Hao, you have no idea. Before you came back, Aunt was boasting about cousin and how well he is doing in Beijing, even showing us the gold bracelet he just bought her." At this moment, Aunt San, noticing Qin Shing and Qin Hao whispering and laughing while glancing towards Aunt, guessed they were not speaking favorably and shot a glare at Qin Shing. Seeing her mother glare, Qin Shing stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Qin Hao was unperturbed. After so many years, he understood everyone's temperaments well. Aunt and cousin were simply people who loved to show off. With no ill intentions, Aunt San turned to Mu Xiaoya with a smile and asked, "Xiaoya, what do you do for a living?" Mu Xiaoya quickly put down her chopsticks and replied, "Aunt, I work as an operations director at Qin Hao's company and also serve as his secretary, helping manage the company." Aunt San, puzzled, asked, "What exactly does an operations director do?" Before Mu Xiaoya could explain, Qin Shing interjected, "Mom, how do you not know what an operations director is? It's like your former office manager." "Now do you understand?" Aunt San playfully retorted. "Only you understand everything, eat your meal." She then turned to Mu Xiaoya with a smile, gently asking, "So, Xiaoya, where is your family from? How many are there in your family? Are your parents in good health?" Qin's mother silently applauded Aunt San for her inquisitive nature, as she too was curious but hesitant to ask. At this moment, Qin Shing attempted to interject again but was silenced by a look from Aunt San. Qin Shing muttered, "Are we taking a census with all these questions?" Mu Xiaoya smiled and said, "My family is from Huayan, Jiangsu. There are 4 of us. My parents and a younger brother. My parents are both in good health. Huayan, a beautiful place. No wonder Xiaoya looks so radiant. She must be a girl from northern Jiangsu," Aunt San remarked with a smile. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Qin Hao and his uncles had consumed a bottle of Maodai, while Qin's father only had a small glass, most of it drunk by the uncles. Aside from Qin Hao, the others had flushed faces. Noticing that everyone had eaten sufficiently, Qin's mother, aunt, and Aunt San began to clear the table. Mu Xiaoya wanted to help, but Qin's mother held her back. Aunt San instructed, "Qing, keep Xiaoya company and chat with her. Stop playing on your phone all the time. You're old enough to show some manners." Qin pouted, "All right, mother, I shall abide by your decree." Then, Qin Hao accompanied his uncles to drink tea while Qin led Mu Xiaoya to Qin Hao's room. She rummaged through Qin Hao's bookshelf and pulled out an album, saying, "Sister Xiaoya, let me show you something interesting." As she opened the album, she revealed pictures of little brother Hao, exclaiming, "Look at this. Isn't he adorable? Look at this one. He.s. even bare-bottomed." Qin covered her mouth with a giggle. Mu Xiaoya felt slightly awkward, thinking, "Your cousin is such a dork." In the living room, Qin Hao was sipping tea with his uncles while Qin's father, unable to handle the alcohol, retreated to his bedroom for rest. The uncle asked, Hao, what company did you start in Southeast? What do you do?" Qin Hao replied, "I started a technology company focused on the internet and software." The uncle continued, "Your cousin seems to be in the internet industry in Beijing as well. How is the market in Southeast? I was considering having him return, as the housing prices in Beijing are too high and the pressure is immense." Qin Hao smiled and said, "Southeast can't compare to Beijing. But I see your cousin is doing well there. Big cities broaden one's horizons." The uncle sighed and added, Big cities have their own challenges. Your cousin is rather vain. We don't really know how he is faring in Beijing. Every time we think of visiting, he always claims to be busy." Qin Hao sipped his tea, choosing not to comment further, as it was a family matter. The third uncle then spoke up, Hao, does your company need more people? Your cousin just graduated and doesn't he have a proper job? She refuses to consider civil service or teaching, which worries me to no end." Qin Hao suggested, "Third uncle, why not let her assist you? Your engineering company is quite profitable, isn't it?" The third uncle replied, "I tried having her help, but after 2 days, she refused to return, saying everyone knows she is my daughter and that no one gives her any work. So she learns nothing. Now she just stays at home all day, fiddling with that computer. We have no idea what she is doing." "Fiddling?" Qin Hao asked, puzzled. "Yes, she wears those headphones, sings a bit, chats a bit, but we don't know who she is talking to. She doesn't even let me or your aunt in." The third uncle seemed frustrated. Qin Hao thought, "Is she live streaming?" and replied, "All right, I'll ask her later if she is interested in working with me." "Indeed, that is splendid news. It alleviates my concerns about her remaining cooped up at home, as I genuinely fear she may become unwell from the solitude. Observing her isolated in her room raises my apprehension," remarked Uncle San with gratitude. Uncle De glanced at Uncle San, Then at Qin Hao, hesitating to express his thoughts, he too wished to suggest that Qin Hao arrange a job for his son to ease the pressures of life in the capital. However, he swallowed his words, knowing his son well enough to predict that a request to Qin Hao would be met with refusal. With a resigned sigh, he kept his thoughts to himself. Simultaneously, Lin Yutong arrived at the Resignation orphanage in Linqing, dragging 2 large suitcases behind her. The children were joyfully playing on the playground when a girl noticed Lin Yutong and exclaimed, "Sister Tongtong is back! Sister Tongtong is back!" Instantly, dozens of children rushed towards her, leaping and calling out in delight. The director, hearing the commotion, emerged from the building. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, who had managed the orphanage alongside his mother in his youth. After her passing, he took over the administration. Lin Yutong had grown up under his watchful eye, akin to a daughter to him. Upon reaching Lin Yutong, she promptly embraced him, to which he chuckled and patted her back, saying, "Yutong, you're back. It's been so long, and you've grown even more beautiful." Lin Yutong took the director's hand and inquired, "Director, how have you been? Are the children well?" Yes, all is well. You send money to the orphanage every month. Are you managing to get by?" He expressed with concern. "Don't overexert yourself while working outside." "I'm fine. Director, I'm doing quite well. I've also brought some snacks, clothes, and stationery for the little ones, which should arrive shortly," Lin Yutong replied. As soon as the children heard about the snacks, they cheered joyfully. Lin Yutong smiled as she placed her suitcases on the ground, opening them with a declaration. "Everyone, line up. No rushing." The children, eyeing the treats, eagerly surrounded her, reaching out to grab them. Lin Yutong feigned annoyance, insisting, "Form a line. Only when you're orderly will I distribute the goodies." The children quickly complied, arranging themselves from youngest to oldest. At that moment, a horn sounded at the entrance. Lin Yutong peered outside and saw the delivery truck from Debong Express. "Director, the clothes and stationery must have arrived. Please open the gate," she said. The director retrieved his keys and headed toward the door while Lin Yutong distributed snacks, ensuring each child received at least 7 or 8 different kinds. Following that, she handed out clothing and stationery to the younger ones, who joyfully circled around her. The director observed this scene with great satisfaction and soon suggested, "All right, children, take your things back inside. Your sister Tongtong has just returned and must be tired. Let her rest before you all play together." Before long, the children scampered off with their gifts. The director and Lin Yutong wheeled the suitcases to his office, where he remarked, "Yutong, these items must have cost quite a bit, didn't they?" Lin Yutong smiled and replied, "I bought them for the children. It wasn't too much. By the way, director, I have a friend who has taken a keen interest in our orphanage. He generously donated 2 million, such a large sum. Who is this friend?" The director asked, puzzled. Just a friend," Lin Yutong stammered. The director scrutinized her, sensing she was not being entirely truthful. "Yutong, I have watched you grow up, and I can discern when you're not being honest. Please clarify who this friend is and the circumstances surrounding this donation." Realizing she could no longer hide the truth, Lin Yutong divulged the details about Qin Hao. The director patted her shoulder, saying, "Yutong, I understand you carry heavy thoughts and are strong-willed, often keeping your feelings to yourself. Unfortunately, I cannot assist with matters of the heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have remained a bachelor all my life." Initially feeling a bit dejected, Lin Yutong burst into laughter at the director's words, teasing, "When will you find a partner then, director? I think Aunt Chen from our orphanage is quite lovely. Her partner has passed away. Have you considered her?" "Nonsense. Why are you worrying about me?" the director chided playfully. Lin Yutong stuck out her tongue, grinning as she stood up, saying, "I'll go check on the younger ones and see what delicious food Aunt Chen has prepared. I haven't eaten since early morning." With that, she dashed out of the director's office, calling, "Aunt Chen, what are you cooking?" The director shook his head in resignation, returning to his office. Chapter 71. The Long Princess of Jinchang Pharmaceutical. Around 2 in the afternoon, Qin Ma, Auntie Da, and Auntie San had tidied up the kitchen. Qin Qing and Mu Xiaoya also emerged from their rooms. Uncle Da and Uncle San took out prepared red envelopes from their pockets and handed them to Mu Xiaoya, saying, "Xiaoya, since this is your first visit to our Qin family, please accept this small token of our affection from your uncles." Mu Xiaoya intended to decline, but Qin Hao interjected, "You should accept the kindness of Uncle Da and Uncle San." Xiaoya. With that, Mu Xiaoya received the envelopes, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Da. Thank you, Uncle San." Uncle Da chuckled, "There's no need for thanks. We are looking forward to celebrating your wedding feast." Uncle San added with a grin, "Indeed. Why not consider tying the knot this year, right, Xiao Hao?" Qin Hao nodded with a smile. Uncle Da continued, "Well, it's getting late. I need to head back for some rest. You all enjoy your time together. As he turned to leave, Qin Ma urged, Xiao Hao, go see off your uncles, and be careful not to trip. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya accompanied Uncle Da and Uncle San as they departed. As Qin Qing drove by, she called out, Brother Hao, I'll come by to play with you tomorrow. Goodbye. Sister Xiaoya. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya waved cheerfully. Then Mu Xiao leaned closer to Qin Hao and whispered, Brother Hao, I saw your private photos. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao immediately guessed that it must have been Qin Qing who unearthed them. That little rascal. I'll have to deal with her. Once back at home, Qin Ma was busy tidying the coffee table while Mu Xiaoya hurried to assist her. Qin Hao checked on his father, finding him still asleep. He employed his extraordinary medical skills to assess his father's health, discovering only minor ailments typical of old age. He then proceeded to the kitchen to check on his mother, who also exhibited some age-related issues. From his System S storage, he retrieved 2 longevity pills, dissolving them in a glass of water. Carrying the glass, he approached his mother, saying, Mom, have some water first. You must be busy and haven't had a chance to hydrate. Qin Ma wiped her hands and accepted the glass, saying, Look at you. Now you're considerate of your mother. She drank the water appreciatively. Qin Hao chuckled. I've always cared for you. I'll get Dad a glass of water so he can wake up. He added, Yes, go ahead. He should get up, especially with Xiaoya still here. It's not appropriate for him to sleep, Qin Ma remarked, smiling at Mu Xiaoya. Don't worry, Auntie. It's fine. Uncle had a few drinks. Let him sleep a little longer, Mu Xiaoya replied while washing the cups. That won't he do. If you can't handle your liquor, you shouldn't he drink. He lies down right after drinking. He sure knows how to enjoy himself. Qin Ma chuckled. At that moment, Qin Hao entered his father's bedroom and gently patted his shoulder, saying, Dad, wake up and have some water. It will make you feel better. Qin Dad slowly opened his eyes and asked, How, have Uncle Da and Uncle San left? Yes, they just left. Come on, have some water before going back to sleep, Qin Hao encouraged, helping his father sit up and handing him the glass. Qin Dad took the glass and drank, smacking his lips as he remarked, This Maotai liquor is remarkable. It still tastes sweet. Qin Hao was speechless. It was clearly the taste of his longevity pills. After finishing the glass of water, Qin Dad felt revitalized and joined Qin Hao in the living room, where Mu Xiaoya and Qin Ma were seated on the sofa, watching television. Seeing Qin Dad enter, Mu Xiaoya quickly stood up, saying, Uncle, please sit here. Qin Dad chuckled and insisted, Xiaoya, you sit down, I'm fine here. Qin Ma pulled Mu Xiaoya back, saying, Xiaoya, sit down. Don't mind him. He can sit wherever he likes. Mu Xiaoya smiled awkwardly and sat beside Qin Ma. The family enjoyed a harmonious moment, watching television, cracking sunflower seeds, and engaging in casual conversation. Qin Ma finally asked, Xiao Hao, I didn't get to ask earlier when Uncle Da was here. What is this about starting a company? Didn't you say you became a manager with an annual salary of $1 million? Why have you decided to start your own business? Before returning home, Qin Hao anticipated the questions his parents would surely ask and had prepared his responses in advance. He said, Well, the company recently rewarded me with a sum of money for a project. Seeing the promising Bitcoin market, I decided to invest some of it, and to my surprise, I made a considerable profit. Now, I have a bit of money, and since I've met some clients while working on projects, I thought about starting my own company. It's far better than continuously working for others. Bitcoin? What is that? Qin's mother inquired. You can think of it as a type of stock, Qin Hao replied with a smile. Oh, you must be cautious, though. The stock market carries risks. Haven't you heard the news often say that? Qin's father interjected. I understand. I've already withdrawn all my money and am no longer trading. Now, I can focus on starting my company. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. Looking at the time, he suggested, Mom and Dad, it's still early. How about we go for a stroll? It would be nice to show Xiaoya around Pingqing. Sounds good. They all agreed. Thus, the Qin family of 4 stepped outside and approached Qin Hao's car. Xiao Hao, is this car yours? Qin's father asked, gazing at the vehicle. Yes, I bought it. Come on, let us get in, Qin Hao replied. He took the front seat with Mu Xiaoya, while his parents settled into the back. Upon entering the car, Qin's father marveled. I never imagined that in my old age I would ride in such a luxury vehicle. Qin's mother, admiring the car's interior, laughed. Looks like we're about to enjoy the fruits of our son's labor. Meanwhile, far away in the capital city of Huagua, Su Feier had just exited the international airport when a middle-aged man in a suit approached her. Taking her suitcase with a respectful demeanor, Miss, you have returned, he said. Uncle Qin, thank you for coming to pick me up, Su Feier smiled. This is my duty, Mississippi. Let us head to the car. Both sir and madam are eagerly awaiting your arrival at home, he replied, opening the back door for her. After placing her luggage in the trunk, he drove away from the airport, heading towards the West 3rd Ring Road of the capital. After nearly an hour's drive, The Rolls-Royce Phantom entered a 3-story villa in the Far Ocean Villa district. As Su Feier stepped out of the car, she called out, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." At that moment, the front door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman in a purple Qin Hao, who joyfully exclaimed, "Feier, you're back, Mom." Su Feier rushed forward to embrace her mother and asked, "How was your time abroad?" "We're doing well. However, you seem to have lost some weight." "How was your time in the southeast?" Su's mother replied, linking arms with her as they walked into the house. Su Feier looked around the living room, noticing her father was absent. "Where's Dad? Isn't he home?" she asked. Her mother sighed and pointed upstairs, saying, "He's in the study, on a conference call." Su Feier pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. Dad is such a workaholic." Her mother affectionately patted her head. "He cares about you very much. We came back this time to take you abroad." "Abroad? No way. I still have a year until graduation. I'm not going overseas." Su Feier sulked, sitting on the sofa with her back turned. Just then, her father descended the stairs and cheerfully announced, "My darling daughter is back. Come here. Let me give you a hug and see if you've become even more beautiful." Su Feier's father, Su Jinjian, was the chairman of Jinjiang Pharmaceutical Group and was nearing 60. He founded the company 30 years ago in Shanghai, which has since become a leading enterprise in the medical industry of Huaxia, placing him among the top 20 on the Huarun rich list. Due to his busy career, he married later in life and had Su Feier when he was nearly 40 yet. He remained low-key, and few knew him well, which meant that even though Su Feier studied in the southeast, her true identity remained a secret. "Dad, I missed you so much." "Did you miss me too?" Su Feier exclaimed as she ran to embrace him. "Of course I did," he replied, holding her hand affectionately. "You're lying. If you really missed me, why didn't you come to pick me up?" "All I see in your eyes is work," she feigned anger. Pouting, "My Feier is upset. I had a business matter to attend to, but as soon as it was resolved, I rushed down." "Don't be angry. I brought you a gift back from Europe. Come and see." Su Jinjian said indulgently. Su Feier glanced over and saw her father producing a jewelry box. "What is it this time?" "More jewelry, Dad. You're being repetitive. You always bring back jewelry," she teased. Su's mother interjected. "Feier, you misunderstand your father. He specifically bought this ring for you." "A ring? What kind of ring? Show me," Su Feier said, intrigued since her father had never given her a ring before. He always said to wait for her future partner to gift her one. Su Jinjian opened the box, revealing an exquisite pillow-shaped pink diamond ring that shimmered under the light. "How beautiful," Su Feier gasped. Her mother chimed in, "Your father purchased this ring at Sotheby's for a staggering 180 million euros. It weighs 16.78 carats. That expensive?" Su Feier looked at her father in disbelief. "Do you like it?" "It has a particularly romantic name. Sakura," he replied. "Sakura? Such a romantic name, just like its color." "But, Dad, this is far too costly. Over 10 billion Huaxia coins." Su Feier held the jewelry box, astonished. "It's not too much if you love it. I envision you wearing it on your wedding day. It will surely be an incredibly romantic occasion," Su Jinjian said, gazing at Su Feier with tenderness. "Dad, what are you saying? I'm only 21 and haven't even graduated from university yet." "Marriage is still far off." Su Feier blushed slightly, envisioning a scene of Qin Hao holding her hand and proposing before a priest. "Oh? Why is my Feier blushing? Could it be that she has someone she fancies?" Su Jinjian, who cherished his daughter dearly, immediately sensed that Su Feier might have someone special in her heart. "There's no one. You don't need to worry about me. If I had a boyfriend, I would definitely tell you. Besides, if I did, you would surely find out." Su Feier replied, "Is that so? I heard you're interning at a company called Haoyan Technology, and the chairman is a young man in his 20s, Su Jinjian said with a smile. "Dad, why are you like this?" "I'm not discussing this with you," Su Feier exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she clutched the jewelry box and dashed upstairs. Su Jinjian watched her retreating figure, chuckling. "My daughter has grown up and has someone special." Su Feier's mother settled beside Su Jinjian, taking his hand. "Shouldn't we meet this Qin Hao? After all, it concerns our daughter's future." Su Jinjian gently patted his wife's hand. "Let us wait a bit. People from the southeast say that Qin Hao has a girlfriend. His relationship with Feier is merely that of classmates and a superior-subordinate dynamic. It hasn't likely evolved into anything romantic. A girlfriend?" Su Feier's mother queried. "Are you suggesting that our daughter is pining for someone who doesn't even know?" "That seems to be the case." Su Jinjian sighed, shaking his head. "What should we do? She is our only child, and your health." Before Su Feier's mother could finish, Su Jinjian interrupted, gesturing towards Su Feier's room and making a shushing motion. "Let us not tell her about my health issues just yet. I fear it would be too much for her to bear. I will have someone reach out to Qin Hao, so you need not worry. Very well, it seems that S our only option, Su Feier's mother said, leaning against Su Jinjian. Meanwhile, Su Feier returned to her room on the second floor, lying on her bed. She took out the pink diamond ring and slowly placed it on her left ring finger. Imagining Qin Hao smiling at her and asking, Feier, will you marry me? Then, Su Feier hugged her stuffed animal, whispering, yes, I will, before burying her face in the pillow. At that moment, Qin Hao had brought his parents to the sales office of Pingxing Yufu, the most expensive villa district in the city. Qin's mother asked, Xiao Hao, why have you brought us here? Mother, the community we currently reside in is quite antiquated. Now that I have some financial stability, let's consider moving to a larger house, so you and father can live more comfortably, Qin Hao said as he gently wrapped his arm around his mother, leading her toward the sales center. Ah, Xiao Hao, is that really necessary? These are all villas, and your father and I hardly need such a spacious home, Qin's mother replied. Well, it's just the two of you now, but if I marry and have children in the future, won't there be more of us during family gatherings? Qin Hao explained. Upon hearing his words, Qin's mother smiled at Mu Xiaoya and said, all right, since Xiao Hao insists, let's go take a look. As they spoke, they arrived at the sales center. Being in a villa area, the sales center was not crowded. The saleswoman immediately spotted Qin Hao and hurried over, respectfully asking, hello, sir. What type of unit are you interested in? Qin Hao smiled calmly and replied, please show me your largest and most expensive unit. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered, realizing this was a significant potential sale. Sir, please follow me. I will explain everything to you, she said, leading them to a model of the development. Our Pingcheng Yufu community is situated in the southeast of Pingcheng Lake, adjacent to the scenic area. There are a total of 47 villas, ranging from 300 to 650 square meters, with 15 currently available for sale. The largest is 650 square meters and is our crown jewel, featuring 3 above-ground floors and 1 basement level with a garage for 4 cars. Here is the layout of the villa, which includes 6 bedrooms, 4 living areas, and 4 bathrooms, all exquisitely furnished. Qin's parents stood beside the layout, admiring it. Compared to their current living quarters in a steel group dormitory, this was a significant improvement. Moreover, the location near Pingcheng Lake provided much better air quality than the industrial zone where they currently resided, and they were clearly pleased. Seeing the satisfaction on his parents' faces, Qin Hao inquired, this one looks decent. How much does it cost? The price for this villa is 13.5 million, if you're interested. I can take you and your family for a tour, the saleswoman replied. Qin Hao nodded and turned to his parents, asking, shall we take a look at the property in person? His parents were taken aback by the price, staring at Qin Hao in disbelief. Xiao Hao, this costs over 10 million. Qin Hao linked arms with his mother and gestured to the saleswoman, who understood and promptly led the way. After a 5 to 6 minute walk through the community, the saleswoman explained the surrounding environment. Soon they arrived at a 3-story Chinese-style standalone villa. The saleswoman guided them inside, patiently detailing the layout of each area and room. Qin's parents were thoroughly impressed, and Qin Hao was equally taken with the villa's traditional design. This is quite nice. We really like it. Let us go with this one, he told the saleswoman. Excellent choice, sir. Let us head back to the sales office to sign the contract, she replied. Qin Hao nodded and said to Mu Xiaoya, why don't you stay here with them for a while longer? I'll go sign the contract. Mu Xiaoya agreed and went upstairs to find Qin's parents. Half an hour later, Qin Hao returned with the signed contract and keys, handing them to his mother. Mom, this house is now ours. You and Dad should move in within the next few days. The furniture here seems quite complete, so we can leave the old house's belongings as they are. Qin's mother looked at the contract and keys in her hand, then at Qin Hao. Xiao Hao, you really bought this. It costs over 10 million. Tell me the truth. How much did you actually earn from that Bitcoin? Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly and said, Mom, just relax and enjoy living here. Let me assure you, this amount is nothing to me. At that moment, Qin's father interjected, since our son has said so, let us not worry about him. We should just enjoy our newfound comfort. Qin's mother shot her husband a glance before turning back to Qin Hao. Son, since you've already made the purchase, we should move in soon. You and Xiaoya can come back to a more spacious place. With that, the 4 of them returned to the Dongxing Steel Dormitory community. Meanwhile, at the Jingxing Ocean Villa, Su's father, Su's mother, and Su Feier were gathered around the dining table having dinner. Su Jinjiang looked at his daughter and said, Feier, how about you accompany your father and mother to Europe after the National Day holiday? Huh? Su Feier replied, puzzled as she looked at her father. Why this sudden trip to Europe? I still have a year left until graduation. Su Jinjiang smiled and explained, our family has several subsidiaries in Europe. Since you've already started your internship, why not gain some experience at our company's branch? It will prepare you for taking over the family business. But Dad, I'm studying foreign languages. Not management. I'm not really interested in our family business. Why not hire some professional managers instead? Su Feier suggested softly. Su Jinjiang's expression darkened. Feier, you are my daughter and the sole heir to Jinjiang Pharmaceuticals. If I were to hire professional managers, wouldn't all my hard work just be handed over to someone else? He said, somewhat irritated. Su Feier's mother, Sun Fengqin, quickly intervened, patting Su Jinjiang's arm. Don't get upset. Our daughter is just expressing her thoughts. Feier, look what you've done. You've made your father upset. You should apologize. Su Feier bit her chopsticks, her lips pouting in a slight pout, feeling a bit wronged. After a moment, she said, I'm open to gaining experience at the company, but why must it be abroad? Can't I do it here? Sun Fengqin glanced at Su Jinjiang, who shook his head. Feier, your mother and I will be in Europe for a while. I want you to be with us often. I'm getting older, and who knows, I might not be around one day. If you're close by, I can't help you with anything you need in advance. Hearing her father's words, Su Feier's expression shifted, and she anxiously exclaimed, Dad, what are you saying? Is something wrong with your health? Don't scare me. I'm fine. Feier, there's no need to worry. The doctor assured me that I'm quite healthy. It's just that I'm nearing 60 and feeling a bit overwhelmed. I hope you can mature quickly. Being around me will help you grow faster, Su Jinjiang said earnestly. But Su Feier stammered. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, Su Jinjiang continued, Feier, do you have feelings for that Qin Hao? If so, I can speak to him on your behalf. I have connections with Tanju Xiao from Yunxiao Heavy Industries. And I've heard he has ties to Qin Hao. Su Feier shook her head vigorously. Dad, please don't meddle in my romantic affairs. I prefer to let things unfold naturally. As for the trip to Europe, let me think it over. Sun Fengqin gently patted Su Jinjiang's arm, signaling him to drop the topic and give their daughter some space. All right, let us change the subject. Feier, didn't you mention that your good friend Wang Muyao's grandfather is the dean of the Southeast University Medical School? Su Feier looked up at her mother and nodded. Yes, Wang's grandfather is quite a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Dongshan province. He even treated leaders in the past. Why do you ask? Well, I've been feeling a bit unwell lately, and I wonder if it's because I've spent too much time abroad. I was thinking that once we return home, I'd like to see a traditional doctor. Sun Fengqin said with a smile. Su Feier nodded. Wang's grandfather should still be in Southeast City. I'll contact Muyao to ask about it. There's no rush. Let us finish our meal first. Sun Fengqin replied cheerfully. Chapter 73, Childhood Companions, Part 1. The meal quickly came to an end, with Su Feier and her parents each lost in their own thoughts, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After dinner, Su Feier made an excuse to call Wang Muyao and went upstairs, while Su Jinjiang and Sun Fengqin settled in the living room to drink tea and watch the news. In contrast, Qin Hao's family enjoyed a harmonious dinner at home, where Qin Hao shared a few drinks of Maotai with his father. Yu Xiaoya also offered a toast to Qin's father, who was quite happy to see his son thriving and his girlfriend being polite and considerate. Eventually, Qin's father, feeling a little tipsy from the drinks, retired early to bed, while Mu Xiaoya and Qin's mother cleaned up the kitchen. Qin Hao took the opportunity to step outside under the pretext of disposing of the garbage. Once he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, he discreetly returned the waste for recycling. Ding. Recycled 4 apple cores, earning a monetary reward of 200 yuan, and a point reward of 0.04. Ding. Recycled 3 eggshells, earning a monetary reward of 1,000 yuan, and a point reward of 0.03. Ding. The system notifications rang continuously, filling Qin Hao with elation as he strolled around the community, reminiscing about his life there. Just as he was about to turn back toward home, he heard someone call from behind. Xiaozi? Qin Hao, is that you? Qin Hao turned to see a young man in the Dongxing Steel Group work attire waving at him. Upon closer inspection, he hesitated, saying, Fang Mu. Is that you? Yes, Haozi. It's me, said the young man, tossing aside his cigarette and quickly striding over to envelop Qin Hao in a warm embrace. Fang Mu, it's been a long time. Have you just finished work? Qin Hao asked, returning the hug and patting Fang Mu's back joyfully. Yes, just got off. Are you back for the National Day holiday? Fang Mu inquired. Indeed, I brought my girlfriend back to introduce to my parents. Qin Hao replied with a smile. Oh, you're bringing your sister-in-law back? That's great. I'm off tomorrow. Why don't we find a place to gather? Fang Mu suggested with a grin. Sounds good. I have no plans for tomorrow either. Let's connect on WeChat then, Qin Hao said happily. With that, Fang Mu headed towards the staff dormitory, and Qin Hao watched him leave, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness. Was this the same Fang Mu who once stood up for him? So proud and unyielding. Shaking his head, he turned and walked home. Upon returning, his mother asked, Why were you gone so long? I ran into Fang Mu on the way back and chatted for a bit. Qin Hao explained. Fang Mu? The one you used to play with often? His mother inquired. Yes, that's him. It's been several years since we last met. Qin Hao replied, I heard he hasn't had it easy these past few years. His mother said, shaking her head. Really? What happened? Tell me, Qin Hao asked, curious, as he had sensed Feng Mu's low spirits earlier. His mother pondered for a moment before articulating, I heard it while others were chatting. About 2 years ago, Feng Mu got married, but shortly after, his father was diagnosed with leukemia. You know how difficult that illness is to treat, not to mention the costs involved. Initially, Feng Mu's father could manage with his pension, but as time went on, the medication expenses became unmanageable. Feng Mu had to contribute part of his salary to help with the bills. Then, Feng Mu had a daughter, and with the steel mill's declining performance, his wife left him, taking their daughter. Now, Feng Mu is left to care for both his father and his child. It's truly unfortunate. What? Why has Feng Mu never reached out to me? Qin Hao exclaimed. Surprised by his mother's words, that's just how strong Feng Mu is. The group leaders visit him during holidays, yet he never asks for anything. I heard he works at the mill and also delivers takeout in his spare time. It's quite a struggle, his mother sighed. And what about his daughter? Who takes care of her when he is at work? Qin Hao inquired. Usually, his father looks after her during the day, or the group's kindergarten occasionally helps out. His mother replied. Why doesn't Feng Mu confide in me? Qin Hao lamented, don't blame yourself. This is Feng Mu's fate. Thankfully, he is resilient enough to care for both his father and daughter. You've been doing well yourself. If you can help him out, you should, his mother advised. Understood. Mom. I've arranged to meet Feng Mu tomorrow. I'll ask him about his situation then. Qin Hao affirmed. Good. It's getting late, and you've been driving for a long time. You should rest early, his mother added. Turning to Mu Xiaoya, Xiaoya, you should rest early too. Stay in Hao Hao's room tonight, and let him sleep in the small bedroom. Mu Xiaoya nodded with a smile, looking fondly at Qin Hao. He chuckled helplessly, realizing that his mother still hadn't caught on to the fact that he and Mu Xiaoya were living together, a notion rooted in traditional values that marriage preceded cohabitation. After his mother left for her room, Qin Hao sat beside Mu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, come with me tomorrow to meet my good friend Feng Mu. Mu Xiaoya nodded. From what Annie said, it seems your childhood friend hasn't been doing well lately. Yes, Feng Mu is the kind of person who keeps everything bottled up inside, stubbornly strong. A true man, Qin Hao said, wrapping his arm around Mu Xiaoya. Mu Xiaoya agreed, and Qin Hao continued, we'll see how things go tomorrow. If needed, we can bring him and his daughter to live in Southeast City. They then returned to Qin Hao's room. Though he did not move to the small bedroom, nothing transpired that night, as they were under the watchful eyes of his parents. Thus, the night passed in silence, and soon dawn arrived. Since they were home, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya awoke early. His mother rose even earlier. Checking the small bedroom and realizing Qin Hao was not there, she refrained from knocking on his door and instead turned to remind his father, gesturing towards Qin Hao's room and signaling him to keep quiet. The couple tiptoed to the kitchen, closing the sliding door to prepare breakfast. Oh, you think our son and Xiaoya will work out? They've been sleeping in the same room. Qin Ma asked as she filled a pot with water. Qin Ba, with a light cough, responded, it's normal for young people today to sleep together before marriage. In our time, we had to file reports just to hold hands. Qin Ma shook her head in resignation. True, times have changed, but I think Xiaoya is a good girl. She treats people well and is polite. I just wonder about her younger brother. Will he amount to anything? Qin Ba coughed again, nudging Qin Ma to change the topic. However, she misinterpreted his gesture, shifting her stance as she poured rice into the pot, continuing, I'm just worried her brother might drag her down. Unable to hold back, Qin Ba said, Xiaoya, you're awake? Did we wake you with our cooking? Only then did Qin Ma realize, turning to Mu Xiaoya with an embarrassed smile. Oh, Xiaoya, why are you up so early? Young people should sleep a little longer. Mu Xiaoya, who had overheard the earlier conversation, responded naturally, Uncle Auntie, you go rest, I'll make breakfast. Qin Ma quickly waved her hands, pushing Mu Xiaoya out of the kitchen. No, Xiaoya, you can't cook for us. You're our guest. Go watch TV in the living room. Breakfast will be ready soon. Mu Xiaoya, unable to argue, exited the kitchen and headed to the bathroom, where Qin Hao was brushing his teeth. She felt a little aggrieved, saying, How Gu? Auntie seems unhappy about my brother. Really? What did my mom say? Qin Hao replied, rinsing his mouth and noticing her expression. She mentioned she was worried my brother might not amount to much and that he could drag us down. Mu Xiaoya explained, I thought it was something serious. Don't worry. With my current status, even if your brother gambled away everything, it wouldn't affect me. Qin Hao chuckled. Ha. My brother wouldn't gamble. He might not be particularly talented, but he is a good person and would never do that. Mu Xiaoya confidently asserted, I was just making a comparison. Rest assured, my mom is just a bit concerned. It's nothing to worry about as long as we're good. Qin Hao reassured her, gently patting her head. Got it, Mu Xiaoya nodded, heading into the bathroom. Qin Hao entered the kitchen, asking, "What delicious food are we having? How? Why are you up so early? You used to sleep until 11 or 12 when you were home." Qin Hao teased. "Did I? I guess I just woke up early," Qin Hao replied, scratching his head awkwardly. How serious are you and Xiaoya? If you like her, you should propose soon. Don't waste her youth with years of indecision." His mother said seriously, "Mom, come on, Theo, you think I'm someone unreliable? We need some time. We can't rush this," Qin Hao said while massaging her shoulders. "I understand that, but you young people are quite open now. Just remember to consider the impact. You're not a child anymore. You're 25, and Feng Mu is only 26. His daughter is almost 2, his mother added. All right. I'll try to marry early and have kids so you can be a grandmother sooner." Qin Hao joked. "Flattery won't work on me. Now stop massaging and help set the table. It's time for breakfast," Qin Ma instructed. Qin Ma helplessly shook her head and smiled. After breakfast, Qin Hao's family began to pack their belongings in preparation for moving. The villa was already furnished with appliances, making the process relatively convenient. As noon approached, Qin Hao reserved a private room and called Feng Mu, saying, "Brother Mu, I've booked a restaurant. Bring your daughter along." Feng Mu paused for a moment, realizing how Qin Hao knew about his daughter, and replied, "Okay." He glanced at his daughter tugging at his pants and lifted her up, saying, "Sweetheart, we're going to a restaurant for lunch." "Okay." The little girl blinked her big, adorable eyes and nodded, her voice sweet as she replied. Feng Mu then brought his daughter to his father, saying, "Dad, Guagua and I are going out for lunch." "Qin Hao is back, so we're having a gathering, Dado?" "Xiao Hao is back. Good. It's nice for you young people to get together," Feng Mu's father responded. Feng Mu styled his daughter's hair into 2 little braids, changed her into clean clothes, and then they rode an electric bike to the restaurant. Qin Hao had chosen the Pingxing Hotel, a reputable establishment that used to serve as the county committee's guest house before it was transformed into a hotel. As Qin Hao parked his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Feng Mu arrived on his electric bike, surprised to see Qin Hao stepping out of such a luxurious car. Qin Hao also spotted Feng Mu and the little girl seated in front of him. Without waiting for Mu Xiaoya to exit the vehicle, he hurried over. "Feng Mu, is this your daughter? She's so adorable. Come here and let uncle hold you," Qin Hao exclaimed with open arms. The little girl shyly burrowed deeper into Feng Mu's embrace, who gently reassured her, "Guagua, don't be afraid. This is Uncle Qin, a good friend of Daddy. Say hello to Uncle." The little girl turned her head to scrutinize Qin Hao and slowly said, "Hello, Uncle Qin." At that moment, Mu Xiaoya also stepped out of the car and walked toward Qin Hao. Feng Mu looked at Mu Xiaoya and said, "This must be my sister-in-law, right?" Mu Xiaoya smiled and nodded, saying, "Hello, Brother Mu, I'm Mu Xiaoya." Then she turned to the little girl still clinging to Feng Mu's leg and squatted down, saying, "What a lovely little girl." Feng Mu prompted, "Guagua, this is Aunt Mu, say hello." The little girl, shedding her earlier shyness, cheerfully chimed, "Hello, Aunt Mu. You're so pretty. Ha. Guagua has such sweet words." "May I hold you?" Mu Xiaoya asked, extending her arms. Guagua replied, loosening her grip on Feng Mu's leg and moving toward Mu Xiaoya. Seeing this, Qin Hao put his arm around Feng Mu and said, "Let us go eat and chat. I brought a bottle of fine wine that I'm sure you'll enjoy." Feng Mu quickly waved his hand, saying, "Let us skip the wine. I have things to do this afternoon." Qin Hao, draping his arm over Feng Mu's shoulder, teased, "Are you sure? It's quite Chao Mutai. Haozi, you've really made it big, even driving a Rolls-Royce now." Feng Mu exclaimed joyfully. The group entered the private room, with Mu Xiaoya sitting with little Guagua, who seemed to enjoy her company. Qin Hao and Feng Mu settled down together, and Qin Hao opened the Mu Tai, pouring a glass for Feng Mu. "Brother Mu, we haven't seen each other in years. Let me toast to you first," he said, downing the drink in one gulp. Feng Mu, seeing this, had no choice but to raise his glass and drink as well. Thinking to himself, "Well, I won't be delivering takeout this afternoon. I'll enjoy some time with Qin Hao." Qin Hao refilled Feng Mu's glass, and as the dishes arrived, they ate and drank while Qin Hao occasionally played with little Guagua. Mu Xiaoya fed Guagua some shrimp and vegetables that children generally enjoy. After more than half an hour, as the wine flowed, Qin Hao asked, "Brother Mu, we haven't seen each other since high school graduation. What are you doing at the steel factory now?" Feng Mu set down his chopsticks and sighed. "I entered the steel factory right after high school, learning some automation skills from my master. I used to work hard in the forging workshop, but recently my family had some issues. The group took care of me and assigned me to the equipment department to manage maintenance and upkeep, which is quite relaxed." Qin Hao continued, "I heard from my mom about some of it yesterday. Can you tell me how uncle is doing now?" A few years ago, my father was diagnosed with leukemia. He is currently relying on medication to maintain. The doctor said he might only have about a year left." Feng Mu sighed, taking another drink, his eyes slightly reddening. Qin Hao raised his glass in sympathy, saying, Guagua must be nearly 2 years old now? Yes, she'll be too soon. Fang Mu looked at Guagua, who was happily eating and laughing with Mu Xiaoya. He added, her mother divorced me not long after giving birth to Guagua, leaving the poor child. When I'm at work, it's just her and her grandfather at home. After work, I still have to deliver takeout to earn some extra income. I hardly have time to spend with her. Hearing this, Qin Hao sighed and said, Brother Mu, I've established a company in the southeast, collaborating with Yunxiao Heavy Industry. I believe your work experience would be a good fit for my company. How about joining me? Fang Mu patted Qin Hao's shoulder and said, Haozi, I appreciate your kindness. However, with my father's condition, if I move to Southeast City, who will take care of him in Guagua? Qin Hao smiled, Brother Mu. You needn't worry about that. I have several properties in Southeast City. You can bring your father and Guagua over, and the company will handle the care for the elderly and children. Haozi, are you serious? But what could I do there? Fang Mu queried, looking at Qin Hao with curiosity. Of course, I'm serious. You could work on product development for me. Right now, my company is in urgent need of someone with your practical experience to guide the development process. Qin Hao explained. He paused before continuing. My joint venture with Yunxiao Heavy Industry focuses on software related to industry. I believe that your contribution would be far more meaningful than your current job, and I assure you the salary will be more than sufficient to support your family. Fang Mu looked at Qin Hao, feeling immensely grateful. Initially, today was merely meant for catching up and alleviating some recent gloom, but he hadn't anticipated receiving such a significant offer from Qin Hao. He raised his glass, stood up, and said, Haozi, I'm truly grateful to you. And no more words. I'll drink to that. With that, he finished his drink in one gulp. Qin Hao also stood up, patting Fang Mu on the shoulder, saying, Brother Mu, we're like family. No need for thanks. Come, let us eat. After their meal, Mu Xiaoya, cradling the sleeping Guagua, joined Qin Hao and Fang Mu in the Rolls-Royce. Fang Mu, slightly intoxicated, was supported by Qin Hao, who remained relatively sober, while Mu Xiaoya, unaffected by alcohol, drove them toward the steel factory dormitory area. After a brief ride, they returned to Fang Mu's home, where his elderly father was seated in the living room, sipping tea and watching television. Upon hearing the knock, he quickly rose to open the door. Seeing Qin Hao supporting Fang Mu, he smiled and said, Ah, it's Xiao Hao. It's been a while since I've seen you. Is Xiao Mu drunk? Come in, come in. Little Guagua stirred awake at the sound of her grandfather's voice. Chirping, Grandpa, the elderly man, delighted, took her from Mu Xiaoya's arms and chuckled. So this is Xiao Hao's girlfriend? The girl is truly beautiful. Xiao Hao is fortunate. Come in, quickly. Qin Hao assisted Fang Mu to the bedroom, laying him on the bed before returning to the living room. Guagua had just awakened and was clinging to her grandfather, refusing to let go. The elderly man pointed to a nearby cup and said, Xiao Hao, pour yourself some tea. Guagua just woke up and needs to be held for a bit. Qin Hao nodded, pouring himself a cup of tea, then turned to the elderly man, using his exceptional medical skills to assess his condition. After a moment, he realized the elderly man indeed had leukemia and likely only had 6 months left. Qin Hao shook his head, placing his hands into his pockets. He retrieved a longevity-enhancing pill from his system space and, while the elderly man was distracted, slipped it into his teacup, adding a bit more water. He then signaled to Mu Xiaoya, indicating for her to take Guagua away. Mu Xiaoya quickly understood Qin Hao's intent and approached the elderly man, gently encouraging, Guagua, would you like to show Annie your room? Didn't you say you have many toys to introduce to her? Guagua turned her little head towards Mu Xiaoya, grinning as she replied, Okay, come with me, Aunt Mu. With that, she hopped down from her grandfather's lap, took Mu Xiaoya's hand, and led her toward the inner room. This moment, Qin Hao handed the teacup to the elderly man, saying, Grandpa, please enjoy your tea. The elderly man took the cup, blew away the froth on the surface, took a sip, and remarked, Xiao Hao, how have you been lately? Is work going smoothly? Yes, everything is going well, Grandpa. I heard from Fang Mu that you haven't been feeling well. But looking at you now, you seem quite robust. Qin Hao chuckled. Fang Mu is just being overly dramatic. Ha. The elderly man took another sip of tea and laughed heartily. Xiao Hao, you still know how to flatter. I am well aware of my own condition. There aren't many good days left. Qin Hao smiled and said, Oh, old man, you mustn't think that way. In my opinion, you still have at least another 20 years ahead of you. The old man waved his hand and chuckled, then replied, Xiao Hao, this young lady must be your girlfriend, right? When are you planning to get married? You know, back in the day, I used to take Xiaogua downstairs to play, and I often ran into your mother. She would always lament how envious she was of me, saying that you work in Southeast City, where people tend to marry later, and she wondered when she would get to be a grandmother. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Hao smiled and focused on the old man's health data. Under the influence of the medicine, the old man's various health metrics were gradually improving. Qin Hao remarked, "Marriage will have to wait a while. The company is just starting out. This time, I came back to ask Fangmu to help me in Southeast City. I have a few properties there, and both you and Guogua can come along." Guogua is about to start kindergarten, and the educational environment in Southeast City is far superior to that of Pingqing. The old man took another sip of tea, paused, and said, "Xiao Hao, are you suggesting that I and Xiaogua follow Fangmu to Southeast?" "Has Fangmu agreed?" "Yes, Brother Mu has already agreed." Qin Hao nodded affirmatively. "Well then, since Fangmu has consented, this old man shall heed his son's wishes. Xiao Hao, Fangmu has endured quite a bit over the years, taking care of me and raising the little one. I know he hasn't had an easy time, so if your side offers him better prospects, a change of scenery could be quite beneficial." The old man sighed. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. At that moment, he observed that the cancer cells within the old man were slowly dissipating, and even the old man himself had not noticed that his complexion had significantly improved since Qin Hao's arrival. After chatting for a while longer, Qin Hao confirmed that the old man was in good condition and said, "Old man, why don't you take a rest? Xiaoya and I will head back first. Once Fangmu wakes up, you all can start preparing to come with me to Southeast City after the holiday." He then called Mu Xiaoya to leave Fangmu's home. Qin Hao called his father and learned that his parents were currently in a taxi, moving their belongings to the new house. After pondering for a moment, he said to Mu Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, why don't you buy a car for my parents? We don't have a vehicle at home, and it's quite inconvenient to go out." Xiaoya nodded and asked, "What kind of car does Uncle Qin prefer?" After considering, Qin Hao replied, "There aren't any particularly good cars in Pingqing, so let us just check out BBA and buy a ready-to-drive vehicle." Soon, they arrived at the car dealership in the eastern suburbs of Pingqing. The city wasn't large, and there were few dealerships. As Qin Hao drove in with a Rolls-Royce, the salespeople at the various 4S stores were astonished and rushed outside to see. After stepping out of the car, Qin Hao looked around at the various brands like Volkswagen, Hyundai, and Nissan, when suddenly his eyes lit up upon spotting a Hongqi dealership. He made his way towards it, and the sales consultant, Su Xiang, immediately approached them, saying, "Hello, sir and madam, I am Su Xiang, a sales consultant at Hongqi 4S Store. It is an honor to serve you." Qin Hao nodded, shook Su Xiang's hand and said, "I am here to look for a car for my father. What models do you currently have?" Hearing that he was purchasing a car for his father, the sales consultant felt elated, knowing that the Hongqi brand holds significant value among middle-aged and elderly customers. He cheerfully responded, "Sir, we currently have the sedan models H5, H7, H9, and the SUVs HS5, HS7. Would you prefer a sedan or an SUV?" After some thought, Qin Hao said, "I think a sedan would be better." The sales consultant added, "Indeed, sedans have much better handling than SUVs, making them more suitable for older drivers. Please follow me. This is our newly launched Hongqi H9, measuring 5.1 meters in length and with a 3-meter wheelbase, exuding the unique aura of a mid-to-large executive sedan. The interior features extensive wood grain, genuine leather, and chrome accents. It is powered by a 2.0T turbocharged engine and a 3.0T supercharged engine, which I believe your father will surely appreciate." The sales consultant enthusiastically introduced. Qin Hao was quite pleased with the H9, knowing that the Hongqi emblem would surely appeal to the old man. He then took out his bank card and said, "I'll take this H9, fully equipped." The sales consultant excitedly accepted the card without further ado, smiling as he said, "Thank you, sir. Please wait a moment while I process this." After about 5 to 6 minutes, the sales consultant returned, respectfully handing Qin Hao the bank card, purchase contract, and car keys. "Mr. Qin, you have purchased the Hongqi H9 3.0T intelligent flagship model, priced at 539,800 yuan. After discounts, the total comes to 510,000 yuan. Additionally, we are providing 2 complimentary maintenance services and high-end film for the entire vehicle." Qin Hao nodded, saying, "All right, thank you. Please drive the car out for me." "Of course, Mr. Qin," the sales consultant replied, getting into the car and driving it out of the showroom. As Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya exited, the sales personnel from the nearby Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi dealerships looked on with envy, thinking how one could easily purchase a BBA at a similar price. Qin Hao handed the keys of the Rolls-Royce to Mu Xiaoya and said, "Xiaoya, you drive the Rolls, and I'll take this Hongqi. Let us head to the new house." Mu Xiaoya nodded and got into the Rolls-Royce. Thus, Qin Hao drove the Hongqi H9, followed by the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, first stopping at a gas station to refuel before heading toward the villa in Pingqing. Along the way, many pedestrians noticed the 2 vehicles, taking out their phones to capture photos and videos, which they quickly uploaded to social media. A post titled, "When the Hongqi H9 Encounters the Rolls-Royce Cullinan," who exudes more prestige, began to circulate wildly online. Qin Hao was oblivious to this situation. Honestly, in terms of driving experience, he found the Hongqi H9 to be marginally superior to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and the H9's design appeared more grandiose compared to the Rolls-Royce. Under the gaze of onlookers, Qin Hao slowly drove toward the villa. At that moment, Su Jijiang and his family were aboard a private jet heading to Southeast City, seeking to consult Professor Wang, who happened to be Wang Muyao's grandfather. Last night, Mu Xiaoya had a phone conversation with Wang Muyao, and Professor Wang would be attending a seminar the day after tomorrow, leaving only tomorrow free. Thus, Su Jijiang had decided at the last minute to make the trip to Southeast City. On the plane, Su Feier held her mother's hand and asked, "Mom, is something wrong with your health? Why are you so eager to see Professor Wang?" "Feier, don't overthink it. I just want Professor Wang to check my pulse and examine me. The rest nothing to worry about," her mother replied, glancing at Su Jijiang. Su Feier was not easily convinced by her mother's words. She had noticed that her parents' behavior during this visit was quite different from before. She silently resolved to inquire with Mu Yao after her parents' check-up to uncover the truth. Soon, they arrived in Southeast City, where the driver arranged by Su Jijiang was waiting at the airport. The three quickly boarded the car, heading toward the professor's garden at Southeast University. Su Feier called Wang Muyao, saying, "Muyao, we have reached Southeast City and will arrive at Professor's garden in about 20 minutes. "Great. My grandfather is waiting at home. I'll come down to greet you soon," Wang Muyao replied joyfully. During the National Day holiday, there was little traffic on the streets of Southeast City, and they quickly arrived at the professor's garden. Su Feier spotted Wang Muyao waving at their car, prompting the driver to find a parking space nearby. Su Feier got out first. She ran up to Wang Muyao, exclaiming, "Muyao, I just left yesterday. And now I'm back again. Did you miss me?" Before Wang Muyao could respond, Su Jijiang and Sun Fengqin emerged from the car, saying, "Muyao, it's been a long time." Wang Muyao hurried over to Su Jijiang and his wife, joyfully greeting, "Hello, Uncle Su, Aunt Sun. It has indeed been a long time. You must stay longer during this visit. Come on, let us head upstairs. My grandfather is waiting for you." After ascending to the third floor, Wang Muyao knocked on the door, which opened to reveal an elderly man with graying hair. Wang Muyao announced, "Grandfather, Feier, and Uncle Su, Aunt Sun have arrived." The old man smiled and said, "Ah, it's been ages since you last visited. Come in, please." As the three entered, Su Jijiang said, "Old Wang, how have you been? We came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. Please don't hold it against us." The old man chuckled. "Oh, what are you saying? Feier often comes to visit me and has brought me many things." The old man poured tea for Su Jijiang and Sun Fengqin. He noticed Su Jijiang's pallor and remarked, "However, you don't seem well. Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing this, Su Feier was taken aback. She thought her mother had come to see old Wang for a health check, but it turned out to be her father. Anxiously, she asked, "Dad, what is wrong with you? Isn't Mom feeling unwell?" Su Jinjian turned to Su Feier and said, "It's nothing serious, just some common ailments that come with age. You and Muyao go play in the room for a while. I need to have a private chat with your grandfather." Hearing her father's words, Su Feier felt a wave of anxiety, but fortunately, Wang Muyao was by her side and said, "Feier, let us go inside. Don't worry, with my grandfather here, everything will be fine." With that, she took Su Feier back to her room. Once Su Feier had left, Su Jinjian sighed and began, "Alas, Wang Lao, to be honest, I was diagnosed with colon cancer during a recent checkup in Europe. The doctor said I have at most 6 months left, so I came to ask for your help." Wang Lao rose and sat beside Su Jinjian, saying nothing, but placing his hand on Su Jinjian's wrist and closing his eyes. After a few minutes, he slowly opened them and remarked, "Let me examine your tongue." After a brief moment, Wang Lao sighed, "This illness has likely been with you for some time. Your irregular diet and frequent late nights have severely weakened your digestive system. Traditional Chinese medicine can help alleviate some symptoms, but it cannot cure it." Hearing this, Sun Fengqin instantly burst into tears, grasping Su Jinjian's hand and sobbing, "What are we going to do, my dear husband?" Su Jinjian gently patted his wife's hand and reassured her, "Do not worry, life and death are predestined, and we cannot force anything." Wang Lao observed the couple and spoke softly, "I can prescribe some traditional herbs to alleviate the pain, which may also extend your life a little." Su Jinjian smiled ruefully, "Thank you, Wang Lao. Alas, I feel sorry for Feier. I may not see her graduate or start a family. I wonder if she can manage this family business." Wang Lao chuckled, "Your descendants will have their own fortunes. At our age, taking care of one's health is of utmost importance." Just then, Su Feier opened the door, her eyes filled with tears as she rushed into Su Jinjian's embrace. Crying, "Daddy, why didn't you tell me you are so ill?" Wang Lao shot a glare at Wang Muyao, who shrugged helplessly, indicating that she could not intervene. Su Jinjian stroked Su Fei's hair gently, saying, Fei, I was concerned that you might not take it well. That's why I wanted to keep you close. Who knows when I might have to bid farewell to this world. There are many things I worry about, especially concerning you. You are still so young, with a long road ahead. You are my only daughter, and I cannot bear to leave you so soon. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Seeing this heartbreaking scene, Wang Lao felt a pang of sympathy and stood up, gently urging Wang Muyao back into the room. Wang Muyao asked, Grandpa, is there truly no hope for Su Uncle's illness? Even you cannot help him? Wang Lao shook his head. If it had been discovered earlier, there might have been some hope at this stage. If he can maintain for 6 months, it would be a miracle. Listening to Su Fei's sobs from behind the door, Wang Muyao felt a deep sense of sorrow. Suddenly, she recalled Qin Hao and said to Wang Lao, Grandpa, do you remember 6 months ago when I brought Fei to see you about her dysmenorrhea? You mentioned it was a condition she was born with and difficult to treat. Traditional medicine could only relieve the pain. Wang Lao pondered for a moment. Yes, I remember. Why do you bring this up now? Wang Muyao replied, recently, Fei fainted from the pain at school. Fortunately, a senior student happened to pass by and rescued her. He even prescribed her some medicine, and after taking it for a while, her condition improved significantly. Oh, was he a student from our medical school? Wang Lao inquired. No, he graduated 3 years ago from the computer science department at Southeast University. He is also the owner of the company where Fei and I are currently interning. His name is Qin Hao, Wang Muyao explained. Qin Hao? I have not heard of this person in the Chinese medicine field, Wang Lao remarked, puzzled. Wang Muyao, filled with hope, asked, Grandpa, if he managed to cure Fei's condition, could he also help Su Uncle? Wang Lao hesitated. Well, it's difficult to say. After all, Su Uncle's illness is in the late stages of colon cancer, and the efficacy of medicine absorbed through the digestive system is limited. Then how about I ask him? Perhaps he has a solution, Wang Muyao suggested, pulling out her phone to call Qin Hao. Chapter 76. Su Jinjian's old friend after ringing 4 or 5 times. Qin Hao finally answered, Hello? Is this Qin Hao? This is Wang Muyao. Oh, Muyao, what is the matter? Why are you calling? Qin Hao replied, surprised by her call. How Gu, it's about Su Fei. Her father is ill. And my grandfather has seen him, but doesn't he have a good solution? I thought of you, and wanted to see if you might help, Wang Muyao said anxiously. Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Su Fei's father? What illness does he have? Yes, my grandfather said it is late-stage colon cancer, and he may not last more than 6 months, Wang Muyao replied, her voice tinged with tears. Qin Hao contemplated for a moment, hesitating before asking, What did your grandfather say? He was concerned that if even the esteemed Wang Lao could not treat this illness, he might face trouble if he attempted it himself. My grandfather said that if it had been detected earlier, there might have been a chance for treatment. Now it's already late stage, and the effectiveness of traditional medicine through the digestive system is limited. Maintaining for 6 months would be considered miraculous? Wang Muyao recounted. Qin Hao sighed inwardly. What should he do? After a mental struggle, he decided he would help, knowing that it was his friend's father. I will return to Southeast tomorrow. Have Su Fei and Su Uncle wait for me. I will contact them when I arrive. Okay, how good. I will tell Fei. Wang Muyao replied happily before hanging up. At that moment, Su Fei had also stopped crying and was discussing with her father the possibility of seeking treatment abroad. Wang Muyao emerged and approached Su Fei, saying, Fei, I just spoke with Qin Hao about your father's condition. He said he would return to Southeast tomorrow to take a look. Su Fei exclaimed in surprise. Qin Hao, you told him? Does he say he can treat him? Wang Muyao hesitated. He didn't say for sure, but I believe he might have a solution, especially since he previously helped with your dysmenorrhea. Su Jinjian, intrigued, turned to Su Fei and asked, Fei, does Qin Hao understand medicine? And he helped with your dysmenorrhea? Yes, Su Fei nodded, adding, once, when I fainted from the pain, Qin Hao happened to be passing by and saved me. Giving me a prescription that really helped, Su Jinjian nodded. I didn't realize Qin Hao had such skills. He took out his phone and walked toward the balcony. 10 minutes later, he returned to the living room, saying, Fei, let us go. We'll leave it at this for now. I have a dinner appointment with an old friend later. We should check into the hotel. At that moment, Wang Lao emerged from the back room with a prescription. Handing it to Su Jinjian, take this to the herbal pharmacy and get the medicine. Take it morning and evening. Su Jinjian accepted the prescription and placed it in his pocket. Thank you, Wang Lao. We will head back now and visit you again when we have time. Wang Lao nodded, instructing Wang Muyao to escort Su Jinjian and the others downstairs. The car headed toward the Hilton Hotel at the Overseas International Plaza. Su Fei asked, Dad, who did you call just now? You're going out to dinner tonight? An old friend, a comrade from my military days, Su Jinjian responded. Oh, then let us have Qin Hao take a look tomorrow. Perhaps he really has a way to cure your illness, Su Feier said. Yes, that sounds good. I'm also curious to see what kind of person this man is who has captured my daughter's affection. Su Jinjian replied, gently patting his daughter's hand. This time, Su Feier did not object to her father's words, as she indeed had a fondness for Qin Hao. If not for the fact that Qin Hao had a girlfriend, she would have expressed her feelings to him. Meanwhile, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya were at the villa, helping his parents tidy up. Qin Hao told Mu Xiaoya, my friend's father is ill, and I need to return to Southeast to help. I'll be going back tomorrow. What about your uncle and aunt? Mu Xiaoya asked. Qin Hao thought for a moment. Why don't you stay here for a couple more days to help out? Then hire 2 housekeepers from a cleaning service to assist. Once everything is sorted out at Feng Mu's place, you can go to Southeast with him. Mu Xiaoya nodded. That sounds good. After all, it's a big villa. It would be better to have a couple of people to manage it. Thanks for your hard work. I'll transfer some money to you shortly. Use your card when you need it. Qin Hao embraced Mu Xiaoya and said. Just then, Qin's mother descended the stairs, laughing as she remarked, Xiao Hao, the house you purchased is truly vast. Your father and I will certainly have our hands full. Auntie, just now, Gu Hao mentioned that he plans to hire 2 housekeepers to assist with cleaning. Mu Xiaoya stepped forward to support Qin's mother. Hire someone to clean? I'd rather not. I enjoy having our home free of outsiders. I remember there's something called a robotic vacuum cleaner, which seems quite excellent. Perhaps we should buy a few of those. They just need to be charged and are far more efficient than employing others. Luani has one and boasts about it all the time. Qin's mother chuckled. Qin Hao replied with a smile, that sounds good. Let Xiaoya purchase a few tomorrow and also set up the broadband and install some cameras. Why send Xiaoya? You could just buy them yourself, Qin's mother said, holding Mu Xiaoya's hand affectionately. I was just about to mention it. There are some matters in the Southeast that I need to attend to tomorrow. So Xiaoya will stay here to keep you company, Qin Hao stated. You're heading back to the Southeast. You just returned 2 days ago. Qin's mother expressed her reluctance, adding, let Xiaoya accompany you back. We can manage here on our own. You bought a car for your father, so it will be more convenient for you to go shopping. Auntie, it's no trouble. It's faster for us young people to handle these things, rest assured. Besides, I need to wait for Feng Mu to finish packing before taking his family to the Southeast. I want to spend more time with you. Surely you welcome my company? Mu Xiaoya smiled. Oh, how could I not welcome you? I would be delighted if you stayed with me. Qin's mother affectionately stroked Mu Xiaoya's hand. At that moment, Qin's father returned from practicing his driving, joyfully exclaiming, Xiao Hao, the car you bought for me is quite impressive. You have no idea how envious everyone looks on the road. I even took a spin around the entrance of the Pingqing government office. Qin's mother shot him a glare, saying, you're just showing off. Your son is leaving for the Southeast tomorrow, so you can cherish your car. Leaving for the Southeast tomorrow? Qin's father asked, puzzled. Yes, there are some matters to attend to there. And Xiaoya will stay with you. If I wrap things up quickly, I will return. If it takes longer, I will have Xiaoya and Feng Mu come back together, Qin Hao reiterated. All right then, adios men, we should prioritize our careers. Qin's father stated without any unnecessary sentimentality. Humph, such high-mindedness. Xiaoya, let us head upstairs and ignore them. Qin's mother shot another glare at Qin's father and led Mu Xiaoya upstairs. Meanwhile, Su Jinjian had arranged for Su Feier and his wife to rest in the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, while he waited outside for his old comrade to arrive. After about 10 minutes, a long Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the Hilton. Tan Zhuxiao, chairman of Yunxiao Heavy Industry Group, stepped out. Su Jinjian quickly approached and embraced him, saying, Old Tan, it's been a long time. You seem to be in good health. Su Gu, indeed, it has been a while. You don't look too well. What is the matter? Tan Zhuxiao responded, his earlier joy replaced by concern. Su Jinjian sighed, pulling Tan Zhuxiao along. Let us go to a private room and chat over a meal. Tan Zhuxiao recognized that it was not an appropriate place for discussion and nodded, walking alongside Su Jinjian toward the room. Upon entering, the dishes were already served. Su Jinjian produced a fine bottle of Louis XIII black crystal brandy, exclaiming, Here, try this. I brought it back from London. It was quite an investment from the Grallet estate in France. He opened the bottle and poured a glass for Tan Zhuxiao, who swirled the drink, inhaled its aroma, and smiled. Su Gu, you certainly have taste. I typically just drink Mao Tai. I can't discern the quality of such foreign spirits. Su Jinjian chuckled. I often deal with foreigners. I indulge in a drink or two. They shared laughter, reminiscing about their time in the military and discussing recent shifts in the domestic market. Su Jinjian then inquired. Old Tan, I read in the news that Yunxiao Heavy Industry and Haoyan Technology have established a joint venture called Haoyan Internet. Is that correct? Yes, indeed. I heard from above that there's a strong push for Industry 4.0, so I thought I would get involved. Su Gu, are you also interested in industrial internet? Tan Jiuxiao replied with a smile. Not particularly. I work in the pharmaceutical industry. My daughter is currently interning at Haoyan Internet. And I'm a bit concerned, hence my inquiries, Su Jinjian explained. Oh? Your daughter is at Haoyan Internet? Why didn't you send her to Jinjian Pharmaceuticals instead? Tan Jiuxiao asked, puzzled. Originally, I intended for Fair to assist me at Jinjian Pharmaceuticals. But the bodyguard I arranged for her mentioned that she seems to have developed feelings for the chairman of Haoyan Technology, which made me a bit anxious, Su Jinjian admitted helplessly. The chairman of Haoyan Technology? Qin Hao? Tan Jiuxiao asked, astonished. Yes, that's right. I've heard he already has a girlfriend, which only adds to my worries. With only one daughter, I must learn more about Qin Hao, Su Jinjian expressed. Ha ha ha, Sugu. I might hesitate to speak about others, but if it's about Qin Hao, I can assure you he is an exceptional talent. It was Qin Hao who saved my life, Tan Jiuxiao declared. Oh, is that so? Old Tan, do tell me more, Su Jinjian responded, intrigued. Chapter 77. 2 invitations. Tan Jiuxiao did not hold back from his old comrade, recounting how Qin Hao had treated him and how he saved the daughter of Zhao Dizhu's from the Outer Sea Group, omitting his own HIV condition for fear of alarming Su Jinjian, who was in the pharmaceutical business. If Su Jinjian learned that Qin Hao could cure AIDS, it might lead to significant complications for Qin Hao. And he certainly did not wish to offend him. Upon hearing Tan Jiuxiao's account, Su Jinjian felt a surge of excitement. Qin Hao is indeed remarkable, able to cure even late-stage lymphoma. Could it be that his colon cancer might also be treatable? Su Jinjian quickly spoke. If Qin Hao is indeed so extraordinary, I wonder if Old Tan could introduce me to him. He had forgotten that he had previously asked Qin Hao for help regarding Wang Muyao. Tan Jiuxiao pondered before responding, an introduction isn't difficult, but Sugu. If you hope for Qin Hao to provide a formula for the Jinjian group, that might be unlikely. Su Jinjian waved his hand. Exasperated, no, Old Tan, you misunderstand. The reason I wish to meet Qin Hao is that I have some health issues myself. Recently, I was diagnosed with colon cancer in Europe. I returned to the Southeast to seek traditional medicine, but unexpectedly, President Wang from Southeast University's medical school was also at a loss. I was contemplating arranging my affairs quickly. However, hearing you speak of Qin Hao's abilities, perhaps he can indeed cure my ailment. Tan Jiuxiao was taken aback. Ah, colon cancer? Has it been confirmed? Su Jinjian nodded. Hearing this, Tan Jiuxiao sighed, feeling a sense of loss. Ah, at our age, our bodies start to fail us in various ways. Don't worry. Sugu, I will definitely bring Qin Hao to you. I'll call him right now. With that, Tan Jiuxiao took out his phone and dialed Qin Hao. After 4 or 5 rings, Qin Hao answered. Brother Qin, are you busy? Is this a good time to talk? Tan Jiuxiao inquired cheerfully. Yes, it's convenient, Tangu. What's on your mind? Qin Hao responded, smiling. Well, one of my comrades has health issues. He is in the late stages of colon cancer. And I hope Brother Qin can assist him, Tan Jiuxiao said earnestly. Late-stage colon cancer? Qin Hao pondered, noticing a pattern of late-stage colon cancer cases coming his way today. He asked, Tangu, is your comrade's surname Su? Tan Jiuxiao glanced at Su Jinjian, puzzled. Yes, indeed, his surname is Su. Brother Qin, do you know him? Oh, not personally, but earlier today, a classmate of mine called to say her uncle Su has been diagnosed with colon cancer and requested my help. I wanted to see if it was the same person, Qin Hao replied with a smile. Really? What's your classmate's name? Tan Jiuxiao asked. Wang Muyao, Qin Hao answered. Tan Jiuxiao covered the phone and asked Su Jinjian. Sugu, do you know Wang Muyao? Su Jinjian suddenly recalled that Wang Muyao had mentioned to Fair that she had already sought Qin Hao's assistance, feeling a bit awkward as he nodded. Yes, I just left Wang Muyao's grandfather's place this afternoon. Tan Jiuxiao also felt a bit awkward and chuckled. Well, Brother Qin, it seems we've all been drawn together. The Uncle Su that Wang Muyao mentioned is indeed my comrade. I was just concerned and ended up calling you, he added. Qin Hao smiled and said, It's all right. I completely understand. I've already promised to treat him. I will return to the Southeast tomorrow and we shall be in touch then. Yes, that's good, Brother Qin. I will host. So please enjoy a drink with Brother Su then, Tan Jiuxiao replied with a smile. All right, see you tomorrow, Qin Hao concluded before hanging up the phone. Tan Jiuxiao also set down his phone, contemplating for a moment before sending a WeChat message to Qin Hao, containing information regarding Su Jinjiang's identity, hoping to prepare Qin Hao mentally. After all, Su Jinjiang was involved in the pharmaceutical industry. And it was better for Qin Hao to be forewarned rather than find himself entangled later. Su Jinjiang, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, had you not mentioned Wang Muyao's name, I would have forgotten she had already contacted Qin Hao. Tan Jiuxiao waved his hand and chuckled, saying, Oh, it's no trouble. However, Sugu, you may need to part with some funds this time. When Qin Hao saved me, I provided him with 100 million in cash and 1% of Yunxiao heavy industry. When he saved Zhao Di's Hus, I heard he received 70 million in cash and a villa worth over 10 million. Su Jinjiang raised his glass with a grin, saying, as long as Qin Hao can cure my ailment, he can take the entirety of Jinjiang Pharmaceuticals, and I would be more than willing. Tan Zhuxiao laughed and clinked glasses with Su Jinjiang, teasing, Su Gu, you wouldn't be considering having Qin Hao as a son-in-law. Would you? Ha ha ha, the children will decide their own matters. We ought not to interfere, Su Jinjiang replied with a smile, finishing his brandy in one gulp. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, situated in Pingxing, read the message from Tan Zhuxiao and found himself in a quandary. Initially, he intended to treat Su Jinjiang directly with the longevity pills, considering he was Su Feier's father. However, if this entangled him with Jinjiang Pharmaceuticals, that was something Qin Hao wished to avoid. After all, his medical skills were bestowed by the system, shrouded in mystery. It seemed treating him with the longevity pills was implausible. It would appear too outrageous. Instead, he would have to rely on his extraordinary medical skills to treat Su Jinjiang gradually. That evening, Qin Hao's family settled into the Pingxing royal mansion. They enjoyed a harmonious dinner in the dining room. Qin Hao's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his cousin Qin Qing calling. So he answered, Brother Hao, are you not at home? Qin Qing's sweet voice came through the receiver. Yes, we are not at home. Did you come looking for me? Qin Hao replied with a smile. Yes, it's my father who asked me to find Brother Hao to arrange a job for me. I came over, but I knocked for ages and no one answered. Qin Qing pouted, somewhat frustrated. Haha, all right. Uncle is quite anxious. It seems you must have caused him and aunt some trouble at home. Qin Hao chuckled. Oh, stop teasing me. Where are you all? When will you return? Qin Qing asked helplessly. We moved to Pingxing Royal Mansion today. I hadn't had the chance to inform you. Qin Hao explained at Pingxing Royal Mansion, that's quite close to our house. Why didn't you say so earlier? I had to come all this way. I'll head over now. Send me the address on WeChat, Qin Qing said before hanging up the phone without waiting for Qin Hao's reply. Listening to the beeping on the other end, Qin Hao shook his head in resignation, saying, that was Qin Qing. She's coming over from the dormitory. Why is she coming over so late? Qin Dad inquired. Qin Mom interjected, it's because of your third brother, who wants little Hao to arrange a job for her so she doesn't spend all day at home. Qin Hao responded with a smile. Yes, Qin Qing is probably doing online streaming at home now. Uncle was worried, so he asked me to arrange a job for her. Maybe he noticed I haven't been active these days and sent Qin Qing to find me. Qin Dad chuckled, your third brother, the family doesn't lack money. Why can't she just stay home? A girl should find a good family to settle down with. Why must she go to work? Qin Mom shot him a glare, saying, what old-fashioned thinking is this? What is wrong with women? Should they just stay home to cook and raise children? I tell you, times have changed. There are plenty of women earning more than men. Don't impose your outdated views on us. Right, Xiaoya? Don't you agree with what I'm saying? Mu Xiaoya, feeling a bit awkward, thought to herself, what does this have to do with me? Why am I being dragged into this? However, she still smiled and said, yes, Auntie, you are absolutely right. I completely agree with your perspective. Previously, Qin Hao even told me if I felt tired, I could just stay home and he would support me. Now I understand that his thinking is undoubtedly inherited from uncle. All right, now Qin Hao has been implicated as well. Qin Hao looked at his father, raising his glass, saying, Dad, let us toast to our shared masculinity. Qin Dad raised his glass in return, clinking it with Qin Hao's, saying, all right, son's toast, we must drink to that. Just then, as the glasses clinked, the intercom buzzed. Qin Hao approached to answer. Hello, this is the security office of Pingxing Royal Mansion. A lady named Qin Qing wishes to visit your residence. May I ask if I should grant her entry? The security guard's voice came through. Yes, please let her in. Thank you, Qin Hao replied. All right, you're welcome. The guard responded before disconnecting and allowing Qin Qing entry. Qin Hao opened the door and waited at the entrance for Qin Qing to arrive. After a few minutes, a Toyota SUV approached. Recognizing Qin Qing behind the wheel, he waved to signal his presence. Qin Qing drove the SUV into the driveway of Qin Hao's villa, parked, and stepped out, clad in shorts that barely covered her thighs and a white t-shirt. Qin Hao was left speechless, thinking, is it really this hot in October? However, he found himself more intrigued by the car than by Qin Qing's outfit. He circled the vehicle and exclaimed, is this a Land Cruiser? This car is huge. Are you driving Uncle's car? Qin Qing approached the front, tapping the hood and responding, this isn't a Land Cruiser. It's a Lexus. It doesn't belong to my dad. It has someone else's that he's using to settle a debt. I'm just borrowing it temporarily. My dad plans to sell it at the used car market soon. Sell it? How much can it fetch? Qin Hao asked, genuinely interested in the robust vehicle. I'm not sure. Maybe around $1 million or so. IT can't compare to your Rolls-Royce. Qin laughed. Qin Hao chuckled. A million? Why doesn't uncle just let you drive it? Qin sighed. Oh, my dad said that if I continue to stay at home, I should never expect him to buy me a car. Qin Hao patted Qin on the back, saying, let us go inside. You haven't eaten yet, right? Everyone is waiting for you. Chapter 78. Qin also wants to go. Qin followed Qin Hao inside. And he announced, Mom, Dad, Qin is here. Qin Mom immediately stood up, exclaiming, Qin is here. Come over, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Join us for dinner. Qin waved her hand, smiling. No, Auntie, Dad, I'm on a diet. I usually don't eat in the evenings. Qin Dad interjected, you must eat. Besides, Qin, you're not overweight. Dieting doesn't mean skipping meals. Long-term fasting can lead to stomach issues. Qin Hao nudged Qin towards the dining table, whispering in her ear. If you don't eat, your uncle will start discussing health with you. Reluctantly, Qin sat at the table, and Mu Xiaoya smiled as she handed her chopsticks, cheerfully saying, Qin, you should have some. Eating beef can even help with weight loss. After tasting a piece of beef, Qin smiled. This must be Auntie's cooking. I can tell just by the taste, it's so much better than what my mom makes. Qin Mom beamed. Qin, you're just flattering me. Your mom has to help your dad manage the company. How could she find time to cook for you? Even if she had time, she wouldn't want to cook. She is too lazy, Qin replied, somewhat exasperated, before taking another piece of beef. Now that you've moved here, Auntie, it's only 5 or 6 minutes from my house. I'll be coming over every day for meals. Ha ha ha, great. You used to eat at your Auntie's all the time when you were little. You're welcome to come every day now. Qin Mom laughed. Qin glanced around the room, asking, Brother Hao, did you buy this villa? It's so spacious. It feels much larger than my house. Yes, I bought it yesterday. It's 650 square meters. Not too shabby, right? Qin Hao replied, setting down his chopsticks with a smile. 650 square meters? That's enormous. My house is only a bit over 400 square meters. Brother Hao, you're becoming increasingly ostentatious, Qin teased. Ha ha ha, really? Is it that obvious? Qin Hao feigned seriousness. Qin rolled her eyes, saying, see? When I say you're getting chubby, you're out of breath, Mu Xiaoya interjected. Alright, Hao Gu, stop teasing Qin. Alright, Qin Hao said, spreading his hands and pausing for a moment before continuing, let us get down to business. Qin, are you currently live streaming? Oh, does Brother Hao know me? Are you a fan? Qin asked with curiosity. I've never seen you before. It was your uncle who told me you spend all day in your room with headphones on, chatting with someone, and sometimes even singing. I just guessed. Qin Hao shook his head and replied. Fine, Qin said, feeling a bit downcast. You guessed right. I am live streaming and occasionally making short videos. Oh? Which platform? What is your ID? Qin Hao asked while pulling out his phone on Douyin. My ID is Qin Fafa, Qin replied. Qin Hao opened Douyin, searched for her ID, and then laughed, saying, Qin, you don't even show your face. How can anyone recognize you? Qin stuck out her tongue and said, Isn't it because my stunning beauty might attract unwanted attention? Qin Hao looked at Qin in astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. Qin, what have you been studying in college? How did you become so thick-skinned? Ah, Sister Xiaoya, look at him, always teasing me. Qin, realizing she couldn't win the argument against Qin Hao, turned to Mu Xiaoya for help. Qin Hao had no choice but to close Douyin, putting down his phone. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. What do you want to do in the future? My company has a variety of positions available. It's up to you. Well, I actually think I'm quite suited for live streaming. Although I studied architectural design in college, I have no interest in it. Brother Hao, do you have any jobs related to live streaming? Qin tugged at Qin Hao's arm, shaking it eagerly. Qin Hao smiled and replied, I actually do have roles related to live streaming. After the holidays, I plan to venture into the live streaming industry. Why don't you come along? Really, Brother Hao, you're not doing this just for me, are you? I'm so touched. Qin's theatrical talent was unleashed. Qin Hao hurriedly pulled his arm away, saying, don't get the wrong idea. I've been planning to enter the live streaming industry for a while now. Sister Xiaoya knows that my company is developing an app similar to Douyin, which will be launched after the holidays. Qin looked at Mu Xiaoya, who nodded in agreement, confirming Qin Hao's words. Qin pouted and said, fine. But, Brother Hao, you mustn't tell my dad that I'm going to you for live streaming. Just say I'm going there for a management position. What if they see your videos? And what's wrong with the live streaming industry? Is it something to be ashamed of? Qin Hao asked. Puzzled. Oh, my uncle and aunt don't usually watch Douyin. They only follow the news and stock market. They're quite dull. So don't worry, they won't find out. Qin said with a playful wave of her hand. Qin Hao nodded, saying, all right, I have some matters to attend to in the southeast tomorrow. Are you coming with me or going with Sister Xiaoya? Qin set the beef she was about to eat back down and said, oh, you're leaving tomorrow? Isn't Sister Xiaoya going back too? Yes, I'm here to help your uncle and aunt tidy up and handle some matters. Once I'm done, I'll return, Mu Xiaoya replied. Then I'll go with Brother Hao. There's nothing for me to do at home, Qin declared. All right then, you should pack up tonight, and I'll come to pick you up after breakfast tomorrow, Qin Hao said. After discussing the important matters, the group chatted for a while longer before Qin stood up to take her leave. She needed to inform her uncle and aunt and pack her belongings for the next day. Qin's parents didn't keep her any longer. About 10 minutes after Qin left, her uncle called. Uncle, has Qin returned? Qin Hao asked first. Yes, she's back. That I heard Qin is going to the southeast with you tomorrow? Her uncle inquired with a hint of confusion. Yes, that's right. I need to go back to handle some matters in the southeast. And since Qin has nothing to do at home, I'm taking her with me. Qin Hao replied. Great. I was worried Qin was making it up. Since she's going with you, I'm relieved. Please take care of her work for me, her uncle said with a smile. Not a problem. We family, rest assured, Qin can stay at my place in the southeast. I have a spacious house close to the company, Qin Hao assured him. Good. Once Qin is settled, I'll buy her a place in the southeast. She can't keep living with you and causing you trouble, her uncle stated. After exchanging pleasantries, her uncle hung up the phone. Qin looked at her father and said, how is that? I didn't lie to you. That's better. When you go to the southeast with your brother, don't act like you do now. Perform well at the company. Work hard, don't think that being the boss's sister gives you free rein. Her father admonished. Got it. Dad, is there anything else you want to say? If not, I'll go pack my bags, Qin said playfully. Here, there's 100,000 yuan. See if you can rent a place near the company. Try not to stay at your brother's for too long. After all, he has a girlfriend now, and it might get awkward if you stay together for too long, her uncle said, pulling out a bank card and handing it to Qin. Qin accepted it without hesitation, wrapping her arms around her father's neck and affectionately saying, Dad, you're so good. I love you so much, moi. Her uncle rubbed his face, laughing. All right, enough of that. Hurry up and pack. Okay, Qin replied, scampering upstairs. Soon, the next day arrived. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya finished their morning routines early and went to the dining room. Qin's mother had been up since 5, preparing dumplings for Qin Hao. He approached the kitchen and asked, Mom, what time did you wake up? You're making dumplings this morning. Old age means less sleep. Aren't you leaving today? I thought I'd make you some dumplings to take with you. Qin's mother replied while adding water to the pot. All right, don't just stand there. Go get ready. The dumplings will be ready soon, she continued. After breakfast, Qin Hao called Qin, who had also finished her meal. He said, I'll come to pick you up shortly. Wait for me at the community entrance. I want to go in. Okay, brother. Qin replied before hanging up and heading out with her parents. Dragging her suitcase toward the community entrance, Qin Hao drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the Pingxing Yufu, heading toward Qin's home. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he arrived at the community entrance. Normally, parking wasn't allowed there, but the security guard hesitated to approach the imposing vehicle. Fortunately, Qin and her family had already emerged from the community with their luggage. Qin Hao got out of the car, opened the trunk, and placed Qin's suitcase inside. She then settled into the passenger seat. Hao, drive slowly on the way. Call us when you arrive, her uncle reminded. Sure, don't worry, Qin Hao replied. Qing, listen to your brother. Xiao, if she misbehaves, don't hesitate to call me. I'll come to sort her out, her aunt added. Mom, I know. You guys should head back now. Qin waved to her parents. Qin Hao reassured them. Don't worry, auntie. With me around, she'll be fine. You can go back now. After saying that, he started the car. Her uncle and aunt stepped back as Qin Hao slowly drove away from the community. They waved until his vehicle was out of sight. Chapter 79. Enemies on a narrow path. Qin Hao drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan onto the highway. It was the 3rd day of the National Day holiday, and there were many vehicles on the road. Southeast City, being the capital of Dongshan Province, had a considerable number of cars heading in its direction, so Qin Hao kept a moderate speed. Moreover, the advantage of driving a luxury car became evident at that moment. As he occupied the middle lane, cars on either side and behind kept a considerable distance, as if an invisible shield surrounded him. Seeing this, Qin laughed and said, Brother, you're too ostentatious. Look at the cars ahead. All packed closely together, but yours has no one near it. Qin Hao chuckled, replying, I'm quite low-key. This is my cheapest car. Humph, brother. You're being humble again. Don't act like you're better than everyone else. Qin teased. Qin Hao didn't argue, thinking to himself, You'll see once you get there that I'm speaking the truth. At that moment, Qin Hao's phone rang. He donned his Bluetooth headset and answered. Hello, this is Qin Hao. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Zhang Xiao, the sales manager for MCC in the Asia-Pacific region. The voice on the other end said. Oh, hello, you're delivering the car, right? Qin Hao recalled his Koenigsegg one upon hearing Zhang Xiao's name. Yes, Mr. Qin. Our exhibition concludes today. After we close this afternoon, I'll deliver it to you. Will you be home today? Zhang Xiao inquired. Yes, I should be back by this afternoon. Just deliver it to my address. Qin Hao confirmed. All right, Mr. Qin, see you this afternoon, Zhang Xiao responded. Okay, see you later. Qin Hao concluded the call. At this moment, Qin was engrossed in her phone, neglecting to inquire about Qin Hao's phone conversation. She took several selfies and captured the congested traffic ahead, ultimately compiling 9 photos with a caption. Goodbye, Pingcheng, this lady is heading southeast. The journey ahead is long, so let us part ways here. Though mountains may be high and waters long, we shall meet again. She then shared it on her social media. After 2 hours of driving, Qin Hao finally stopped at a service area bustling with people. The staff, spotting Qin Hao's car, directed him to park in a corner. Both Qin Hao and Qin alighted from the vehicle, walking side by side toward the restroom, drawing envious glances from those around them. Sensing the stares directed at her, Qin tugged at Qin Hao's arm and remarked, Brother Hao, I feel like everyone is watching me. Could they be my fans? Qin Hao glanced around, smirking and replied, Your delusions of grandeur are getting worse. They're clearly admiring the Rolls-Royce, not you in your videos. Your face is barely visible. Even if they were fans, they wouldn't recognize you. Oh, fine. Qin pouted in response. After using the restroom, they headed to the service area as supermarket to purchase drinks and snacks. Anticipating potential traffic delays. While selecting snacks, a voice called out, Qin. Turning around, Qin was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the man who called her, responding, Lu Dong. Is that really you? I thought your silhouette looked familiar. Lu Dong, a young man, replied, Indeed, what a coincidence. Are you traveling? Yes, just on holiday, Qin responded, her tone rather indifferent. Are you traveling as well? Would you like to join us? Lu Dong was quite enthusiastic. Just as Qin was about to reply, Qin Hao approached with drinks in hand, oblivious to Lu Dong, and asked, Qin, have you made your selections? Qin raised the snacks in her hand and said, Yes, I'm all set. She smiled at Lu Dong before preparing to head to the checkout with Qin Hao. Lu Dong, however, appeared slightly perturbed and interjected, Hey, Qin, is this your boyfriend? Why not introduce him to an old classmate? Qin's expression soured. She had no desire to engage with this former classmate or introduce Qin Hao. With impatience, she replied, He is not my boyfriend. He is. Before she could finish, Lu Dong interrupted. If he is not your boyfriend, why call him that? Casting a disdainful glance at Qin Hao, Lu Dong thought to himself that, apart from being somewhat handsome and tall, he was dressed in casual outdoor attire and wore no watch, leading Lu Dong to conclude that he was merely an impoverished pretty boy. He continued, Who are you, daring to call her Qin? You think you're worthy? Qin Hao was taken aback by Lu Dong's remarks, unsure of the situation. He looked at Qin, gesturing with his hand, pondering if they had encountered a lunatic. Qin shook her head and explained, This is Lu Dong, a classmate from university. Lu Dong nodded and extended his hand toward Qin Hao, showcasing his Rolex watch. Noticing the gesture but with both hands occupied, Qin Hao merely acknowledged him with a nod. Lu Dong, feeling slighted by Qin Hao's lack of acknowledgement, thought, All right, if you're going to be rude, let us see how this plays out. Lu Dong, we haven't seen each other in ages. How about I treat you and this young man to dinner tonight? I've booked a room at the Hilton in Southeast, Lu Dong suggested eagerly. Qin, feeling increasingly annoyed, replied, No thanks, we're not going in the same direction. She attempted to pull Qin Hao away, but Lu Dong blocked their path once more, brandishing his phone. Qin, I saw your social media post about heading southeast. How is that not in the same direction? Are you snubbing me? Irritated, Qin retorted, Lu Dong, if I say it's not convenient, it means I don't want to go. What is so hard to understand? Qin, don't be foolish, and my father is a leader in the Pingcheng Housing Bureau. Be careful or I might have to close down your father's company. Just accompany me for a meal and drinks, we can still be friends. Otherwise, you know what I mean, Lu Dong threatened ominously. Qin was furious. Her face flushed. Qin Hao, having grasped the situation, calmly interjected, Brother, pursuing a girl is done this way. If Qin says it's not convenient, persisting only makes you look desperate. Don't drag your father into this. We re all adults here. Qin couldn't help but chuckle at Qin Hao's remark, chiming in, Haha, invoking parents is quite amusing. Lu Dong, feeling humiliated, clenched his fists in anger, ready to strike Qin Hao. Quick as a flash, Qin Hao handed the drinks to Qin Qing, then caught Lu Dong's punch effortlessly. The speed of Qin Hao's response left Lu Dong bewildered. By the time he realized what happened, Qin Hao had twisted his wrist, causing a sharp crack as he dislocated it. Yelling in pain, Lu Dong pleaded, "Let go. Or I want to hold back." "Oh, I'm curious to see how you plan to retaliate." Qin Hao replied, applying slight pressure. It hurts," Lu Dong cried, dropping to one knee, realizing that discretion was the better part of valor. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please let go." Seeing Lu Dong in such a state, Qin Qing worried that things might escalate and urged, "Brother Hao, just let him go." Taking her words into account, Qin Hao released Lu Dong, warning, "Listen closely. If I see you in Southeast City again, I'll make sure to give your father a piece of my mind." Lu Dong cradled his dislocated wrist, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "You'll regret this." He then departed the supermarket. After settling their purchases, Qin Hao and Qin Qing made their way back to the waiting Rolls-Royce. Meanwhile, Lu Dong sat in his BMW, gripping the steering wheel tightly, seething with rage as he plotted revenge, determined to remember their license plate number and have their car vandalized. When he finally saw the luxurious Rolls-Royce emerge, he was taken aback to find Qin Hao behind the wheel, shattering his misconceptions about the young man. Sighing deeply, he realized the gravity of his thoughts and lamented, "Thank goodness I didn't act rashly. Damaging that car would have cost my father dearly." As Qin Hao drove, he asked, "Qing Qing, who was that man? You seemed quite reluctant to speak with him." With a sigh, Qin Qing replied, "That's Lu Dong. He graduated from Southeast University of Architecture, just like me. He pursued me back in school, but I didn't reciprocate. After his father became a leader in the Pingxing Housing Bureau, he began to harass me, often using his father to intimidate me. I ignored him, but he persisted. I can't believe I ran into him at the service area. What a small world." Qin Hao, processing her words, asked, "Should we inform Uncle San? He wouldn't actually retaliate, would he?" "No worries. He has been making threats since school. My father never mentioned any trouble with the Housing Bureau, so I doubt it's anything more than bluster." Qin Qing reassured him. Nodding, Qin Hao said, "That's good to hear. If anything arises, just let me know. I have friends who could help." Chapter 80. Encounter with Su Jinjian. After the unpleasant encounter with Lu Dong, Qin Qing's previously cheerful mood dampened. Qin Hao drove for another 2 hours before finally exiting the highway and entering Southeast City. As the vehicle slowed, Qin Qing awoke from her nap. Rubbing her eyes and gazing out the window, "Brother, have we entered Southeast?" "Yes, indeed." "You were sleeping quite soundly," Qin Hao replied. Stretching, Qin Qing said, "Brother, I'm hungry." Checking the time, Qin Hao replied, "Just hang on a little longer. We'll be home soon. I called Master Li earlier, and he has prepared a meal for us." "Master Li? Who is he?" Qin Qing inquired. "The chef I hired. The house is too large, and neither Xiaoya nor I have the time to clean or cook. So I engaged 2 servants and a chef. I must tell you, Master Li's cooking is exquisite, far surpassing that of any restaurant," Qin Hao remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Qing covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "Brother, I've noticed you have become increasingly different from before, always flaunting your accomplishments. Whatever happened to the gentle and humble brother I once knew?" "Ha! You speak of gentility and humility, yet you have never faced the harsh realities of society. Allow me to enlighten you. The world is a treacherous place, where wealth dictates one's standing. Back in school, we thought an annual salary of over 100,000 was a fortune, but in Southeast City, to purchase a home, you need an upfront payment of 50 to 60,000, plus monthly mortgage payments of 6 to 7,000. But forget it, you wouldn't understand. At least you have my uncle supporting you. He promised that once you settle down, he'd buy you a house in Southeast," Qin Hao explained. "Ha, just let him boast. Our family's company still owes wages to the construction workers. The car I drove yesterday was collateral for the project payment. My father is even considering selling it to pay the workers. How can we afford a house for you?" Qin Qing said helplessly. Qin Hao was taken aback, asking, "What happened? Isn't your family's construction company doing well?" "I am not entirely sure. It seems they were working on a renovation project for a pharmaceutical factory, and they've been waiting for payment for quite some time. In the end, they only managed to recover 1 vehicle." Qin Qing explained. "At a pharmaceutical factory. What's its name? Perhaps I know it," Qin Hao inquired. "Let me check. It's a company from Pingxing." "Wait a moment," Qin Qing said as she pulled out her phone and began searching. After a while, she exclaimed, "Found it. It's called Lingxi Pharmaceutical Company Limited, a subsidiary of Jinjiang Pharmaceutical Group. It's astonishing that such a large enterprise would default on payment." Jinjiang Pharmaceutical? Qin Hao echoed. Yes, they were just acquired by Jinjiang Pharmaceutical. Hence the renovation project. Do you know them? Qin Qing asked. I don't. Qin Hao shook his head, silently thinking he would soon become acquainted with them. As they conversed, they arrived at the Overseas International Plaza. Qin Qing gazed at the numerous skyscrapers and remarked, brother, what is this place? So many office buildings, it looks so upscale. This is Overseas International Plaza. Why company is located here? I'll take you to see it tomorrow. Qin Hao replied with a smile. Really, brother, you're incredible. How did you suddenly become so wealthy? Qin Qing expressed her admiration. Qin Hao remained silent, smiling inwardly, thinking, I can't very well tell you I possess a golden finger that allows me to reap profits. And continued driving. After a while, they entered the Overseas International Garden community. Qin Qing was once again astonished by the luxurious villas and gardens, realizing that although her family also lived in a villa, it paled in comparison to these. After a few minutes, their vehicle finally reached the underground garage of Qin Hao's villa. Upon stepping out, Qin Qing was awestruck by the sight of a Porsche 918, a Panamera, and a Raptor F-150 parked inside. Brother, are all these cars yours? She exclaimed. Qin Hao nodded, saying, the red Panamera is Xiaoya's, the Raptor F-150 is Master Li's shopping vehicle, and I usually drive the Porsche 918. Wow, brother, you must get me one too. You're just too extravagant, Qin Qing said, playfully shaking his arm. Qin Hao, a bit speechless, quickly replied, all right, let us eat first. Aren't you hungry? We can discuss the car afterwards. Ecstatic, Qin Qing responded, yay, but you mustn't go back on your word. They then took the elevator to the first floor. Master Li had already set the table with dishes by the time Qin Hao entered. Upon seeing another woman beside Qin Hao instead of Mu Xiaoya, Master Li appeared surprised. Recognizing the misunderstanding, Qin Hao hurriedly introduced, Master Li, this is my cousin, Qin Qing, the daughter of my third uncle. She will be staying with me for a while, so I hope you can prepare a bit more food. Qin Qing politely added, hello, Master Li. Brother says your cooking is excellent. Realizing she was Qin Mr. S cousin, Master Li's expression softened, and he replied with a smile. Hello, Miss Qin. You're too kind. Just call me Old Li. If you have any dietary restrictions, please let me know, and I will take note for next time. Qin Qing smiled, not at all, I'm not picky. Qin Hao affectionately patted her head, saying, all right, go wash your hands. It's time to eat. He then took out his phone to inform Mu Xiaoya and his third uncle that he had arrived safely before joining them at the table. During the meal, Qin Qing couldn't stop praising Master Li's culinary skills, stating, brother, this Master Li's cooking is truly fantastic. I've decided I'll be dining here from now on. Could you help me find a place nearby? My dad said it might not be appropriate for me to stay with you now that you have a girlfriend. Thinking about it, Qin Hao realized it could indeed be a concern. As he and Xiaoya often shared intimate moments, he replied, that's fine. I'll see what I can do. After lunch, Qin Qing took her luggage to the guest room on the second floor. While Qin Hao called Tan Zhuxiao, the call connected quickly and Qin Hao said, Brother Tan, I'm back in Southeast City. How is your comrade doing? He should still be at the Hilton Hotel in Overseas International Plaza. Why not head over there directly? Tan Zhuxiao replied. Aren't you coming with me? Qin Hao asked, contemplating how to broach the subject of the consultation fees without seeming awkward. Tan Zhuxiao, sensing Qin Hao's hesitation, reassured him, don't worry, I have a provincial leader coming for an inspection, so I really can't leave. However, I've already discussed it with him. As long as you can treat his ailment, even Jinjiang Pharmaceutical will cover it. Stunned, Qin Hao laughed. What? Is that true? Brother Tan, are you joking with me? I assure you, I'm not joking. This was directly from Su Jinjiang himself. He even mentioned that his daughter, Su Fei seems to have an interest in you. Tan Zhuxiao chuckled. What? Su Fei is interested in me, Brother Tan? Where did you hear that? I'm not even aware of her feelings. Qin Hao laughed. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, your luck with women is astounding. You have Xiaoya, and now so many beauties seem to be smitten with you. I heard this from Su Jinjiang. You'll have to verify it yourself. Anyway, I must go greet the leader now. Just head to the Hilton Hotel and ask for Su Jinjiang. I want to keep you, Tan Zhuxiao said, ending the call with a chuckle. Sighing as he listened to the dial tone, Qin Hao mused, what is it with these women? First Lin Yutong, now Su Fei. I hope there aren't more girls in the future. He then went to his bedroom on the third floor, freshened up, changed his clothes, and headed to the guest room on the second floor. Knocking on the door, he found Qin Qing busy unpacking. Qing, I need to step out for a bit. If you get hungry, check the fridge. There should be food up. By the way, someone will come by this afternoon to deliver a car. Could you please check it? If everything is fine, just sign for it. Qin Qing nodded. Okay, brother, you go ahead. I'll take care of myself. Qin Hao took the elevator down to the underground garage, drove his Porsche 918 towards the Hilton Hotel and Overseas International Plaza. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the Hilton. As he entered, the hotel manager approached him respectfully. "Mr. Qin, welcome." "Hello, I'm here to see Mr. Su Jinjiang," Qin Hao replied with a smile. "Certainly, Mr. Qin. Mr. Su is in the presidential suite. I'll take you there right away," the manager said, guiding him to the elevator. Upon reaching the suite, the manager knocked gently on the door. Su Feier opened it, and upon seeing Qin Hao, her face lit up with joy. "Hello, Brother Hao. Come in. My dad is waiting for you," she said, ushering him inside. Inside, a man in his 60s stood up and approached Qin Hao with a smile, extending his hand. Qin Hao stepped forward and shook hands with Su Jinjiang. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Su Jinjian, the father of Feier," Su Jinjian said with a smile. "Hello, I am Qin Hao. It is a pleasure to meet you," Qin Hao replied with a smile, simultaneously using his exceptional medical skills to assess Su Jinjian's condition. At that moment, the state of Su Jinjian's health appeared before Qin Hao. Late-stage colorectal cancer, with cancer cells having spread to the stomach, leaving a mere 150 days of life expectancy. The severity of the situation made Qin Hao furrow his brow. Fortunately, the system presented an appropriate treatment plan. A quick glance revealed that even the fastest treatment option would require 7 days. Thus Qin Hao was mentally prepared. Releasing Qin Hao's hand, Su Jinjian remarked, "Mr. Qin, I have heard from Lao Tan about your medical skills. You truly are a divine doctor." Qin Hao waved his hand modestly and replied, "Mr. Su, you flatter me. I merely possess a superficial understanding." "Oh, Mr. Qin, you are being humble. I heard that Lao Tan had lymphoma and doctors said there was no hope, yet you cured him with a single intervention," Su Jinjian praised. Qin Hao smiled calmly and said, "When I shook your hand earlier, I gathered some insight into your condition. Currently, Mr. Su, your cancer cells have already metastasized to the stomach, making conventional surgery and standard herbal treatments ineffective." Su Jinjian was momentarily taken aback by Qin Hao's straightforwardness regarding his illness. Nearby, Su Feier and Su Jinjian's wife, Sun Fengqin, exchanged worried glances, fearing that Qin Hao might also be powerless to help. Their eyes glistened with unshed tears. However, Qin Hao continued, "That does not mean there is no way to treat it." Hearing this, Su Feier eagerly inquired, "Really, Brother Hao, can you truly heal my father?" Qin Hao nodded towards Su Feier and replied, however. Before he could finish, Su Jinjian interjected, "Mr. Qin, rest assured, I am willing to pay any amount necessary to cure my illness." Su Feier, hearing her father's words, assumed that Qin Hao was about to discuss the consultation fee, causing her appreciation for him to wane slightly. Qin Hao quickly waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Su, you misunderstand what I mean. While I can treat you, the process may be somewhat uncomfortable. I am concerned about whether you can endure it." Understanding Qin Hao's intent, Su Jinjian laughed, saying, "If that is the case, you need not worry, Mr. Qin. In my youth, I endured much hardship in the military. I can withstand some pain." Qin Hao smiled and replied, "Very well, that I will list the materials needed for the treatment, and you can have someone procure them. Additionally, you'll need to change locations. It is not suitable for treatment in a hotel." After some contemplation, Su Jinjian suggested, "Why not go to Lao Tan's villa? I do not own property in the southeast. Let me call Lao Tan." Rising, he made the call as Qin Hao took the pen and paper handed to him by Su Feier and began writing. Angelica, peony, chuanxiang, purple herb, rhubarb, honeysuckle, simicifuga, astragalus, licorice, saffron, 10 pounds each, 6 roots of century-old wild ginseng, 6 herbal decoction pots, 2 herbal bathtubs, and 10 tons of ice. Once Qin Hao completed the list, Su Jinjian returned from his phone call. Upon receiving the list from Qin Hao, Su Jinjian was taken aback, thinking, "Are you treating me or stocking up on supplies? 10 pounds each of all these herbs, and 6 roots of century-old wild ginseng." Su Jinjian, being in the pharmaceutical business, was well aware of the prices of these herbs. A single root of century-old wild ginseng could fetch 2 to 3 million, totaling around 20 million for 6 roots. This was manageable for him, but what on earth was he to do with 10 tons of ice? Curious, Su Jinjian asked, Mr. Qin, what is the purpose of the 10 tons of ice?" "The ice is for cooling you down. You will understand later. Just procure what I listed," Qin Hao replied. Waving his hand, Su Jinjian nodded and called his assistant, sending the list via WeChat. Most of these items were already in stock at Jinjian Pharmaceuticals factory, with only a few needing to be sourced separately. Su Jinjian said, "Mr. Qin, I have contacted Lao Tan. We will treat you at his villa." "Very well. Also, please arrange for 6 assistants, preferably men with considerable strength. Brother Tan has several bodyguards. You can borrow a few from him, as they assisted me last time," Qin Hao said with a smile. "Understood. When shall we commence treatment?" Su Jinjian inquired. Once the items are prepared and delivered to Brother Tan's villa, contact me. In the meantime, refrain from eating. I fear you may feel unwell, Qin Hao instructed. All right, Mr. Qin. These items should be ready by tomorrow, so I appreciate your help, Su Jinjian said respectfully. After a handshake, Qin Hao took his leave. Su Feier accompanied Qin Hao out of the Hilton Hotel, saying, Brother Hao, I cannot thank you enough. Qin Hao smiled, saying, it was a mere act of kindness. No need to dwell on it. However, Feier, with your family's wealth, why do you intern with me? Wouldn't it be better to work at Jinjian Pharmaceuticals? Su Feier felt a bit awkward and replied, I just want to prove myself. In her heart, she wished to express. Isn't it because of you? Would I intern at your company if I didn't like you? Qin Hao chuckled, thinking, these children of the wealthy all seem the same. They have a good life yet choose to complicate it. Feier, you are already quite accomplished. Go on up and keep your father company. I shall take my leave. As Qin Hao drove away in his Porsche 918 towards the Internet Finance Building, he prepared to deploy the basic Tion Shield firewall on the company server. Otherwise, when his live streaming app launched after the holiday, it would undoubtedly attract attacks from other platforms, necessitating preemptive protection. Meanwhile, Su Feier returned to the presidential suite, where Su Jinjian remarked, Feier, I find Qin Hao quite handsome. If you truly like him, I could arrange for someone to speak with his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Su Feier's expression changed, and she hurriedly replied, Dad, please don't do that. I can handle my own affairs. Observing his daughter's reaction, Su Jinjian sighed, Feier, I am only looking out for your best interests. You are my only daughter, and I do not wish for you to suffer. Dad, I understand. I know what I am doing. Su Feier replied before turning and walking toward her bedroom. Ignoring her father, Su Jinjian sighed, and Sun Fengqin approached him, gently taking his hand and saying, Jinjian, let us refrain from interfering in our daughter's matters. I sense that Qin Hao does not harbor romantic feelings for her. Let us allow things to unfold naturally. If you intervene, I fear it may irritate him. Hearing his wife's perspective, Su Jinjian nodded. Conceding, very well, let her be. At that moment, Qin Hao had already arrived at the company. On the third day of the holiday, with no one present, he powered on the server and deployed the installation program for the basic Tion Shield firewall from the system space, completing the installation as if it were a standard software setup. Next, he found a laptop and attempted to launch an attack on the company's server using his phone's hotspot, only for the laptop to blue screen. After forcibly shutting it down and attempting to restart, he found it unresponsive. Qin Hao exclaimed, this firewall is impressive. He then accessed the backend of the Tion Shield firewall to review the logs. Identifying the entry that recorded his recent attack on the server, the log meticulously documented the computer's IP address, commands, and even specific location information. Satisfied with the current capabilities of the basic Tion Shield firewall, he concluded that it would effectively defend against hacker attacks, eliminating the need to hire dedicated network security personnel. Recalling that his system mall should have refreshed, Qin Hao, having neglected it due to insufficient points, decided to check. Open the system mall, he commanded. The interface of the system mall materialized before him, displaying, first slot, basic skill upgrade card, which upgrades a designated skill to intermediate level upon use, requiring 1,000 points for exchange. Second slot, points doubling card, which doubles points earned from items for 24 hours upon use, requiring 1,000 points for exchange. Third slot, basic property exchange card, granting ownership of a residential property not exceeding 600 square meters, requiring 1,000 points for exchange. Fourth slot, intermediate weapon mastery skill, allowing mastery of various cold weapons, requiring 10,000 points for exchange. Fifth slot, basic culinary mastery skill, allowing mastery of various cooking techniques, requiring 1,000 points for exchange. Sixth slot, charm enhancement card, enhancing personal charm for 24 hours, allowing for positive impressions from passers-by, requiring 1,000 points for exchange. As Qin Hao gazed at the newly refreshed products, he fell into contemplation. He found himself not lacking in funds, and these basic items were easily redeemable. However, he understood that having money did not equate to recklessly spending it. For instance, a property exchange card would be impractical in Southeast City. After pondering for a while, he decided to first visit the Panlong Mountain warehouse, anticipating that numerous deliveries awaited his retrieval. Exiting the company, he took the elevator down to the underground parking garage. After 20 minutes, he arrived at the warehouse nestled in the rear of Panlong Mountain, driving a Porsche 918. Upon opening the warehouse door, he was met with an impressive sight. 4 rows of delivery boxes filled the space. Occupying nearly a quarter of the warehouse, a gasp escaped his lips as he mused. It seems that the establishment of these 100 small bird stations has indeed yielded significant results. He promptly spent 100 million to exchange for 1,000 points. Acquiring a point doubling card from the system shop. System, activate the point doubling card. He commanded. A chime echoed, signaling the successful activation. Congratulations, the rewards for items reclaimed within the next 24 hours will be doubled. Please proceed with the reclamation promptly. The long-lost sound of system notifications filled the air, delighting Qin Hao as he securely locked the warehouse door and began his busy work. Chapter 82. Redemption of System Rewards. Ding. Reclaimed 1 delivery box. Received a monetary reward of 200 yuan, points 0.02. Ding. Reclaimed 1 delivery box. Received a monetary reward of 300 yuan, points 0.02. The notifications continued to resonate as Qin Hao worked tirelessly. After approximately half an hour, the system's alert interrupted his rhythm. Ding. Special reward triggered by reclamation. Congratulations on obtaining a beauty enhancement formula. Qin Hao paused and inquired, System, what is the function of this beauty enhancement formula? Ding. The beauty enhancement formula allows the host to create basic beauty pills, suitable for both external and internal use, with effects such as skin whitening and anti-aging. Wow, this reward is rather impressive, Qin Hao remarked. This means I can mass-produce basic beauty pills in the future. He understood well that money from women and children was the easiest to earn, particularly in the cosmetics market, which boasted a colossal scale of trillions. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became. And he resumed his reclamation efforts with renewed enthusiasm. After over an hour, he finally completed the reclamation of all remaining delivery boxes. Exhaling deeply, he said, System, check my points. Ding. Current points, 1812.75, calculating in his mind. Qin Hao realized that, with the point doubling cards effect, he had reclaimed approximately 90,000 items. Satisfied, he reopened the system shop. Scanning the remaining 5 products, he noted that the intermediate weapon proficiency was out of reach due to insufficient points, and exchanging for it with huaxia currency was excessively costly. The property exchange card also seemed unworthy, and the basic culinary proficiency appeared somewhat redundant, given his lack of time for cooking and the presence of Chef Li at home, leading him to dismiss it as well. Only the basic skill upgrade card and the charm enhancement card remained. He was particularly fond of the basic skill upgrade card, as he could upgrade his current basic hacking skill and basic Bajiquan. The charm enhancement card also intrigued him. It could be used on others, making it a valuable asset for when he launched his live streaming company, potentially skyrocketing the follower count of Lin Yutong or Qin Qing. Without hesitation, he spent 20 million huaxia currency to exchange for 200 points, bringing his total to 2012.75. He then exchanged the basic skill upgrade card and the charm enhancement card from the system shop. Contemplating the basic skill upgrade card, he decided to elevate his basic hacking skill to intermediate. After all, his basic Bajiquan was already sufficient to handle general attacks, and he was not yet at a level where hiring bodyguards was necessary. The hacking skill, however, held greater importance. He could practice against the Tianda network firewall during his leisure hours, enhancing its experience. The intermediate hacking skill was successfully upgraded. A wealth of hacking skills and real-world experience flooded Qin Hao's mind. With the enhancement of his hacking abilities, he sensed a significant improvement in his understanding of programming, and the underlying logic of operating systems, which had previously eluded him, became increasingly clear. Yet, he remained uncertain of his actual level of hacking prowess and queried the system. System, what level does intermediate hacking skill correspond to in reality? Ding. In comparison to the world the host inhabits, intermediate hacking skill is roughly equivalent to that of Kevin Mitnick in the United States. While that's incredibly impressive, Qin Hao was well aware of Kevin Mitnick's reputation. He had effortlessly infiltrated the U.S. Air Force's command systems and accessed sensitive information regarding nuclear weapons from the former Soviet Union and allied nations. He was indeed a titan in the hacking realm. Ding. Indeed, host. Intermediate hacking skill allows you to bypass firewalls and network tracking, granting you unrestricted access to civilian networks. This means, should you desire, you could access any device on the internet and, if unafraid of being tracked, even infiltrate commercial and military networks. While this is extraordinary, Qin Hao thought, contemplating the potential of upgrading both his hacking skills and the Tiandun firewall to advanced levels, likening it to possessing the most impenetrable shield and the sharpest spear. The idea thrilled him. However, with his current assets and points insufficient for both upgrades to advanced levels, he resolved to proceed with caution. He then retrieved the special reward of the beauty enhancement formula from the system space. It resembled ancient parchment, inscribed with a prescription in brush strokes. Upon examining the contents, he noted the inclusion of various herbal ingredients such as ginseng, white poria, rari mania, white honey, angelica, almonds, talcum powder, and several others, with detailed proportions. The formula concluded with its benefits, claiming to nourish and invigorate, enhance lung function, and improve skin clarity and refinement. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, finding the numerous ingredients and preparation methods excessively cumbersome. If he were to undertake this himself, he would hardly have time for anything else. He would become a potion maker. Shaking his head, he returned the formula to the system space, resolving to revisit it when a more favorable opportunity arose. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. He locked the warehouse door and drove towards the ocean garden. Minutes later, he entered the ocean garden villa area, observing the surrounding villas and contemplating the possibility of exchanging his property rights card for a suitable 280 square meter villa. At that moment, he spotted a sales consultant, dressed in professional attire, escorting a client out of a villa. It appeared the transaction had not been successful, as he overheard the consultant stating, "Sir, this is the last available 280 square meter villa in our ocean garden. And the price is quite reasonable. Would you care to consider?" The man seemed unconvinced, continuing onward without pause as he exited the community. Qin Hao halted his vehicle to assess the villa, which showcased a modern 2-story design complemented by a ground-level garage and a modest garden. Finding it satisfactory, he retrieved the long-stored property rights card from the system space and silently commanded, "System, utilize the property rights card." Ding. Property rights card successfully used. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a 280 square meter villa in the ocean garden. As the system notification concluded, Qin Hao's phone rang. He answered, "Hello, this is Qin Hao." "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Gu Lily, the sales consultant for the ocean garden villas. The paperwork for your purchase has been completed. When might you come to the sales office to collect your keys and contract?" With a smile, Qin Hao replied, "I am currently outside that villa. If you have time, could you please bring them to me?" Certainly, Mr. Qin. Please hold on," Gu Lily responded before ending the call. After 4 or 5 minutes, the sales consultant hurried back, her demeanor a mix of excitement and respect as she approached Qin Hao, glancing at the Porsche 918 parked nearby. Suppressing her excitement, she greeted him, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Gu Lily, the sales consultant for the Ocean Garden Villas. As she handed him the purchase contract and keys respectfully, she continued, "Here are your purchase documents and house keys." Qin Hao nodded appreciatively, accepting the contract and keys. "Would you kindly show me around the villa?" Gu Lily nodded, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Had Mr. Qin not visited this property before? Just moments ago, she had exited the villa, and now it seemed he had purchased it almost instantaneously. Despite her curiosity, she remained courteous, unlocking the door and leading Qin Hao on a tour. "Mr. Qin, this villa is the last 2-story villa of 280 square meters in our ocean garden, complete with an above-ground garage and an 83 square meter garden. The garage can accommodate 2 mid to large SUVs. As Gu Lily spoke, she guided Qin Hao into the room and continued, "The villa consists of 2 levels. The first floor includes the dining room, living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a guest room, while the second floor features the master bedroom, secondary bedroom, and study. The decor and furniture adopt a modern urban style. The villa has been completed for a year now, and our property management regularly maintains it, so Mr. Qin can move in effortlessly." Qin Hao nodded and smiled, remarking, "It's quite nice. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Miss Gu. Gu Lily smiled back respectfully, saying, "You're welcome. Mr.Qin.its my duty. If you encounter any issues later, please feel free to contact me. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now." Qin Hao nodded and replied, "Allow me to escort you, Miss Gu." He escorted Gu Lily out of the villa, then turned back to admire the decor of the villa, which rather aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Apart from being slightly smaller than his previous residence, it had no other flaws. He mused to himself, "I'll have Qin come over later to see if she likes it. I should also arrange for her to have a car in the near future. It is quite inconvenient to live in a villa area without a vehicle." After locking the door, Qin Hao drove his Porsche 918 towards his villa. The 2 villas were approximately 500 meters apart, a reasonable distance. Just as he intended to park in the underground garage, he noticed that 4 cars were already parked inside, with a Koenigsegg one occupying the spot originally designated for his Porsche 918. It would be a tight fit if he parked his car there, so after contemplating for a moment, he slowly reversed the car from the garage and parked it in the courtyard instead. Stepping out of the car, he opened the door to find Master Li preparing dinner in the kitchen, while Qin was in the living room enjoying ice cream and watching television. Upon seeing Qin Hao return, she exclaimed, "Brother, you're back?" "Yes, I still have work to do tomorrow, so today will be a wrap. It's almost dinner time. Why are you indulging in ice cream again?" Qin Hao replied, "I'm skipping dinner to lose weight. This ice cream is low calorie, so I want to gain weight. Would you like some?" Qin asked, "No thanks, I'm quite satisfied with my figure." Qin Hao chuckled. Qin rolled her eyes at him and added, "By the way, brother, The car has arrived and I checked it. There are no issues, so I signed for it.its parked in the garage now. Yes, I saw it, Qin Hao said as he changed his shoes and settled onto the sofa. He tossed a set of keys to Qin, who quickly caught them and inquired, "What's this?" "It's a house I found for you, in this very neighborhood, just about 500 meters away. It's a bit smaller than this villa, but it should suffice for you," Qin Hao explained. "Wow, brother, you're so generous. Is the rent expensive? Dad only gave me 100,000. It's too pricey for me to afford." Qin looked at him with her big eyes, feigning distress. "And no need to worry about the rent. That villa is also mine. Just settle in comfortably," Qin Hao reassured her. "Really? Thank you so much, brother Hao. You're so kind to me," Qin exclaimed, blowing him a kiss. Qin Hao pretended to shiver, rubbing his arms, and said, "Oh." Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Qin threw a nearby cushion at him. He deftly caught it and set it aside, saying, "All right, enough of that. After dinner, I'll take you over to see the place." After 10 minutes, Master Li finished preparing dinner. Qin still insisted on skipping dinner for her diet. Qin Hao didn't press the matter. After all, Mu Xiaoya had also claimed she would diet, yet ended up enjoying her meals. While scrolling through his phone, Qin Hao had his dinner, and after over 20 minutes, he finished eating. He looked at Qin and asked, "Qing, are you really not going to eat?" "Nope, I'm quite determined," she replied firmly. "All right, then let us go check out the house as a post-dinner stroll," Qin Hao said, heading towards the door. Qin quickly turned off the television, stood up from the sofa, and followed him outside. The walk from Qin Hao's villa to the new one was downhill, making it effortless. They arrived within 3 to 4 minutes. As they approached the new villa, Qin felt an indescribable sensation. Furrowing her brows, she asked, "Brother, is this the villa you bought?" Qin Hao nodded, observing her frown, and asked, "Is there a problem?" Qin chuckled awkwardly and said, "Not really, but don't you think this villa looks a bit rustic? It resembles the self-built houses in the countryside. And the garage next to it. Doesn't it remind you of a village kitchen?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Hao looked again at the villa. And indeed, it did evoke such an impression. He suddenly realized why this villa hadn't sold for so long. He wondered how he had missed that detail. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he cleared his throat and said, "Nonsense, this is a modern urban style, you know?" Seeing Qin Hao's reaction, Qin knew he secretly agreed with her observation, and she laughed, saying, "Got it, modern urban style. All right, brother, let us go inside and take a look." She linked her arm with his as they entered the villa. Though she had critiqued the exterior design, she was genuinely pleased with the interior decor and exclaimed, "Brother, this villa is truly impressive. It's even larger than my home that I'll move in tomorrow." Qin Hao nodded and replied, "I'll transfer some money to you. You can go shopping for anything you need tomorrow, and also consider getting a car for convenience when coming and going from the neighborhood. I'll be busy outside these next few days, so I won't be returning." Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, really? You're so generous. Not only letting me stay in the villa for free, but also buying me a car. You're the best. I feel so indebted to you. Should I offer myself in return?" "Stop that." Qin Hao shot her a glare and said, "You silly girl, what are you talking about? I am your brother. Besides, consider that car a deposit for our agreement." After poking her forehead playfully, he continued, "What on earth are you thinking about all day? You should watch fewer ridiculous K-dramas." Rubbing her forehead and pouting, Qin mumbled, "Okay, fine." The two then returned to Qin Hao's villa. He headed straight to his bedroom, while Qin went to her room on the second floor. She opened her laptop, put on her headphones, and turned on her beauty light, preparing for a live stream. Qin Hao opened WeChat, calling Mu Xiaoya, and the video connected quickly. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya was in her bedroom, dressed in pajamas. "Xiaoya, are you already in bed?" Qin Hao asked. "Yes, uncle and aunt sleep early, so I washed up and got in bed early too." Mu Xiaoya smiled at the camera and continued, "Have you finished your work so soon? I was worried you were busy and didn't message you." "Not yet. Tomorrow will be the busy day. How about you?" Qin Hao inquired. "Well, uncle and aunt are adamant about not hiring help. I set up their internet and bought 6 cleaning robots. I also contacted Feng Mu, and he has spoken to the leaders at Dongxing Steel. The paperwork should be completed in the next couple of days. He mentioned that for some reason, his father seems to be feeling a bit better, and they'll do a thorough checkup in the southeast." Mu Xiaoya recounted her day's activities. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya exchanged sweet nothings, expressing their longing for each other, and gradually drifted off to sleep. A peaceful night passed, and soon it was the next day. Qin Hao woke early, noticing his phone was down to 10% battery. He quickly plugged it in and proceeded to wash up in the bathroom. Qin, having streamed until midnight the previous night, was still asleep. Qin Hao didn't wake her and went downstairs to have breakfast. After breakfast, Qin Hao received a call from Su Feier. Brother Hao, the items you wanted are ready, she informed him. All right, I'll head over to Brother Tan's villa shortly. See you soon, Qin Hao replied before hanging up. He changed into a fresh outfit, retrieved a pack of silver needles from his system space, and drove his Porsche 918 towards Lunghu Daijing Garden. At that moment, Tan Zhuoxiao and Su Jijiang were sitting in the courtyard, chatting. Since Qin Hao had advised Su Jijiang against eating, he had not consumed anything since the previous night, relying solely on honey water for sustenance. Tan Zhuoxiao observed the servants bringing in the herbs, the cooking pot, and the bathing tub, as well as a refrigerated truck. He fell into deep thought and turned to Su Jijiang, asking, Brother Su, did Qin tell you how the treatment will proceed? Not really, but Mr. Qin mentioned that the treatment process might be a bit painful, and that I should endure it, Su Jijiang replied nonchalantly. Tan Zhuoxiao's expression was one of playful intrigue, tinged with a hint of concern. After all, Su Jinjian was already 60 years old. Would he be able to withstand it? Moreover, when Qin Hao treated him, he hadn't used a refrigerated vehicle. What was his intention? As they spoke, Qin Hao's car had already parked at the entrance of the villa. Tan Zhuoxiao and Su Jinjian quickly stood up to greet him. Brother Qin, it has been a while, Tan Zhuoxiao remarked politely as he shook Qin Hao's hand, despite it only being a week since they last met. Qin Hao reciprocated the pleasantries before observing the busy servants in the courtyard. He turned to Su Jinjian and said, Mr. Su, since everything is prepared, shall we begin? Yes, indeed. Su Jinjian nodded in agreement. Tan Zhuoxiao then instructed the servants to leave the villa, retaining only 6 bodyguards in black. Noticing they were the same ones from last time, Qin Hao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Hao clapped his hands and directed the 2 bodyguards, as per our usual practice, please prepare the hot water and fill these 2 tubs halfway. He then gestured to the remaining 4 bodyguards. You should divide the medicinal herbs according to this proportion and place them into 6 pots for decoction. Afterward, he turned to Su Feier, Sun Fengqin, and Mrs. Tan, saying, Ladies, you might want to go upstairs or step outside. I suggest you go shopping. The treatment will take some time, and it's better if you're not present. Having experienced it once, Mrs. Tan understood Qin Hao's intent and took Su Feier and Sun Fengqin out of the villa, reassuring them, Don't worry. Brother Qin will surely cure Brother Su's ailment. Once the 3 women had exited, Qin Hao turned to Tan Zhuoxiao and suggested, Brother Tan, perhaps you should also step aside. After all, Mr. Su will need to undress. Tan Zhuoxiao chuckled, Not at all. We are old comrades who have fought together and taken baths together. It's nothing, right, Brother Su? Su Jinjian felt a bit awkward but nodded in agreement, saying, It's fine. Let Old Tan stay. Qin Hao nodded and instructed, Then let the bodyguards keep watch outside. No one is allowed in without permission. Tan Zhuoxiao pulled out his phone and called the black-clad bodyguards, and soon 5 or 6 of them stood in a line at the villa's entrance. Outside the villa, Su Feier, Sun Fengqin, and Mrs. Tan felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing this display. Qin Hao observed that the bodyguards were all in position and smiled at Su Jinjian, saying, Mr. Su, please remove your clothing and lie on the bed. I will begin the acupuncture. Su Jinjian, not one to hesitate, quickly stripped down to nothing, the years of military service rendering his physique still notably muscular despite his age. Qin Hao took out silver needles and, following the system's guidance, performed acupuncture on Su Jinjian's various acupoints, a total of 108 needles, covering 36 dead points and 72 crucial acupoints. Su Jinjian, having some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, was understandably alarmed by the procedure. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. After completing the acupuncture, Qin Hao said, All right, Mr. Su, please rest for a moment. I will instruct the bodyguards on how to prepare the medicine. Brother Tan, please keep an eye on Mr. Su and ensure he does not touch the needles. Tan Zhuoxiao nodded, understanding the significance of the acupuncture process from his own experience. Qin Hao approached the living room, where the 4 bodyguards had nearly finished dividing the herbal medicine. Confidently, he inspected their work and smiled, Very good, impressive progress. Now, place a portion of the herbs into each pot and add enough boiling water to cover them completely, then boil over high heat. Understood, Mr. Qin, the team leader of the bodyguards replied with a smile. Qin Hao then turned to the 2 remaining bodyguards, asking, How are the bathing tubs coming along? Is the hot water ready? Almost there, one bodyguard responded. Qin Hao nodded, Good. Ensure the water temperature maintains around 70 degrees Celsius. Understood, another bodyguard replied. Checking the time, Qin Hao called Qin Qing, saying, Qing Qing, are you awake? Remember to send me the card number. Yes, I just got up that I will send it to you via WeChat right away. Where have you gone? Qin Qing replied, rubbing her eyes, I had some matters to attend to and probably won't be back today. If you're hungry, let Master Li prepare some food. Qin Hao said, Oh, all right then. Take care of yourself. Brother, Qin said before hanging up. She rummaged through her wallet for her bank card and sent a picture to Qin Hao before flopping back onto her bed. Qin Hao transferred 1 million yuan to Qin's bank account. Not wanting to send more, knowing her tendency to spend liberally, soon, Qin's phone buzzed with a notification of the deposit. Her eyes widened as she counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Wow. Brother Hao actually transferred 1 million to me. Who needs sleep now? Time to go shopping, she exclaimed, jumping out of bed to get ready. Qin Hao checked that the bathing tubs were ready and the water temperature was maintained at 70 degrees Celsius. He then approached Su Jinjian's bedside, saying, Mr. Su, I need you to soak in the tub for a bit before I remove the needles. Su Jinjian nodded, while Tan Zhuxiao looked on with a peculiar expression. Feeling a sense of apprehension for Su Jinjian, after 5 or 6 minutes, Qin Hao helped Su Jinjian off the bed and led him to the bathing tub. The bodyguards opened the lid. Releasing a plume of steam, Su Jinjian trembled slightly, his voice quavering as he protested, Mr. Qin, I see the water temperature a bit too high. Shouldn't we wait for it to cool down? Qin Hao shook his head. It's not too high. The temperature is just right. Rest assured, I will monitor it closely to ensure it remains at 70 degrees. 70 degrees? Are you joking? That could take my life. Su Jinjian exclaimed in terror. At that moment, Tan Zhuxiao interjected, Brother Su, just trust Brother Qin. When he saved my life, he did the same thing. Though it was painful, the results were undeniable. Su Jinjian looked back at Qin Hao, who nodded in agreement. Implicitly supporting Tan Zhuxiao's words, Su Jinjian, steeling himself, stepped onto a stool and prepared to enter the tub. However, upon dipping a toe into the water, he quickly recoiled, feeling the intense heat. With a pleading look towards Qin Hao, he asked, Is there really no way to wait for the water to cool? Qin Hao smiled wryly, Mr. Su. Sometimes it's better to endure short-term pain for long-term gain. Just dive in. It will pass quickly. He then signaled the 2 bodyguards. The bodyguards, 1 on each side, assisted Su Jinjian into the tub, and his cries of agony filled the air. Ah! His screams echoed as Qin Hao instructed the bodyguards to cover the tub, leaving only Su Jinjian's head exposed. Outside the villa, Su Feier, Sun Fengqin, and Mrs. Tan, hearing the anguished cries, felt their hearts race with concern, wanting to rush inside. Fortunately, Mrs. Tan restrained them, saying, Don't worry. Our old Tan screamed even louder than Brother Su when he went through this. Ignoring Su Jinjian's cries, Qin Hao glanced at the 6 pots of decocting medicine and commanded, after 10 minutes, pour the decoctions into the tub, then continue boiling the herbs. He then sat down with Tan Zhuxiao to chat over tea. Brother Tan, have the people from Haoyuan Interconnect begun coordinating with your group? How has the response been from the Yunshao Heavy Industry team? Qin Hao inquired. Yes, prior to the holiday, I arranged for our business departments to connect with Haoyuan Interconnect. As you know, our Yunshao Heavy Industry isn't very advanced in automation, but we have a lot of capabilities, and our teams are very cooperative, Tan Zhuxiao replied with a smile. That's great to hear. By the way, how is the research on the Siemens technical materials I provided? Any breakthroughs? Qin Hao asked further. Our research institute has organized our scientists to study it, and it has been quite beneficial. According to the report from the director of our institute, we expect to successfully develop our self-designed CNC machine tools by the end of this year, Tan Zhuxiao said with excitement, adding, This is all thanks to you. Brother Qin, when the group distributes its dividends at year-end, I must express my gratitude to you. Qin Hao took a sip of tea and smiled. I'm glad it's helpful. I was worried the materials might be too outdated. At that moment, another cry of despair emerged from the bathing tub. Qin Hao, you rascal. Are you treating my illness or trying to take my life? Su Jinjian shouted amidst his suffering. Qin Hao nearly spat out his drink, while Tan Zhuxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The scene was eerily reminiscent of his own experience with Qin Hao. Choosing to ignore the outburst, Qin Hao called over a nearby bodyguard and instructed, Monitor the water temperature. Once it reaches 70 degrees, let him soak for another half an hour. Also, have someone bring the ice from the refrigerated truck and stack it into a 1.2 by 2 meter ice bed, covering it with waterproof cloth to prevent the floor from getting wet. The bodyguard glanced at Tan Zhuxiao, who nodded, saying, Go ahead and follow Brother Qin's instructions. The bodyguard instructed those outside to bring in the ice blocks. Su Feier, noticing that the bodyguards had begun to transport the ice into the room, craned her head to look inside, but saw neither her father nor anything beyond 2 large bathing tubs and a medicinal boiling pot. Tan Zhuxiao curiously inquired, Brother Qin, what purpose do these ice blocks serve? Qin Hao replied with a smile, This is also a form of therapy. First, we use a medicinal bath to allow the medicine to permeate the skin through the pores, while the hot water bath dilates the blood vessels, enhancing blood circulation and rapidly delivering the medicinal properties to all organs. Following this, we apply ice blocks to the body to constrict the pores, slowing the blood flow and enabling the organs to gradually absorb the medicine. Cold water could suffice, but the effect is not as profound as using ice. Tan Jiuxiao nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Qin Hao's explanation. Recognizing that alternating between hot and cold baths is indeed a scientifically backed health regimen, Qin Hao continued, however, this treatment will be even more uncomfortable than the last one we administered on Brother Tan. I might need your bodyguards to hold Mr. Su down shortly. Tan Jiuxiao's face twitched in response, silently lamenting, Qin Hao, you truly are a devil. If this ice-fire contrast were to befall me, I would surely suffer immensely. Meanwhile, Qin searched for a Southeast City Mini 4S dealership and took a taxi to the Southeast Wanbaohang Ichi automobile sales store. She had long harbored a fondness for the BMW Mini and yearned for her father to purchase one for her. Yet he insisted she pass civil service exams before he would consider it. Now that Brother Hao had transferred a considerable sum to her, she could finally acquire the car of her dreams. Upon entering the store, a young male salesperson approached her, saying, "Hello, beautiful lady, I am a sales consultant from Mini. Here is my business card." After presenting her with a card, Qin glanced at it and noted the consultant's name was Guoming. "Hello, I would like to buy a car. Could you please introduce me to your offerings?" she requested. "Certainly, madam. This way, if I may ask, what is your surname?" Guoming replied respectfully as he led her toward the display area. "My surname is Qin," she answered, observing the 7 or 8 mini cars on display. "Miss Qin, may I ask if you are familiar with our mini models? Do you have a preferred style?" he continued. "Yes, I have researched them online, but I have not had the chance to drive one. Please recommend something to me." Qin responded with a smile while inspecting the vehicles. "Of course, Miss Qin. Currently, we have 3 models, 2-seater, 4-seater, and 5-seater. The 2-seater is our newly released classic version, which boasts a charming design reminiscent of a go-kart. This is the model." Guoming indicated a car to her right. Qin turned to examine the white vehicle, admiring its exquisite appearance. However, feeling it was only suitable for 2 passengers, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "Perhaps we should look at the 4-seater or 5-seater instead." Guoming smiled and gestured, "Certainly, this way please." He pointed to a yellow convertible, explaining, "This is a 2-door, 4-seater convertible with a 2.0T turbocharged engine and a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, boasting a maximum output of 192 horsepower and 280 newton-meters of torque. Its aesthetics are equally impressive. Available in 2 colors, lime yellow and unicorn gray." Qin was immediately captivated by the car's allure, barely registering Guoming's subsequent details. She opened the door and sat inside, envisioning how she would customize the interior. Without hesitation, she pulled out her bank card and declared, "I'll take this one." Just as Guoming was about to present the vehicle's price, he realized that Qin was ready to purchase. Taken aback but maintaining his professionalism, he accepted her card and said, "Very well, Miss Qin, this vehicle is priced at 370,000. Would you prefer to pay in full or opt for financing? I recommend considering financing, which offers 3 years interest-free." Qin waved her hand dismissively. "Only 370,000. That's not expensive, I'll pay in full." Guoming was taken aback by the apparent wealth of this seemingly fresh graduate. After a brief pause, he replied, "All right, Miss Qin, I will proceed with the paperwork." He then headed to the finance office. Shortly after, Guoming returned with the purchase contract, bank card, and car keys. "Miss Qin, here is your purchase contract, bank card, and car keys. The vehicle certification will be available after the National Day holiday, and you can return to collect it for registration. Additionally, would you like to purchase insurance through our dealership or handle it externally?" "Let's do it through the dealership. Once insured, I can drive it away, correct?" Qin asked. "Yes, indeed. The insurance takes effect immediately," Guoming replied, thinking how fortunate he was to earn a commission on the insurance sale. He escorted Qin to the insurance office, where she paid over 8,000 for the insurance and obtained a temporary license plate. Guoming then drove the yellow Mini convertible out of the showroom. Qin adjusted her seat, retracted the convertible top, started the engine, and waved goodbye to Guoming as she drove off into the distance. Guoming waved respectfully until her car disappeared from view, then returned inside the store. His colleagues gathered around, praising, "Well done, Guoming. You closed the deal swiftly. Did the young lady find you handsome? Please. This girl clearly just graduated, likely with some family wealth." She asked no questions and simply swiped her card to take the car. "I sold it to her at the highest price." Guoming chuckled. "Wow, Guoming, that's ruthless. You just made her pay over 20,000 more," a colleague teased. Meanwhile, Qing reveled in the joy her new mini brought her, blissfully unaware that Guoming had quietly extracted an additional 20,000 from her. In a separate scenario, Su Jinjian was also being lifted from the tub by the bodyguards, his body flushed and steaming. Qin Hao pointed to the prepared ice bed, instructing, "Bring Mr. Su over and lay him down on the ice bed." Having just emerged from the bath in a daze, Su Jinjian did not immediately notice the ice bed, thinking Qin Hao referred to a hospital bed. Only when the bodyguards placed him on the ice bed did he feel a piercing chill beneath him, jolting him awake. He attempted to struggle to his feet, but Qin Hao quickly commanded, "Hold him down and keep him flat. Do not let him move." At 60 years of age, Su Jinjian could hardly withstand the strength of two bodyguards. Thus, with their combined effort, one restrained his upper body while the other held down his lower half, forcing him to lie flat on the ice bed. Su Jinjian, nearly frantic, screamed, "Qin Hao, you bastard! You are torturing me. I will never allow Feier to marry you. Don't even think about it, you scoundrel." Qin Hao, taken aback, thought, "When did I ever say I wanted to marry your daughter? Has this old man been driven mad by the bath?" Outside the villa, Su Feier heard her father's furious shouts, her face alternating between red and pale. "Mom, is Dad all right? What is Qin Hao doing?" She trembled, grasping her mother's hand. Sun Fengqin held her daughter's hand tightly and looked toward Tan's wife, asking, "Is everything really all right inside?" Tan's wife, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Well, I must admit that old Tan once shouted similar curses at Qin Hao while being treated. Though you believe that?" The three of them stared blankly at the villa, silently wishing for Su Jinjian's safety. His ear-piercing screams and curses continued for several minutes, gradually diminishing, not due to a lack of pain, but rather due to numbness. The ice had indeed numbed him, and the waterproof cover beneath him had absorbed much of the melting ice water. Qin Hao observed the 6 boiling pots, noting that the new medicine was nearly ready. He instructed the bodyguards to pour the medicine into another wooden tub. Then added, "Once the water temperature drops to 70 degrees, place Mr. Qin back into the tub for another soak. Dispose of the previous tub and refill it with hot water. 20 minutes later, as the temperature fell to 70 degrees. The bodyguards lifted the now numb Su Jinjian and placed him back into the tub. The previously frozen and numb Su Jinjian awoke once more, unleashing another round of heart-wrenching screams and curses. Qin Hao covered his ears and sighed, glancing at Tan Jiuxiao. "Brother Tan, do you think this is easy for me? How many times has this Su old man cursed me, and yet I still have to save him?" Tan Jiuxiao chuckled awkwardly. "Well, Brother Qin, with the hot water and ice bed, this truly resembles a form of torture. Let him shout. It's just a few curses." "Hey, Brother Tan, that's not quite fair that I am doing this to save him." Qin Hao retorted out, of course, Brother Qin. "Rest assured, once Sugu is well, I will definitely help you recover your losses," Tan Jiuxiao reassured, pouring more tea for Qin Hao with a smile. S expression brightened with joy. Initially hesitant to request a consultation fee due to his connection with Su Feier, he now felt relieved since Tan Jiuxiao had taken the initiative to mention it. Over the course of an hour, Qin Hao meticulously placed Su Jinjiang onto the newly prepared ice bed, repeating this process 10 times. As the clock struck midnight, he yawned and glanced at the tormented Su Jinjiang, silently invoking the system. Activate divine medical skills. Before him, various health indicators of Su Jinjiang materialized. All metrics had returned to normal, cancer cells had completely vanished, and gastrointestinal functions were gradually recovering. Satisfied, Qin Hao smiled at the dwindling medicinal herbs and instructed, "Prepare the remaining herbs, brew them thoroughly, and pour the concoction into the bath. It should soak for 5 to 6 hours. He then gestured towards the ice bed, adding, "Let us tidy this up. It won't be needed anymore." Upon receiving Qin Hao's orders, the bodyguards promptly set to work. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Su Feier, Sun Fengqin, and Mrs. Tan had checked into a nearby hotel. The bodyguards busily transported the remaining ice into a refrigerated truck. Once he had organized the remaining tasks, Qin Hao retired to the guest room, lay down, and murmured, "System. Open the system all." The interface of the system all appeared before him, showcasing refreshed items with 65 hours and 45 minutes remaining until the next update. He scanned the offerings. 1. A beginner's property exchange card, allowing ownership of a residential area not exceeding 600 square meters, redeemable for 1,000 points. 2. The beginner's culinary mastery skill, enabling mastery of various culinary techniques, redeemable for 1,000 points. 3. The beginner's weapon proficiency skill, allowing the use of various cold weapons, redeemable for 1,000 points. 4. A set of alluring lingerie, which, when gifted, guarantees unwavering devotion from the wearer, suitable for all body types, redeemable for 1,000 points. 5.10 Sky Pillar Enhancement Pills, which can be gifted and, upon use, rejuvenate male vitality for 12 hours without side effects, redeemable for 1,000 points. Sixth, an unrestricted area property exchange card, permitting the selection of any residential property in any city. Redeemable for 10,000 points. Contemplating the newly available items, Qin Hao mused, system, are you secretly indulging in films from the islands? Beep. Host, the system does not comprehend your statement. Please rephrase your inquiry. With a scoff, Qin Hao retorted silently. Look at this. Alluring lingerie and enhancement pills. Are you implying I lack female companionship? Beep. As a host of a super-earning system, while one cannot have a harem of 3,000 beauties, how can you settle for just one woman? Especially your first love. This reflects poorly on the system. It hopes you strive to meet its expectations. Stunned, Qin Hao realized the system had developed a personality. He refrained from further argument, acknowledging his own embarrassment over having only been involved with Mu Xiaoya in 25 years. And that too at her initiation. Shaking off thoughts of women, he returned to the system mall. Noticing that the intermediate weapon proficiency had downgraded to beginner level was somewhat disheartening. However, given that he only practiced Bejiquan and lacked experience with weaponry, this could serve as a useful alternative. The beginner's property exchange card and culinary mastery held little appeal, so he disregarded them. The unrestricted property card intrigued him, but at a cost of 10,000 points. Equivalent to 1 billion Chinese yuan, it would likely only be redeemable in major cities like Beijing or Shanghai. Closing the system mall, Qin Hao shut his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. At 6 in the morning, still asleep, he dreamt of intimate moments with Mu Xiaoya. Meanwhile, Tan Jiuxiao awoke and approached Su Jinjiang, inquiring, Su Gu, how are you feeling? Su Jinjiang raised his head, mustering a faint smile. I feel a bit better. Let us assist Su Gu out. Brother Qin mentioned soaking for 5 to 6 hours, and it's been 6 now. Tan Jiuxiao commanded 2 bodyguards. They carefully helped Su Jinjiang out. One holding a towel and the other a bathrobe, Su Jinjiang wiped his flushed body. He felt a wave of embarrassment upon realizing his nakedness. Tan Jiuxiao, noticing his discomfort, quickly instructed the bodyguards. Turn away. He too turned his back. Once he was assured of privacy, Su Jinjiang hastily dried himself and donned the bathrobe. Clearing his throat, he asked, Where's Mr. Qin? Tan Jiuxiao turned back with a smile. Oh, Mr. Qin is resting upstairs. He worked tirelessly for your recovery, only resting at dawn and missed dinner. You must express your gratitude. Su Jinjiang nodded and asked, Is my treatment complete? Am I truly well? Patience, I've called the doctor. He will conduct a thorough examination shortly, Tan Jiuxiao reassured him. Thank you, Tan. Su Jinjiang sincerely replied, Don't mention it. Our years of friendship warrant such kindness. Tan Jiuxiao responded, At that moment, Su Feier, Sun Fengqin, and Mrs. Tan returned from the hotel. Upon noticing the absence of bodyguards at the villa entrance, they entered. Seeing his wife and daughter, Su Jinjiang stood up. Su Feier rushed to his side, asking, Dad, how are you? Are you all right? We were so worried hearing you cry out in pain yesterday. I'm feeling good now. The doctor will be here soon for an examination, Su Jinjiang reassured her. Su Feier nodded, scanning the living room for Qin Hao. Where is Qin Hao? I haven't seen him. Oh, Feier, Brother Qin is resting upstairs. He worked late into the night for your father's health and didn't he eat dinner, Tan Jiuxiao explained. Feeling warmth in her heart from Tan Jiuxiao's words, Su Feier's admiration for Qin Hao grew. Which room is he in? I want to see him. Tan Jiuxiao directed her, and she ascended the stairs quietly. Meanwhile, Tan Jiuxiao's medical team arrived, and Sun Fengqin accompanied Su Jinjiang into the medical vehicle for examination. At that moment, Qin Hao was lost in a dream involving Mu Xiaoya. Su Feier gently pushed open his door and found him sprawled across the bed, causing her cheeks to flush. Fortunately, he shifted positions. No longer lying flat. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, she sat beside him, gazing at his profile, unable to resist reaching out to touch him. Still dreaming, Qin Hao mistook Su Feier's touch for Mu Xiaoya's, grasping her hand and murmuring as he kissed the back of her hand. Su Feier's ears turned crimson, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Qin Hao's grip was too strong. Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang, shattering the awkward silence. As he rubbed his eyes and opened them, he met the flustered gaze of Su Feier, instantly losing his drowsiness. Feier, what brings you here? He stammered. Su Feier, with a bashful tone, replied, Could you let go of my hand, please? Realizing he was still holding her hand, Qin Hao quickly released it, apologizing, Sorry, I was dreaming. He then remembered the nature of his dream and hurriedly pulled the blanket over his lower body. Seeing his reaction, Su Feier instinctively glanced down, her face reddening further as she playfully chided. I heard from Uncle Tan that you worked until dawn for my dad's health and even skipped dinner. I just wanted to check on you and ended up with you holding my hand. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Hao thought, how could I have such a dream at Tan's house? This is mortifying. Just then, his phone rang again, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Su Feier quickly stood up. I'll go check on my dad. When you're done, come down. Uncle Tan has prepared breakfast. With that, she turned and left. Qin Hao glanced at his phone and saw that it was a call from Mu Xiaoya. So he answered, saying, Xiaoya, good morning, how go? Today I'm returning to the southeast with Feng Mu and the others. Have you missed me? Mu Xiaoya asked with a smile. Yes, I have. Have you finished everything with your parents? Qin Hao inquired. Yes, it's all done. Uncle said he would handle the registration himself after the holiday. Feng Mu has also completed his resignation formalities. I don't have anything else to do. So I told Uncle and Auntie that I'm going back to the southeast today. Mu Xiaoya replied, that's good. How are you coming back? Qin Hao continued to ask. We're taking the bullet train. We'll arrive by noon. How about you? Are you done with your work? Mu Xiaoya asked. Yes, I was busy until dawn. I was asleep when you called. I'll go to the train station to pick you up at noon. Qin Hao said, I don't know need for that. You should rest a bit more. After I arrive, I'll take Feng Mu and the others to the hotel. Feng Mu wants to take his father to the hospital for another checkup during the holiday. You don't need to worry about us. You should focus on your work, Mu Xiaoya said thoughtfully. All right. Please take them to the Hilton Hotel and book a presidential suite. I'll contact you once I'm done here. Be careful on your way. Qin Hao advised. Okay, Hao Gu, you take care of yourself too. Rest a little longer. I'm hanging up now. Mu Xiaoya blew a kiss into the phone before ending the call. Qin Hao set down his phone, tossed aside the blanket, and stepped out of the guest room. At that moment, Tan Zhuxiao, Mrs. Tan, and Su Jijiang were seated on the living room sofa. Upon seeing Qin Hao, they all stood up. Su Jijiang approached Qin Hao, shaking his hand gratefully, saying, Mr. Qin, I can't thank you enough. The doctor just examined me, and my colon cancer is completely cured. You are truly remarkable. Qin Hao smiled and replied, it was merely a small effort to Mr. Su. Since you've just recovered, please don't be too excited. The two took their seats back on the sofa, and Tan Zhuxiao then turned to Su Jijiang, saying, Su Gu, you work in the pharmaceutical industry. Qin Brothers' medical skills are truly astonishing. He must be the best in the world. Su Jijiang nodded, saying, indeed, I've consulted many experts, both domestic and international, and they all said I wouldn't survive for more than 6 months. I had no hope left, and I returned to the country just to let Feier take over my business in that time. I never expected to meet Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, you are my savior. If I can be of any assistance to you in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I, Su, will never refuse, Su Jijiang continued. Qin Hao frowned slightly, pondering what does this mean? Just a few flattering words and he's done. He chose not to respond and instead looked at Tan Zhuxiao. Tan Zhuxiao laughed and said, haha, Qin brother is my sworn brother. There's nothing that would require Su Ji's intervention. He then signaled to Su Jijiang, indicating it was time to discuss serious matters. Su Jijiang smiled, understanding Tan Zhuxiao's hint, and said, of course, to express my gratitude for Mr. Qin's life-saving grace, I have prepared a small gift for you. He produced several checks and handed them to Qin Hao. Qin Hao did not refuse and accepted them, casually glancing at them. He thought to himself, wow, Su Jijiang is quite generous, giving a check for 500 million. Thank you very much, Mr. Su, Qin Hao said with a smile. I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Qin. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. Su Jijiang replied with a smile. Tan Zhuxiao chimed in, shall we have breakfast then? Qin brother hasn't eaten since last night. You must be hungry. Qin Hao chuckled and said, no rush, I have a matter that may require Mr. Su's assistance. Both Su Jijiang and Tan Zhuxiao were taken aback. Su Jijiang straightened up and said, Mr. Qin, please feel free to speak. Qin Hao said, I wonder if Lingxi Pharmaceutical and Pinching is under Mr. Su's purview? Su Jijiang was momentarily startled, unclear why Qin Hao was inquiring about Lingxi Pharmaceutical. He replied, yes, Lingxi Pharmaceutical was acquired by our Jijiang Pharmaceuticals 6 months ago. Does Mr. Qin have a connection with Lingxi Pharmaceutical? Not a direct connection. However, my uncle did some work for Lingxi Pharmaceutical and mentioned that the payment has been delayed. In the end, they compensated with a card. I wonder if Mr. Su is aware of this? Qin Hao stated calmly, his tone revealing no emotion. Upon hearing this, Su Jijiang quickly explained, is that so? I wasn't aware of this. I've been abroad for some time, focusing on opening a branch in Europe. And I haven't managed domestic affairs much. Rest assured, I will look into it right away. Qin Hao waved his hand, saying, no rush. Let us have breakfast first. We can discuss this afterward. After we finish eating, I'll check your pulse and prescribe some medicine to help you recover. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, everyone rose and proceeded to the dining room. Su Jijiang excused himself to use the restroom and called his assistant to investigate the matter regarding Lingxi Pharmaceutical that Qin Hao had just mentioned. Tan Jiuxiao had prepared a lavish breakfast, and Qin Hao, feeling quite hungry, began eating without waiting for others. After half an hour, everyone finished breakfast, and Su Jijiang received a call from his assistant, who quickly briefed him. Su Jijiang's expression darkened, and he told the caller, "Investigate this matter thoroughly. First, send the payment to Manager Qin, and consider that car as interest." After hanging up, he turned to Qin Hao with a smile, saying, "Mr. Qin, we are already looking into Lingxi Pharmaceutical. I have arranged for the payment to be sent to your uncle, and that Toyota will be considered as interest. I hope you won't mind." Seeing Su Jijiang handle the matter so efficiently, Qin Hao smiled and said, "Not at all. I'll raise a cup of tea to toast you, Mr. Su." The two clinked their cups, and the matter was settled. Afterward, Qin Hao examined Su Jijiang's health with his exceptional medical skills. Although the cancer was gone, at the age of 60, Su Jijiang's health indicators were still somewhat low. Qin Hao requested paper and a pen to write a prescription based on the system's suggestions. "Mr. Su, please keep this prescription. Take 1 dose each morning and evening for half a month, and I assure you that your health will improve significantly," Qin Hao advised. Su Jijiang promptly accepted the prescription. Smiling, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Later, Qin Hao chatted with Su Jijiang and Tan Jiuxiao for a while. Su Jijiang expressed admiration for Qin Hao's medical skills and mentioned his desire for Qin Hao to collaborate with Jijiang Pharmaceutical. Recalling the beauty-enhancing formula he had just obtained, Qin Hao said, "I do have a formula that my master left for me, known as the beauty-enhancing formula. It can be used externally or internally and is effective for nourishing, boosting energy and whitening the skin, making it more delicate. I haven't had the opportunity to prepare it, but if Mr. Su is interested, I can provide it." Su Jijiang's expression brightened immediately, and he replied with a smile, "Since it's a formula from Mr. Qin's master, it must be extraordinary. If you are willing to provide it, I would offer you a portion of shares in Jijiang Pharmaceutical as compensation, considering it a technical partnership." "How does that sound?" Tan Jiuxiao interjected. "Qin brother, this is where you went wrong. With such a wonderful thing, why didn't you mention it to us earlier? We could start a pharmaceutical factory together, which would be even better." Su Jijiang shot a glare at Tan Jiuxiao, saying, "Old Tan, why are you meddling in pharmaceuticals when you work in heavy industry? Are you trying to steal my business?" Qin Hao chuckled and reached into his pocket, pulling out the beauty-enhancing formula from the system space, handing it to Su Jijiang, saying, "This is the formula left by my master. I always carry it with me." Su Jijiang carefully examined the formula, which was written on a yellowed piece of paper with dozens of medicinal ingredients and their proportions detailed clearly, including the preparation method. As someone who recognized its value, Su Jijiang exclaimed, "This is truly precious. Mr. Qin, I will arrange for someone to prepare it as soon as I return to the capital. In that case, I will give you 5% of the shares. Once the clinical trial results are out, we can decide on the additional shares based on the market outlook." Qin Hao nodded, considering it a fair deal since it was merely a basic formula worth 100 million huaxia coins. And securing 5% of Jijiang Pharmaceutical shares was quite advantageous. At this moment, Tan Jiuxiao remarked, "Qin brother, your worth is skyrocketing. Su Ji's Jijiang Pharmaceutical is among the top 5 companies in the country, with a market value exceeding 200 billion. 5% of that is over 100 billion. Qin Hao was taken aback by Tan Jiuxiao's words. Although he was aware of Jijiang Pharmaceutical's scale, he hadn't anticipated such a high market value. He then looked at Su Feier and blurted out, "Your dad is so wealthy, and yet you come here for an internship. What's the reason?" Immediately, Su Feier's face turned crimson. Chapter 87. Su Feier confesses. Su Feier felt somewhat embarrassed and stammered, I just wanted to gain some experience. Otherwise, people always say I'm relying on my father." Su Jijiang also felt a bit awkward. He knew his daughter had feelings for Qin Hao, but it seemed that Qin Hao didn't have the same inclination, creating a rather uncomfortable atmosphere. Su Jinjian hastily remarked, "Mr. Qin's company is quite impressive. Boasting shareholders like Yunqiao Heavy Industry and Weihai Group. It operates in the cutting-edge realm of the internet, perfectly suited for young talent. Although Feier is the successor of my Jinjian Pharmaceuticals, since my health has improved, I can manage for a few more years. If Feier wishes to gain some experience outside, it would be beneficial for her." Qin Hao didn't elaborate much, having simply been astonished to learn that Jinjian Pharmaceuticals had a market value of 200 billion. Noticing there was nothing else to discuss, he said, "Brother Tan, Mr. Su, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now, and you two can reminisce." Everyone stood up respectfully to see Qin Hao out of the villa. Feier inquired, Qin Hao, where are you headed now?" After a moment's thought, Qin Hao replied, "I will go home to switch cars and then head to the train station to pick up Xiaoya. She is returning from Pingchang today. Then would you mind giving me a ride?" I want to visit Southeast University to see Mu Yao, Feier said, a bit shyly. Sure, hop in, Qin Hao responded, opening the passenger side door for her. Feier turned to her parents and said, Dad, Mom, the holiday is ending soon, so I won't return to Beijing with you. I'm going to spend a couple of days with Mu Yao. Su Jinjian smiled and said, All right, go ahead. Sun Fengqin hugged Feier and whispered in her ear, Feier, Qin Hao is quite a catch. Seize the opportunity. Feier felt her cheeks flush again, thinking, how could there be an opportunity when Qin Hao seems disinterested? At that moment, Qin Hao had already entered the car, and Feier quickly took her seat in the passenger side. He waved goodbye to everyone and drove away. The professor's garden at Southeast University was not far from Tan Zhixiao's villa. And after a brief drive, Qin Hao and Feier engaged in light conversation. As they approached their destination, Feier asked, Qin Hao, are you and Xiaoya planning to get married? What? Why do you ask that? Qin Hao replied, somewhat bewildered. Isn't Xiaoya going back with you to meet your parents? Feier queried. Yes, she is, but I never said anything about marriage. I'm only 25, and my career is just beginning. It's a bit too early to talk about marriage, he explained as he drove. Feier felt a surge of delight. If he wasn't in a hurry to marry, it meant she still had a chance. The car soon stopped at the entrance of the professor's garden community, and Feier, feeling bashful, said, Qin Hao, I like you too. After saying this, she quickly kissed his cheek and dashed out of the car. Running into the community, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, pondering the sudden turn of events. He thought, when did Feier become so forward? Watching her retreating figure, he sighed, intending to leave, only to realize Feier had forgotten to close the car door. Reluctantly, he exited the vehicle to shut the passenger door. At that moment, a lady carrying groceries walked by, holding a little girl's hand. The girl pointed at Qin Hao and giggled, Grandma, look, that uncle has a lipstick mark on his face. The lady chuckled, responding, what child doesn't have lips on their face? She then glanced up at Qin Hao and smiled. Completely perplexed, he wondered what was so amusing. The lady remarked, young man, just dropped off your girlfriend? Didn't you? Qin Hao, still confused, nodded and quickly closed the door before returning to the driver's seat. The lady and the girl continued into the community, while Qin Hao checked his reflection in the mirror. Noticing a vivid lip print on his cheek, he hastily pulled out a wet wipe to clean it off, thinking, this must be Feier's doing. If Xiaoya sees it, there will surely be misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Feier had arrived at Wang Mu Yao's grandfather's house. Upon learning that the young man named Qin Hao had cured Su Jinjian's illness in a single day, Wang's grandfather was astounded and pressed Feier for details. Feier, how did he treat your father? Tell me. Well, I'm not entirely sure how he did it. Didn't he allow us women to stay inside? But the process seemed quite painful. I could hear my father's screams from outside the villa. Feier recounted. Painful? This is quite peculiar, Wang's grandfather mused, thinking, what kind of technique is this? Can you arrange for me to meet Mr. Qin? I can try, but I can't guarantee he will agree. Feier replied, that's fine. Just tell him I admire his medical skills and wish to discuss with him. After all, exchanging knowledge is essential for the betterment of traditional Chinese medicine. I believe he will agree, Wang's grandfather insisted. All right, but it will have to wait a few days. He has gone to pick up his girlfriend? So he won't be available for a while, Feier said. Whenever is fine, Wang's grandfather said. Rising to return to his room, Feier pulled Wang Mu Yao into her bedroom, bursting with excitement. Mu Yao, I just confessed to Qin Hao. What? You confessed? What did he say? Wang Mu Yao asked, astonished. She couldn't fathom the typically aloof Feier making such a bold move. I just said it and then ran away. I didn't wait for his response. Feier admitted, feeling shut. No way. You shouldn't have run off. Wang Mu Yao poked Feier's forehead and added, you should have waited for him to reply. But he has a girlfriend, Feier said, a hint of shame in her voice. Right, that I got so excited I forgot about that. Yes, Qin Hao does have a girlfriend. Feier, you might be stepping on someone's toes. Wang Mu Yao teased her. Mu Yao, please don't mock me. I don't know what to do now. Is this morally wrong? Feier lamented. I regret saying it out loud in a moment of impulse. What should I do, Mu Yao? Wang Mu Yao chuckled, observing Feier's flustered demeanor. I never expected to see our Feier caught up in love troubles. Feier, irritated, looked down, fiddling with her clothing. Seeing this, Wang Mu Yao quickly reassured her. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. What's the big deal? Qin Hao isn't married, as the saying goes. 1,000 suitors seek a single maiden. Wealthy young men attract many women. With your looks and stature, you're no less than Mu Xiaoya. Besides, you are the heir of Jinjian Pharmaceuticals. There's hardly another like you, rich and beautiful. Feier felt her spirits lift at Wang Mu Yao's words, playfully slapping her friend. Where did you learn such phrases? Wealthy young men attract many women. Believe it or not, that's the reality. Just look at Wang Tsongtsong. He changes girlfriends like clothes every year. I estimate Qin Hao's worth is similar to Wang Tsongtsong's. I refuse to believe he would willingly stick by Mu Xiaoya for life. Don't be naive. Men change when they have money. That's just how society works, Wang Muyao stated earnestly. Fayer found her reasoning compelling and nodded. So what should I do next? Just act like nothing happened. Maintain your composure. Occasionally ask Qin Hao if he has eaten or what he is up to. When at work, just casually appear in front of him now and then, Wang Muyao advised with a smile. Really? That's all I have to do? Fayer asked, perplexed. Trust me, give Qin Hao some time. Rome wasn't built in a day. Relationships take time to develop, Wang Muyao replied, shaking her head with a smile. At that moment, Qin Hao had returned to Weihai Garden. Passing by the villa he had just exchanged, he noticed a yellow convertible Mini parked in the yard. He surmised it must be Qin Qing's new car. Its design suited a girl quite well. However, he didn't linger and headed straight back to his own villa. It was already 11 in the morning when Qin Hao took out his phone and called Mu Xiaoya. Learning she was on the train and would arrive in half an hour, he then drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan towards the East train station. The distance wasn't far, and after about 20 minutes, he arrived. The train station was bustling with holiday travelers. Qin Hao texted Mu Xiaoya, informing her he had arrived and was waiting at the exit. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Mu Xiaoya emerged, holding Guogua with Feng Mu trailing behind, wheeling 2 suitcases and accompanied by Feng Mu's father. To Qin Hao's eyes, it appeared as if they were a family returning from a trip. People around occasionally glanced at the elegantly dressed Mu Xiaoya, undoubtedly wondering how such a beautiful woman could be associated with Feng Yimudai. In truth, Feng Mu wasn't unattractive. He merely had a somewhat roguish demeanor, and his casual attire made him seem mismatched beside Mu Xiaoya. Qin Hao shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He waved at Mu Xiaoya, calling out, Xiaoya. Upon noticing Qin Hao, Mu Xiaoya also waved back and quickened her pace towards him. Chapter 88. Xiaoya returns. Qin Hao took the child Guogua from Mu Xiaoya's arms and shared a brief kiss with her. The onlookers turned their gazes towards Qin Hao, their earlier expressions of surprise fading into normalcy. It was evident that they were a family. Soon, Feng Mu and his father approached. Guogua extended her hands towards Feng Mu, saying, Daddy, Daddy hug. The crowd's expressions shifted once more, thoughts racing. What on earth is happening? This family is so chaotic. This society is too wild. Qin Hao placed Guogua in Feng Mu's embrace and then grabbed 2 suitcases, stating, Let's go. The car is parked in the parking lot. The group moved in a grand procession towards the parking area. Mu Xiaoya took hold of one suitcase while linking her other arm with Qin Hao's, commenting, You smell strongly of traditional Chinese medicine. Oh, I've been busy all night and didn't he have time to change? Qin Hao replied with a smile. It's been exhausting. Once we get back, I'll give you a massage. Mu Xiaoya smiled back. Feng Mu, trailing behind Qin Hao, couldn't help but feel envious, wishing his wife could be as gentle as Mu Xiaoya. Before long, they arrived at the front of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya took the front seats, while Feng Mu, his father, and Guogua settled in the back. It was the elder Feng's first time in such an extravagant vehicle. Upon entering, he remarked, Qin Hao, this car must be quite expensive. Isn't it? It's so spacious and grand. Qin Hao chuckled, saying, Not at all, old sir, if you like it. I can arrange for a similar one for Mu Gu later. Oh, that won't do. You've already helped us plenty. We can't ask for more. Once Feng Mu earns some money, he can buy one himself, the elder Feng replied. Feng Mu inwardly scoffed, thinking, Old sir, you really dare to say that. This car costs nearly 10 million. It would take ages to save for it. Feng Mu then asked with a smile, Howsy, where are we headed? Qin Hao smiled back. First, I'll take you to the hotel to check in. Then we can have lunch together. I'll find you a place near the company in the next few days, making your commute much easier. That would be a great help, Howsy, Feng Mu expressed gratefully. With me, you needn't be so polite, Qin Hao said, glancing in the rearview mirror with a smile. He then added, By the way, Mu Gu, do you remember Qin Qing? Qin Qing? The little sister who often stayed at your house when we were young? Feng Mu inquired. Exactly. She is coming back with me to the southeast. Qin Hao replied. He turned to Mu Xiaoya and instructed, Xiaoya, please call Qing Qing and ask her to join us for lunch at the Hilton Hotel. Ive already reserved a room. She can just mention my name upon arrival. Mu Xiaoya nodded and called Qin Qing. After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, they arrived at the Hilton Hotel at the Overseas International Plaza. As Qin Hao stepped out of the car, he spotted a yellow convertible Mini approaching. Recognizing Qin Qing behind the wheel, he waved at her. Mu Xiaoya followed his gaze towards the Mini. Once parked, Qin Qing disembarked. Qin Hao teased, On such a sunny day, aren't you hot driving that convertible? Puffed. How could I complain about the heat while driving with the top down if I closed it? Who would know I was in a convertible Mini? Qin replied with a proud smile. Qin Hao smirked at that moment. Fang Mu exited the car, holding Guogua. The little girl spotted the yellow Mini and joyfully shouted, "Daddy, Daddy, look, it's a go-kart." Qin Hao burst into laughter. Qin looked at Fang Mu in confusion, saying, "Ah, Fang Mu, it's been a while. Is this your daughter? She is adorable." Qin then extended her hand towards Guogua, asking, "What is your name? How old are you? Come here and let your sister hold you. I'll take you for a ride in a go-kart, okay?" Guogua, not shy in the least, was easily drawn to Qin's beauty and eagerly let her pick her up. Meanwhile, Fang Mu supported the elder Fang as he got out of the car. The group entered the Hilton Hotel in high spirits. The hotel manager had been waiting for them at the entrance. Two bellhops took charge of Qin Hao's luggage, and he instructed the manager, "Please send the luggage to the presidential suite first. We'll head to the private room now." "Certainly, Mr. Qin. This way, please," the hotel manager responded respectfully. The elder Fang, being the eldest, took the main seat, with Qin Hao and Fang Mu flanking him. Mu Xiaoya sat beside Qin Hao, with Guogua in a high chair, and finally Qin. Once seated, the hotel manager signaled the waitstaff to begin serving the dishes. The meal Qin Hao ordered was lavish, more than enough for the five of them. Pouring a bottle of Maodai, Qin Hao smiled and said, "Old sir, you seem much healthier than before. Now that you're in the southeast, let us have a drink." The elder Fang laughed heartily. Good. I haven't had a drink in years." Fang Mu interjected, "Dad, it's probably best to skip it. Tomorrow, I'll take you for a checkup and ask the doctor if you can drink." The elder Fang chuckled. "It's just a small cup, and it's Maodai." "Xiao Hao, pour some." As Qin Hao poured, he reassured Fang Mu, "Don't worry, Mu Gu. I know a thing or two about medicine. The old sir is in fine health. After tomorrow's checkup, you'll see I wasn't lying." After pouring a small cup for the elder Fang, Qin Hao filled up Fang Mu's glass and then his own. Mu Xiaoya, who would need to drive later, declined any alcohol, and Qin, who also didn't drink, refrained as well. As they began to eat and chat, Fang Mu asked Qin about her purpose for coming to the southeast. "Brother Hao, I'm starting a live streaming company that I've been at home with nothing to do. So I thought I'd join him here," Qin explained. "Live streaming? You mean the kind where you thank your supporters?" Fang Mu asked. "Exactly. You watch live streams too?" Qin inquired, intrigued. "Occasionally when I'm feeling down, I'll tune in. Do you know a streamer named Tong Xiner? She is quite entertaining. I always find myself laughing when I watch her." Fang Mu chuckled. Upon hearing Tong Xiner's name, Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat as he thought, "Wow, Mu Gu is also a fan of Lin Yutong." He continued to listen to their conversation. Of course, she is a major streamer with millions of followers online, but she hasn't streamed in quite a while. There are rumors of conflicts with her agency. Just yesterday, one of the agency's top talents mentioned on her stream that Tong Xin isn't taking her work seriously, trying to pressure the agency into signing her as a top streamer, envious of her success. Qin divulged. "Really? That doesn't sound right. I think Tong Xin is quite a decent streamer." "Not the scheming type," Fang Mu countered. "I'm not sure. The live streaming industry is quite murky. I'm just dabbling in it for fun. Without many followers, no agency has approached me yet. Just that Brother Hao discovered my potential." Qin said with a grin. Qin Hao laughed, replying, "You can stop right there. If it weren't for your uncle seeing you idling at home all day, he wouldn't have sent you to the southeast with me." Recalling her father, Qin suddenly remembered that her dad had called earlier regarding the engineering payment, which seemed to involve Qin Hao. She asked, "Oh, by the way, brother. This morning, my dad called to say Lingxi Pharmaceuticals has paid the overdue engineering fees. The people from Jinjiang Pharmaceuticals mentioned it was the chairman's specific instructions. Is this because of your influence?" Qin Hao nodded with a smile. "Yes, I casually mentioned it during breakfast with the chairman of Jinjiang Pharmaceuticals this morning. I didn't expect him to act so promptly." "Wow, brother, you're amazing. You even know the chairman of Jinjiang Pharmaceuticals?" Qin exclaimed. Mu Xiaoya laughed, adding, "What is so surprising about that? Your brother not only knows the chairman of Jinjiang Pharmaceuticals, but also the chairman of Yunxiao Heavy Industries and Overseas Group." At this, both Fang Mu and Qin gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening as they looked at Qin Hao in his heart. Qin Hao silently acknowledged Mu Xiaoya's skill. Subtle displays of prowess can be quite impactful. After more than an hour of lunch, Guogua had fallen asleep in her high chair. Qin Hao assisted the elder Fang to stand, saying, "Old sir, let me help you upstairs to rest." "Xiao Hao, Fang Mu is truly fortunate to have a friend like you," the elder Fang remarked. Qin Hao smiled and replied, "When we were young, Mu Gu helped me a lot. Whenever I was bullied, he stood up for me. Because of that, he often faced your wrath." "Ha ha ha, indeed. As long as you two are well. Seeing you both brings me joy, the elder Fong said with a smile. Qin Qing supported Fong Mu, while Qin Hao assisted the elderly gentleman, and Mu Xiaoya held the sleeping Gua Gua in her arms. The group took the elevator to the presidential suite, and after ensuring the three were settled, Qin Hao, Mu Xiaoya, and Qin Qing exited the suite and approached the front desk. Qin Hao instructed, "Please charge the room expenses to Hao Yan Technology. Both adults have consumed alcohol, so kindly send someone to check on the little girl shortly. Just deliver the presidential suite dinner package." "Certainly, Mr. Qin," replied the front desk attendant respectfully. The trio then departed from the Hilton Hotel, with Qin Qing driving her convertible Mini, Mu Xiaoya behind the wheel of a Rolls-Royce, and Qin Hao in the passenger seat. As they made their way to the International Garden by the Sea, Qin Hao reached into his pants pocket and retrieved 5 checks from the system space, saying, "Xiaoya, tomorrow, please deposit these 5 checks into your bank account. 5 checks. Did the chairman of Jinjiang Pharmaceuticals give these to you?" Mu Xiaoya asked in astonishment. Qin Hao nodded, replying nonchalantly, "Yes, as a token of gratitude for saving his life. 500 million. "Such a significant amount," Mu Xiaoya exclaimed. "Brother Hao, you are truly remarkable. In just 2 days. You've earned so much." "Well, it's not too shabby." Qin Hao smiled at Mu Xiaoya, adding, "It's not in vain for my relentless efforts." Mu Xiaoya glanced at Qin Hao, who bore a mischievous grin and teased, "Look at you, clearly concocting some wicked scheme." As Qin Qing's car came to a halt in front of her villa, she rolled down the window. Noticing Qin Qing had stopped, Mu Xiaoya did the same. Qin Qing said, "Sister Xiaoya, I won't be joining you. You just got back. Spend some quality time with my brother. I won't intrude on your couple's world." Qin Hao remained silent, stifling a laugh as many passers-by turned their attention towards Mu Xiaoya. Drawn by Qin Qing's loud voice, Mu Xiaoya blushed deeply, quickly raising her window and driving away. "You're still laughing. I've realized that Qin Qing is just like you, appears harmless, but is full of mischief." Mu Xiaoya pouted. Qin Hao suppressed his laughter, saying, "I am nothing like Qin Qing. She is a little devil, and you will see this soon enough." The two chatted and laughed as they returned to their villa. Upon entering the bedroom, Qin Hao embraced Mu Xiaoya, his thoughts wandering back to the dream he had that morning. He found himself overwhelmed by the sight of her and murmured, "You should wash up first. You a bit odorous." Qin Hao gently whispered in Mu Xiaoya's ear, "Let us wash together." Mu Xiaoya's face flushed as she replied, "That I got my period." Qin Hao paused, his earlier enthusiasm slightly dampened. Sensing his change, Mu Xiaoya leaned in and whispered, "Well, if you really want to, it's not impossible. I can USC her words." Qin Hao's interest piqued once more, and he quickly pulled Mu Xiaoya into the bathroom. Moments later, the sounds of running water filled the air. After over an hour, Qin Hao lounged contentedly in the bathtub, while Mu Xiaoya, wrapped in a towel, stood in front of the bathroom mirror, her cheeks flushed. Qin Hao closed his eyes, relishing the moments they shared. Mu Xiaoya glanced at him and said, "I'll go change. You can soak a bit longer." After she left the bathroom, Qin Hao recalled the earlier conversation at the dining table about Lin Yutong and took out his phone to check her Douyin. Lin Yutong had just posted a new video of her day at an amusement park with a group of children. As he scrolled through the comments, one particularly caught his eye. "Is it true what your guild's top member Kimmy said? Are you holding back from streaming to pressure the guild into signing a big streamer contract?" Many comments followed, some fervently defending Lin Yutong, while others criticized her lack of talent. One comment stood out. "That green tea Kimmy. If it weren't for her relationship with the guild leader, how could she rise so quickly? In less than 6 months, she became the top member of the guild." Lin Yutong has been oppressed by the Fishball Guild. She has maintained her integrity, which is why she isn't valued by them. Lin Yutong has millions of fans because of her hard work. Qin Hao chuckled softly, turning off his phone, his mind buzzing with ideas. Emerging from the bathtub, he dried himself off and slipped into shorts. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya was applying lotion to her skin. Qin Hao couldn't help but admire her long, elegant legs. Swallowing hard, Mu Xiaoya turned to him, playfully beckoning, "Brother Hao, want to help me apply some?" Qin Hao eagerly nodded. Amused by his eagerness, Mu Xiaoya smiled seductively, shed her robe, and lay on the bed, allowing Qin Hao to massage her with oil. An hour passed, and Qin Hao lay comfortably on the bed, holding Mu Xiaoya, exclaiming, "Darling, you have me utterly enchanted." Mu Xiaoya giggled. "Oh really? Then what about Lin Yutong? I noticed you seemed quite concerned about that streamer during dinner." Qin Hao awkwardly chuckled, admitting, I do have a bit of an interest in Lin Yutong. I plan to either recruit her or simply acquire the Fishball Guild. This way, we can officially enter the streaming industry." Mu Xiaoya lifted her head, sensing sincerity in Qin Hao's words. "Really? Acquiring a guild must be quite costly, and they might not even be willing to sell." Qin Hao caressed Mu Xiaoya's back, reassuring her. Don't worry, I will ensure they willingly sell to me. After a brief rest, the clock struck 6, and Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya headed downstairs for dinner. Mu Xiaoya inquired, Is Qin Qing not staying with us? Qin Hao replied, I bought another house in the community, the small villa we just passed. I let Qin Qing stay there for now. Mu Xiaoya nodded. That makes sense. It's better for a girl to be closer to us, especially since she just arrived in the southeast. Tomorrow, you'll need to take care of Guagua at the Hilton, while I take Feng Mu and the elderly gentleman for checkups at the hospital and look for a suitable place for them to stay. Qin Hao stated, Sure, no problem. Guagua is easy to manage. Though she is small, she is quite sensible, Mu Xiaoya replied with a smile. After dinner, Mu Xiaoya settled in the living room to watch television, while Qin Hao drove to the warehouse on Panlong Mountain. Over the past few days, numerous packages had accumulated. Qin Hao busied himself for a while, pleased to see his system points had risen to over 500, and he had received over 10 million in his bank account. As he browsed the system store, he noticed the heavenly pill and irresistibly alluring lingerie. Feeling a twinge of temptation, he mused, why not redeem them? After all, money was no longer a concern for him. So, he instructed the system, redeem 2,500 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've spent 250 million Huaxia currency. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao now had over 3,000 points. He opened the system store and redeemed the beginner weapon mastery skill. Irresistibly alluring lingerie and heavenly pill, he felt like a legendary figure indulging in a lavish spending spree, inwardly critiquing, system, let's be honest. Are you a derivative of an online game? I can't help but feel you follow the same pattern. To grow stronger, one must either invest time or money. The system remained silent, ignoring his grumbling. Qin Hao didn't press further but focused on the beginner weapon mastery skill in the system space, declaring, System, learn the beginner weapon mastery skill. Instantly, a wealth of weapon knowledge flooded his mind. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and many more weapons he could hardly name. With the enhancement of this skill, Qin Hao felt his agility and physical prowess greatly improved. At that moment, he longed to find a martial arts school to spar, envisioning himself exclaiming like Donnie Yen, I want to take on 10. 10 minutes later, Qin Hao completed his mastery of the skill and turned his attention to the alluring lingerie. Retrieving it from the system space, it was a bodysuit that opened before his eyes, and he couldn't help but gasp in awe, silently applauding the system, thinking of letting Xiaoya try it on when he returned. After leaving the warehouse, he drove back to the village and Mu Xiaoya had finished her shower and lay on the bed, applying a face mask. Qin Hao commented, You're in bed so early. Mu Xiaoya slightly parted her lips, responding, Yeah, I got my period and feel a bit tired. Just putting on a mask before sleeping. Qin Hao had originally intended for Mu Xiaoya to try on this set of lingerie. However, upon hearing her mention that her period had arrived, he realized he had forgotten about it. Too preoccupied with his own desires, he could only respond with a hint of disappointment. Oh, then you should rest early. I'll go to the study and check the computer for a while. Yes, you should also get some rest, Mu Xiaoya replied. Afterwards, Qin Hao retreated to the study. Since the intimate encounter was off the table, he decided to focus on more pressing matters. He resolved to investigate the Fishball Guild to uncover any incriminating evidence regarding their illicit activities. Utilizing his intermediate hacking skills, he effortlessly accessed the social media accounts of Kimmy, the guild's prominent figure, and through her chat records, he traced the social accounts of the guild's president, Yu Nengchuan. By sheer coincidence, this account was currently logged into a computer, allowing Qin Hao to easily infiltrate it. He began his search, and after 5 or 6 minutes, he stumbled upon a hidden folder. Upon opening it, he was astounded to find a plethora of provocative photos and videos. Even the thumbnails were enough to make him blush, leading him to silently muse. The president of the Fishball Guild truly embodies the essence of a lecherous fiend. How many women has he entangled? Without hesitation, he downloaded everything. Noticing the computer was connected to a camera, he decided to activate it, revealing an even more shocking scene. The camera displayed a flamboyantly dressed woman, her face obscured by a butterfly mask, clad in leather and wielding a black whip, exuding a dominatrix aura. Kneeling at her feet was a man, unmasked, who was none other than Yu Nengchuan. Qin Hao was taken aback, realizing that the guild leader had a penchant for masochism. He recorded the footage on his computer but paid it little mind, having no interest in such activities, particularly when the subject was a middle-aged, balding man. Continuing his investigation, Qin Hao uncovered documents detailing financial fraud and tax evasion within the Fishball Guild. He closed the camera feed and transferred all the files and videos to his own computer before severing the connection. The evidence he gathered laid bare the guild's practices of signing under-the-table contracts with streamers, fabricating financial records, and bribing individuals associated with streaming platforms. The revelations were shocking. Qin Hao printed out the materials related to financial misconduct and tax evasion, selecting a few less explicit photos that still clearly depicted Yu Nengchuan's face to disseminate via an anonymous account across various platforms. Given the late hour, the posts did not immediately ignite a frenzy online. Qin Hao was in no rush. He intended to let the situation simmer before retreating to bed. During the time Qin Hao slept, the post titled "Shocking, the president of the Fishball Guild engages in coercive conduct with multiple streamers," began to gain traction online. The guild's executives were the first to notice the post and frantically attempted to contact Yu Nengchuan, whose phone was on silent. Meanwhile, he was engrossed in his masochistic escapades, oblivious to the turmoil brewing around him. Chapter 90. The terrifying instinct of women. Qin Hao enjoyed a restful night and awoke early the next day. He retrieved his phone and opened the search engine, discovering that the topic of Yu Nengchuan's scandal had trended, with his photos being shared fervently. 5 of the top 10 trending topics were related to Yu Nengchuan. Satisfied, he gently patted Mu Xiaoya on the shoulder and kissed her forehead, softly saying, "Xiaoya, it's time to wake up. We have things to do after breakfast." Mu Xiaoya rubbed her eyes, smiled at Qin Hao, and stretched, asking, "What time did you sleep last night?" "I didn't even notice when you got into bed. I lost track of time. It must have been around 10, Qin Hao replied, getting out of bed. After they washed up, they headed downstairs for breakfast. Qin Hao refreshed his Weibo feed and found a message from the official account of the Fishball Guild. He skimmed it, noting that it claimed the photos circulating online were fabricated and urged netizens not to spread rumors. Scrolling through the comments, he saw that most users were skeptical, as the guild had a notorious reputation. Following the scandal, many netizens became eager spectators, leaving comments like, "I believe the president is innocent," and "the scandalous photos are photoshopped. I'll alert the cyber police to ensure the perpetrator faces justice." They tagged various official accounts, prompting a flurry of similar responses among the onlookers. Qin Hao chuckled, contemplating how the guild would navigate this predicament. Mu Xiaoya, noticing his amusement, curiously inquired, "Brother Hao, what's so funny?" With a smile, Qin Hao held up his phone, saying, "Look, the Fishball Guild is trending." Mu Xiaoya took the phone, laughed, and remarked, "These netizens are quite amusing, tagging so many official accounts. It seems the president has dug his own grave." Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang. Seeing that it was Lin Yutong, Mu Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat. She discreetly handed the phone back to Qin Hao, saying, "Brother Hao, it's for you." Qin Hao answered the call in the living room. "Hello, Brother Hao, have you seen the news online? Our guild president is trending." Lin Yutong exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, I just noticed." Qin Hao responded with a chuckle. "Oh, I thought you might have orchestrated this," Lin Yutong said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "How could I do such a thing? I have no interest in invading others' privacy." Qin Hao laughed, though inwardly he reveled in the situation. "Well, what should we do next?" Lin Yutong asked. "I believe this is our opportunity. Reach out to your guild streamers who have good relationships or clean backgrounds to see if they're interested in switching guilds." "I plan to acquire your guild directly," Qin Hao replied. "Directly acquire? That would cost a fortune, considering there are only 10 major streamers with millions of followers, plus many with hundreds of thousands or millions." Lin Yutong said, struggling to calculate the figures. "Don't worry about that. I have my methods. Just follow my lead," Qin Hao assured her. "All right, I'll keep you updated," Lin Yutong concluded before hanging up. Returning to the dining table, Qin Hao noticed Mu Xiaoya's lack of a strong reaction and mentioned, "I'm planning to sign a streamer from the Fishball Guild." Mu Xiaoya set down her chopsticks, resting her chin on her hands, and looked at him. "Lin Yutong is that Tong Xian?" Qin Hao, avoiding her gaze, focused on his meal. "Yes." Mu Xiaoya sighed inwardly before continuing. "The anonymous post about the Fishball Guild must also be your doing?" Feeling exposed by her question, Qin Hao put down his chopsticks and met her gaze. Seeing no anger in her expression, he felt a sense of relief and nodded. "Yes, that was me." Mu Xiaoya, surprised by his candidness, probed further, "So did you and her?" Before she could finish, Qin Hao hurriedly interjected, "No, there's nothing between us. We're just good friends." Mu Xiaoya burst into laughter, playfully retorting, "I was just asking, Brother Hao. You don't need to explain yourself so urgently. Besides, you're young and capable. It's natural for women to be interested in you. I wouldn't mind." "Really, Xiaoya? You don't mind?" Qin Hao asked, somewhat foolishly. Mu Xiaoya was merely speaking lightly, but internally she thought, "How could I not mind? What woman would want her man to have several others?" Qin Hao's naive question only irked her further, leading her to think, "Qin Hao, you oblivious man. How dare you even ask?" After breakfast, Qin Hao drove Mu Xiaoya to the Hilton Hotel, where she stayed with Guagua while he took Feng Mu and the elder Feng to the provincial hospital for an examination. Meanwhile, in the Fishball Guild's conference room, Yuning Chuan was livid, pointing at the executives and pounding the table, exclaiming, "What good are you all? Have you contacted the platforms to remove those photos? Why is it still unresolved? Have you looked into who made the anonymous post? Who did this?" The executives fell silent, and at that moment, the one sitting timidly to the right of the chairman spoke up, "Chairman, we have contacted the platform, and they are urgently working to delete the relevant posts and photos. However, since last night, this matter has escalated significantly. The anonymous poster appears to be a top-tier hacker, leaving us with no leads. We truly find ourselves at a loss, utterly helpless. What else can you do besides lamenting your helplessness?" Yuning Chuan retorted angrily, shouting at the executives. He continued, "What about the streamers in those photos? They should issue clarifications through videos and Weibo." At this juncture, another executive, trembling, interjected, "I've already reached out to them. But what? Speak." Yuning Chuan shouted, "It seems they have conspired," insisting that it would be better for the guild to address this. They believe that if they clarify things themselves, it would only pique the curiosity of netizens and adversely affect their future careers. Moreover, they mention the executive's voice dwindled. "Damn it, they are all trying to distance themselves from me." "What else did they say?" Yuning Chuan asked furiously. They also noted that since their faces are obscured in the photos, only your face is clear, as long as they remain silent. This incident won't implicate them. The executive whispered. Upon hearing this, Yuning Chuan was seething with rage, pounding the table and exclaiming, "What do we do now? This situation must be addressed." Just then, the conference room doors swung open, and a receptionist entered alongside two police officers. The receptionist awkwardly glanced at Yuning Chuan, saying, "Chairman, I'm sorry, but two officers are here to see you." Yuning Chuan was taken aback, staring at the officers. "Officers? What brings you here?" "Hello, we are from the Magic City Public Security Bureau. We receive reports from concerned citizens regarding the scandalous photos of Chairman Yu circulating online, and we would like to request your cooperation with our investigation," one officer stated, displaying his badge, officer. "I am innocent. Those photos are fabricated, they are photoshopped. You know what that is, right?" Yuning Chuan anxiously explained to Mr. Yu, "We are merely asking for your cooperation in the investigation. Whether the photos are photoshopped or not will be determined by our technical team. Please accompany us for a statement," the officer replied. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Yuning Chuan feigned composure. "Just a moment, let me call my lawyer." The officer did not object, waving a hand and saying, "Of course, that is your right." Why Yuning Chuan called his lawyer and turned to the executives in the conference room. "You all need to figure out how to quell this situation quickly. Stop acting like a bunch of useless fools." With that, he followed the two officers out of the company. As they reached the ground floor, Yuning Chuan was besieged by a throng of reporters. "Chairman Yu, do you have anything to say about the scandalous photos of you and multiple female streamers circulating online? Chairman Yu, has the Fishball Guild identified the anonymous poster? How do you plan to retaliate?" The police officers intervened, blocking the reporters. "Please do not obstruct our work. Step aside, please." "Chairman, are you being taken away for investigation? Do you have any words for the concerned netizens?" Yuning Chuan's anger flared again at the reporters' questions. "I am innocent. Those photos are purely slanderous. I am merely assisting the police in their investigation." "Assisting? Do you understand?" "But Chairman, some netizens have pointed out that the room in the photos matches one you previously posted from your home. How do you explain that?" Yuning Chuan inhaled deeply. "Do you understand what photoshopping is? Don't you edit your photos?" Before the reporters could ask further, one of the officers ushered Yuning Chuan into the police car, while another took the driver's seat. The reporters pressed on. "Officer, can you confirm whether Chairman Yu has indeed engaged in inappropriate conduct with those streamers?" Blocked by the reporters, the officer had no choice but to respond. "This case is still under investigation. We will promptly update everyone via Weibo if there are any developments. Please step aside and do not hinder our work." The officers entered the vehicle, activated the siren, and drove toward the Magic City Public Security Bureau. Chapter 91. Centurion Black Gold Card. While Yuning Chuan was cooperating with the investigation at the Magic City Public Security Bureau, reporters swiftly disseminated news of his police escort online, reigniting public discourse. In the Fishball Guild's conference room, the executives exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. After all, the online photos were not fabricated. They were all aware of the chairman's liaisons with the female streamers. Though they held executive positions, they were ultimately subservient to the chairman's whims. If he favored a particular streamer, they had to shower her with gifts and boost her popularity. This scandal should have been quietly managed to allow the fervor to dissipate. Yet Chairman Yu insisted on issuing an official clarification, even threatening legal action, which only dug him deeper into a pit. Amidst their concerns, the guild's vice-chairman stood up and declared, "We're not making any progress here. Let us disperse and return to our respective tasks." With that, he gathered his notebook and exited the conference room. Seeing the vice-chairman leave, the others quickly followed suit, collecting their belongings and vacating the room. Meanwhile, Feng Mu was queuing with his father for a checkup. Qin Hao, glancing at his phone, discovered the news about Yunning Chuan's police investigation and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At that moment, a message from Lin Yutong pinged on his WeChat. "Brother Hao, I've contacted dozens of streamers, and they're all interested in leaving the Fishball Guild, and a few executives from the guild also called me, expressing their desire to part ways with Yunning Chuan." Qin Hao replied, "All right, send me the names of those you've contacted. I'll fly to Magic City tomorrow." "Are you heading to Magic City tomorrow? Why don't I join you? I don't have much to do here in Lin City," Lin Yutong quickly responded. Qin Hao pondered for a moment, realizing that having Lin Yutong accompany him would provide a perfect excuse to confront Yunning Chuan. He replied, "Sure, you can come along. Send me your ID number, and I'll book your flight." "Okay, Brother Hao, I'll pack up and head back southeast. See you tomorrow," Lin Yutong replied, promptly providing her ID number and excitedly preparing her luggage. At this moment, Feng Mu and his father approached, holding the checkup report, and Feng Mu excitedly exclaimed, "Haozi, my dad is truly healed." Qin Hao, smiling and supporting the old man, said to Feng Mu, "See, I told you. The old man is in great health. You just didn't believe it." Yes, now I believe it. I'm relieved that my father is well," Feng Mu replied, his voice tinged with emotion. Qin Hao patted Feng Mu on the back. "All right, let us go. Guagua is still waiting at the hotel." The three of them exited the hospital and boarded a Rolls-Royce, heading toward the Hilton Hotel. As Feng Mu gazed at the towering buildings along the route, he thought to himself that he would soon be working and living here, all thanks to his good brother, Qin Hao. Turning to Qin Hao, he said, "Haozi, thank you." Qin Hao glanced at Feng Mu through the rearview mirror. Smiling, "Don't think too much of it. There are many days ahead." Before long, they returned to the Hilton Hotel, where Mu Xiaoya was playing with Guagua. Upon seeing Qin Hao and the others return, she exclaimed, "Guagua, look who's back." Guagua spotted them at the door, leaping with joy and calling out, "Daddy Grandpa," before running towards Feng Mu. Feng Mu gently picked up Guagua, while Mu Xiaoya approached Qin Hao. Feng Mu smiled, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoya, that it was no trouble at all. Guagua behaved wonderfully, didn't you, Guagua?" Mu Xiaoya replied with a smile. "Yes, I played a rabbit-catching game with Andy, and it was so much fun," Guagua said, patting Feng Mu's face. Qin Hao chuckled, "All right, Brother Mu, you all take a break. Xiaoya and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll head out first." After bidding farewell to Feng Mu, Qin Hao turned to Mu Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, I need to go to Magic City tomorrow to discuss the acquisition with the Fishball Guild. Please help Feng Mu find a place to stay nearby. The company will cover the rent." "Sure, Brother Hao. How many days will you be gone?" Mu Xiaoya inquired. "It should take about a day or two to sort out," Qin Hao replied. "All right, then let us go to the bank and cash the check from Jinjiang Pharmaceutical," Mu Xiaoya suggested. Qin Hao nodded and drove towards the southeast branch of the China Merchants Bank. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the bank parking lot in his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The lobby manager immediately recognized the car and hurried out to personally open the door for Qin Hao, respectfully asking, "Hello, how may I assist you today?" With a smile, Qin Hao replied, "Oh, I have a few checks that I need to deposit into my bank account." "Of course, sir. Please follow me," the lobby manager said, leading Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya into the hall. "Could you please show me your checks, sir?" Mu Xiaoya retrieved 5 checks from her bag and handed them to the lobby manager. Upon seeing the checks, the manager was momentarily speechless, then confidently reviewed them again to ensure he was not mistaken. He respectfully said, "All right, please hold on a moment." He then took out his phone and called the branch president to inform him of Qin Hao's situation. Shortly after, the branch president, Wang Chunsheng, hurried down from upstairs and approached Qin Hao, extending his hand and saying, "Hello, I am Wang Chunsheng, the president of the Southeast branch of China Merchants Bank. May I ask how to address you?" "Sir?" Qin Hao shook his hand and replied, "Hello, President Wang. I am Qin Hao." Wang Chunsheng silently repeated the name in his mind and suddenly recalled a list sent by the headquarters risk control department to various branches some time ago, which included the name Qin Hao. He thought, could this be the same person? So he inquired, "Are you the founder of Haoyin Technology, Mr. Qin?" Qin Hao smiled and pulled out a business card from his pocket, handing it to President Wang. "Indeed, that is me. Here is my business card." Upon receiving the card, Wang Chunsheng looked at it and quickly smiled, exclaiming, "Ah, so it is you, Mr. Qin. I have long wished to visit you. And I did not expect you to come today. Please, come inside. Xiao Wu, don't just stand there, hurry and serve tea to Mr. Qin and this lady." the lobby manager, referred to as Xiao Wu, promptly went to prepare tea for Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya. The three of them then entered the VIP reception room. Qin Hao queried President Wang, "Do you know me?" Wang Chunqing smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, you are truly a remarkable young man. You are a valued client of our bank. Our headquarters specifically instructed the Southeast branch to visit you after the holiday." Qin Hao, somewhat surprised, chuckled, "President Wang, you flatter me. I hardly possess such influence. Ah, Mr. Qin, do not underestimate yourself. At such a young age, you have amassed assets worth billions. With Ocean Group and Yunxiao Heavy Industries backing you, your future is limitless," Wang Chunqing replied with a grin. At that moment, Qin Hao began to comprehend why the president was treating him with such reverence. It seemed his financial standing had indeed caught the bank's attention. He mused, "It appears I should not place all my eggs in one basket. I ought to consider diversifying my deposits across several banks." Qin Hao smiled and remarked, "It seems President Wang is quite well informed about my situation." Wang Chunqing, being perceptive, sensed Qin Hao's expression and quickly clarified, "Haha, Mr. Qin, please do not misunderstand. Our bank's concern is solely for your financial security. Recently, our risk control department noticed significant transactions in your bank account, which drew our attention. We merely wish to ensure we retain you as a valued client by reviewing your information." Qin Hao nodded. Finding Wang Chunqing's explanation reasonable, he smiled and stated, "I understand that I came here today to deposit a few checks. I have no other business." As he spoke, he handed the checks to Wang Chunqing. Upon inspecting them, the president noticed they were from Jinjiang Pharmaceutical Group, totaling 500 million. Instantly, Wang Chunqing beamed and said, "Mr. Qin, I did not expect you to have ties with Jinjiang Pharmaceutical. Please hold on. I will take care of this immediately." He stood up and handed the checks to the lobby manager, instructing, "Xiao Wu, please expedite the processing for Mr. Qin." Wang Chunqing continued, "Mr. Qin, I also have a small gift prepared for you." He then pulled a delicate box from his suit pocket and presented it to Qin Hao. Curious about the gift, Qin Hao accepted it and opened the box to reveal a sleek black card. He took it out, noticing its unique texture, and asked, "What is this?" Wang Chunqing smiled. "This is our bank's Centurion Black Card. Crafted from titanium. It is our most exclusive credit card, with fewer than 100 issued in the country. Qin Hao inquired while examining the card, "What is the credit limit?" "This card has a credit limit of 10 million. Wang Chunqing replied with a smile. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and said, "Only 10 million? That seems rather insignificant." Wang Chunqing felt a bit awkward. The Centurion Black Card was their bank's highest-tier credit card, and many sought it without success. Yet, here was Qin Hao expressing disappointment over the limit. This sentiment was understandable, as Qin Hao's system allowed him to recover 10 million in just 2 days, making the limit appear trivial. Wang Chunqing composed himself and added, "Mr. Qin, this limit can be adjusted upwards. As long as you use the card frequently, our headquarters will adjust the limit based on your usage patterns." Additionally, the Centurion Black Card comes with numerous privileges, such as access to global airport lounges, Hilton Diamond status, IHG Platinum status, Carlson Gold status, SPG Gold status, and more, along with 4 annual stays at high-end selected hotels and various VIP privileges at top clubs. We also host annual Centurion Black Card member gatherings, where you can meet more business partners. Listening to Wang Chunqing's description piqued Qin Hao's interest. He nodded and said, "That sounds quite appealing. Thank you, President Wang." Then he gestured towards Mu Xiaoya and asked, "Can I apply for an additional card for my girlfriend?" "Certainly. I will arrange that for you, Mr. Qin," Wang Chunqing replied with a smile. "Please wait a moment." He then left the VIP reception room. After Wang Chunqing departed, Mu Xiaoya remarked, "Brother Hao, there's no need to get one for me. You don't spend that much anyway." Qin Hao chuckled. "Did you not hear President Wang mention the card's numerous benefits? It will make your business trips and hotel stays much easier. Since we can apply for an additional card, why not?" Mu Xiaoya nodded, her heart swelling with sweetness as she grasped Qin Hao's hand and said, "Brother Hao, thank you. You are so kind to me." Qin Hao patted her hand and replied, "Silly girl, you are my woman. Who else should I treat well?" After a brief interval, Wang Chunqing returned with a Centurion Black Card, respectfully presenting it to Mu Xiaoya. "You must be Mu Xiaoya, Miss Mu. You are even more beautiful in person than in your photos. Here is your card. This supplementary card carries the same limit and benefits as the primary card." Qin Hao smiled and said, "Thank you, President Wang." Wang Chunqing responded, "As long as Mr. Qin is satisfied with our Southeast branch, that is all that matters." At that moment, Qin Hao received a notification on his phone that 500 million had been deposited. He looked at it and said with a smile, "President Wang, the checks have been successfully deposited. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." Wang Chunqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Mr. Qin, I have a small favor to ask, and I hope you could assist." Qin Hao thought, as expected, There are no free lunches, and smiled President Wang. Please feel free to ask. I will do my best if it is within my capacity. Wang Chunqing, relieved by Qin Hao's response, explained, well, since it is October, our Southeast branch's deposit ranking is a bit low. We were hoping Mr. Qin could consider depositing a portion of your funds with us, whether in wealth management or fixed deposit. Qin Hao chuckled, realizing they simply wanted him to deposit money. He replied, that can be arranged. I will deposit this 500 million as a fixed deposit. What do you think, President Wang? 500 million? Wang Chunqing could hardly believe his ears and exclaimed, thank you so much, Mr. Qin. You must understand that the total deposits for our bank in a year are only around 40 to 50 trillion, averaging about 20 to 30 billion per branch. For you to deposit 500 million in one go is truly remarkable. Qin Hao handed his bank card to Wang Chunqing, saying, President Wang, please handle the deposit as you see fit. You decide how long and under what terms. Wang Chunqing respectfully accepted the bank card, smiling, certainly, Mr. Qin. Please wait a moment. It will be done shortly. With that, he left the VIP reception room in high spirits. Outside, the lobby manager and several staff members were left in awe, wondering what had caused the president to behave so exuberantly as he came and went multiple times. 10 minutes later, Wang Chunqing returned to the VIP reception room, respectfully handing back the bank card to Qin Hao, smiling, it is all taken care of, Mr. Qin. Qin Hao rose to his feet, accepted the bank card, and tucked it into his pocket. He extended his hand to shake hands with President Wang, saying, I won't disturb you any longer, President Wang. If anything arises in the future, just feel free to call me. My contact information is on the business card. President Wang respectfully escorted Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya out of the bank, personally closing the door of the Rolls-Royce for Qin Hao. As he watched Qin Hao drive away, he couldn't help but exclaim, truly a remarkable young man. He then turned back towards the bank, at which point the lobby manager approached him, inquiring, President, who is Mr. Qin? He seems quite affluent. President Wang smiled, replying, he is indeed our esteemed patron. Please ensure that any business related to Mr. Qin Hao is expedited. Yes, yes, the lobby manager nodded repeatedly. Half an hour later, Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya returned to the villa at Weihai Garden. Mu Xiaoya went to change clothes in the bedroom, while Qin Hao seized the opportunity to open the Trip app. Searching for flights to Magic City for the following day, he swiftly booked 2 business-class tickets for an 8 a.m. flight. Subsequently, Qin Hao took a screenshot of the ticket information and sent it to Lin Yutong. After a brief wait, Lin Yutong responded with an approving gesture. Meanwhile, at the Magic City Public Security Bureau, Yuningchuan was brought into the interrogation room, where 2 officers sat across from him. Why Yuningchuan felt a pang of anxiety and forced himself to maintain composure. Officer, I am here to cooperate with the police investigation. Why have you brought me to the interrogation room? The older officer replied sternly, bringing you here indicates that there is a matter at hand. Do not waste time. Answer my questions directly. Why Yuningchuan shrank back slightly, acutely aware of his own indiscretions. Name, the officer demanded. Why Yuningchuan? He replied impatiently. Age, 35. Occupation, chairman of Fishball Media Company. After a series of routine inquiries, Yuningchuan's anxiety began to subside. The officer then pressed, do you have any improper relationships with the hosts from your company? No, absolutely not. I am a respectable businessman. Those photos online are all fabricated, digitally altered. Why Yuningchuan stubbornly insisted. The interrogating officer scoffed, pushing several photographs across the table towards Yuningchuan, stating, fabricated? Our technical team has analyzed these images, and they are authentic, with no signs of alteration. How do you explain this? This is impossible. Why Yuningchuan, although aware that the images were not digitally altered, having recorded them himself, still could not admit it. The officer, intending to intimidate Yuningchuan, said, still defiant, are we? Let me make it clear. Yuningchuan, this matter is no longer just a personal issue. It has stirred considerable commotion online. If you do not cooperate with the police, we have the authority to investigate you and the hosts under your company. You must consider carefully whether to speak voluntarily or wait for us to uncover the truth. Why Yuningchuan, seasoned in the ways of the world, was not easily intimidated by the officer's words. He stated firmly, I request to call my lawyer. Until my lawyer arrives, I refuse to answer any questions. The officer, taken aback by Yuningchuan's astuteness, gestured to a colleague taking notes, saying, bring him his phone. Yuningchuan took the phone, dialed his lawyer, briefly explained the situation, and then hung up, saying, my lawyer will be here shortly. You can discuss matters with him. The officer, not angered, collected the photographs and remarked with a smile. Chairman, you, relying on a lawyer in such matters is futile. You know better than anyone whether you are guilty. Given that this informant has released these images, he may possess further evidence, perhaps even videos. I advise you to contemplate this seriously and cooperate with us, or else it could be your reputation at stake. Wai Yuningchuan glanced at the officer, forcing a smile. I assure you, my reputation is not your concern. I maintain my stance. I will not respond to any questions until my lawyer arrives. The officer chuckled lightly and instructed his colleagues. All right, take him to the holding cell. The officer in charge of the interrogation was a notorious figure in the Magic City Public Security Bureau, known as Xiong Feng, the captain of the criminal investigation team. Although this case did not originally fall under his jurisdiction, the significant impact of Yuningchuan's situation had attracted the attention of various media outlets, prompting the bureau chief to assign it to the criminal investigation team. Upon returning to the office, Xiong Feng addressed a female officer, shoutily, immediately post on Weibo that our bureau has initiated an investigation regarding the indecent photographs of Chairman Yuningchuan from Fishball Media. The images circulating online have been confirmed by our technical personnel to be authentic, showing no signs of alteration. We will keep the public informed as the investigation progresses. The female officer hesitated, saying, Captain Xiong, should we consult with the bureau chief first? If we release information confirming that the photographs are unaltered, it may substantiate the allegations against Fishball Media regarding the exploitation of female hosts. Xiong Feng smiled. No need for concern. We are simply stating the facts. If there is no alteration, there is no alteration. The bureau leadership and media have been awaiting our update since last night. The cyber surveillance department has yet to identify the anonymous poster, so we need to release something to alleviate the media pressure. The female officer understood immediately, responding with a smile. Understood, Captain Xiong, I will issue the statement right away. Shortly thereafter, the official Weibo account of the Magic City Public Security Bureau released the situation report, prompting a flurry of media reporters to converge on the office building of Fishball Media, demanding to interview Chairman Yuningchuan. The receptionist, feeling helpless, explained, Our chairman is at the City Bureau assisting with an investigation and is not at the company. Then have your executives come out. We only have a few questions to ask. And we will leave afterward, one relatively polite reporter suggested. The receptionist, exasperated, replied, Please wait a moment. I will call our manager. She picked up the front desk phone and contacted the general manager, saying, Manager, a group of reporters is gathered at the front desk, requesting to see the company leadership. Could you come out for a moment? Reporters? Just tell them Chairman Yu is not available. The general manager replied curtly. I did. But they insist on speaking to other leaders, claiming they only have a few questions. If you don't come out, they won't leave. The receptionist's voice quivered with desperation. All right, I understand. Tell them to wait a moment. I will be there shortly, the general manager conceded. After hanging up, the receptionist assured the reporters, Our general manager will be out shortly. Please bear with us. 5 minutes later, the general manager finally arrived at the front desk, where reporters quickly surrounded him. Regarding the public security announcement from the Magic City Police Bureau, what do you have to say about the confirmation that Chairman Yuningchuan's indecent photographs are unaltered? Is Why you cooperating with the police investigation? Or has he been taken in as a suspect? The general manager raised his hand to signal for calm, reluctantly stating, Dear reporters, please quiet down. After a moment, the noisy crowd finally settled. The general manager continued. Regarding the incident involving our chairman, Mr. Yuningchuan, I am not well informed. You likely know more than I do. Therefore, I cannot provide an explanation. Let us await further developments. Will this incident impact the operations of Fishball Media? I have heard that you are negotiating business deals with platforms such as Douyin and Maoya. Will this event affect your company's future operations? The general manager paused, reflecting, How could it not affect us? Various negotiations have stalled, and the company is on the brink of collapse. However, he maintained a facade of calm, stating, Currently, Chairman Yu is merely assisting the police with their investigation, which should not affect the company's operations. At this moment, Qin Hao noticed the police announcement and chuckled, thinking, This police announcement is quite intriguing. They have disclosed the authenticity of the photographs before the case has been adjudicated. It seems they are intent on ruining Yuningchuan. With this in mind, he decided to release additional photographs. As he pondered this, he searched through his computer files and, after a few minutes, processed some compromising images of Yuningchuan, ensuring they were less explicit yet easily identifiable as him, and then anonymously posted them online. Simultaneously, the cyber surveillance department of the Magic City Public Security Bureau detected this anonymous account and began tracking it. However, their efforts paled in comparison to Qin Hao's intermediate hacking skills, allowing him to effortlessly evade detection. Captain Xiong Feng slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, That scoundrel has slipped away again. Captain, the individual behind the anonymous posts exhibits advanced computer skills, akin to a professional hacker. I just traced him, and he noticed. We are no match for him. the staff member from the Internet Monitoring Division said sheepishly. Xiong Feng patted the man's shoulder and replied, "It's all right. Keep an eye on this account. It would be best to pinpoint his location." "Should we contact the platform to delete the newly published post?" the staff member inquired. "Let's hold off for now. Allow the post to gain some traction. If we apply pressure on Yuning Chuan, he won't cooperate with us." Xiong Feng pondered. At that moment, the journalists surrounding the general manager of the Fishball Guild received simultaneous notifications on their phones. They quickly discovered that the anonymous account had posted again, causing an uproar. Their expressions were a tapestry of emotions, and they momentarily forgot about the general manager, busying themselves with their phones to take screenshots and draft news articles. The general manager, bewildered, thought to himself, "What is happening?" Not having his phone, he turned to the receptionist and asked, "What is going on?" The receptionist, slightly flushed, handed her phone to the general manager and awkwardly said, Chairman Yu's photo has been leaked again." The general manager was taken aback as he looked at the phone, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of Yuning Chuan naked, kneeling before a woman clad in leather. Wielding a whip, with crucial areas pixelated, trembling, he swiped backward on the phone, thinking, "Oh no, Chairman Yu, you are digging your own grave." It seems the Fishball Guild is finished this time. The general manager returned the phone to the receptionist, disregarding the surrounding journalists, and headed straight back to the company. The reporters did not stop him. After all, they now had juicier material to pursue, making the interview with the Fishball Guild's general manager irrelevant. Meanwhile, Yu Nengchuan's lawyer had arrived at the Public Security Bureau in Modu to meet with him in the inquiry room. "Chairman, your situation is precarious. The scandal surrounding your indecent photos has become public knowledge. The police are not only searching for the anonymous poster but will also investigate you and your female streamers. This is quite complicated." The lawyer frowned. "Complicated? What is complicated? I haven't stolen or robbed. Even if I engaged in consensual activities with a few streamers, that's their choice. Moreover, I'm not the one who released the photos. What can the police do to me?" Yuning Chuan retorted, dissatisfied. "Indeed, Chairman. However, this issue has escalated beyond mere personal reputation. I am concerned that if the police continue their investigation, the anonymous poster may release more damaging content," the lawyer cautioned. Why Yuning Chuan nodded in agreement. "You're right. What should we do now? I can't just stay here indefinitely. Can I? No need. You only need to cooperate with the police's inquiries. You are not a criminal suspect. I can take you home shortly. However, Chairman, you must pacify your female streamers. They must not turn against you, or the consequences could be dire," the lawyer advised. Why Yuning Chuan nodded, indicating his understanding. The lawyer collected his briefcase and led Yuning Chuan to the office of the Criminal Investigation Team, where he greeted Xiong Feng with a smile. "Captain Xiong, my client has cooperated with your investigation. May I take him now?" Xiong Feng, who was reluctant to deal with lawyers, waved him off without even glancing at him, saying, "Go ahead, go ahead. But, Chairman, make sure you don't say the injuries on you were inflicted by the police." Other office members chuckled, leaving both Yuning Chuan and his lawyer baffled. The lawyer whispered, "Chairman, do you have injuries? Did the police do that?" Embarrassed, Yuning Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Let's go." With that, Yuning Chuan and his lawyer exited the police station. A crowd of journalists, seeing the main subject emerge, quickly surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. "Mr. Yu, where were you last night? What is your relationship with the girl in leather? Is she one of your streamers?" Yuning Chuan was taken aback, pondering, "What the hell is going on? I didn't record anything last night. How do they know?" He silently followed his lawyer to the car, instructing him to drive away promptly. Once inside, he pulled out his phone, only to be jolted by the notifications on Weibo. Damn it! Who did this? Yuning Chuan angrily tossed his phone aside, wondering how the pictures had leaked. Suspecting the woman might be involved, he picked up the phone once more and called Kimmy, who answered quickly. "You wretched girl, did you secretly record last night?" he yelled into the phone. Kimmy, flustered, quickly replied, "No, Chairman, I was dressed like that. There was no place to hide a camera. I swear, I didn't post anything. You better not be playing tricks on me. If I find out it was you, I will make you pay." Why Yuning Chuan hung up in fury. Kimmy, hearing the dial tone, angrily threw her phone down, muttering to herself, "Bastard. Yuning Chuan, how dare you threaten me at a time like this?" Upon returning to the company, Yuning Chuan instructed his subordinates to contact various platforms to delete the posts. Unfortunately, it was still the National Day holiday, and all platforms claimed limited staff availability, needing considerable time to remove posts. In reality, they were reluctant to squander the traffic generated by the scandal. Why Yuning Chuan understood this dynamic. Sitting alone in his office, pondering who he had offended and who was deliberately targeting him, at that moment, The general manager of the Fishball Guild knocked on the office door and entered. Holding several documents, Chairman, today, Douyin, Maoya, and over 10 other platforms have sent us notifications of the guild's demotion. The brands we were negotiating with have also halted discussions. Furious, Yuningchuan sprang from his chair, shouting, "What did you say? How can they do this? It's a breach of contract. I will sue them." The general manager, trembling, replied, "The brands stated that your scandal will severely damage their brand image." He hesitated, glancing nervously at Yuningchuan. "What else did they say? Speak." Yuningchuan barked. The general manager recoiled slightly, taking a step back. "They also mentioned that we need to compensate for their economic losses, claiming our actions caused damage to their brand image." Yuningchuan's anger flared again. "Those bastards! Inform our streamers to remove all products related to those brands immediately. Chairman, some of our streamers are clamoring to terminate their contracts," the general manager awkwardly added. What are you saying? Those traitors, who are they?" Yuningchuan seethed. The general manager cautiously placed the stack of documents on the chairman's desk, stating, "The list of streamers wanting to terminate their contracts is here." Yuningchuan examined the thick stack of papers, furrowing his brow but suppressing his anger as he sat down to review them. The general manager, feeling uncomfortable, discreetly left the office, eager to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As Yuningchuan flipped through the pages, he found dozens of inconsequential small streamers, but 5 or 6 with over 1 million followers caught his attention. This made him uneasy, even though contracts had been signed. The streamers' unilateral request for termination meant they were liable for breach of contract compensation. However, given the scandal, all streamers were on edge, including those he had engaged with previously. If they had to pay compensation, would they not expose their own indiscretions? His unease escalated when he discovered that Tong Shiner was also on the termination list. His expression darkened further. Tong Shiner had one of the largest followings among those requesting contract termination. Boasting over 30 million fans, she was a lucrative asset, only slightly less profitable than their top streamer, Kimmy. However, Tong Shiner was under a standard contract, meaning the guild took a higher commission from her earnings. Yuningchuan dialed Tong Shiner's number. At that moment, Lin Yutong was packing for a trip to Modu at the Beaching Center apartment. Seeing the call from Chairman Yuningchuan, she hesitated before answering. "Shiner, what is going on? I heard you want to terminate your contract." Yuningchuan suppressed his anger, feigning nonchalance. Chairman, I saw what happened online, and I am considering my future development," Lin Yutong stammered, a hint of fear evident in her voice. "Shiner, do not pay heed to the slanderous words of those online. They are mere calumnies. I have already entrusted a lawyer with the matter," Yuningchuan remarked. Lin Yutong pondered for a moment. Since she was to visit Modu with Qin Hao the following day, she replied nonchalantly, "All right, I shall go to Modu tomorrow." "That is the spirit. Then I shall see you tomorrow." Yuningchuan chuckled as he hung up, a sinister smile creeping across his face, thinking to himself, "Once you arrive, there will be no escape. If you wish to terminate the contract, you shall find it impossible." At that moment, it was already 7 in the evening. Qin Hao and Mu Xiaoya had just finished dinner. Mu Xiaoya ascended the stairs to pack Qin Hao's belongings for their trip to Modu, while Qin Hao remained in the study, engrossed in the developments concerning the Fishball Guild. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Lin Yutong calling. "Brother Hao, I have returned to Beaching Center. What time shall we set off tomorrow?" Lin Yutong cheerfully inquired. "Let us say 6 o'clock. I will pick you up in the morning." Qin Hao responded, "All right. By the way, Yuningchuan just called me, suggesting I head to Modu to discuss the contract." Lin Yutong added, "Oh? That is fortuitous, for I was just contemplating a reason to visit your company." Qin Hao replied with a smile, Brother Hao, I worry that it may be a bit too few for just the 2 of us to go. Considering Yuningchuan's character," Lin Yutong expressed her concern. Qin Hao chuckled, reassuring her, "Fear not, with me around, he would not dare to act improperly." "Very well then, I shall see you tomorrow, Brother Hao." "Goodbye," Lin Yutong said with a smile. "See you tomorrow," Qin Hao echoed before ending the call. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya stood at the study door, having overheard Qin Hao's words. She softly said, "Brother Hao, I have packed your belongings. Shall I drive you to the airport tomorrow?" Qin Hao immediately stood up. Feeling a bit awkward, he had not informed Mu Xiaoya about his trip to Modu with Lin Yutong, primarily to avoid any misunderstandings. He replied, No need, my flight is quite early. I can drive myself." "You should rest more since your aunt is visiting." Mu Xiaoya felt a pang of disappointment but obediently replied, "Oh, very well. Brother Hao, it is getting late. You should rest early too, as you have an early flight tomorrow." "All right," Qin Hao responded, closing his laptop and guiding Mu Xiaoya out of the study as they headed toward the bedroom. The night passed without incident, and soon it was the next day. Qin Hao rose early to wash up and change his attire. He kissed Mu Xiaoya on the forehead and took his suitcase to the underground parking garage. Mu Xiaoya, having awakened, stood by the window, watching Qin Hao's car exit. She quickly donned a coat and drove her own red Porsche Panamera to follow him out of the community. Carefully trailing Qin Hao, she was surprised when his car came to a halt at Jiqing Center. Qin Hao took out his phone and called Lin Yutong. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, a sweetly dressed girl emerged from the community, pulling a suitcase. Qin Hao took the suitcase from her and placed it in the trunk before opening the passenger door for her. Mu Xiaoya observed Lin Yutong's appearance. Although her figure was slightly inferior to her own, she was undeniably attractive, evidently the live streamer Tong Shiner. Qin Hao's car turned around and headed toward the airport, and Mu Xiaoya decided not to pursue further. Having seen what she wanted, after lingering in the car for a while, she drove back to the Ocean Garden Villa. Before 7 o'clock, Qin Hao and Lin Yutong arrived at Southeast Yaocheng International Airport. Qin Hao parked the car, and they proceeded with their luggage to check in, then entered the departure hall. Qin Hao led Lin Yutong to the VIP area of Southeast Airlines, where a beautiful female staff member greeted them with a practiced smile, saying, "Hello, sir and madam. This is the VIP area of Southeast Airlines, accessible only to our VIP guests." Lin Yutong glanced at Qin Hao, who with a smile retrieved his Centurion black card from his pocket and presented it to the staff member. Her demeanor changed instantly, transforming into an eager demeanor as she exclaimed, "Sir and madam, please come in." After they settled in, the staff member stood beside Qin Hao, inquiring, "May I offer you something to drink?" Qin Hao turned to Lin Yutong and asked, "Yutong, what would you like to drink?" Perhaps lemon water." "It's still too early for anything else," Lin Yutong replied with a smile. "Very well, 1 lemon water for this lady and an Americano for myself." "Please," Qin Hao said cheerfully. "Certainly, please hold on," the staff member responded before turning to prepare the beverages. As she brewed the coffee, she occasionally glanced at Qin Hao, contemplating that such a young man possessing a Centurion black card might be the son of a wealthy family, and she resolved to find a way to approach him. After a few minutes, she returned with the drinks, first serving Lin Yutong her lemon water, then handing Qin Hao his Americano. As he reached to take it, the staff member discreetly slipped a note into his palm, winking before she walked away. Qin Hao, taken aback, glanced at Lin Yutong, who was resting with her eyes closed, oblivious to his surprise. He slipped the note back into his pocket. The staff member, noticing his action, felt a surge of hope. Perhaps there was a chance. She then examined Lin Yutong beside him, thinking, "She is indeed beautiful, but her figure pales in comparison to mine." As the time for boarding approached, Qin Hao and Lin Yutong left the VIP area. The staff member cast Qin Hao a flirtatious glance, undeterred by Lin Yutong's murderous glare. Qin Hao, feeling a bit awkward, quickly led Lin Yutong toward the dedicated boarding passage. Since they had purchased business class tickets, there was no need to queue. After helping Lin Yutong stow her luggage, he took his seat next to hers. Given that it was a medium-sized aircraft, the business class was slightly smaller than first class, a beautiful flight attendant approached them, saying, "Hello, Mr. Qin, Ms. Lin. I am Sun Miao, the chief attendant for this flight from Southeast to Modu. If you need anything during our hour-and-a-half flight, please do not hesitate to call me." Qin Hao nodded and surveyed the empty business class before asking, "Is it just the two of us in business class?" "Yes, Mr. Qin," Sun Miao replied sweetly. After takeoff, "I will serve breakfast. Would you like Chinese or Western style?" Qin Hao considered and replied, "Chinese, please." "All right," Sun Miao said with a smile as she turned to prepare the meal. Lin Yutong then turned to Qin Hao, asking, "Brother Hao, does your girlfriend know that you're going to Modu with me?" Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he lied, "Of course she knows." "Why do you ask?" Lin Yutong smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious to be by the way. It seemed like the female staff in the VIP area was quite taken with you. She was throwing you so many glances as you left." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Hao chuckled, recalling the note in his pocket, which he hadn't yet had the chance to open. Perhaps she was simply dazzled by my good looks." "Really?" Lin Yutong turned to look at Qin Hao with a grin. Continuing, "I think she was more interested in your card. The moment you took it out, I could see the sparkle in her eyes." "Yutong, have you ever heard the saying?" Qin Hao said with a serious demeanor. "What saying?" Lin Yutong asked, puzzled by his sudden gravitas. Qin Hao smiled and said softly, "There are some truths best left unspoken. Let us remain friends." Just as Lin Yutong was about to reply, Sun Miao arrived with their breakfast. Lin Yutong fell silent as Sun Miao spread a white tablecloth on their small table and began to serve breakfast: 2 small buns, a flour roll, a small bread roll, a bowl of rice porridge, slices of ham, and small dishes of pickles and fruit. The variety was quite ample, and Qin Hao received the same breakfast. Lin Yutong looked at the food and remarked, "It seems we should have booked a midday flight." Perhaps lunch would have been more lavish. Qin Hao chuckled, replying, nonetheless, this surpasses the breakfast served in economy class. At least we have some fruit. He then popped a cherry tomato into his mouth. 20 minutes later, they finished their breakfast and Sun Miao returned to collect the dishes. Afterward, Qin Hao and Lin Yutong each ordered a cup of coffee and lemon water, and Lin Yutong had completely forgotten about their earlier discussion. Due to rising early, Lin Yutong finished her lemon water and decided to rest again, covering herself with the air-conditioning blanket and donning her adorable eye mask. Qin Hao, however, was wide awake, having consumed 2 cups of coffee since morning. He glanced at Lin Yutong before retrieving a note from his pocket. Unfolding it, he saw a heart drawn on it, along with a phone number and WeChat ID. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he folded the note and tossed it into the trash bag. He had little interest in such women. Perhaps the same tactic had been employed on countless men before him. In truth, Qin Hao's thoughts were not entirely accurate, as the VIP area rarely attracted many visitors, and it was exceedingly rare for someone like him to flaunt a Centurion black card upon arrival. The staff member's small note had only been given out 3 or 4 times at most. The flight smoothly traversed from the southeast to the bustling metropolis, with no turbulence along the way. Lin Yutong managed to sleep for nearly an hour. Finally, the plane touched down at Hongqiao International Airport in the metropolis. Qin Hao retrieved their luggage and gently nudged Lin Yutong, saying, Yutong, wake up, we've arrived. Lin Yutong slowly lifted her eye mask, her sleepy eyes squinting at Qin Hao as she mumbled, Oh, we're here? So soon? Qin Hao checked his phone and replied, It's almost 10 o'clock. Let us go. Lin Yutong quickly stood up, took her suitcase, and followed Qin Hao off the plane. Upon exiting the airport, they hopped into a taxi. Qin Hao instructed the driver, to the Hilton Hotel, please. Curious, Lin Yutong asked, aren't we going to the company first? First, we should drop off our luggage. We can't very well take our suitcases to the office. Qin Hao chuckled. Lin Yutong accepted this without suspicion and nodded. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at the Hilton Hotel, situated in the commercial center of the metropolis and not far from the office building of the Fishball Association. As they entered the hotel lobby, Qin Hao requested Lin Yutong's ID, presenting both their IDs and his Centurion black card to the front desk, saying, Could we have 2 rooms with double beds? Please? The receptionist respectfully accepted the card, glanced at it, and said, I'm sorry, sir, but we only have a presidential suite available at the moment due to the National Day Golden Week. All other rooms have been booked. Qin Hao frowned slightly and looked at Lin Yutong, who shrugged and said, Don't look at me. I can't. She trailed off, lowering her head. After a moment of consideration, Qin Hao replied, Then let us book the presidential suite. Very well, Mr. Qin. Please hold on a moment. The receptionist quickly arranged their room, and 2 attendants took their luggage, guiding them to the presidential suite. Upon entering the suite, they found it spacious enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people comfortably. Lin Yutong wasted no time. She tossed her suitcase aside and flopped onto the bed. Qin Hao chuckled and went to another room to freshen up briefly, saying, Yutong, contact your boss. We should head over. Ugh, Lin Yutong stretched lazily. I really don't want to get up. Qin Hao smiled and replied, If we finish early, we might have time to explore the metropolis, and you could enjoy yourself more then. That is true, Lin Yutong said, pulling out her phone and dialing Yuning Chuan. The call connected quickly, and Yuning Chuan's voice came through, Sheener, how is it going? Have you arrived in the metropolis? Lin Yutong grimaced. She disliked being called Sheener by Chairman Yu, as it always gave her the chills, yet she endured and said, Chairman Yu, I've arrived in the metropolis and will be at the office shortly. Good, Sheener, I'm at the office now. Just come over, Yuning Chuan replied cheerfully. After hanging up, Qin Hao and Lin Yutong exited the presidential suite and made their way to the hotel lobby. Approaching the front desk, Qin Hao inquired, Hello, does the hotel provide car rental services? Yes, sir. Please hold on a moment, the receptionist said, checking her computer. After a while, she continued, We currently have a Mercedes-Maybach available for rent at a rate of 20,000 a day. Upon hearing the exorbitant rental price, Lin Yutong interjected, Brother Hao, the hotel is very close to the office. It's just a half-hour walk. Renting a car seems unnecessary. Qin Hao chuckled. What if we finish our meeting and want to explore? 20,000 isn't too much. He then turned back to the receptionist. Let us go with that. Please add the rental fee to our room bill. Certainly, sir. Here are your car keys. The vehicle is parked in the hotel lot, and you'll see it as soon as you step outside, the receptionist smiled. Exiting the hotel, Qin Hao pressed the car key, and a sleek black Mercedes S-Class lit up. He and Lin Yutong approached the vehicle, which was pristine and evidently well-maintained, with a subtle hint of air freshener lingering inside. Lin Yutong opened the navigation app and set the destination as Qin Hao started the car, following the directions to the Fishball Association's office building. At this time, Numerous reporters lingered outside the office building, having surrounded the Fishball Association since the previous day. The property management had increased security to prevent reporters from infiltrating again. Qin Hao parked in front of the building and, together with Lin Yutong, headed inside. As they exited the Maybach, a reporter noticed them. Although the reporter recognized Qin Hao vaguely, he couldn't place him, yet instinctively took a photograph. Upon entering the office building, the security guard let them pass without question, as they carried no cameras or microphones. Lin Yutong approached the reception desk, greeting the receptionist with, "Hello, we're here to see Chairman Yu." The receptionist looked puzzled and asked, "I am sorry, may I ask your name? Do you have an appointment?" Lin Yutong smiled and replied, "Yes, I have an appointment. My name is Lin Yutong." "All right, please hold on." The receptionist dialed the chairman's internal line, saying, "Hello, Chairman, there is a Ms. Lin Yutong here to see you, claiming she has an appointment." "Let her in." "Lin Yutong is one of our anchors," Yuning Chuan responded, his tone markedly friendlier than the day before. "Okay, thank you," the receptionist replied with a smile. After hanging up, she looked at Lin Yutong and said, "Oh, I didn't realize you were one of our anchors. I apologize for not recognizing you." Lin Yutong playfully donned a large black mask and pointed at herself with a grin. "So, do you recognize me now?" "Oh, you're Sheener. I really wouldn't have recognized you without the mask," the receptionist laughed, scratching her head. "Chairman Yu is in his office. You may go in." She opened the security door for Lin Yutong and Qin Hao, who followed her inside. Taking a brief glance around, Qin Hao noted the office environment was modest. The lobby was not crowded, but the meeting room was bustling with activity. Lin Yutong stopped in front of the office door marked for the chairman and knocked gently. "Please come in," came Yuning Chuan's voice from within. Lin Yutong stepped inside, with Qin Hao following closely behind. "Sheener, you've finally arrived. Please, have a seat," Yuning Chuan said, feigning busyness but abruptly pausing upon noticing Qin Hao.